Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2196 to Chapter 2250. Then I'll wait for you. Jiaoer was relieved and left with Wang Chen. This time, she had no choice at all. She did not even have the strength to resist. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, "Do you really have a way?" "Of course." Mu Yun said calmly, "If not, why would I burn my lifespan to kill Xue Xiao and Jin Wantian? There's no need to do that." Bao Qingyu shook her head and said, "You're lying to me. I know you have no way at all. It was the same in my previous life. You said you had a way, but you didn't. You asked the Azure Wing Guards to take me away, but you didn't follow me. It's true this time." Mu Yun said seriously, "If I'm lying to you, I'll die a horrible death. I don't want you to die. I want you to live." Bao Qingyu said again, "Uncle Mu will definitely look for you after he settles the urgent matters. They won't be stubborn for too long. You must live." "Don't worry, I will." Mu Yun said seriously. In the end, Xue Qiong of the lunar sect took Bao Qingyu away. At this point, the 9 women had left Mu Yun's side. This scene made it difficult for Mu Yun to calm down. "Are you still not leaving?" Mu Yun looked at Wang Jiandong and said, "It seems like you're not on the same side as them." "I'm indeed not on the same side as them. There are some words that the old men of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion asked me to pass to you." "The Heavenly Secret Pavilion?" "Yes, a human force in the Kanglin Myriad domain. They're very powerful. That group of old antiques has nothing to do all day, so they study the heavenly secrets." Wang Jiantong said slowly, "Listen well, Mu Yun, Kanglin Myriad Realms, Yunting 9 Heavens. It is fate that the 9 of them were taken away. Otherwise, they will die, and so will you. Although the Heavenly Secret Pavilion has their own plans, they still saved you. Secondly, your father's battle with Di Ming's son, Di Yuan, bodes ill rather than well. If the 3 sovereigns and human emperor are not in the sacred Carefree Ruins and the news spreads, the sacred Carefree Ruins will be in danger. That place was founded by your maternal grandfather. Your mother carried the banner, and then your father took over. Now, it's up to you. If you can't shoulder the responsibility, the unfettered sacred ground might be taken away by the other races. At that time, there will be a storm of blood in the Kanglin Myriad world. The various first-rate races won't let the unfettered sacred ruins fall into the hands of others." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. There were thousands of races in the Kanglin world. The unfettered sacred ground was a vast world created by the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. Later on, when Yi Xiaoyao fought against the heaven-sealing divine emperor, Di Ming, and died, the unfettered sacred ground went through a period of turmoil. His mother was then known as the Blue Emperor, Yi Yushi, and carried the banner. However, after his mother was captured, his father and the 3 sovereigns took over the unfettered sacred ground. The importance of the unfettered sacred ground went without saying. It was connected to all the races in the Sea Billow world. If it was controlled by the other races, the human race's situation would be even more worrying. Wang Jiandong smiled. The human race is not weak in the Kanglin Myriad world, but it can't be compared to the unfettered sacred ground. For example, the 7 major forces just now also wish for your father's death. If your father dies, they will also fight for the unfettered sacred ground." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun clenched her fists tightly. This was the Kanglin Myriad world. Even in such an environment, the human race was not united. Your father narrowly escaped death this time, so no one knows whether he's alive or dead. Kid, I've delivered the message. I'll take my leave first." After Wang Jiandong finished speaking, he added, "Oh, there's one more thing. After Wang Jingtian's actions, the seal of the 10 worlds might become unstable. I think it might explode, and the human world might not be safe. So, if you have time, you can enter the seal of the 10 worlds to repair it. At the same time, you can also leave the human world through the seal of the 10 worlds." Wang Jiandong laughed loudly, and his figure slowly dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became colder and colder. "Kid, don't think so much. This guy is right. It's not a bad thing that your wife was taken away." Guai said seriously. "The most important thing now is that you should think about what to do with yourself." "Me?" Mu Yan's eyes flashed at this moment. She said, I won't die. Kid, you have a way? Of course. Mu Yan said seriously. This time, I really have a way, but none of you believe me. Guai rolled his eyes at this moment. The illusory figure in the chart of extermination of immortality snorted and did not say anything else. Clan leader. Clan leader. At this moment, the generals of the Green Feather Army could finally regain their freedom and look at Mu Yan. I'm fine. Mu Yan said calmly. Green Feather Army, continue to track the retreating Blood Race soldiers. Remember, this time, the Wang family, Blood Race, Morong family, Shi family, and Han family will all be wiped out. After Mu Yan finished speaking, the generals and soldiers cupped their fists and stood up. The outcome was set. The shepherd's momentum could no longer be stopped. Mu Yan staggered and stood still. There was no aura left in her body. She did not even have the aura of an illusionary divine stage cultivator. Now, I can only gamble with my life. In an instant, the sparrow god fan appeared in her hands. It looked like an ordinary white paper fan. At this moment, a ray of light appeared on the sparrow god fan. Black flames started to burn. Mu Yan looked at the black flames and said, the sparrow god fan, the immortal flame, right? Guai. What's wrong? The immortal flame of the 9th netherworld vermilion bird tribe is said to contain the Tao of heaven and earth. Today, I want to see if it's true. What are you trying to do? Mu Yan did not answer Guai. In an instant, the blue sky underworld diagram opened. The heavenly fire, strange water, divine lightning, divine thunder, and so on in the diagram turned into a torrent and merged together. In the end, a powerful force merged with the immortal flame of the sparrow god fan. Mu Yan's mind moved, and the gentle force completely merged with the immortal flame. Burn! With a low shout, Mu Yan waved her hands. A vast aura spread out at this moment. The flames flew and burned her body completely. Patriarch! Patriarch! This scene immediately scared the surrounding generals and soldiers. Mu Yan was committing suicide. However, the combination of the flames and the various forces in the blue sky underworld diagram was so powerful that no one could get close to it. Guai immediately understood what Mu Yan was trying to do. Immortal and indestructible, destroyed and rebuilt, this guy was gambling with his life. He was gambling on whether the immortal flame could rebuild him. Boom, Mu Yan's body kept burning at this moment. Finally, it turned into ashes and disappeared. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. What are you chirping about? You won't die. It was Guai's voice. Slowly, the crowd surrounded the place and looked at the position where Mu Yan disappeared. Gradually, a figure slowly took form at the original spot where he had been standing. A drop of blood gradually spread out and turned into a figure. The figure gradually solidified. Mu Yan's figure quietly appeared at this moment. Patriarch. One of the commanders of the Green Feather Army was dumbfounded when he saw this. I'm fine. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura changed completely from head to toe. Half-Saint Realm, not only that, the power in her body seemed to have been sublimated at this moment. That unique aura made one's mind sway. Congratulations, Patriarch. Everyone knelt on one knee. Rise. Mu Yan waved her hand. A superior aura rose spontaneously. The aura of a half-saint was so powerful that it made people hesitate and confused. How do you feel? Guai asked at this moment. Comfortable. Clenching her hands, Mu Yan looked forward and said, Green Feather Army, follow me to battle. Yes. Blood Clan Secret Realm, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. In an instant, loud cheers sounded in the mountains. At this moment, Mu Yan could clearly feel that her power had been greatly improved. Not only that, she waved her hand. A wisp of black flame burned in her palm at this moment. This black flame was not just a simple immortal flame. It had merged with all the heavenly flames in her body. Mu Yan called it the immortal flame for the time being. At this moment, Mu Yan had made a decision about the divine realm. The human clan and the divine realm must be unified. Otherwise, if there were any problems between the 10,000 realms in the future, there might be internal rebellions in the human realm, which would be very troublesome. Mu Yun instantly led the shepherd's army to the Blood Clan's secret realm. Time passed bit by bit. The battle at the sacred burial mountain came to an end, but the Heavenly King Valley and the southernmost prairie were still surging at this moment. Damn it! At this moment, above the Heavenly King Valley, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun were fighting with the two patriarchs, Mu Guifan and Mu Fengxiao. A crazy aura was released wave after wave. Wang Zetian looked at the two opposite him. His eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. However, Mu Guifan and Mu Fengxiao also had the aura of a half-saint. Moreover, they were powerful half-saints. Until now, they still did not know how these two old things came back from the dead. Get lost. With a low shout, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun immediately attacked at this moment. Die. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. A sky full of black flames fell from the sky. Boom, the fire spread. At this moment, the flames completely enveloped Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun. Seeing this scene, Mu Guifan and Mu Fengxiao's expressions changed. Black flames, what was this? At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and appeared in midair. Wang Ziyun and Wang Zetian's screams rang out at this moment. The black flames were like maggots that could not be eliminated at all. At this moment, the two half-saints were bound by the black flames and gradually burned to ashes at this moment. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Patriarch! Patriarch! Seeing Mu Yun's arrival, everyone's morale soared. Warriors of the shepherds, listen to my command. Mu Yun said proudly, blood all of the Blood Clan, together with the two half-saints Blood Qingfeng and Blood Qingyu, have been killed. The Blood Clan's secret realm has been breached. This time, he was really enraged, he was furious. The 9 ladies were taken away and he was powerless. All he could do now was to pacify the human world and unify it. After which, he would head towards the Kanglan Myriad world. After entering the Kanglan Myriad world, he would look for the 9 ladies, his father, and his mother. Unfortunately, all of these people had become the targets of his venting his anger. Hearing this, the entire crowd was dumbfounded. Xuexiao was dead, the members of the royal family were terrified. Xuexiao was a sage, but even he was dead. How could they be a match for Xuexiao? In addition, the two patriarchs were killed by Mu Yun. There was no way they could fight this war. With the hearts of the people not united, it was impossible for the royal family to fight back. The battle started to be one-sided. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. Those powerful ancestral gods could not escape from his control. Half-saint realm, how could his half-saint realm be compared to others? At the same time, 9 of his avatars appeared in the southernmost grassland. Seeing this, the 3 ancient families of the Murong tribe were completely disheartened. 9 avatars, 9 sage-to-be. Mu Yun did not show any mercy. It was as though he was venting all his anger on the illusionary divine and sage-to-be of the ancient families. Mu Yun was filled with killing intent. The 3 armies started to counterattack. In the realm of gods, there was a smell of blood everywhere. Everyone knew that the vast divine realm was about to undergo a great change. Sounds of battles could be heard spreading across the place. Mu Yun was filled with killing intent at this moment. He led the army and charged towards the west. A great battle seemed to have truly begun at this moment. Time passed by slowly. A full year had passed since the great war in the realm of gods. In this year, the warriors of the shepherds fought everywhere and became more extraordinary. As the leader of the shepherds, Mu Yun was in charge of the shepherds. His 9 avatars were in charge of 9 different places. On this day, in the main hall of the shepherds, Mu Yun sat on the throne and looked down. Mu Yun spoke slowly. Everyone understands the current state of the god realm. Mu Yun said slowly, the remaining people from the various ancient families will not be able to kill us in a short period of time. However, without the help of a half-step sage or illusionary divine dream master, it is impossible for them to fight against us. This matter requires everyone to do it bit by bit. It might take decades or even centuries. The 3 patriarchs of the shepherds and the other shepherds were present in the hall. This included half-saint Zhao Fengfeng of the Zhao clan, half-saint Zhan Songxing of the Zhang clan, and Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu clan. Mu Yun said again, I will not stay in the God realm for too long. I will definitely go to the Kanglan myriad realms. This time, I will have to trouble everyone. Patriarch, hearing this, everyone below was stunned. Mu Yun said again, let me finish. The God realm has been unified. Now, there are only 5 ancient families left, the Shepherds, the Yang clan, the Zhu clan, the Zhan clan, and the Zhao clan. However, from today onwards, the 5 ancient families will no longer be separated. Everyone will form an alliance. Qin Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun said seriously, from today onwards, the Qin Cloud Alliance will be taken over by second uncle, Mu Qinglang, and the 2 deputy leaders, Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan. As for the rest who have reached the half-step sage level, they will be the supreme elders. At the same time, I have already made a list of the rest. They will each have their own duties. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said again, at the same time, the Holy Cloud Academy under the Shepherds will be open to the public. The ancient families will no longer be mysterious to the God realm. Those with outstanding talents will be able to enter the Holy Cloud Academy to cultivate. After that, they will be able to enter the Qin Cloud Alliance to work. They will also have the freedom to choose. However, after entering the Qin Cloud Alliance, they will have the opportunity to surpass the God realm and reach the illusionary divine stage, half-step sage, and become sage. They can even leave the human world and go to a wider world. Qin Cloud Alliance, Holy Cloud Academy. Everyone present nodded. Mu Yun said again, everyone, since I have said that I will let bygones be bygones, I will let bygones be bygones. In the future, everyone will work in the Qin Cloud Alliance and manage the God realm. As time passes, the so-called grudge between the ancient families will gradually disappear. I hope that when I return again, I will see a thriving Qin Cloud Alliance, a prosperous Holy Cloud Academy, and a God realm where the ancestor gods and sages exist. Hearing this, everyone stood still respectfully. At this moment, Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the rest did not say anything about following her. They knew that following Mu Yun now would only cause trouble for Mu Yun. Mu Yun had her own things to do. When the 9 girls were taken away that day, they understood the unwillingness and helplessness in Mu Yun's heart. The 10,000 realms in Kanglan was a new world. However, to Mu Yun, it was a world that she should go to. She did not have the foresight that she had after her rebirth, nor did she have the shepherds in the God realm. She was alone, however, it was enough. This time, it was a real trial, it was different from the previous times. Clan leader, are you leaving now? No. Mu Yun said again, this time, the 10 realms seal is not complete. I need to do some repairs to ensure the stability of the human world. Mu Yun said seriously, however, I can handle this matter alone. All of you stay here and do things according to my orders. As soon as she said that, the shepherds below looked a little sad. Mu Qingyu had always been their pillar of support. Now that she had left the God realm, her whereabouts were unknown. Now, Mu Yun had established her prestige. However, she had to leave them. As for Mu Yun, they were even more reluctant to part with her. Looking at you, it's not like you will disappear in the future. When I unify the 10,000 realms in the future, the human world is destined to be the center of the 10,000 realms. All of you will be conferred the title of Marquis and Generals. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun nodded. She looked at everyone and disappeared. Now, she had reached the half-saint realm. The matters in the God realm were arranged properly. The establishment of the Azure Cloud Alliance, the expansion of the Holy Cloud Academy, the unification of the major ancient clans, and the matters in the Divine Prefecture and the various realms. The 3 patriarchs and his 3 uncles would do better than her. As for the other matters, Mu Yun noted them down one by one. Everyone just had to follow the plan. Especially the Ascenders in the Immortal Realm. The gap between her and her old friends would become bigger and bigger. But even so, they would be taken care of when they reached the God realm. In the God realm, there was nothing for her to worry about. What she really needed to worry about was her father and mother, as well as Meng Zimo and Qin Mengyao. At this moment, in the endless space-time tunnel, more than a dozen figures were teleporting towards the Kanglan myriad realms. Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Shin were among them. At this moment, Chen Shuang was in a good mood. The matters assigned by the Ice God Palace were completed. She could finally rest assured. Ladies, don't worry. When you reach the Ice God Palace, I won't be enemies with you. We will have a very good relationship with each other. And you don't have to worry about being violated. When you enter the Ice God Palace, no one will dare to violate you. Chen Shuang talked non-stop along the way, introducing the matters in the Kanglan Myriad Realms to the two girls. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Qin Mingyao's cold face. This smile made Chen Shuang slightly absent-minded. You feel it? Yes. Qin Mingyao nodded and smiled. I didn't expect that this time, he really didn't lie to us. I can feel his powerful vitality. The connection between the 9 sacred steels is indeed mysterious. Ming Wuxian also let out a sigh of relief. Mu Yun, you're well. What are you talking about? Chen Shuang was puzzled. Chen Shuang, right? Qin Mingyao said indifferently. I wonder how your Ice God Palace compares to the carefree sacred ground. How does it compare to the Ice Phoenix race? Chen Shuang smiled shakily. It's just a little bit worse, is that so? Then your Ice God Palace should be prepared to take on the anger of these two sides in the future. Qin Mingyao smiled and didn't say anything else. Ming Wuxian said again, and the water spirit race. Hearing the two girls' words. Chen Shuang was puzzled. What's going on? High in the sky of the human realm, Mu Yun stood proudly with her hands behind her back. Looking at the lightning and thunder in the sky, Mu Yun allowed her body to be hit by the lightning and wind. The half-saint body was incomparably powerful. At this moment, she couldn't be compared to when she was an ancestor god. Guai, you already knew the power of the sparrow god fan. Mu Yun complained. Immortal and indestructible, only death can bring life. Only by exhausting all my lifespan can I truly activate the sparrow god fan and release the immortal fire. This is like the Phoenix race's Nirvana rebirth. I do know, but I don't know if Yusher has used it before. After all, this sparrow god fan can only be used once. Guai said calmly, it seems that your mother hasn't used it before. Mother, Mu Yun clenched her fists and asked carefully, will father succeed in this rescue? I think so. Your father never does things that he's not sure of. Guai said again, alright, next is the battle of the Kanglan Myriad World. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? You're talking nonsense, Guai immediately scolded, I've been with you for so many years. What benefits have I gotten? Whether it's the divine realm, the immortal realm, or the small world, they're all too weak. Only in the Kanglan Myriad World can I recover my strength. You better behave yourself now. The Kanglan Myriad World is filled with mysterious and unpredictable places. There must be many treasures that contain desolation ancient chi. Once you find them and devour them, I'll be able to continuously recover my strength. It's much more powerful than your lousy painting. The immortal extermination painting is the painting of the gods. What do you know? Guai seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to Qin Chen. When you find treasures that contain desolation ancient chi, I can help you unlock more secrets in the painting of the gods. You don't even have to challenge the Emperor's protection. I can help you obtain many treasures in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. You're poor now. You're no longer a reborn immortal king, nor are you the crown prince of the shepherds. You're just a simple human boy. Guai, can you tell me about the Kanglan 10,000 Realms now? Mu Yun had long been looking forward to the Kanglan 10,000 Realms. At this moment, they had yet to reach the sealed land of the 10 realms, so they could learn a little about it. Sure. Guai coughed and said, the Kanglan 10,000 Realms is a vast world, and it's made up of 9, And it's made up of thousands of races. He coughed and continued, in the Kanglan 10,000 Realms, the first grade races to the 9th grade races are recognized as the race hierarchy, and they are scattered in each realm. But unlike the human realm, which is sealed, there are spatial passageways connecting each realm. You can imagine it as a beehive. Yes, it's like a beehive. They are independent of each other, but they are also connected to each other. Among them, the Xiaoyao Sacred Ruins is a unique existence in the 10,000 realms. It is connected to all the races in the 10,000 realms through spatial passageways. This is also your grandfather's masterpiece. In addition to the major races in each realm, there are naturally human forces. Humans reproduce too quickly, and this is something that the major races can't compare to. There's strength in numbers. It's inevitable that there will be some talented people who will create forces that can contend with the ninth grade races in those realms. Wait. Mu Yun hurriedly said, what about the Pilda Arch Mansion, Ice God Palace, Divine Sword Pavilion? Even if you don't ask, I will tell you. Guai said seriously, those forces are all top-notch. They can contend with the major first-grade races. But compared to the Xiaoyao Sacred Ruins, they are weaker. Mu Yun nodded and didn't say anything else. Let's talk about the problem of increasing your cultivation level next. Guai said again, there are 3 steps to becoming a sage. The illusionary divine, half-sage, and sage transformation. What you have to do is to integrate with the forces of heaven and earth and receive the recognition of heaven and earth. Surpassing these 3 steps is the true sage realm. Mu Yun nodded. The sage realm is a true cultivator in the Kanglan 10,000 realms and is respected by others. Guai continued, the saint realm is divided into 4 minor realms, the minor realm, the middle realm, the great realm, and the supreme realm. Brat, you've fused the immortal divine fire in the peacock god fan with the heavenly fire you've collected. You've been pushed to the brink of death, and you've recovered your lifespan and strength. There's still one last step to reach the half-saint realm. Only then can I become a saint. Guai chuckled. Who knows, you might be able to obtain some benefits from the sealed land of the 10 realms. Benefits? Didn't Wang Jiandong say that last time? Because of the changes made by the Divination Pavilion, the space-time tunnel that was supposed to lead to the Qilin realm was connected to a secret plane. The 7 major forces were able to enter the mortal realm and take away Qin Mengyao and the others. However, because of this, the seal of the 10 realms has loosened. You can now enter and strengthen the seal of the 10 realms. However, with the seal loosening, there must be foreign races entering the 10 great empty realms. It's a good opportunity for you to hone your skills. Alright. At this moment, Mu Yun was also eager to give it a try. Without saying much, Mu Yun's figure flashed, and he immediately rushed into the sky above. Last time, Mu Qingyu had already told him the method to open the seal of the 10 realms. This time, Mu Yun's destination was the 10 empty realm. There were a total of 10 empty realms in the seal of the 10 realms. This time, the one that had loosened was the 10 empty realm. With a flash, Mu Yun appeared in the 10 empty realm. As soon as he appeared, he felt circles of chaotic spatial fluctuations around his body. They were like stormy waves, constantly surging and churning. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. However, Mu Yun had already stepped into the half-saint realm. His body was incomparably strong, and the spatial turbulence could not hurt him at all. Someone's coming. Mu Yun's gaze turned cold. He felt dozens of powerful auras rushing over. They would probably arrive in less than 15 minutes. Let's strengthen the seal first. Gui's tone was indifferent. He also felt that someone was coming, but he was not afraid. Mu Yun had already stepped into the half-saint realm. If there were enemies coming, it would be a good opportunity for Mu Yun to practice. However, practice was practice. Everything had to be done safely. They had to strengthen the seal first. Otherwise, if any fish escaped the net and took the opportunity to run to the mortal realm, it would be troublesome. Mu Yun did not waste any time. He directly opened his heaven's eye. One of his eyes immediately revealed an ancient aura. Endless spatial aura spread out from his eyes. The heaven's eye had great control over space. As soon as Mu Yun opened his heaven's eye, the surrounding spatial turbulence immediately stilled. Guai made a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the calming of the spatial turbulence, he formed a seal with both hands. Majestic auras spread out, constantly strengthening the seal. In an instant, the two of them completely strengthened the loosened seal. The seal has been strengthened. The mortal realm can be guaranteed to be safe. Mu Yun smiled. The last of his worries had been resolved. At this moment, dozens of figures flew over from the distant horizon. In an instant, they arrived in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun was already prepared. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at them coldly. Dragon rhinoceros race, nine-tailed cat, winged silver lion, titan giant ape, purple-eyed sacred cow, white dragon horse, corpse-eating beast. Mu Yun looked over and saw many familiar figures. These people were from the Kanglan myriad world and were all grade 9 races. Looking at the aura that they exuded, most of them were illusionary divine dream masters. A few of them were half-saints. The leader was from the Titan giant ape race. His body was majestic and his arms were covered with hair. He looked like a sage and was only one step away from becoming a sage. With such a luxurious lineup, the lowest level was illusionary divine dream master. The leader was a sage and his aura was not weaker than Shueshao. Mu Yun did not let his guard down and faced them calmly. "Brat, it's you." The giant ape race leader glared at Mu Yun furiously. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Mu Yun sized him up. He had never seen this sage ape race leader before. "My name is Taiyu and I am a top-notch warrior from the Titan giant ape race." "Of course, you don't know me but I remember you. Your portrait has already spread throughout the 3 elemental realms. Your head is also worth a lot of money." Taiyu laughed coldly. He clenched his fists tightly and a cracking sound could be heard. "What are you doing here? Are you here to take my head?" The crimson spirit spear appeared in Mu Yun's hands. A flame-like red glow surrounded the spear and gave off a blazing aura. "Ha ha ha, are you afraid? If you want to keep your head, open the seal immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you." Taiyu's tone was extremely arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant because he was a sage while Mu Yun was only a half-saint. "If you want to open the seal, kill me first." Mu Yun stood with her spear and looked coldly at Taiyu. She knew how strong she was. "Ha ha ha, a puny half-saint like you actually dares to challenge me?" Taiyu felt incredulous and shook his head. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to fight with you. I don't want to disgrace my status. Long Qian, Ling, the 2 of you can go. I can't be bothered to fight." "Yes." 2 voices sounded. 2 figures walked out from behind Taiyu. One of them was from the white dragon horse race and the other was from the corpse-eating beast race. Both of them were quite powerful and were also at the half-saint realm. They had a strong influence in their own race and were annoyed by Taiyu's yelling. However, Taiyu's strength was too strong. A sage realm expert could completely crush them. They didn't dare to disobey Taiyu's orders and immediately charged towards Mu Yun. Long Qian and Ling didn't say anything and directly attacked. They seemed to want to vent their anger on Mu Yun. Taiyu narrowed his eyes and smiled as he watched the show. In his eyes, Mu Yun was already a dead person. "Pucci," a figure was sent flying. Taiyu was stunned. He saw Mu Yun standing on the spot with a head on the tip of her spear. It was Ling's head. This fellow from the corpse-eating beast race charged at the front and wanted to kill Mu Yun in one move. However, before he could figure out what was going on, Mu Yun chopped off his head. Long Chia, who was at the side, was completely shocked. He looked at Mu Yun in astonishment. He did not see how Mu Yun attacked. He only saw a flash of red light and the head of the zombie spirit was gone. "Do you still want to kill me?" Mu Yun smiled as she looked at Long Qian indifferently. Even Guiyi was shocked. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have improved so much. She actually killed a sage-to-be expert in one move. Long Qian was completely speechless. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Under the suppression of Mu Yun's aura, he didn't even have the will to fight. "Good lad, I've underestimated you." Taiyu was both shocked and furious. Mu Yun's strength was beyond his imagination. They were both in the sage-to-be realm, but he was able to destroy the corpse spirit with a single move. If Mu Yun was allowed to live, he would definitely surpass him in the future. This lad can't be left alive. Killing intent exploded in Taiyu's heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his fist and punched towards Mu Yun's head. His fist didn't have any fancy moves. It was just a rough and wild punch that was filled with an overbearing aura. It was as if he wanted to shatter heaven, earth, sun, and moon with one punch. Mu Yun's face was calm. She didn't retreat at all. She also punched out. A mysterious black flame exploded on the tip of her fist. Bang, the two fists collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. A huge airwave spread out from Mu Yun and Taiyu. Long Qian, who was beside them, was attacked by the airwave. He bled from his 7 orifices on the spot. He screamed and fell to the ground, dead. The people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. What kind of collision was this? Just the airwave that erupted was enough to kill a sage-to-be. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire and retreated in a sorry state. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Taiyu's body was still standing, while Mu Yun took 3 steps back in a sorry state. Hee, is that so? Although Mu Yun was pushed back, her face was calm and she was even smiling. Brat, what are you laughing at? Taiyu was furious as he felt that something was amiss. Mu Yun glanced at his right arm and said coldly, "Look at your arm." Huh? Taiyu was stunned as he looked at his right arm. He saw that there were wisps of black flames coiling around his arm. These flames were like demons as they coiled around his arm and didn't dissipate. Taiyu's skin was thick and he didn't feel the heat at first. However, the black flames had already started burning and a burnt smell filled the air. Even his skin and hair were burnt. Ouch! Taiyu shouted as he tried to extinguish the black flames. However, these black flames were like maggots that coiled around his bones. Not only did they show no signs of dissipating, but they also burned even more fiercely. Tsk. Following a terrifying roasting sound, Taiyu's entire arm was burnt into charcoal. His skin and flesh were completely peeled off, revealing eerie white bones. The black flames continued to spread, climbing up his chest, his legs, his neck, his head, and finally, his entire body was enveloped by the black flames. Save me, save me! Taiyu screamed as he rolled on the ground. He wanted to extinguish the black flames, but it was useless. The flames were getting bigger and bigger, and he was already burnt into charcoal. Mu Yun looked at this scene coldly. These black flames were the undying divine flames. She had integrated the energy of the Sparrow God Fan and now had complete control over the undying divine flames. Once she used it, it had a terrifying effect. These undying divine flames wouldn't be extinguished until the target was burnt to ashes. Lord Taiyu. The people from the various races were frightened when they saw Taiyu in such a miserable state. However, no one dared to help him as Mu Yun was standing there. Who would dare to go up and die? Who dares to be arrogant here? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A black figure flew over from the distant horizon. He was covered in a black robe. His body was thin, and his face was pale. His facial features were demonic. When he spoke, he faintly revealed 2 fangs, making him look extremely sinister. Lord Sherwuming. When the crowd saw the black-robed man, they cheered in unison. Mu Yun's heart sank. He looked at the black-robed man and murmured in shock. A sage expert? The black-robed man exuded an extremely powerful aura that surpassed everything. It was as though he could suppress the 9 heavens. He was so powerful that he was lawless. Mu Yun hadn't come into contact with him, but she was sure that she wouldn't be able to defeat him. This black-robed man was a sage expert. Those below the sage realm were all ants. No matter how powerful those below the sage realm were, their lifespan could not exceed 100,000 years. An ant-like existence would one day run out of oil. However, a sage was different. A powerhouse of this level could traverse the heavens and was incomparably terrifying. The strongest enemy that Mu Yun had encountered before was Xue Xiao, who was at the peak of the sage transformation realm. He had never encountered a true sage. Sherwuming. This person is called Sherwuming. Mu Yun immediately remembered Sherwuming's name. It seemed that Sherwuming was a member of the corpse-eating beast clan. Mu Yun, I suggest that you hurry up and run. Guai became vigilant when he saw Sherwuming. He immediately urged Mu Yun to run. After all, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. A sage expert was too terrifying. They had to avoid him for the time being. Qin Chen was now in the sage-to-be realm. No, I'm not leaving. I want to see how powerful a sage is. Mu Yun's eyes burned with a blazing flame. They were filled with fighting spirit and determination. He really wanted to see how powerful a sage was. You're crazy. You're crazy, kid. I don't care how you usually mess around, but this time, you can't force yourself. Everyone below the sage realm is an ant. In his eyes, you're just an ant. You can't defeat him. Hurry up and run. The strange man became anxious and desperately urged Mu Yun to escape. However, Mu Yun was unmoved. He stood in place and looked at Shi Wuming. Although he was sure that he couldn't defeat him, he wanted to try. He wanted to see how long he could last. Lord Shi Wuming, save me. Save me. At this moment, Taiyu struggled and cried desperately. Shi Wuming looked at him coldly. Then, he stomped Taiyu to death and chuckled. Don't worry, Taiyu. I'll avenge you. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they saw Shi Wuming's ruthless methods. You're Mu Yun? Shi Wuming raised his head and looked at Mu Yun. Two fangs could be vaguely seen at the corner of his mouth. He didn't hide his sharp killing intent. That's right. Mu Yun held the Crimson Spirit Spear tightly and didn't retreat at all. Human Emperor Mu Qingyu's son is indeed extraordinary. You killed a sage transformation expert in one move. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Shi Wuming sneered. Then, he waved his hand. At this moment, the flesh on his palm peeled off, revealing his white bones. A white bone claw came from the sky and grabbed Mu Yun's head. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if he had fallen into hell. It was as if he was surrounded by a gloomy ghost aura from all directions. Break! Mu Yun shouted and waved the Crimson Spirit Spear. Violent airwaves swept out and shook the surrounding chilly wind. Finally, the tip of the spear stabbed out like a dragon and hit Shi Wuming's white bone claw. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Shi Wuming withdrew his white bone claw and laughed. Not bad, not bad. You can actually block 1/10 of my power. Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression changed. 1/10 of his power? Was a saint-level expert so powerful? Forget it. I'm not going to play with you. The seal here has been strengthened. I can't stay here for long. I have to leave quickly. But you'd better come with me. Shi Wuming restrained his expression and didn't say anything else. He formed a seal with both hands and a gloomy aura spread out crazily. White bone cage. Crack, 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 white bones emerged from under Mu Yun's feet and formed a cage, completely trapping Mu Yun. Lord Shi Wuming, kill him quickly. When the crowd saw that Mu Yun was imprisoned, they immediately cheered. Shi Wuming's eyes were as cold as ice and gloomy. His heart was filled with disdain. This group of trash really didn't have any brains. Mu Yun was the son of the human emperor, Mu Qingyu. Instead of killing him, it was better to take him back as a hostage. He was more valuable. Take him back first. Shi Wuming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly gave the order. Mu Yun was trapped in the white bone cage. With his strength, he could break out of the cage and run away. Although he couldn't defeat Shi Wuming, if he wanted to leave, Shi Wuming definitely couldn't stop him. However, after hearing Shi Wuming's words, Mu Yun changed his mind and decided to beat him at his own game. Guai secretly urged, Kid, what are you waiting for? He wants to take you away. Hurry up and run. This white bone cage can't hold you. I know, but why are we running away? It's better to beat him at his own game, Mu Yun said with a smile. Beat him at his own game? Guai was puzzled. Yes, I'm thinking of leaving the human realm and entering the Kanglan Myriad domain. Instead of finding the way myself, why don't I let him take me in? This was Mu Yun's plan. If Shi Wuming wanted to take him back, then let him do so. He could beat him at his own game and enter the Kanglan Myriad domain. This is too risky. If anything happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Guai shook his head and disagreed. This was too dangerous. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Mu Yun looked calm. Guai fell silent. Mu Yun was no longer the hothead he used to be. Now, he could take charge of things on his own. It wasn't good for him to persuade him. The matter was settled. Shi Wuming wanted to capture Mu Yun, but Mu Yun didn't run away. Instead, he beat him at his own game and disguised himself as a prisoner. Let's go. Shi Wuming waved his hand and left with his people. Mu Yun was locked in the bone cage and was pulled away by the crowd. Mu Yun was excited. He could finally leave. He had wanted to enter the Kanglin Myriad domain for a long time. Now that the battle between the 10 great divine clans was over, and with the existence of the Azure Cloud Alliance and Holy Cloud Academy, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to continue to explore and find the whereabouts of his parents and 9 girls. He had to constantly increase his strength so that he could save his women. What realm is the Shi Wuming at? Mu Yun asked secretly. Gue said before that the saint was divided into the lesser realm, middle realm, great realm, and supreme realm. He just didn't know what realm Shi Wuming was at. He's at the lesser realm of the saint realm. Gue replied. He's so powerful just at the lesser realm of the saint realm? Mu Yun was surprised. Just now, Shi Wuming used 1/10 of his power, and he had to focus on dealing with it. He thought that Shi Wuming was an expert at the supreme realm of the saint realm, or at least at the great realm. He didn't expect him to be at the lesser realm. How is it? Are you afraid? I told you to run away. Gue sneered. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just a little surprised. It turns out that the lesser realm is so powerful. It seems that the saint realm experts are much stronger than I imagined. Mu Yun wasn't afraid. Ever since he broke and stood up, there was nothing to be afraid of. So what if he was a saint? If he wanted to leave, Shi Wuming wouldn't be able to stop him. His heart was burning. It turned out that the saint realm experts were so powerful. He wanted to break through to the saint realm more and more. However, there was still the saint realm in front of him. It wasn't that easy to become a saint. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun also left the human realm and entered a brand new world. In front of us is the city of the corpse race, the Corpse Emperor City. Everyone, follow me back. There must be something wrong with this kid we caught this time. Perhaps we have made great contributions. Lord Corpse Emperor will definitely reward us handsomely. Shi Wuming narrowed his eyes and looked at the city in the distance with a smile on his face. Yes, my lord. When everyone heard that there would be a reward, they all revealed excited expressions. Crack, but at this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The white bone cage broke open without any warning. Mu Yun's figure soared into the sky. Under the sunlight, she was as mighty as a god of war. She did not look like a prisoner in the slightest. Shi Wuming, thank you for bringing me here. I'll take my leave first. Mu Yun laughed loudly. She had already successfully entered the 3 elements realm and did not need to disguise herself anymore. She directly escaped. What? Shi Wuming's expression changed drastically. Even a saint-level expert would find it difficult to break through his white bone cage. However, he did not expect Mu Yun to escape so easily. Mu Yun did not waste any time and directly flew away. You want to run? Die. Shi Wuming was furious. His right hand flew out and the flesh on his palm instantly fell off, revealing a terrifying and eerie white bone. His white bone claw covered the sky and stirred up a sinister wind. It erupted with a sinister aura as it grabbed at Mu Yun's body. Divine Sparrow Fan. Mu Yun immediately took out the vermilion bird god fan and a white paper fan appeared. There were wisps of black flames circulating on the paper fan. This was the 9 nether vermilion birds' undying divine flame, which possessed the power to incinerate everything. Chi chi chi, the moment the sinister wind touched the undying divine flame, it let out a sizzling sound and turned into smoke and dissipated. Shi Wuming's white bone palm was also blocked by the divine sparrow fan. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? Shi Wuming was shocked. He did not expect Mu Yun's paper fan to block his attack. He calmed himself down and was about to attack again, but he did not expect that Mu Yun's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Mu Yun did not linger in the battle. With his current strength, clashing head-on with a saint expert was simply courting death. And if he wanted to leave, Shi Wuming would not be able to stop him. Chase after him. Shi Wuming was infuriated, and a sinister aura burst out from his body. In his rage, the flesh on his face fell off piece by piece, revealing his eerie white bones. In the blink of an eye, his entire face had turned into a white skeleton. 2 green will-o'-the-wisps burned in his empty eye sockets, making him look extremely demonic. When everyone saw this scene, they were all horrified and immediately scattered in all directions to pursue. At this moment, Mu Yan's figure flashed like lightning above the grassland. Her posture was extremely carefree. "Good boy, you really ran out." Guai chuckled. Under the eyes of a saint expert, Mu Yan was actually able to escape unscathed. This was really a little beyond his expectations. "Calm down, what's there to be surprised about? After reaching the half-saint level, I've been reborn and tempered by the undying divine flame. Don't underestimate me." Mu Yan smiled slightly, looked around, and muttered, "This is the Three Elements realm." Guai said, "That's right, the Three Elements realm is where the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, the Corpse-Eating Beast clan, the Winged Silver Lion clan, and other races live." Mu Yan asked, "Who created the Three Elements realm?" "It's..." Guai wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and said, "I can't say that person's name now." Mu Yan was stunned, and asked, "Why can't you say it?" "That person's name contains endless disasters, curses, and massacres. I haven't recovered my strength yet, so I can't call his name directly. Otherwise, I'll be cursed endlessly and live a life worse than death." Guai was a little helpless. He wanted to say it but couldn't. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. Is that person very powerful? Would calling him by his name bring about endless curses and disasters? I don't believe it. Mu Yan felt incredulous. Everyone below the saint level is an ant. You're just a little half-saint. You're inferior to an ant. How can you understand other people's realms? You'd better cultivate to the saint level first. Guai rolled his eyes. Although Mu Yan had already advanced to the half-saint level, in the Three Elements realm, this little bit of strength was not worth mentioning. Just that Saint Sherwooming alone was not someone Mu Yan could deal with. Mu Yan smiled bitterly. Indeed, his strength was not enough. He had to find a way to improve as soon as possible. This was the territory of the corpse-eating beasts, and the Corpse Emperor city was nearby. It was not suitable to stay for long. Mu Yan did not hesitate and immediately left. A day later, he left the Corpse Emperor grassland and came to a place called Xianxia town. Xianxia town was quite lively. Most of the pedestrians on the streets were humans. The footprints of humans were all over the universe. In the Three Elements realm, there were also many human forces. This Xianxia town was obviously the territory of humans. In addition to humans, there were also corpse-eating beasts, winged silver lions, dragon rhinoceros clan, and other races. Everyone was on guard against each other and did not seem to be friendly. In the Three Elements realm, racial conflicts were very serious. Mu Yan stepped into Xianxia town. In this seemingly peaceful town, he vaguely sensed a trace of hostility. He sat down in a tea house by the street, ordered a pot of tea, and rested for a while. Seeing that he was alone, the waiter asked curiously, "Sir, are you alone?" "Yes." Mu Yan nodded slightly. The waiter was surprised. "You dare to fight for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda alone? I advise you to leave quickly to avoid losing your life." "What heavenly poison ancient pagoda?" Mu Yan was stunned. The waiter said, "Sir, why are you asking when you already know the answer? You must have come to Xianxia town to fight for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. However, you are alone, so you should go back. Don't send yourself to death." "Heavenly poison ancient pagoda. I am from the outside world. Waiter, can you tell me a thing or two?" Mu Yan was interested. What exactly was the heavenly poison ancient pagoda? It sounded quite powerful. Could it be that everyone in Xianxia town was here for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda? "So you are from the outside world. Then you should leave quickly. Otherwise, when the battle for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda begins, you will probably be implicated and die without a burial ground." The waiter shook his head. "Actually, there's no harm in telling you. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda is the most famous treasure in the Three Elements world. Rumor has it that it was personally refined by that person and has the power to poison a world. Legend has it that there are cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and other treasures left behind by that person in the heavenly poison ancient pagoda." "Who is that person?" Mu Yan frowned. The waiter shuddered. That person, it's that person. He's the one who created the three elements realm. I can't say that person's name. Otherwise, it'll bring about endless disasters and curses. It'll be worse than death. Mu Yun came to a realization. It seemed that it was the person that Guei mentioned. He actually had such terrifying power. Guei didn't dare to say his name, and the waiter didn't dare to say it either. That person's name is Heavenly Lord Calamity. A delicate voice suddenly rang out, shaking the entire tea house. All the guests in the tea house were stunned. Many people were so surprised that the teacups in their hands fell to the ground and shattered. You actually dare to say that person's name. When the waiter heard this, he was so scared that his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. What's there to be afraid of? I even checked the ancient books. This Heavenly Lord Calamity's name in the mortal world is Zhao Erden. What a joke. The person who spoke was a young girl. She wore a green dress with a purple shirt over it. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was snow white, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. She looked valiant and heroic. It was extremely moving. When the guests in the tea house heard that the young girl not only mentioned Heavenly Lord Calamity's honorific name, but also dared to insult the Heavenly Lord's name, they were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. They all fled in a sorry state, as if they were afraid that some natural disaster would descend. In an instant, the tea house was empty. No one dared to stay. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You don't dare to say Heavenly Lord Calamity's name, but I, Liao Shue, will. Liao Shue puffed out her chest and looked around in disdain. Mu Yun looked at her with interest. Liao Shue's stubborn appearance was interesting and admirable. Mu Yun, hurry up and leave. This woman is finished. I can tell from her aura that she's not even a saint. She's dead for daring to call that person by his name. She's definitely dead. She'll definitely suffer endless curses and disasters. You'd better stay away from her to avoid suffering, Guei said seriously. The 10,000 deep-sea realms were vast and boundless. Every single realm contained powerful figures. His current strength did not exist at all. He could not protect Mu Yun. Hearing that, Mu Yun did not leave. Instead, she stood up with a smile and clasped her hands at Liao Shue. Miss, you're so bold. I admire you. Liao Shue said, why aren't you leaving? Aren't you afraid that disaster will descend and you'll lose your life? Mu Yun said, legends may not be credible. There's nothing to be afraid of. Liao Shue said, since you're not afraid, then say these 4 words, Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Mu Yun smiled and did not say anything. He was not stupid. Although he did not believe in legends, he would not take his life seriously. Liao Shue said, forget it. In this 3 Yuan realm, no one dares to mention that person's name except for me. She glanced at Mu Yun and asked, your appearance is a little familiar. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. What's your name? Mu Yun. I've never heard of you. Liao Shue shook her head and said with a smile, I think you're just a half-saint. You'd better be careful. After a pause, Liao Shue said with a little vigilance, could it be that you're also here for the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda? No, what Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda? I've never heard of it. I just want to experience the world and see it for myself. Mu Yun sat down beside Liao Shue and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't hold back at all. Liao Shue did not care and said with a smile, seeing that you're not afraid of death, I want to make a deal with you. Are you willing? What deal? Mu Yun remained calm. Oh? Mu Yun's expression did not change. He had just arrived in the 3 elements world and was not familiar with the distribution of forces. He only knew that there were 7 grade 9 races, which were the corpse-eating beasts, the dragon rhinoceros race, the white dragon horse, and so on. However, he did not know about the human forces. The jade-toed house that Liao Shue mentioned was probably a human force. As for the first-grade saint art that she mentioned, Mu Yun had never heard of it. At this moment, Guiyi's voice rang in Mu Yun's ears. First-grade saint art. This woman is willing to trade with a first-grade saint art. Mu Yun, you have to consider it. If you can obtain a first-grade saint art, your strength will be able to take another step forward. You will be reborn and have a meteoric rise. What grade is a saint art? Mu Yan asked curiously. A saint art is a cultivation technique that a saint cultivates. It surpasses a divine art and is much stronger. If you can obtain a saint art, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Moreover, cultivating a saint art can increase the speed of advancing to a saint. If you want to advance to the saint realm now, you might need a few hundred years. However, with a saint art, you can become a saint within 100 years. Guai said slowly. Although he was not interested in a saint art, his strength had been damaged. There were many effects in the scroll of the gods that he could not use. Become a saint within 100 years? Mu Yun was completely shocked. At his level, it would easily take 1,000 years to improve. However, Guai actually said that if he had a saint art, he could immediately become a saint within 100 years. Mu Yun's heart thumped. It turned out that a saint art was actually so precious. There are 9 grades of saint art. First grade saint art is a saint art that a saint cultivates. It is very suitable for you to cultivate. If you successfully cultivate a saint art, you will be able to comprehend the saint's great path and advance to the saint realm in less than 100 years. Gui's tone was a little excited. Mu Yun's heart was in turmoil, but she did not show it on the surface. She looked at Liao Xue and said indifferently, Miss Li, as far as I know, the saint art is very valuable. Are you really willing to give it to me? Liao Xue said, Of course, I'm a true disciple of Jade Toad House. I swear on the heavenly Tao that if you can help me take back my sex dharma treasure, I'll give you a set of saint arts. If I go back on my words, I'll be struck by lightning. Mu Yun nodded and asked in a deep voice, You asked me to help you take back your sex dharma treasure. This matter is definitely harder than ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, you wouldn't have offered such a high reward. Mu Yun was not stupid. No matter how amazing the saint art was, one had to be alive to cultivate it. Liao Xue's sex dharma treasure had been taken away by the corpse-eating beasts and hidden in Corpse Emperor City. While he already had a grudge against the corpse-eating beasts, that guy called Shi Wuming was still searching for him everywhere. If he went to Corpse Emperor City, he would be walking right into a trap. Liao Xue said, There will definitely be difficulties, and you might even lose your life. However, I think you know the value of a first-grade saint art. You should consider it carefully. Mu Yun said, I wonder what kind of dharma treasure it is that you want to exchange it with a first-grade saint art. Liao Xue said, It's a very ordinary dharma treasure called the 5-Dragon Wheel. It's the dharma treasure of our Jade Toad House's founder. It has long been shrouded by a vicious aura and can't unleash any power. However, this item is a keepsake of the house master that has been passed down from generation to generation. It cannot be lost. I have been entrusted by the elders to take back the 5-Dragon Wheel. Is it really a very ordinary dharma treasure? Mu Yun smiled. He was not stupid and naturally knew that Liao Xue was hiding something. This 5-Dragon Wheel was definitely not an ordinary dharma treasure. Otherwise, she would not exchange it with a first-grade saint art. In short, if you help me take back the 5-Dragon Wheel, I will give you the first-grade saint art. Liao Xue did not talk nonsense. She took out a talisman and handed it to Mu Yun. This is a concealment talisman that I specially made. You can sneak into Corpse Emperor City with this talisman. No one will be able to discover you. Mu Yun smiled and said, Since you have a concealment talisman, why don't you go yourself? Liao Xue said, I want to go too. However, Corpse Emperor City is filled with arrays set up by ancient array masters. They are specifically targeted at the human warriors in the 3 elements world. Once I enter, I will be discovered. However, you are different. You are an outsider. Those detection arrays will not be able to detect your aura. You can fool them. Close it. I see. Mu Yun nodded but did not take the talisman. You are not willing to go? Liao Xue was a little surprised. After all, the temptation of a first-grade saint art was not something that an ordinary person could resist. Miss Li, you want me to die with just a few words? This is not appropriate. We are all smart people. You must show enough sincerity before I can cooperate with you. Mu Yun smiled. Her eyes were like that of an old fox. Liao Shue was annoyed. She snorted and said, "You are really insatiable. I have already said that I will give you a first-grade Saint Art after the matter is done. Are you still not satisfied?" Mu Yun said, "If I die, even if you have a ninth-grade Saint Art, I will not have the fortune to enjoy it." Liao Shue gritted her teeth. She took out a scroll and threw it to Mu Yun. She said, "This is the Starburst Airflow Slash. It is a minor Saint Art. I am giving it to you. Am I sincere enough?" "Minor Saint Art?" Mu Yun was stunned. "Minor Saint Art. It is suitable for you to cultivate now. It seems that the 5-dragon wheel is very valuable. This woman gave you a minor Saint Art directly. Although it is not a true Saint Art, it is still a Saint Art. If you study it carefully, it will not take long for you to see the mystery of the great path of the Saint Realm," Guai said slowly. He did not expect Liao Shue to be so generous. She gave him a minor Saint Art right away. When Mu Yun heard Guai's words, she was secretly shocked. It seemed that although this minor Saint Art was not a true Saint Art, it was still very valuable. "Miss Li, forgive me for being presumptuous. How do you have so many cultivation techniques?" Mu Yun asked. I have already said that I am a legacy disciple of Jade Toad House. Our Jade Toad House is the leader of the 3 major human forces in the 3 Yuan world. There are 4 legacy disciples. I am in charge of the scripture depository. I have countless cultivation techniques in my hands. All the secret treasures of Jade Toad House for thousands of years are in my hands. Liao Shue smiled. She was beaming with joy and was very proud. "You are in charge of all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals of your sect? Don't your higher-ups and elders care?" Mu Yan's face twitched. She did not expect Liao Shue to be so powerful. She controlled the entire scripture depository and had countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals in her hands. The housemaster is my mother. Who dares to control me?" Liao Shue said with her head held high. Mu Yun was at a loss for words. She was completely speechless. It turned out that Liao Shue was a prodigal girl. "This is the map of Corpse Emperor City. Quickly go in and help me get the 5-dragon wheel back. I will not treat you unfairly. As long as you can get the 5-dragon wheel back, I will give you a first-grade Saint Art." Liao Shue placed the map, concealment talisman, and the minor Saint Art scroll in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun swallowed his saliva. Although this minor Saint Art was not a true Saint Art, it was still very valuable. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he could comprehend the great Tao of the Holy Birth. It would be very beneficial to his cultivation. He gritted his teeth and took everything over. He said, "All right, I promise you." Liao Shue was overjoyed. She clapped her hands and said, "Very good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. I will give you half a month's time. Within half a month, you have to get the 5-dragon wheel back. I will wait for you at Jade Toad House." Mu Yun frowned and said, "Only half a month?" Liao Shue chuckled and said, "I have no choice. In half a month, the gate of heavenly poison will open. I have to rush to snatch the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. There is no time. If you fail, then there is nothing I can do. I can only hope that you can keep your corpse intact and reincarnate as a human." Entering Corpse Emperor City this time was a narrow escape. If Mu Yun failed, then only death would await him. Hearing Liao Shue's words, Mu Yun could not help but roll his eyes. "Miss Li, you are cursing me." "Haha, I dare not. I wish you a smooth completion of the mission. I will wait for you at Jade Toad House." Liao Shue smiled and took out a storage brocade bag. She threw it to Mu Yun. "There are some commonly used items in this storage brocade bag. You might be able to use them when you enter Corpse Emperor City." "Many thanks." Mu Yun did not say anything. He took the storage brocade bag and left. Time was tight. There was only half a month left. He had to sneak into Corpse Emperor City as soon as possible and retrieve the 5-dragon wheel. At that time, he would be able to exchange it for a first-grade Saint Art. He went back the way he came and returned to Corpse Emperor Grassland. On the vast grassland, the green grass was like a cushion. A cool breeze blew gently. At the end of the grassland, there was a towering city. There was a strange and eerie aura that faintly pervaded the air. Mu Yun remained calm and looked at the storage brocade bag that Liao Shui gave him. He saw some strange blue beads, copper coins, ingots, candles, incense burners, and other items. There were even a few peachwood swords. What the hell is this? Mu Yun frowned. He did not know what these items were used for. He did not care anymore. He kept the items and took out the little Saint Art scroll. Starburst Airflow Chop. Mu Yun opened the scroll and saw the introduction of an extremely powerful cultivation method. He focused and silently comprehended it. He left the town and found a forest. Then, he sat down and carefully comprehended it. He sat there for a full day and night. Found this guy. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Mu Yun opened his eyes and saw a group of people rushing over. They had green faces and fangs. They looked unusually ferocious. Obviously, they were disciples of the corpse-eating beast clan. Moreover, judging from their aura, they were also experts of the half-saint realm. They were quite powerful. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. The starburst airflow slash that he had just comprehended and various profound techniques flashed through his mind. Starburst airflow slash. Mu Yun shouted. Without the slightest nonsense, he directly attacked. A meteor-like ray of light slashed out like the Milky Way. With an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, it crazily slashed forward. Boom, those half-saint experts did not have the slightest resistance in front of the starburst airflow slash. They were directly killed. Their corpses were annihilated in the sky by the sword chi and the airflow of the starburst. They turned into ashes. So powerful. Mu Yun smacked his tongue. The power of this starburst airflow slash was a little too terrifying. With just one strike, it killed several half-saint experts. Moreover, he did not really fully control it. He only comprehended the surface. This was only a little saint art. It was many times more powerful than a divine art. Then, if it was a real saint art, its power would be terrifying just thinking about it. Mu Yun's eyes suddenly revealed a blazing look. Just as Guei said, if he could get a real saint art, he would be reborn. As long as he reached the saint realm, he would open the path to the saint realm and soar to the sky. It did not take long for Mu Yun to arrive at the foot of Corpse Emperor City. In front of him was a towering city wall. Corpses and bones were stuffed between the cracks of the bricks. Blood dripped everywhere, and the thick smell of blood was nauseating. The surrounding wind blew, emitting a strange and eerie aura. Mu Yun's expression turned solemn when he saw this hellish scene. There were people coming in and out of the city gate. Most of them were from the Necrophagus Beast clan. All of them had green faces and fangs, making them look ferocious and terrifying. There were also many people from other races and even humans. They looked like merchants who had expanded their business to Corpse Emperor City. Mu Yun secretly took out a concealment talisman and used it. In an instant, his appearance changed. He also had a green face and fangs. On the surface, he looked similar to a disciple of the Necrophagus Beast clan. It turned out that the so-called concealment talisman was not used to hide one's appearance. Instead, it changed one's appearance into that of a necrophagus beast. This way, one could achieve the effect of taking advantage of a crisis. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. He blended into the crowd and walked towards Corpse Emperor City. He looked like an ordinary Necrophagus Beast clan disciple, so no one noticed him. Hey, a copper origin bead. Pay up quickly. He was about to enter the city when he was stopped by a disciple guarding the city. Mu Yun was stunned. He saw that everyone else had to pay a bead to enter the city. It turned out that the currency of the three elements realm was actually beads. He remembered that there seemed to be many beads in his storage brocade bag. He immediately took out one and handed it over. Why are you giving me a gold origin bead? I don't have the money to give you. You want a copper origin bead, idiot. Do you think you're rich? The disciple guarding the city shouted as if he had been insulted. Mu Yun was stunned, but he didn't get angry. He saw that the pearls given by others were all bronze-colored, while the pearls given by him were golden. The quality and spirit chi were much denser. Clearly, the value of the golden origin pearls was higher. brother, I'll give you this gold origin bead. You don't have to give me the change. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Yun did not want to cause any more trouble. She smiled and gave the entire golden origin pearl to the disciple guarding the city. The disciple was stunned for a moment, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, young master, thank you." The surrounding people were also in an uproar as they revealed shocked expressions. They all thought that Mu Yun was a noble young master. She was actually given a golden origin pearl for such a small entrance fee. Mu Yun's actions were noticed by a few merchants who looked like humans. These merchants were all humans. They exchanged glances without batting an eyelid and revealed thought-provoking smiles. Mu Yun entered the city smoothly, and the businessmen followed behind Mu Yun silently. Mu Yun stepped into Corpse Emperor City and saw that this place was simply hell. There were bones and corpses everywhere. Many disciples of the corpse-eating beast race slaughtered living people on the streets and started eating and drinking. The nearby human merchants were indifferent to this. Instead, they started a slave trade business. Mu Yun was furious when she saw this scene, but she also felt a chill down her spine. The corpse-eating beast race was a race that ate humans. Mu Yun could imagine the outcome of her actions this time. If she failed, she would definitely be cut into pieces. But now, she had to rely on herself to reach the three elements realm. The divine void treasure cave in the scroll of the gods. Even Guei was unable to activate a higher-grade treasure to appear. She needed to take a risk and obtain a first-grade saint art. Waves of coldness surrounded her. Looking around, she actually saw an elegant restaurant in this hellish scene. It was called Green Lotus Elegant Building. There were many merchants drinking inside. This place was obviously a place for humans. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the entrance of Green Lotus Elegant Building. Just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by the maidservant at the entrance. "I'm sorry, Lord. We only serve humans here," the maidservant said with a smile. Mu Yun was stunned. Then, she instantly realized that she had used the concealment talisman and disguised herself as a corpse-eating beast. There was no way she could enter this Green Lotus Elegant Building. With a bitter smile, Mu Yun could only turn around and leave. But after taking a few steps, a few merchants surrounded her and looked at her with a smile. "Lord, are you going to a human place to have some fun?" A merchant chuckled. In Corpse Emperor City, there were many disciples of the corpse-eating beast race who were tired of the women of their race and wanted to find human women to have fun. However, the rules of the clan stated that if a foreign race dared to do something shameful, they would be severely punished. This gave rise to a special underground place to provide for transactions. "Yes, do you have a way?" Mu Yun remained calm and collected. These merchants had been quietly following him since he entered the city. They definitely had bad intentions. He also wanted to see what they were up to. These merchants were in the business of trading human slaves. They killed their own kind to make a fortune. It could be said to be a heinous crime, which made Mu Yun feel very unhappy. "We are merchants of Jioding trading. In Corpse Emperor City, there is also an underground black market opened by Jioding trading. Lord, if you are interested, I can take you in for a stroll." "You can have any woman you want," a merchant said with a flattering smile. "Jioding trading?" "That's right, my lord. You must have heard of our 9 Cauldron Trading Company. In the 3 Elements realm, there are 3 major human factions. Jade Toad House is ranked first, and our 9 Cauldron Trading Company is ranked second. We do business fairly and don't cheat anyone." The merchant's saliva splattered as he boasted. Mu Yun suddenly realized that this Jioding trading was one of the 3 major human forces, second only to Jade Toad House. "Oh, so you are from Jioding trading? Then take me there. I also want to have some fun." Mu Yun's face was calm, but he was secretly on guard. He wanted to see what these merchants were up to. Just like that, the merchants led the way in front, and Mu Yun followed behind. Not long after, Mu Yun followed them and came to a hidden forest in the north of the city. Walking into the forest, Mu Yun saw a luxurious building where orioles and swallows gathered. The decoration was very luxurious. At the door, there were a few women in revealing clothes who were soliciting guests. The guests who came to the brothel were from all major races. It was truly an eye-opener for Mu Yun. Under the guidance of the merchants, he also entered the brothel. He saw that the women in the brothel were of all races. There were humans, rhinoceroses, white dragon steeds, and nine-tailed cats. Everything was available. "Sir, come with us. We have prepared a beautiful woman for you." A few merchants greeted him with smiles and brought Mu Yun into the brothel. They went directly to a remote room at the back. This place was used to store sundries. Why did you bring me here? Where's the woman?" Mu Yun pretended to be angry, but in fact, he had already guessed what the merchants wanted to do. A woman? Are you out of your mind? Go to hell." A merchant took out a sharp knife and attacked Mu Yun fiercely. "Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Mu Yun sneered. "I knew that you profiteers were up to no good." Mu Yun snorted coldly and grabbed that person's wrist. With a crack, his wrist bone was crushed, and the sharp knife fell to the ground with a clang. "Brat, how dare you fight back?" Seeing this, a few people immediately rushed forward. Obviously, they wanted to kill and rob. Anyway, Mu Yun was alone, and this was the Jiuding Trading's territory. They could do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was wrong. Mu Yun was not a sheep to be slaughtered by them, but a ferocious wolf. Mu Yun did not say a word. He waved his hand, and the immortal flame exploded in his palm. The black flame burned wildly. Bam, bam, he waved his hand and hit those merchants. The tyrannical palm force killed them on the spot. The immortal flame burned their corpses and turned them into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Clang, after the ashes drifted away, a token fell from the sky. What's this? Mu Yun was surprised. His immortal flame had an extremely terrifying burning power. The things on these merchants were all burned to ashes, but this token was unscathed. He picked up the token and saw the word sky poison engraved on it. This token is called the sky poison token? What's its connection with the sky poison ancient tower? Mu Yun frowned. He could not figure it out for a moment. He kept the sky poison token in his storage brocade bag, left the storeroom, and went to the living room outside. Only ashes were left of those merchants, so no one knew that Mu Yun had killed them. He sat in the living room openly and ordered a table of food. He also called a few beautiful women to accompany him. No one suspected him at all. Mu Yun was full and felt very satisfied. If he was outside the territory of the corpse-eating beasts, he would not be able to eat normal food. There would only be human flesh and blood. But here, he could rest at ease. "Sir, this is the bill. Please take a look. There are a total of 16 silver source pearls." A maid walked over and presented the bill. "Silver source pearl? I don't have a silver source pearl. Will a gold source pearl do?" Mu Yun took out a gold source pearl. The maid was surprised and said, "Yes, of course you can. But a gold source pearl has the most abundant source power." "Sir, aren't you going to use it for cultivation? It's a pity to spend it directly." Mu Yun said, "It's fine. Just take it." The maid was overjoyed. "Okay, thank you, sir." The maid took the gold source pearl and gave Mu Yun 84 silver source pearls. Obviously, the currency of the three elements realm was origin pearls. Origin pearls were divided into gold, silver, and copper. 1 gold was equal to 100 silver, and 1 silver was equal to 100 copper. In other words, a gold source pearl could be exchanged for 10,000 copper source pearls. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's heart jumped. The entrance fee was only 1 copper source pearl, but he actually gave out a gold source pearl. It was too wasteful. No wonder those merchants wanted to kill him and rob him. However, the currency system of the three elements realm was beyond Mu Yun's expectations. Origin pearls circulated, and these origin pearls contained source power that could be absorbed for cultivation. This Xianxia is really a prodigal girl. She casually gave me dozens of gold source pearls in the storage brocade bag. This is a huge sum of money. Mu Yun was a little convinced. This Xianxia was really a prodigal. She casually gave dozens of gold source pearls to him. He could eat and drink well in the brothel and not spend a single gold source pearl. One could imagine how rich this sum of money was. Sir, I prepared a few ladies for you. Which one do you like? You can choose any of them. Not long after, the maid came back with a few beautiful girls. Those ladies' eyes were shining because Mu Yun looked too extravagant. He actually spent the golden origin pearl like money. One had to know that the golden origin pearl was extremely rich in origin energy. Most people who obtained the golden origin pearl would absorb the origin energy themselves to cultivate. Very few would spend it as money. Of course, the rich were an exception. In the eyes of these ladies, Mu Yun was such a rich person. No need. I'm a little drunk. I want to rest alone. Mu Yun shook his head. He had no interest in these vulgar women. His heart had long belonged to Meng Zimo and the other 9 women. Yes, sir. The maid was a little helpless, but she didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately prepared a good guest room for Mu Yun. In the room, Mu Yun's eyes were as clear as water. He wasn't drunk at all. He opened his storage brocade bag, took out the map that Liao Shui gave him, and spread it out on the table. On the map, it was marked that the 5-dragon wheel was hidden in a place called the Magic Armory. The Magic Armory was an important place in the Corpse Emperor city. It was the place where the corpse-eating beasts stored their treasures. There were all kinds of Dharma treasures, pills, and natural treasures. Liao Shui's Dharma treasure, the 5-dragon wheel, was also hidden in the Magic Armory. The disciples guarding the Magic Armory were known as Mokugi. The weakest of them was at least a saint-level expert. There were even saint-level experts. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to break into the Magic Armory to steal the treasures. Mu Yun frowned. Even if he had a concealment talisman and disguised himself as a corpse-eating beast, he still couldn't get close to the Magic Armory. This was because the Magic Armory was an important place in the Corpse Emperor city. Without an order, outsiders couldn't enter at all. What should I do? Mu Yun calculated. If he forced his way in, he would definitely die. This was because the Mokugi had many experts, and there was no lack of saint-level experts. He couldn't deal with them at all. If he wanted to steal it secretly, it would be a fool's dream. It was impossible. For a moment, Mu Yun couldn't think of a way. She racked her brains for an entire night but still had no clue. The sun shone in through the window, and the sky gradually brightened. Mu Yun let out a mouthful of turbid air. She calmed herself down and thought, let's go out and take a look first. He left the brothel and came to the streets of the Corpse Emperor city. The streets were bustling with noise. A voice shouted, Mokugi is going to enter the Demon God Mountain to search for treasures. I heard that Xianxia is going as well. They are recruiting mercenaries. There are only 50 spots. Everyone, hurry up and sign up. The crowd surged toward the center of the Corpse Emperor city. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She followed the crowd and soon arrived at the central square of Corpse Emperor city. Around the central square, there were many military flags, embroidered with a blood-red demon character, looking majestic. Around them were the legendary Mokugi. They were wearing red rune armor and holding demonic sabers. Their murderous auras were awe-inspiring. The commander of this Mokugi was a rather sinister man. Xianxia. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. This sinister man was wearing a black robe. He had a thin figure and long limbs. He was Xianxia. It turned out that this Xianxia was actually the commander of the Mokugi. Everyone, today, I, Mokugi, am going to enter the Demon God Mountain to search for treasures. I am specially recruiting 50 mercenaries to follow me. Xianxia spoke with a dignified tone, the reward is 1 golden origin bead per day. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. 1 golden origin bead per day. This reward was so generous that it made people drool. One had to know that in the 3 elements realm, an ordinary person's monthly income was less than 1 golden origin bead. However, Xianxia was offering 1 gold per day. Who wants to go? Sign up now, Xianxia said with a smile. Me. I want to go. I heard that Miss Xianxia is also coming along. Is that true? The crowd went crazy. The reward of 1 gold per day was too generous. Everyone was fighting for it. In order to compete for a spot, the crowd broke out into fights. Many weak people were killed on the spot. Shi Wuming looked at this scene coldly and did not stop them. Mu Yun did not waste any time. She immediately joined the ranks of those fighting for a spot. This was because this was a chance to infiltrate the Mokugi. If she could get close to the magic armory, she might be able to take back the 5-dragon wheel. Fierce fights continued to break out in the square. Blood flowed like a river. The scene was tragic. Many people knew that they were not strong enough, so they all moved away to avoid losing their lives. After a series of fierce battles, there were finally 50 people who managed to snatch a spot. Mu Yun, without exception, became one of them. Very good. We will set off this afternoon. Shi Wuming nodded. Since the spot had been decided, they could prepare to set off now. In the afternoon, a team of 100 people marched out of the Corpse Emperor city and stepped into a mountain range in the northern suburbs. The Demon God Mountain Range was located in the northern suburbs of the Corpse Emperor city. It stretched for thousands of miles. Demonic beasts ran rampant and miasma covered the area. It was an extremely dangerous place. It was said that a spiritual treasure had appeared in the Demon God Mountain Range. This time, Shi Wuming brought people into the mountain to search for the treasure. Mu Yun did not make a sound. She blended into the team and seemed inconspicuous. The strength that she displayed in the competition just now was just in the middle of the 50 people. He observed the situation of the team silently. 50 people in the team were mercenaries that were put together temporarily. The other 50 people were real Mokugi. They had strong cultivation and ferocious strength. The most powerful person was, without a doubt, Shi Wuming. He was the only saint-level expert in the team, however, he was not the center of the team. She was surrounded by a beautiful woman. Her skin was whiter than snow and she was as beautiful as a fairy. There was not a trace of vulgarity on her. She was noble and elegant. Only her pair of green eyes and the ghostly fire that was burning faintly in her eyes showed her identity. She was also from the corpse-eating beast clan. She was not a human. This person was the daughter of the city lord of the Corpse Emperor city. She was the daughter of the rich family, Shi Feishuan. Many mercenaries tried to get close to Shi Feishuan and get close to her. In their eyes, Shi Feishuan was like a goddess. However, Mu Yun did not make a sound. No matter how beautiful the other women were, he did not have the mood to appreciate them. He only cared about Qin Mengyao, Meng Zimo, and his other wives. Although they had been taken away, he would bring them back to his side one by one sooner or later. Shi Wuming followed beside Corpse Feishuan and was on guard with rapt attention. He had a distressed expression as he said, "Young mistress, this treasure hunt is very dangerous. You should go back before we go too deep." Hearing this, Corpse Imperial concubine Xian revealed a displeased expression and said, "I've already reached the peak of the saint transformation stage. My cultivation is not much weaker than yours. I don't need your protection, so what are you afraid of?" Shi Wuming's expression turned cold and there was a bit of anger in his eyes. A saint-level expert like him had pride. He would definitely be unhappy to be ordered around like this. However, due to Shi Feishuan's identity, Shi Wuming did not dare to disobey. He could only smile and said, "I know my mistake. I will listen to you, Mississippi. It's good that you know." Shi Feishuan beamed with joy and said proudly, "I heard that the treasure that appeared this time is the legendary Heavenly Origin Mirror." "Is it true?" Shi Wuming said, "I am not sure. I only know that it is one of the 3 Origin secret treasures. It may be the Heavenly Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, or the Mortal Origin Brush." Shi Feishuan said, "Since it is a 3 Origin secret treasure, we must get it. With it, we will definitely be able to unify the world in the future." Mu Yun followed in the distance, silently listening to the conversation between Shi Wuming and Shi Feishuan. He also learned the secret of the 3 Origin secret treasures from the other mercenaries. The so-called 3 Origin secret treasures were the Heavenly Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, and the Mortal Origin Brush. These 3 secret treasures were known as the most precious treasures of the righteous path. Back then, the Heavenly Lord of Calamity created the 3 Origin world and used the 3 Origin secret treasures to protect the world. He wanted to create a great world of the righteous path. But unfortunately, Empyrean Calamity was a person who was born with the fate of a cursed star. He carried with him the aura of great calamities, and great plagues. His righteous path world quickly collapsed and the three essences' secret treasure disappeared without a trace. The entire three essences world gradually turned into a chaotic world filled with evil energy and endless battles. Everyone in the three origin world knew about this. Mu Yun was an outsider and did not know about it in the past. However, after chatting with the mercenaries around him, he gradually learned about it. This time, it was said that the heavenly origin mirror had appeared. When Shi Wuming received the news, he immediately led people to investigate. With the appearance of the heavenly origin mirror, the once peaceful demon god mountain range became restless. Many sleeping demonic beasts emerged, wanting to snatch the heavenly origin mirror. Mu Yun's group advanced and encountered a few waves of demonic beasts. However, they managed to repel the demonic beasts with their numbers. Unknowingly, the group had already ventured 100 miles into the demon god mountain range. The demonic beasts here were getting stronger and the surrounding environment was getting more and more dangerous. In the evening, the sun set in the west and night gradually descended. Everyone felt uneasy when they saw that the night was about to arrive. Let's set up camp here tonight. Everyone, be careful. Shi Wuming shouted and gave the order. The Mokugi disciples were well trained and immediately set up camp. As for Mu Yun and the other mercenaries that were temporarily put together, they were in charge of doing odd jobs and patrolling to prevent any demonic beasts from invading. Sigh, it's so stuffy here. There's no place to bathe. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come out. Shi Feishuan sat on a large rock. The air was stuffy and hot. She had already taken off her outer clothes and was wearing a cool short shirt. She was sweating profusely. The surrounding mercenaries stared with their eyes wide open. It was a feast for the eyes. As for this rich young lady, she had completely lost interest after half a day's long journey. She only wanted to go home to bathe, rest, and sleep. The arduous activity of exploring the wilderness was not something she could bear. Shi Wuming watched from the side as he sneered without saying a word. As night fell, the moon and stars were bright. The moonlight shone on the demon god mountain range. The night was tranquil and only the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard from afar. Mu Yun stood guard outside the camp. There was a bonfire burning in front of him. A few mercenaries were barbecuing and drinking around the bonfire. Mu Yun casually chatted with them and learned many of the secrets of the three elements world. As he was chatting, he suddenly smelled a strong stench. These figures were about the same height as a human and had the body of a lizard. Their skin was a layer of tough lizard skin. Their eyes were long and narrow, emitting a frightening cold light in the night. They held a bone saber in their hands. Oh no, it's the lizard men! A mercenary shouted with a horrified expression. The lizard men were a type of demonic beast in the demon god mountain range. They already possessed basic intelligence and even had their own civilization and beliefs. They used the bones of their dead companions to make bone sabers and bows. The bone sabers and bone swords had extremely powerful attacks. The lizard men relied on their innate bloodline to occupy a place in the demon god mountain range. Swoosh! A lizard man took out a longbow made of bone and shot an arrow, piercing a mercenary's throat. The latter groaned and immediately fell to the ground, twitching. He was not dead yet. He held his neck and struggled continuously, looking extremely hideous. Mu Yun sighed and struck out with a palm. He wanted to kill him so that he wouldn't suffer any more pain. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack! As for the other mercenaries, they let out sharp whistles. The silence of the night was instantly broken as the entire campsite was in an uproar. As for the lizard men, they immediately pounced with sabers. Their speed was simply too fast, like a storm. In an instant, they pounced over and killed all the mercenaries near Yun Mu. Two lizard men revealed hideous expressions and slashed at Mu Yun with sabers. Star explosion airflow cut. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. She immediately unleashed a dazzling silver light that was as magnificent as the Milky Way. The powerful airflow cut was mixed with the aura of exploding stars as it swept out horizontally. Poochie, Poochie, the two lizard men were slashed in half by Mu Yun on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the star explosion airflow cut was only a little saint technique and not a true saint technique, it was enough to deal with ordinary lizard men. When the other lizard men saw this scene, they were immediately enraged. They immediately gathered their troops and charged at Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not hesitate and immediately retreated. These lizard men were indeed ferocious. They were definitely not comparable to ordinary demonic beasts. Mu Yun returned to the base camp and saw that the Mokugi was already fully armed and waiting solemnly. Fei-Xuan ran out of the tent and asked in a panic, "What happened?" This rich young lady was in a hurry and was only wearing her pajamas. Large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, revealing a soul-stirring charm under the moonlight. However, none of the surrounding mercenaries were in the mood to admire this scene. This was because there were dozens of lizard men outside the camp. They were holding bone sabers and charging towards them with large strides. "Protect Miss!" Shi Wuming shouted and immediately ordered his men to fight. The mercenaries who had been put together at the last minute wanted to show off in front of Fei-Xuan, so they all rushed forward to show off their strength. However, while they were able to fight one-on-one, they were unable to exert their full strength against the lizard men. Before they could even charge forward, they were forced to retreat by the rain of arrows. Those who were unlucky were killed on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. "You bunch of trash, all of you, back off!" Shi Wuming was furious. After all, these mercenaries were put together at the last minute. They could help to deal with ordinary demonic beasts, but they could only rely on the Mokugi to fight against the lizard men. The Mokugi gathered their troops. The guards in the front row held shields and blocked a wave of arrows. The warriors in the back drew their magic sabers and directly charged forward. There were also crossbowmen on both sides, constantly shooting arrows to support the formation. In an instant, the lizard men were forced to retreat, leaving behind dozens of corpses. The remaining lizard men fled in a sorry state. Mu Yun watched silently from the side. She was secretly surprised. These Mokugi were well-trained and powerful. They were more powerful than the Green Feather Army, Cloud Wing 100 Guards, Xuanji Battalion, and other military guards. Not only were they powerful, but their cooperation was also perfect. Witnessing this scene, the mercenaries were all ashamed. They finally realized the gap between themselves and the Mokugi. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing that the lizard men were forced to retreat, Shi Wuming also heaved a sigh of relief. "Miss, are you all right?" Shi Wuming cupped his hands toward Fei-Xuan. "I'm fine. It's not fun here at all. I'm going back tomorrow." Fei-Xuan patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. She regretted it more and more. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have joined in the fun. Exploring the wild was really not fun. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. We're already 100 miles deep. The team can't be separated. Otherwise, we might be killed. Please continue to move forward with the team," Shi Wuming said helplessly. "What? We still want to move forward? Where is the secret treasure of tertiary origin?" Fei-Xuan was full of resentment. Shi Wuming said, "It's not far away. I've already sensed the aura of the secret treasure of tertiary origin within 100 miles. The one that appeared this time is indeed the legendary Sky Origin Mirror, which contains the mysteries of the Way of Heaven. The secret treasures of tertiary origin were the Sky Origin Mirror, the Earth Origin Book, and the Mortal Origin Brush." Shi Wuming had already investigated clearly. The one that appeared this time was the Sky Origin Mirror. "Okay, you have to protect me." Fei-Xuan felt helpless. It seemed that there was no turning back. "Yes, Mississippi." Shi Wuming's attitude was respectful. At this moment, the earth trembled, and a series of loud footsteps came rumbling. "Who is it? Who killed my clansman?" A voice full of savagery, bloodshed, and sorrow came from the forest. Under the moonlight, a huge figure slowly crawled out. "It's the Lizard King!" All the mercenaries exclaimed. This figure was a huge lizard. It was lying on all fours on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. Waves of fishy smell filled the air. Mu Yun was also slightly surprised. This lizard's body was dozens of feet long. Its leather armor was rough and sturdy, and its eyes were blood red like lanterns. It stuck out its tongue from time to time, spewing out miasma and a fishy smell. This was the leader of the lizard men, the Lizard King. The Lizard King's body was filled with a majestic aura. Its strength was comparable to that of a saint expert. It could even open its mouth to speak. Every word it spoke seemed to make the world tremble. Its breathing was vast and endless, as if it could swallow the sun and the moon. All kinds of power showed its powerful strength. It was definitely not weaker than a saint expert. Kill it. Shi Wuming waved his hand and did not waste any time. He directly gave the order. Dozens of Mokugi poured out, formed a formation, and attacked the lizard men. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Give me your lives. The Lizard King opened its bloody mouth. With a crunch, it swallowed 2 Mokugi that were charging at the front. The remaining Mokugi saw this scene, but they did not show any signs of fear or retreat. Instead, they continued to charge forward with their swords, showing their strong fighting spirit. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. These Mokugi were not only strong, but also strong fighting spirit and determination. This group was indeed a group of tigers and wolves. If they were to fight, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Clang clang, the Mokugi's disciples swung their swords at the Lizard King's skin, but they were unable to break through the Lizard King's defense. There were even sounds of metal clashing. The Lizard King's skin was harder than steel. Ha ha ha, I already said that you are all trash. You can't hurt me. The Lizard King roared. Its body charged forward and instantly crushed a few Mokugi's disciples. As for the remaining disciples, they did not flinch at all. None of them said a word, as if they were statues or killing machines. A few disciples bit their fingertips and dripped their blood on the demonic saber, and then swung the saber again. This time, they finally broke through the Lizard King's defense and left deep wounds on its body. You are actually willing to burn your own cultivation. Ha ha ha, very good. I have long heard of the Mokugi's reputation. You are indeed worthy of your reputation. The Lizard King was injured, but it was not angry. Instead, it laughed sinisterly. But with just the few of you, you want to fight with me for the Heaven Origin Mirror? You are dreaming. The Lizard King swung its claw. With a poof, it flattened a Mokugi's disciple. The latter was immediately reduced to meat paste, not even his bones were left. My strength is comparable to a sage. Those below a sage are all ants. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of ants. Why struggle? The Lizard King swung its tail and swept it out, killing a few more Mokugi's disciples. Mu Yun was watching the battle from afar. She was shocked to see that the Mokugi did not retreat even when the battle was already so tragic. They even burned their own cultivation just to leave an insignificant wound on the Lizard King's body. However, the difference in strength was too great. The Lizard King's strength was comparable to a sage. It was not something they could deal with. Everyone, retreat. At this moment, Shi Wuming spoke. The devil machine guards, who were still fighting to the death, immediately pulled out their blades and retreated. Their movements were clean and efficient. They were as swift as the wind without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Once they retreated, they got into formation and stood in front of Corpse Feishuan and Shi Wuming, protecting them with their lives. Bastard, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? Shi Wuming's eyes were burning with anger. He flew out and stood in front of the Lizard King. A majestic sage aura was released from his body. A sage expert. You are a sage expert. The Lizard King's eyes changed color. Its strength was only comparable to a sage, but it was not a true sage. However, Shi Wuming was a true sage expert. I don't want to kill you because your cultivation is not easy. You should leave quickly so that you don't waste your life. Shi Wuming's voice was like a bell, reverberating through the forest. He was not being merciful, but he had no other choice. Because he was going to fight for the Heaven Origin Mirror soon, he had to preserve his strength. There was no need to waste his strength on the Lizard King. The Lizard King seemed to have seen through this and laughed. What big words. Let me see how powerful you are today. The Lizard King suddenly stood up. It was no longer lying on the ground. Second grade blade formation. Shi Wuming looked at the formation engraved on the bone saber and his pupils shrank. Hee hee, eat my saber. The Lizard King didn't waste any time and slashed down with his saber. The formation on the saber exploded with a dazzling light and waves of sharp aura burst out. The surrounding space was instantly cut into pieces and waves of spatial blades burst out. This was an unparalleled saber. It contained the Lizard King's powerful strength and the formation's sharp blades. It wasn't easy to deal with. However, Shi Wuming's face was calm, and he didn't panic. The skin and flesh on his face fell off piece by piece, revealing his white bones. His eyeballs were also burned and melted, leaving only empty eye sockets. Then, 2 ghostly green flames started to burn in his empty eye sockets. His neck, his body, his palms, and all the flesh and skin on his body fell off. In an instant, he had turned into a skeleton. Formless and lifeless, white bone incarnation. First grade Saint Art, white bone tyrant body art, activate. Shi Wuming thundered. The skin and flesh on his throat had been burned down long ago, leaving only his bones. His words were squeezed out from the gaps of his bones. His voice was filled with a dark, brutal aura, which chilled people to the bone. Clang, the Lizard King's saber slashed down and landed on Shi Wuming's body, creating a few sparks. However, Shi Wuming's body didn't move at all. His seemingly weak white bone body easily blocked the Lizard King's fierce slash. Impossible. The Lizard King was completely shocked. My realm is not something you can understand. I am a saint that surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. Those below a saint are all ants. Evil creature, today I will let you see how terrifying a saint's might is. Shi Wuming waved his claw. His entire bone claw covered the stars and moon as it came down from the sky. The Lizard King was originally standing, but under Shi Wuming's pressure, it could only lie on the ground in a sorry state. The bone saber in its hand also fell to the ground. Mu Yun watched this scene from the side and was secretly shocked. This was the might of a saint. It was indeed earth-shattering and tyrannical to the point of lawlessness. When will I be able to comprehend the sage's great path too? Mu Yun's heart was filled with longing. If you obtain a first-grade saint art and cultivate it, you will become a saint in less than 100 years. Guiyi's lazy voice rang in Mu Yun's ears. Mu Yun shook her head. If she wanted to get the first-grade saint art from Liao Xue, she had to help her get the 5-dragon wheel back. The 5-dragon wheel was hidden in the magic armory. Unfortunately, Shi Wuming was Mokugi's commander. Seeing Shi Wuming's overbearing and boundless aura, Mu Yun really didn't have the confidence to take back the 5-dragon wheel from him. Evil creature, die. At this moment, Shi Wuming's claws had already completely suppressed the Lizard King. The Lizard King's bones crackled as its meridians and bones were continuously crushed under the might of a saint. Saint. This is the strength of a saint. Why? My strength is comparable to a saint. Why am I inferior to an ant in your hands? The Lizard King let out a desperate roar. It's very simple. It's because I have a first-grade saint art, the white bone tyrant body art. The might of a saint art isn't something you can withstand. The vastness of a saint art crosses the heavens. You are an animal, you are a demonic beast. You can't even be considered a 9th-grade race. Even if your strength is comparable to a saint, you have never cultivated a saint art. You will never be able to see the sage's great path. Shi Wuming's voice was ruthless and cold. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You corpse-eating beasts were just a bunch of demonic beasts in ancient times. How can you be above me? I can't accept this. The Lizard King roared in despair. Its eyes were blood red, and all the meridians and bones in its body had been shattered. At this moment of death, its gaze landed on corpse Feishuan. It knew that this woman's position was above Shi Wuming's. She was the core of the entire team. It was about to die, but it wasn't willing to die just like that. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. The Lizard King roared in grief and spat out an arrow of blood. This arrow of blood contained all of its cultivation. It was filled with a violent and ruthless aura as it shot directly towards Shi Feishuan. Not good. Shi Wuming's expression changed drastically. He had activated the white bone tyrant body art as soon as he made his move. He wanted to kill the Lizard King in one move so that it wouldn't counterattack and harm Shi Feishuan and Mokugi's disciples before it died. However, he didn't expect the Lizard King to be so strong. All of its meridians and bones were shattered, but it was still able to spit out a mouthful of blood towards Sherfeishuan. Sherwuming wanted to save it, but it was too late. Sherfeishuan was at the peak of the sacred transformation realm. If she had made a move, she could have dealt with this arrow of blood by herself. However, this rich young lady had almost zero combat experience. At this critical moment, she was completely dumbfounded. She stood dumbfounded on the spot. In her panic, she was dumbfounded. She was about to be killed by this arrow of blood. Starburst airflow cut. At this moment, Mu Yun made her move. A Milky Way-like slash lit up the entire night sky. It instantly slashed out with the speed of a meteor. Chi, the arrow of blood that the Lizard King spat out, was immediately cut down by Mu Yun. It turned into a rain of mist that filled the sky. Corpse Imperial concubine Xian had just escaped from death, and her face was deathly pale. She looked at Mu Yun gratefully before bursting into tears. Little Saint technique. Sherwuming was also shocked when he saw the starburst airflow cut. He didn't expect that someone in the hastily assembled mercenary team would know the Little Saint technique. His expression was solemn as he looked at Mu Yun meaningfully. He felt that Mu Yun's style was very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. However, Mu Yun had a concealment talisman and completely disguised herself as a member of the corpse-eating beast tribe. Sherwuming couldn't find out anything about Mu Yun. Bastard! How dare you hurt Miss? You're courting death. Sherwuming's gaze landed on the Lizard King again. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. If the Lizard King's sneak attack was successful, Sherfeishuan would definitely die. If Sherfeishuan died, he felt a chill just thinking about the rage of the Corpse Emperor City Lord. Sherwuming pressed down with his claw and crushed the Lizard King's body into powder. However, the Lizard King's bone saber weapon didn't even have the slightest bit of damage under the suppression of his saint technique. It was really strange. The originally huge bone saber had now shrunk to 3 feet long. It fell beside the Lizard King's ashes. The array inscribed on it was still flowing with a mysterious light under the moonlight. Miss, are you all right? Sherwuming bowed and came in front of Sherfeishuan. Cold sweat dripped down. He was really scared and cursed in his heart. This unreasonable and unruly miss just had to follow them out. She almost died just now. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he had 10 heads. Sherfeishuan wiped away her tears. She recalled the danger of life and death just now. Her delicate body was still trembling. She said, I'm fine. Luckily, he saved me. Sherfeishuan pointed at Mu Yun. Sherwuming asked, what's your name? My lord, this lowly one's name is Sheryun. Mu Yun stood out and cupped his hands. He casually came up with a name without blushing. Sherwuming's eyes turned cold. He said, our corpse-eating beast tribe doesn't have anyone with the surname Yun in the past 5 generations. When Mu Yun heard this, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect that the corpse-eating beast tribe actually had someone with the surname Yun. Liao Shua didn't tell him. Now, he was in trouble. He was going to be exposed. At this moment, Sherfeishuan said, maybe he's from the side branch of a slave. He doesn't have a surname Yun. Sherwuming laughed and said, a slave from the side branch has the Little Saint art. No one will believe it. Mu Yun quickly said, my lord, miss, I am indeed from the side branch of a slave. I found this Little Saint art by chance in a cave when I was out adventuring. Mu Yun spoke without thinking. He only wanted to get away with it. Sherwuming said sternly, which cave? Which side branch are you from? Tell me one by one. His strength had already reached the level of a saint, and he could grasp the fate of heaven and earth, as well as the omens of good and bad luck. He had a vague feeling that Mu Yun was very dangerous, and it made him uneasy. Therefore, he kept asking questions and wanted to find out the truth. Before Mu Yun could speak, Sherfeishuan said unhappily, Sherwuming, why are you so loud? He is my savior. How can he be a spy? Look at his appearance. He is also from our tribe. He has made a great contribution. You should reward him well. Hearing Sherfeishuan's words, Sherwuming didn't dare to disobey. He said slowly, I will listen to Mrs. orders. Sherfeishuan smiled and looked at Mu Yun. You are called Yun, right? What reward do you want? Mu Yun said, it is my duty to protect Mississippi. There is no need for a reward. Sherfeishuan said, no, you saved me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Sherfeishuan looked around and her gaze fell on the Lizard King's bone saber. She picked up the bone saber and said, this bone saber is called the Sky Splitter. It's the lizard tribe's inherited treasure. It was made from the bones of the old lizard demon, and its power is not to be underestimated. Moreover, there's a level 2 blade formation inscribed on it. It has great lethality. If you are below the level of a sage, you can kill with one strike. This is the power of a second-level blade formation. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly surprised. It seemed that although this Sherfeishuan was big-breasted and brainless, she was still from a wealthy family. Her knowledge and experience were very powerful, and her judgment was extremely accurate. This bone saber was called Sky Splitter. There was a second-level blade formation inscribed on it. Mu Yun didn't know what a blade formation was, but Sherfeishuan actually said that with this second-level blade formation, she could kill anyone below the level of a sage in one strike, no matter what their cultivation was. This was a little terrifying. I will bestow this Sky Splitter to you. With this saber, you can kill anyone below the level of a sage in one strike. However, you can't abuse it. The second-level blade formation is too powerful. It may backfire on you. Take care of yourself. Sherfeishuan smiled and wanted to bestow the Sky Splitter to Mu Yun. Miss, you can't do that. At this moment, Sher Wuming stood up and sternly objected. The Sky Splitter is the inherited treasure of the lizard race. It is worth thousands of taels of gold. How can you give it away so easily? This Sher Yun has indeed made a great contribution, but this reward is too great. Miss, please reconsider. Sher Wuming dissuaded. Thank you, Mississippi. Mu Yun didn't refuse and took the Sky Splitter. As soon as the Sky Splitter was in his hand, he felt a cold stinging pain on his skin. This saber was mixed with a sharp aura. The fierce saber aura was constantly emitted, making people feel cold all over. It is said that when this Sky Splitter was made, the saber aura was so fierce that it directly cut off the head of the saber forger. Sherfeishuan smiled. She had no combat experience, but she was very knowledgeable. She knew all kinds of secrets like the back of her hand. Thank you, miss, for your reward. Mu Yun cupped his hands and thanked her again. Sher Wuming stood at the side. His eyes were full of resentment. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Sherfeishuan said, Sher Wuming, you killed the Lizard King. Your contribution is not small. When we return to the Corpse Emperor City, I will also reward you. Thank you, Mississippi. Sher Wuming's face softened a little, but his eyes were still full of hostility and anger when he looked at Mu Yun. The battle ended. Everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. In the dark night, it was rumbling and imposing. Everyone's face changed. They didn't know who it was, but they all gripped their weapons tightly. Sherfeishuan was about to go back to rest. When she heard the sound of horse hooves, she was also surprised. Mu Yun held the Sky Splitter and looked up. In the dark night, dozens of valiant figures rushed out. They were all wearing battle robes and riding fierce horses. Their auras were extremely fierce. The fierce horses they rode were covered in golden hair. There were even horns on their foreheads. They were obviously the legendary horned dragon horses with the blood of the heavenly dragon. Who are you? Are you friends from Jioding Trading? Sher Wuming stepped forward. The horned dragon horse was a unique mount for Jioding Trading. It was expensive to raise such a rare and fierce horse. Only Jioding Trading had the financial resources to raise it on a large scale. Ha ha ha, that's right. We're from Jioding Trading, but we're not your friends. Sher Wuming, I don't have friends like you. A man faced the sky and laughed loudly. His figure was extremely majestic, like a giant bear. His upper body was bare, and he carried a large bronze cauldron on his shoulder. His appearance was extremely strange. Sher Wuming's face slightly changed. The Jioding trading had always paid attention to peace and harmony, and rarely had disputes with others. In the Corpse Emperor City, there were many Jioding trading's business territories. The corpse-eating beasts and the Jioding trading had always had a cooperative relationship. Who exactly are you? My clan has always been on good terms with your esteemed trading house. Why do you say that? Shi Wuming's face was gloomy. If it was someone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, he would have already killed them. But now, he couldn't do anything because the aura of this man carrying the cauldron was extremely vast. He was actually a saint-level expert, not inferior to Shi Wuming at all. Ha 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 ha, I'm the true disciple of Jioding trading, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian sneered, if we were outside, I might call you my brother. But now that the Heaven Origin Mirror has appeared, if you dare to snatch it from me, I'll kill you. Shi Wuming said, Jioding trading's 4 true disciples, Hao Tian, Yu Tian, Jun Tian, and Wu Tian. I've heard of them, but I've never heard of your name. Yang Dingtian said, ha ha ha, you think I'm a fake? I'm a new true disciple, the 5th true disciple. This time, I'm here to snatch the Heaven Origin Mirror. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and I'll spare your life. What big words. Even the number 1 true disciple, Hao Tian Sage, has to give me some face. You're just a new disciple, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Shi Wuming was furious. He was also a saint-level expert, so naturally, he had the arrogance of a saint. But Yang Dingtian was so overbearing that he couldn't help but be angry. Ha ha ha, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Yang Dingtian's face was full of arrogance. Shi Wuming's face became serious. He had just fought with the Lizard King and had exhausted a lot of his energy. If they really fought, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Yang Dingtian glanced at him and said, you haven't recovered your energy yet, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 1 night to rest. Tomorrow, I'll kill you fair and square. I'll let you die with no regrets. Although Yang Dingtian was arrogant and despotic, as a saint-level expert, he still had the arrogance of a saint. Saints disdain to take advantage of others. Shi Wuming's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, okay, then we'll fight again tomorrow. Yang Dingtian nodded. He waved his hand and shouted, let's go. He led the team and turned around to leave. His back was completely exposed to Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming's eyes turned cold. He exploded with killing intent and suddenly launched a sneak attack. A white bone claw suddenly flew out of his body and penetrated Yang Dingtian's body. A hole appeared on Yang Dingtian's body. Blood spurted out. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. He angrily turned his head to look at Shi Wuming and said, you dare to sneak attack me? Shi Wuming's face was gloomy. He didn't explain anything. As a saint-level expert, it was not a glorious thing to do such a despicable thing like sneak attack. The surrounding mercenaries looked at Shi Wuming with disdain. Even the disciples of the magic machine guard were stunned. They hadn't expected that the great commander, whom they usually respected, would actually launch a sneak attack on someone else. Kill them. Shi Wuming ordered coldly. Yes, sir. Mokugi's disciples obeyed the order. They immediately drew their swords and rushed forward. Yang Dingtian's team was utterly defeated. Everyone covered Yang Dingtian's escape. They suffered heavy casualties. The team of more than 10 people was reduced to 7 or 8 people. They fled pathetically, and the ground was littered with corpses. Shi Wuming had obtained a great victory. However, no one cheered. The scene fell into a dead silence. Shi Wuming, why are you? Shi Feishuan was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Shi Wuming. She was so angry that she didn't know how to scold him. Miss, in order to snatch the Heavenly Origin Mirror, we had no choice. Shi Wuming said in a deep voice. Mu Yun stood at the side and watched coldly. This Yang Dingtian laughed every time he spoke. He looked really stupid. It was a miracle that he could survive until now. As for Shi Wuming, he would do anything to achieve his goal. He was extremely vicious. It would be extremely difficult to take back the 5-dragon wheel from him. The next day, the team continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the place where the Heavenly Origin Mirror would appear. Mu Yun was also looking forward to seeing the appearance of the heavenly origin mirror. At night, the team set up camp. Mu Yun went out to keep watch as usual. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The cold wind whimpered. Mu Yun and a few mercenaries were drinking around the campfire. There won't be any more trouble tonight, right? A mercenary sighed. Last night was really chaotic. First, it was the Lizard King's attack. Then, Yang Dingtian ran out. Many people died. Everyone only hoped that it would be a little quieter tonight. But at this moment, an earth-shattering thunder rumbled from afar. No, it wasn't thunder. It was the sound of horse hooves. Sherwuming, get out here. A roar that shook the heavens and earth exploded violently. A burly figure carrying a bronze cauldron on his shoulder and riding a golden horse galloped from afar. He was only one man and one horse, but the aura he exuded was like an army of thousands of men and horses. He had the power of wind and thunder. All the trees that blocked his way were all broken by him. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were filled with endless grievances, anger, and hatred. Yang Dingtian. Seeing this person, Mu Yun suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Last night, Yang Dingtian was ambushed and his aura disappeared. She thought that Yang Dingtian was dead. She didn't expect him to appear again. And he was so fierce. Looking at his aura, he was much stronger than last night. Rumble, Yang Dingtian's violent body swept past. The few mercenaries around Mu Yun couldn't dodge in time. They bled from their 7 orifices and died on the spot with their internal organs ruptured. The aura Yang Dingtian was emitting now was enough to shock people to death. One could imagine how powerful he was. Mu Yun was agile and had already dodged. Yang Dingtian rushed into the camp alone. All the Mokugi disciples and mercenaries immediately surrounded Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was surrounded alone, but he didn't show a trace of fear. Sherwuming came out and was shocked to see Yang Dingtian unscathed. You're not dead? Of course I'm not dead. You shameless villain, it's not that easy to kill me. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and threw the giant bronze cauldron on his shoulder to the ground with a bang. His giant cauldron was originally shining with divine light. But now, it was dark and lifeless. There were a few wisps of remnant souls floating in the cauldron. I sacrificed my life source magic treasure. I sacrificed my brothers. Only then did I come back to life. Yang Dingtian's tone was sorrowful and angry. He looked at Sherwuming with murderous intent. This giant bronze cauldron was naturally his life source magic treasure. He was ambushed by Sherwuming last night and was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Later, he absorbed the spiritual energy of the magic treasure and the vitality of his disciples. Only then could he survive and improve his cultivation. The yellow bell is destroyed, the earthen cauldron rumbles with thunder. Yang Dingtian threw a punch. With a bang, the giant bronze cauldron shattered into pieces. The wisps of remnant souls in the cauldron also disappeared. I want revenge. Sherwuming, you're dead meat. Yang Dingtian's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. I risked my life and came back to life. My current cultivation is only one step away from the middle level of the Sage Realm. I will kill you tonight and prove my Tao with blood. The Sage Realm was divided into lesser, middle, great, and supreme realms. Yang Dingtian and Sherwuming were both in the lesser realm. But now, Yang Dingtian risked his life and came back to life. He was only one step away from the middle level of the Sage Realm. As long as he killed Sherwuming, he could prove his Tao with blood and ascend to the middle level of the Sage Realm. I will step on your bones to comprehend the Tao. Today, I will pay you back for the humiliation I suffered last night. Yang Dingtian roared and threw a punch at Sherwuming. Sherwuming was shocked. Yang Dingtian's might was overwhelming at this moment. There was no way he could beat him. Go. Without hesitation, Sherwuming immediately turned and ran. If he wanted to run, Yang Dingtian could not stop him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. He ran. Sherwuming, how dare you run away? Yang Dingtian flew into a rage when he saw Sherwuming trying to escape. Don't you care about the lives of your Mokugi's disciples and your mistress? Sherfeishuan, Mu Yun, and the Mokugi and mercenaries all looked at Sherwuming's back, waiting for his decision. However, Shi Wuming did not stop at all. His body disappeared into the darkness. In an instant, he left the crowd behind and ran for his life, disappearing without a trace. Ha ha ha, Shi Wuming, you shameless villain. How dare you leave all of you behind? Yang Dingtian laughed, his eyes full of murderous intent. If that's the case, I'll take all of you down with me. All of you, die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian attacked Shi Feishuan directly. Mokugi's disciples immediately rushed to her rescue and slashed at Yang Dingtian with their swords. However, Yang Dingtian was too powerful at this moment. He was only one step away from the middle level of the Sage Realm. Mokugi could not resist his strength at all. Bang, 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 bodies flew out one after another and fell to the ground, turning into corpses. No one could stop Yang Dingtian at all. The surrounding mercenaries saw that the situation was not good and scattered like birds and beasts. Shi Feishuan was so scared that her face turned pale. She was stunned. At this moment of life and death, a tall and straight figure appeared beside her. Mistress, let's go. Mu Yun sighed. Originally, he wanted to abandon Corpse Feishuan. However, seeing that this woman had treated him quite well, he decided to save her life. You? Shi Feishuan only hesitated for a second. When she saw Mu Yun approaching, she immediately grabbed Mu Yun's arm like a drowning person who had grabbed a life-saving straw. Mu Yun didn't waste any time and immediately pulled her along as he ran forward. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Yang Dingtian snorted angrily. He waved his hand and shouted. Saint Art! The flames of war burn the heavens! A towering flame burst out from Yang Dingtian's palm and swept towards Shi Feishuan. The ferocious aura of the flame seemed to be able to burn the heavens and split the earth. Seeing that Mu Yun and Shi Feishuan were about to be engulfed by the flames, Mu Yun took out her Dharma treasure at the critical moment. Divine Sparrow Fan. An ordinary-looking white paper fan appeared in the void. Most of the flames that filled the sky were blocked by the white paper fan. However, Yang Dingtian's move was a genuine Saint Art. It was very powerful. Mu Yun was not proficient enough in controlling the Sparrow Deity Fan. The Sparrow Deity Fan could not completely block it. A trace of blazing flame aura still flew over and hit Mu Yun and Shi Feishuan. Mu Yun had a strong physique to begin with. With the protection of the green scale dragon armor, she managed to block the attack. However, Shi Feishuan was panicking at this moment. She did not think of blocking the attack. She vomited blood on the spot and fainted with serious injuries. Mu Yun had no choice but to carry her body and fly forward quickly. What kind of Dharma treasure is that? Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not expect Mu Yun's fan to block his flames of war burn the heavens. One had to know that his flames of war burn the heavens was a genuine first-grade Saint Art. It was abnormally powerful and ordinary people would not be able to block it. As Mu Yun moved forward, she suddenly felt an unusual aura of a Dharma treasure. It was very strong. It should be the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The Heavenly Origin Mirror is nearby. Mu Yun suddenly realized that such a strong aura of a Dharma treasure must be the legendary Heavenly Origin Mirror. However, she could not even protect herself now and did not have the mood to snatch the Heavenly Origin Mirror. She immediately found a remote cave and settled down. The inside of the cave was rather dark and damp. Mu Yun placed Shi Feishuan's body on the ground and patted her face. Mississippi Shi Feishuan opened her eyes slightly and said with difficulty, "It's so hot." Mu Yun took a closer look and saw that her exposed skin was already red and very hot to the touch. Obviously, Shi Feishuan had been attacked by Yang Dingtian's Saint Art flame and was seriously injured. I seem to have been attacked by the Saint Art's heavenly fire and am seriously injured. I have a bottle of medicine here. It's the clear isollusory rain powder specially made by Jade Toad House. Help me apply it all over my body. It should be able to heal my injuries. Shi Feishuan panted and felt weak all over. She narrowed her eyes and took out a bottle of medicine from her storage bag with difficulty and handed it to Mu Yun. Apply it all over your body. Mu Yun hesitated when he heard Shi Feishuan's words. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll be dead when the fire attacks my heart, Shi Feishuan urged. This. Mu Yun stammered. Xianxia said, "Are you embarrassed? What's the matter? We, the corpse-eating beasts, don't care about the difference between men and women. Healing is more important. You can't just watch me die." "All right." Mu Yun sighed helplessly. Since Xianxia had said so, he had nothing to worry about. He took the icy illusory rain powder and opened the bottle cap. Immediately, a cool medicinal fragrance filled the air. "I don't have any strength left. Help me take off my clothes and apply the medicine all over my body. My injuries will gradually get better." Xianxia lay weakly on the ground. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was no other way. He could only take off Xianxia's clothes. A sparkling and perfect body immediately appeared in front of him. He calmed his mind and didn't think too much. He gently applied the medicine on Xianxia's body. In his heart, he only cared about the 9 women. He didn't have any other thoughts about Xianxia. However, they were intimate after all. The atmosphere in the cave became a little ambiguous. Finally, Mu Yun finished applying the medicine. Xianxia's condition recovered a lot. She was able to sit up and put on her clothes. "This Wu is too despicable. He abandoned me and ran away. When we return to the Corpse Emperor city, I will definitely complain to my father and kill his whole family." Corpse Imperial concubine Xian gnashed her teeth in anger. Mu Yun was silent. He could understand Xianxia's anger. After all, Wu escaped alone at the critical moment of life and death. It was too despicable. "You saved me again. Don't worry. When we return to the city, I will reward you again." Xianxia held Mu Yun's arm and smiled. She was very happy. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It was so dangerous now. It was unknown whether they could return alive. He didn't ask for a reward. "Xianxia, get out here. Do you want to run away? Where can you run to?" At this moment, an angry roar came from outside. "It's Yang Dingtian." Hearing this voice, Xianxia's face changed immediately. Yang Dingtian was outside. He was determined to kill Xianxia because Wu had run away. He couldn't catch up with him. However, as long as he killed Xianxia, Wu couldn't escape punishment. He would definitely be wanted by the Corpse Emperor city. At that time, Wu would die without him doing anything. "I have already sensed the aura of the 2 of you. You can't run away. Are you hiding in the cave and waiting for death?" Yang Dingtian sneered. His cultivation was just a little bit away from the middle level. He caught the aura of Mu Yun and Xianxia in an instant and chased after them. "We are doomed. He is coming." Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. She grabbed Mu Yun's hand. "What should we do?" "Set up the formation. Hurry up." Corpse Imperial concubine Xian hurriedly urged him with a panicked expression. "What formation?" Mu Yun asked with a frown. Xianxia said, "Actually, I am a first-level ancient array master. Just follow my instructions and set up a chief formation. We can deal with Yang Dingtian." "What ancient array master? What chief formation?" Mu Yun was confused. There are 3 special professions in the Kanglin Myriad domain. They are Ancient Array Master, Ancient Alchemy Master, and Ancient Weapon Master. They are respectively practicing array, refining medicine, and refining weapons. I am an Ancient Array Master. Set up a chief formation for me immediately. Hurry up, or it will be too late, Xianxia said hurriedly. Then tell me quickly. How do you set up this formation? Mu Yun asked. He used to be a divine array master, but it was his first time hearing about ancient array masters. He had only been in the 3 elements realm for a short time, so he didn't have time to learn how to set up ancient array masters. Yang Dingtian's footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. For ancient array masters, Astral Blade Evasion. The chief formation is an array that borrows power. As the saying goes, the chief star kicks the battle. When the chief formation is set up, it can borrow the aura of the constellations in the sky to kill the enemy. Xianxia took out a blueprint and handed it to Mu Yun. This is the first-level chief formation, the Vermilion Bird Formation. Use your lifespan to activate the formation and set it up at the entrance of the cave. You can stop Yang Dingtian. Vermilion bird formation? Mu Yun took the formation blueprint and looked at it. The formation lines on the formation blueprint were complicated and mysterious. They even vaguely formed the shape of a vermilion bird. It was much more powerful than the formations he had come into contact with before. Yang Dingtian is coming. Use your lifespan to activate the formation blueprint quickly. Shi Feishuan kept urging. Yang Dingtian's figure had already appeared not far outside the cave. He was about to charge in. I need to use my lifespan to activate it? Mu Yun said in surprise. Yes. Most ancient arrays require lifespan to activate. The power of ancient arrays is much more powerful than the formations you have come into contact with before. This vermilion bird formation is a first-level chief formation. You can activate it by using 100 years of your lifespan, Shi Feishuan said. So it's only 100 years. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His lifespan was as long as 100,000 years. A mere 100 years was not worth mentioning. He immediately walked to the entrance of the cave and poured 100 years of his lifespan into the vermilion bird formation. The vermilion bird formation blueprint was instantly activated. A layer of blazing rainbow light appeared. The rainbow light surged and turned into the shape of a vermilion bird. Mu Yun placed the formation blueprint at the entrance of the cave. A crimson-red array immediately spread out at the entrance of the cave. Traces of warm air waves spread out. The originally damp cave became dry. It's fine now. Shi Feishuan saw that the vermilion bird formation was set up and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. But after a pause, his expression changed. He said, wait, something's not right. He felt that his lifespan was still decreasing. As the vermilion bird formation continued to operate, his lifespan continued to decrease. Why is my lifespan still decreasing? Mu Yun looked at Shi Feishuan in surprise. To maintain the formation blueprint, you must continue to consume your lifespan. Unless it's an array that you personally drew, then it won't consume your lifespan. Shi Feishuan said, to maintain the vermilion bird formation's operation for 2 hours, it consumes 500 years of lifespan. No, this consumes too much of my lifespan. I can't afford it. Mu Yun shook her head. 6,000 years of lifespan was consumed in a day. If the hothead outside wasted his lifespan, he would not be able to afford it. He wanted to completely cut off the connection between his lifespan and the formation, but Shi Feishuan panicked and said, don't, Shi Yun. Yang Dingtian is coming. Mu Yun looked and saw that Yang Dingtian had run over. He appeared at the entrance of the cave and looked around. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to. Yang Dingtian laughed and wanted to barge into the cave, but the vermilion bird formation on the ground immediately activated. A blazing vermilion bird flame starlight whizzed out crazily and attacked him. What is this? Yang Dingtian was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but he was still half a step too late. He was attacked by the vermilion bird flame starlight. His hair and beard were burnt, and he looked miserable. Damn it. It's a first-class formation, the vermilion bird formation. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and immediately recognized it. It was a first-class formation, the vermilion bird formation. Among the 4 ancient formations, the blade was used for attack, the star was used for defense, the escape was used for evasion, and the chief was used for borrowing. The chief formation was a borrowing formation. It borrowed the power of the constellations in the heavens to kill the enemy. Going against the chief formation was going against the constellations in the heavens. How can you condense a vermilion bird formation in such a hurry? Yang Dingtian was in disbelief. He took a closer look and found a clue. Ha ha ha, so it's a formation. Maintaining a formation consumes one's lifespan. This vermilion bird formation consumes 500 years of lifespan for 2 hours. How long can you last? Yang Dingtian stood at the entrance of the cave and laughed. Although he could not barge in, Mu Yun wanted to maintain the vermilion bird formation, which consumed a lot of energy. As long as he blocked the entrance, he could surround and kill the 2 of them. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just sit here and trap you. If you know what's good for you, come out and surrender obediently. I can still leave your corpses intact. Yang Dingtian snorted and sat down on a big rock at the entrance of the cave. He looked calm and composed. Mu Yun looked terrible. If he continued to consume his lifespan, he would not be able to hold on. The great life-snatching art burned his lifespan to increase his strength. He almost never used it because lifespan was too precious to a martial artist. Corpse Imperial concubine Xian was also anxious. This was only a temporary measure, and it naturally wouldn't last long. She shouted to Yang Dingtian, "Hey, I am the daughter of the Corpse Emperor city's owner. Aren't you afraid of my family's revenge if you kill me?" Yang Dingtian said, "Only the 9 Tripod Trading Company and the Necrophagus Beasts know about the appearance of the Tianyuan mirror. In order to get the Tianyuan mirror, the two of us will definitely turn against each other. If I kill you, I will do a great service and the president will reward me handsomely." Mu Yun listened quietly. She suddenly understood. No wonder other forces did not come to fight for the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Only the Joding Trading and the Corpse-Eating Beast clan. No one else knew about it. In that case, the Joding Trading and the Corpse-Eating Beast clan could not get along well. In order to snatch the Heavenly Origin Mirror, they would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality. If Yang Dingtian killed Shifeishuan, the president of the Joding Trading would be very happy. Shifeishuan and Mu Yun looked at each other. Their faces were solemn. Shifeishuan gently held Mu Yun's hand and said softly, "Don't worry. My father knows that something happened to me. He will definitely send people to rescue me. We will be fine." Mu Yun nodded. Now that things had come to this, they could only act according to the circumstances. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "Do you think that you are the only one who has reinforcements and I don't? I have already reported to the president that the Heavenly Origin Mirror has appeared. It is absolutely true. Tomorrow, my Joding Trading's main force will come. At that time, no matter how many of your Corpse-Eating Beast clan members come, I will kill them all. There will be fewer people." Hearing this, Mu Yun and Shifeishuan's faces became more and more unsightly. Time passed bit by bit. The next day arrived. In order to maintain the vermilion bird formation, Mu Yun had already consumed thousands of years of his life. If this continued, even without Yang Dingtian's help, he would play himself to death. At this time, the main force of the Joding Trading had arrived. A group of yellow-cloaked disciples appeared at the entrance of the cave and stood respectfully beside Yang Dingtian. "These two people are the enemies of our Joding Trading. You guys stay here and guard them well. I will go out and find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Origin Mirror." When Yang Dingtian saw that the reinforcements had arrived, he gave the order. He could not keep guarding here. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Origin Mirror was taken away by others, he would be in trouble. He had to go and check it out personally. "Lord Dingtian, the enemy is inside and has no power to resist. We can just go in and capture them. Why do we have to waste time guarding them?" A disciple asked doubtfully. "Haha, you are right. Go in and capture them." Yang Dingtian laughed. "Yes, Lord." The disciple was overjoyed. He thought that the opportunity to perform a meritorious service had come. He immediately drew his weapon and rushed into the cave. However, as soon as he stepped into the cave, he triggered the vermilion bird formation. Monster starlight and raging flames surged and exploded. The disciple screamed in pain. His body was annihilated in the blazing starlight and turned into ashes. The surrounding disciples were horrified when they saw this scene. They retreated one after another and did not dare to go near. "Humph, if I could go in, I would have gone in long ago." Yang Dingtian snorted and then said helplessly, "It is a pity that I am a new pro-disciple and have not learned the secret of ancient formations. Otherwise, with the ancient formations that have been passed down for thousands of years in Joding Trading, it would be a piece of cake for me to break this little vermilion bird formation." In addition to being good at business, Joding Trading also had a special skill, which was ancient formations. In the three elements realm, Joding Trading's ancient formations were the most authentic. The ancient formation masters that they produced were also respected. Many races and forces had conflicts with Joding Trading over territory. However, they had never shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because Joding Trading's ancient formations were the most powerful. They needed to cooperate with Joding Trading. Moreover, a special profession like ancient formation master had a huge network of connections. If one offended an ancient formation master, it would definitely bring about endless trouble. However, it was very difficult to become an ancient formation master. Most of the people in Jioding trading were ancient formation apprentices. The only true first-grade ancient formation masters were Hao Tian, Jun Tian, Yu Tian, and Wu Tian. When I get the heavenly origin mirror, the president will definitely reward me handsomely. At that time I will be bestowed with the secret of ancient formations. I will then become a true ancient formation master and be respected by thousands. Yang Dingtian secretly calculated. Although he wanted to kill Mu Yun and Shi Feishuan, it was obvious that the heavenly origin mirror was more important now. He handed the task of guarding over to his disciples and left to find the whereabouts of the heavenly origin mirror. Seeing Yang Dingtian leave, Mu Yun and Shi Feishuan heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were still surrounded, without Yang Dingtian, the pressure was not as great. Night fell. The vermilion bird formation was still operating. Mu Yun's lifespan was still being consumed. Jioding Trading's disciples were still tightly surrounding the cave entrance. The situation was still grim. Mu Yun's face was gloomy. If this continued, she would definitely die. Now, she had to at least solve the problem of the formation. She could not burn her lifespan anymore. Otherwise, she would die sooner or later. Monsieur, can you draw your own formation? Mu Yun asked. Shi Feishuan was a little embarrassed and said, cough, cough. To tell you the truth, I don't understand. Mu Yun said in surprise, why don't you understand? Aren't you a first-grade ancient formation master? Shi Feishuan said, I'm indeed a first-grade ancient formation master, but I'm not a combat master. I'm a formation master. I only know how to draw formations. Mu Yun said, there are different types of ancient formation masters? Shi Feishuan nodded and said, there are two types of ancient formation masters, combat masters and drawing formations. I only know how to draw formations. I can give pointers on formations, but when it comes to combat, I can't do anything. Mu Yun felt a headache. It seemed that this rich young miss really had no combat experience. She did not know how to fight, nor did she know how to draw a formation for combat. Then will you teach me? I'll draw it. Mu Yun asked directly. He could not afford to burn his lifespan like this. You want to learn ancient formation techniques? Shi Feishuan said in surprise. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. He was serious. Shi Feishuan said, this is very difficult. How can you learn it in a hurry? Mu Yun said, I have to learn it even if I don't want to. Otherwise, my lifespan will be exhausted. Mu Yun thought about how he had cultivated all the way from a mortal to a half-saint. He had a strong foundation in the art of matrices. It was not impossible for him to learn the art of ancient matrices. Moreover, he kept burning his lifespan to maintain the vermilion bird formation. He gradually understood the various mysteries of the vermilion bird formation. What he needed now was some basic knowledge of ancient formation techniques. Okay, I'll teach you. Shi Feishuan took out a scroll and unfolded it on the ground. The title of the scroll was Introduction to Ancient Formation. The content was all kinds of introductory knowledge of ancient formation techniques. The disciples outside the cave also saw the scene in the cave. They could not help but laugh. Did I hear wrongly? That kid wants to learn ancient formation techniques. Ha ha ha, he's about to die, but he still wants to learn ancient formation techniques. I've learned it for tens of thousands of years, but I can't even touch the threshold. This kid is whimsical. He wants to learn ancient formation techniques in a hurry. What a fool's dream. Hearing the ridicule outside, Shi Feishuan looked a little embarrassed. Mu Yun calmed down and said, it's okay. You don't have to worry about it. Just teach me. Okay. Shi Feishuan was helpless. He asked Mu Yun to read the content on the scroll. Then, he began to explain. Ancient formations are divided into blade, shield, and evasion. Blade is for attacking, shield is for defense, evasion is for evading, and evasion is for borrowing. The elements of the formation are wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, poison, and so on, Xianxia did not avoid it and explained directly. The disciples outside of the Jioding trading could also hear it. However, this content was the most basic ancient formation content. Anyone who had a little contact with ancient formations would have heard of it. These disciples naturally knew it too. Now that they heard Xianxia say it, they were too lazy to eavesdrop because they already knew it. Mu Yun listened with great interest. He felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. His lifespan was still burning. His connection with the vermilion bird formation was getting closer and closer. He gradually understood the various mysteries of the vermilion bird formation. The complicated lines of the formation appeared in his mind and kept breaking down into simple lines. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun in surprise and asked, "What do you know?" Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. He strode out and arrived at the entrance of the cave. When the Jioding trading disciples saw him approaching, they were all on guard. Some of them were even secretly prepared to attack at any time, thinking that Mu Yun was going to walk out and die. However, Mu Yun stood still and did not walk out. He pointed his finger gently and drew arcs in the air. These arcs shone with a red light. One horizontal, one vertical, one upward, one downward. They looked extremely simple. However, in the next moment, these arcs landed on the ground and gradually formed a complicated formation. Formation upon landing, this was the basic technique of an ancient formation master. The ancient array masters used the sky as the paper, the earth as the carrier, and their fingertips as the brush. They drew lines in the void, drawing the arc of the array before descending to the ground and forming the array. The embryonic form of the array was thus formed. Xianxia was stunned. Mu Yun's technique of drawing the formation was still rather sluggish at the beginning. However, he gradually became more and more skilled. His movements were smooth and fluid, and he drew arcs of exquisite formation patterns in the air. It was dazzling. The people outside the cave were also completely dumbfounded. They did not expect Mu Yun to be able to draw formations with his bare hands when he had just started cultivating the mysteries of ancient formations. Furthermore, his technique was quite decent. The arcs landed on the ground to form a formation. A vermilion bird formation appeared on the ground. The appearance of the vermilion bird was firmly formed, and it gradually emitted a boiling aura. Prison by drawing a circle, this was the second step of setting up a formation, prison by drawing a circle. This prison was both a sturdy prison and a prison. When the arcs of formation patterns landed on the ground to form a formation, it was still very loose in the beginning and could be easily destroyed. However, once the formation patterns solidified and became firm, it would be impregnable and would not be easily destroyed. After the formation of the formation, the next step was to borrow the aura of the constellation and draw a circle to form a prison-like boundary formation. Anyone who dared to barge into this boundary would be mercilessly killed by the constellation's baleful aura. Mu Yun took a deep breath and mobilized her mental power to activate the vermilion bird formation. This was not a formation diagram, nor was it an armchair strategist. It was an ancient formation used in actual combat. In a battle formation, one did not need to expend their lifespan to maintain it. They only needed to circulate their spiritual energy and use their soul energy as a guide to activate it. Buzz, under the infusion of Mu Yun's mental energy, the entire vermilion bird formation exploded with a blazing scarlet glow. A clear and melodious vermilion bird cry also resounded, shaking everyone's hearts. The disciples outside the cave were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Mu Yun to succeed in forming the array. Am I seeing things? Heavens, he actually succeeded in forming the array. Impossible. The ancient formation is profound and obscure. How could he possibly comprehend it in such a short time? Oh no, hurry up and report this to Sir Yangding Tian. Everyone was in a mess, and they were all flustered. Mu Yun was actually able to set up an ancient formation in an instant. It was truly out of their expectations. Phew. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He kept the formation diagram and completely cut off his lifespan connection. His lifespan was finally no longer depleted. What he was expending now was only a negligible amount of spiritual energy. It would not cause any harm to his body. Have you learned the ancient formation before? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Now that Mu Yun had successfully formed the array, he no longer needed to rely on the formation diagram or expend his lifespan to maintain it. The current situation of the two of them was much more comfortable. This is also the first time I have come into contact with the so-called ancient formation, the 4 techniques of blade astral evasion. Mu Yun said slowly, actually, I haven't really learned it yet. Mu Yun shook his head. He knew his own capabilities. He could successfully form the array because he had continuously expended his lifespan to maintain the vermilion bird formation. He had already figured out the mysteries of the vermilion bird formation. Therefore, he copied it and drew one for himself. Moreover, along the way, he had gone from a spiritual formation master to a divine formation master. It could be said that he had a deep understanding of formations and had a certain foundation. However, if he was given other formations, he would definitely not be able to draw them. After all, although the ancient formation and the divine formation were similar, the difference was even greater. You have obviously learned it. Look at your formation. It looks like it, Xianxia said in surprise. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. We have to think of a way to leave. Mu Yun's gaze darkened as he looked at the world outside the cave. Freedom was right in front of him, but he could not get out. Outside the cave, there were still more than 10 Joding trading disciples on high alert. Among them, there were a few saint transformation experts. In fact, if Mu Yun wanted to leave, this group of people could not stop him. However, the problem was that he still had Xianxia by his side. Although Xianxia was not a human, she was not a bad person. Moreover, she had given him the lizard clan's treasure, the sky splitter, and taught him the ancient formation's secret technique. He could not leave her alone. Hey, don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Xianxia was scared. She grabbed Mu Yun's arm tightly, afraid that Mu Yun would leave her alone and run away. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry. I'm not Xianxia. I won't leave you alone. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Mu Yun did not need to consume his lifespan and regained his freedom, what she was most afraid of was that Mu Yun would leave her alone. That would be terrible. Young miss, do you have any powerful Dharma treasures? Can you lend them to me so that we can break out of this encirclement? Mu Yun asked. Xianxia was the daughter of the city lord of Corpse Emperor City. She must have many treasures on her. If she had any powerful Dharma treasures, it would be easy to break out of this encirclement. Xianxia shook her head and said, No. Mu Yun felt helpless. It seemed that this young miss was still unreliable. But, Xianxia changed the topic. She took out a source pearl and said, I don't have any Dharma treasures, but I have this. What's this? Mu Yun's eyes widened. The source pearl in Xianxia's hand was not gold, silver, or bronze. Instead, it was suffused with a layer of warm jade color. Its quality and spiritual qi were excellent. The spiritual qi it emitted even formed a layer of dense mist that shrouded the source pearl. Xianxia said, This is a jade source pearl. Jade source pearl? Mu Yun was curious. He thought that there were only 3 kinds of source pearls, gold, silver, and bronze. He did not expect there to be a jade one. Xianxia said, The jade source pearl is very precious. In addition to containing a vast amount of heaven and earth origin energy, there is a special space inside that can be used to seal cultivation techniques. Take a look. Oh? Mu Yun was surprised. He took the jade source pearl and looked at it carefully. He saw a few words engraved in the pearl, Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. Xianxia said, This jade source pearl seals the superior cultivation technique of my Corpse Emperor City, Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. Mu Yun murmured these words. Xianxia said, The Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture has a total of 5 transformations. The power of the first transformation is equivalent to a little saint technique. The power of the second transformation is equivalent to a first-grade saint technique. The highest 5th transformation is comparable to a 4th-grade saint technique. This cultivation technique has been passed down in my Corpse Emperor City for thousands of years. Its value is extraordinary. Young miss, you want to? Mu Yun vaguely guessed something. Absorb this jade source pearl immediately. Then, you can instantly comprehend the first transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture, Xianxia said. You're going to let me cultivate this cultivation technique just like that? Mu Yun was shocked. This is an emergency. There's no other way. Moreover, the first transformation is just a little saint technique. It's not a big problem. Even if father knows, he won't blame me. After all, we're in a life and death situation. Xianxia was helpless. This was the only way now. With Mu Yun's current strength, she couldn't protect her. However, as long as she cultivated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture, perhaps Mu Yun could bring her and escape with her. All right. Mu Yun didn't talk nonsense. She sat down cross-legged and clasped the jade source pearl with both hands. She silently adjusted her breathing and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the jade source pearl. The first thing she absorbed was the boundless origin energy of heaven and earth. Origin energy was an existence that surpassed divine power. It was the origin energy of heaven and earth. When a saint cultivated, they absorbed origin energy. The source pearl was an object that was condensed from origin energy. It contained abundant origin energy, just like the spiritual stones in the past. The currency in the three elements realm was also the source pearl. The jade source pearl was the pearl with the most abundant spiritual energy. It was much more powerful than the gold source pearl. Mu Yun absorbed the spiritual energy in the jade source pearl and immediately felt refreshed. Her aura continued to strengthen. Gradually, Mu Yun absorbed all the spiritual energy on the surface of the jade source pearl. Then, he came into contact with a mysterious cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture. It was sealed in the internal space of the jade source pearl. Mu Yun slowly absorbed the spiritual energy. A series of mysterious and exquisite chants flashed across his mind. The various profundities of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture were gradually imprinted in his mind. He didn't need to comprehend it himself, nor did he need to deliberately learn it. This was because the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture had long become one with the jade source pearl. As long as he absorbed the spiritual energy in the jade source pearl, he would be able to naturally learn the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture. This was more like a kind of inheritance. However, this method of sealing cultivation techniques came with a huge price. It consumed one's lifespan. Generally speaking, the seniors and higher-ups would burn their lifespan and seal their cultivation techniques when they knew that there was no hope for them to improve in this lifetime. They hoped that the next generation could stand on their shoulders and improve further. At this critical juncture, Xianxia actually gave her own jade source pearl to Mu Yun. This was something that couldn't be helped. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to get out alive. Oh no, the two of them are trying to break out. I have long heard of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture. This is the sacred art created by the Corpse Emperor Patriarch. Back then, the Corpse Emperor Patriarch was enlightened by that person and achieved the great Tao. The sacred art that he left behind is no small matter. Hurry up and inform Lord Yang to come back. We can't hold on any longer. The disciples outside the cave all panicked. Not long after, someone rushed back from afar and said in a panic, Lord Dingtian doesn't have time to come back. He is busy snatching the heavenly origin mirror. The heavenly origin mirror has already appeared. He and Shi Wuming are fighting a decisive battle. It's impossible for him to come back in a short period of time. Then what should we do? When these words were said, everyone was in a panic. What are you afraid of? You bunch of trash, I'm back. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A burly figure appeared outside the cave. His body was as majestic as a giant bear. His body exuded an incomparably domineering aura that sent chills down one's spine. Mu Yun was still absorbing the spiritual chi from the jade origin pearl, but what was happening outside naturally couldn't escape his eyes. He knew that Yang Dingtian had returned, and his heart skipped a beat. But upon closer inspection, this Yang Dingtian's aura wasn't strong. It turned out that this wasn't his original body, but an avatar condensed from origin energy. Yang Dingtian's original body was still fighting for the heavenly origin mirror. This Yang Dingtian was an avatar. In terms of strength, it was at most 1/3 of his original body. Mu Yun remained calm and collected as he continued to absorb the energy from the jade origin pearl. He was also gradually comprehending the corpse emperor's tyrant body art. Yang Dingtian stood outside the cave and saw that the formation map was gone. What appeared on the ground was a real ancient formation. Formation upon landing, prison on the ground. His face was full of astonishment as he said, "This isn't an armchair strategist from a formation diagram. This is a practical battle of pointers." "Who is it? Who exactly drew this?" "It's that kid." A disciple pointed at Mu Yun timidly. "Impossible. The ancient formation method is obscure and profound. Even I haven't learned it. How could this kid have mastered it?" Yang Dingtian was in disbelief. "Lord Dingtian, this kid is comprehending the corpse emperor tyrannical body art." "Hurry up and kill him," a disciple said hurriedly. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. If he could kill Mu Yun, he would have done it long ago. Now that the vermilion bird formation was stopping him, he couldn't do anything for the time being. Moreover, he was only an avatar. His original body was still fighting fiercely with Shi Wuming to snatch the heavenly origin mirror. "Prepare ingots, candles, and incense for me. I'm going to cast a spell." Yang Dingtian composed himself and gave the order. Mu Yun opened his eyes slightly. When he heard Yang Dingtian's words, he was stunned. Why didn't Yang Dingtian barge in? Why did he prepare ingots, candles, and incense? "Oh no, he wants to disturb your mind." Shi Feishuan's face turned pale and said in a panic. Mu Yun frowned. How could something like ingots and candles disturb his mind? He did not care anymore and continued to absorb the jade source pearl. Soon, Yang Dingtian set up an incense table at the entrance of the cave. On top of it was an incense burner with candles and a few incense sticks. On the ground were burning paper money and ingots. In his hand was a mahogany sword. The hilt of the sword was made of copper coins strung together. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she immediately felt that it was a little funny. Yang Dingtian was holding a peachwood sword and looked like he was about to perform a dance. Mu Yun did not care about these ingots, candles, and incense in the storage bag that Liao Shui gave her. Now, it seemed that these things were still useful. Because if it was useless, Yang Dingtian would not have displayed it. However, the expression on Yang Dingtian's face right now was simply too comical. Wait for me to cast a spell to disturb his mind and break this vermilion bird formation first. Yang Dingtian was calm and composed. He chanted and waved the peachwood sword. Maintaining the ancient formation required a lot of mental strength. As long as he disturbed Mu Yun's mind, the vermilion bird formation would break by itself. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be able to swagger in and capture her. This was his wishful thinking. Because the necrophagus beasts were a type of Yin demon, exorcism items like the peachwood sword, copper coins, ingots, and candles were also effective against the necrophagus beasts. Although they could not cause substantial damage, they could still disturb their minds. Yang Dingtian began to cast the spell. As expected, Shi Feishuan was affected. She immediately felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. But the strange thing was that Mu Yun did not move at all. She was not affected at all. Yang Dingtian was stunned when he saw this scene. Lord Dingtian, it's not effective, his disciple said. Impossible. Unless this kid is pretending. Otherwise, as long as he's a necrophagus beast, he won't be safe and sound. Yang Dingtian felt incredulous. He never thought that Mu Yun was really not a necrophagus beast. He was just pretending. His exorcism skills were useless in Mu Yun's eyes. Yang Dingtian, don't play tricks. Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was murderous. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He felt that Mu Yun's aura had become much stronger. He must have comprehended the corpse emperor tyrant body technique. Shi Yun, how is it? Shi Feishuan saw that Mu Yun had woken up and asked quickly. Miss, don't worry. I'll take you home. Mu Yun took Shi Feishuan's hand and strode out. He had already mastered the corpse emperor tyrant body technique. He was confident that Yang Dingtian could not stop him if he wanted to leave. Take me home. Shi Feishuan was about to cry when she heard these words. Her eyes were red. Mu Yun was like a god of war in her heart. As long as she relied on Mu Yun, nothing would happen. Ha ha ha. You still want to leave? Dream on. Yang Dingtian laughed when he saw that Mu Yun was about to come out. If your original body is here, you might be able to stop me. But you're just an avatar. You want to stop me? Dream on. Mu Yun's words were full of arrogance and unyielding fighting spirit. He strode out. The Jioding trading disciples outside could not help but retreat under the pressure of his aura. They looked a little flustered. What are you panicking for? Go and kill him. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and gave the order. He wanted to see how powerful Mu Yun was now. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Technique, First Transformation, Activate. Mu Yun did not waste any time and directly activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Technique. His body ignited with green ghost fire. The faint ghost fire enveloped his body and formed a Corpse Emperor robe. The 6 paths of reincarnation, hell, demons, ghosts, and swords mountain and sea of fire covered the Corpse Emperor robe like embroidery. Mu Yun exuded the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He seemed to have become the legendary Corpse Emperor. Even the sunlight was devoured by his corpse aura. His body was surrounded by darkness. It was as if even light could not penetrate it. There was only endless darkness, killing, ferocity, and demonic aura. The Jioding trading disciples brandished their swords and slashed at Mu Yun, but it was useless. Mu Yun activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Technique and put on the Corpse Emperor robe. He was simply lawless. No attack could hurt him. Every step he took stirred up a monstrous cold wind. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Evil aura surged. Heaven and earth were horrified. The forest was dark, and birds and beasts were crying. It was a bleak scene. Clang, Mu Yun pulled Feishuan with his left hand and pulled out the Sky Splitter with his right hand. The Sky Splitter was the inherited treasure of the Lizard clan. It was forged from the bones of the Lizard Patriarch. Moreover, it was inscribed with a level 2 blade array. It could kill anyone below the Saint Realm with a single slash. At this moment, the Sky Splitter could no longer be seen. The entire blade was enveloped by a layer of black fog and corpse chi. As the corpse chi churned, it turned into the appearance of a white skeleton Azura. It was ferocious and vicious. It was terrifying. Slash. Mu Yun brandished her blade and slashed out. A black stream of blade chi slashed towards a Saint Realm expert. The latter was also an extremely powerful existence in the 9 Cauldron Trading Company's team. However, before Mu Yun, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Mu Yun merely slashed out with his saber and killed the former at the waist. Boom, suddenly, a violent gust of wind came from behind. 2 Saint Realm experts took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Mu Yun's back. Mu Yun snorted coldly and immediately swung her blade. Poochie, poochie, 2 heads flew into the air as blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun had killed 3 Saint Realm experts. This terrifying method instantly intimidated everyone. No one dared to move. Mu Yun suddenly felt a tearing pain in her arm. The side effect of using the Sky Splitter had begun to take effect. The Sky Splitter was engraved with a level 2 blade formation. Its lethality was extremely high. It could instantly kill anyone below the Saint Realm. However, it was still a level 2 blade formation. If one relied too much on it, it would backfire and cause harm to one's body. After all, he had not reached the Saint Realm yet. The threat of using this blade was too great. Mu Yun immediately stopped the blade formation. Then, she swung her blade again. A ray of light that resembled the Milky Way shot out from the blade. It was mixed with specks of resplendent starlight. It was quite dazzling. Star Explosion Airflow Slash. Mu Yun shouted loudly. The Star Explosion Airflow Slash was unleashed. The dozen or so disciples blocking her way turned into corpses amidst the exploding star. Explosion Airflow. This time, Mu Yun did not use the power of the level 2 blade formation. She directly used her own strength to kill those who blocked her way. Originally, an ordinary Star Explosion Airflow Slash did not have such power. But now, she had activated the Corpse Emperor's tyrant body. It was truly lawless. The power of the cultivation technique she used was also greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian was alone. All the disciples under him were killed and turned into cold corpses. Damn it! Yang Dingtian was furious. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so ferocious. She killed all his subordinates in the blink of an eye. His original plan was just to test Mu Yun's background. He did not expect to play with fire. Now that everyone was dead, he suffered heavy losses. How dare you kill my Jiuding Trading's disciples? I will tear you into pieces. Yang Dingtian roared. He immediately waved his fist and attacked Mu Yun. Although he was only an external incarnation, his strength was at the Saint realm. He was very powerful. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Mu Yun. Saint Art. Flames of war burn the heavens. Yang Dingtian used the Saint Art as soon as he attacked. This was a genuine first-grade Saint Art. It was very powerful. His fist exploded with raging fire. This raging fire contained boundless fighting spirit. It was mighty and shook the heavens and earth. The demonic aura around Mu Yun was also unstable under the impact of the raging fire. It was firmly suppressed. He had only cultivated the first transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. The power of the first transformation was equivalent to a small Saint Art. However, Yang Dingtian's Heaven-Burning War was a genuine first-grade Saint Art. It was much more powerful. Naturally, it could suppress Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun did not care. He did not want to fight with Yang Dingtian. He only wanted to escort Xianxia away. Yang Dingtian, you are very powerful. I admire you very much. The current me will not fight to the death with you. However, I believe that one day, you will die in my hands. Goodbye. Mu Yun laughed. He pulled Xianxia's hand and ran away. The Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art was displayed to the extreme. 100 ghosts walked in the night. A chilly wind blew. Mu Yun's speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. In his rage, Yang Dingtian started to chase after her without caring about anything else. If Mu Yun was alone, Yang Dingtian would definitely not be able to catch up with her. However, Mu Yun was carrying Xianxia, so it would not be so easy for her to run away. Gradually, Yang Dingtian seemed to be activating some secret technique, and he was getting closer and closer to Mu Yun and Xianxia. Hee, where else can you run to? Yang Dingtian sneered. He took out a scroll from his chest, opened it, and shouted, Vacuum Chaos Sword Array, open. Buzz, a sword chime sounded. A huge sword array enveloped Mu Yun, Xianxia, and Yang Dingtian. The three of them were trapped in the sword array at the same time. It turned out that Yang Dingtian's scroll was actually an array diagram. It could be activated by burning one's lifespan. Ha ha ha. Let's see where you can run to in this sword array. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. But strangely, Mu Yun did not hear his laughter. Mu Yun's ears seemed to be deaf. He could not hear anything. He could not hear anything from here or the outside world. This was because this ancient array was called the Vacuum Chaos Sword Array. It was an absolute vacuum. There was no air at all. Sound could not be transmitted at all. Oh no, this is the Vacuum Chaos Sword Array. It's a first-level blade array. It has great lethality. Xianxia exclaimed. Although Mu Yun did not hear her, he knew what she was talking about from her lips. Among the 4 ancient array techniques, the blade array was used to escape. The blade array was used to attack and had the greatest lethality. This Vacuum Chaos Sword Array was the blade array. It takes 3,000 years of lifespan to maintain this array diagram for 2 hours. Yang Dingtian is really going all out to kill us. Xianxia's face turned pale. Maintaining the operation of the array diagram required one's lifespan. The blade array's consumption was the greatest. It took 3,000 years for 2 hours. It was much more terrifying than the blade array. He's a sage expert. He has a long lifespan. He doesn't care about a few thousand years. Mu Yun was on high alert. Now that she couldn't run away, she could only act according to the situation. However, what was strange was that Yang Dingtian did not make a move. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and kept forming hand seals. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of sword chi appeared in the sky. Endless sword chi slashed down fiercely, intending to tear Mu Yun and Xianxia into pieces. Crazy sword chi descended from the sky. However, this was a vacuum, and the sound of the sword chi could not be heard. It was clearly a moment of life and death, but the surroundings were deathly silent. This huge difference was enough to make people vomit blood. Mu Yun calmed himself down and continued to activate the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. He let Shi Feishuan hide in his arms and used his body to block the impact of the sword chi. Ha ha ha, let me see how long you can resist. My lifespan is endless. I can afford to waste a few thousand years. Today, I will make you suffer the pain of being pierced by thousands of swords. Yang Dingtian raised his hands. Sword chi slashed down continuously from the sky, slashing fiercely on Mu Yun's body. The Corpse Emperor ghost robe on Mu Yun's body was surging with black gas. He activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art to the limit and fought Yang Dingtian head-on. This Yang Dingtian was not his original body. It was just an avatar. He would definitely not be able to last long. As long as Mu Yun could hold on for a while, he could win without a fight. Hehe, it's useless to fight me head-on. Wait until my original body obtains the heavenly origin mirror and meets up with me. At that time, my original body will descend with the heavenly origin mirror in hand. You will definitely die. Yang Dingtian sneered. He only needed to use the sword formation to delay Mu Yun. When his original body arrived, all the problems would be solved easily. Mu Yun's face changed. If Yang Dingtian's original body arrived, it would be troublesome. If he also obtained the heavenly origin mirror, there was no need to fight. He would definitely die. He had to kill him. He could not delay any longer. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. The situation was unfavorable. He could not afford to delay any longer. He had to find a way to kill Yang Dingtian. However, if they were to fight, his chances of winning were too small. Shi Feishuan, impart the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art to me immediately. Mu Yun stared at Shi Feishuan and gave the order. At this critical moment, he did not negotiate politely. Instead, he used a commanding tone. What he had mastered was only the first transformation. Its power was equivalent to a small saint art. It was not a true saint art. There was no way he could fight with Yang Dingtian. Only by learning the second transformation would he have the power to fight. No, I can't give you the second transformation. Shi Feishuan said solemnly, the first transformation is a small saint art. I can give it to you. However, the second transformation is a true first-grade saint art. Its value is too great. I can't give it to you. Do you want us to die here? Mu Yun scolded. Now that everything was hanging by a thread, Shi Feishuan still refused to give it to him. Corpse Imperial Concubine Xian's face revealed a resolute expression as she said, the Corpse Emperor's Tyrant body art is a secret technique. Passed down in my clan. I've already gone against the teachings of my ancestors by giving you the first transformation. If I were to give you the second transformation, how would I have the face to face my ancestors? Today's situation will only lead to death. Don't worry about me. Run for your life. Go. Mu Yun was stunned. He did not expect Shi Feishuan to be so stubborn. However, at this critical moment, it was not the time to be stubborn. We are now trapped in the sword formation. If we don't kill Yang Dingtian, no one will be able to escape. Mu Yun roared, give me the secret technique of the second transformation immediately. Otherwise, we will all die here. Shi Feishuan's delicate body trembled. She bit her lips and stomped her feet. Finally, she took out a jade pearl and said, okay, I will give it to you now. However, you have to promise me that when we go back, you will meet the elders with me and let them erase your memory of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. I can't let you take advantage of the secret technique. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and said, okay, I promise you. After we go out, I am willing to erase my memory of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. Shi Feishuan's eyes reddened. She had no choice but to give the jade pearl to Mu Yun and said, comprehend it well. I will help you block Yang Dingtian's attack. Okay. Mu Yun did not waste any more words and immediately took the jade pearl. She sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the jade pearl's spiritual energy. As for the task of blocking Yang Dingtian, it was left to Shi Feishuan. This young miss, who had almost zero combat experience, was trembling all over. However, she did not cower. Instead, she pulled out her demonic saber and directly fought. The sword chi that filled the sky crazily slashed down. Xianxia brandished her saber to block it. She had the cultivation of the peak of the immortal becoming realm, but her combat experience was too poor. In the face of battle, she could not display her strength at all. She could only block 50% of the large wave of sword chi. The remaining 50% of the sword chi was crazily slashing towards her. Mu Yan's eyes were tightly shut as she continued to absorb the Jade Pearl's spiritual energy. Xianxia had no choice but to use her delicate body to block the attack of the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, she was covered in wounds. Her clothes were torn apart by the sword chi, revealing her snow-white skin. Mu Yun continued to absorb the Jade Pearl's spiritual energy. This Jade Pearl contained the secrets of the second cycle of the Corpse Emperor's tyrant body technique. He also absorbed them together. The mysterious technique flashed through his mind, giving him a comfortable feeling of enlightenment. Kacha, it was as if something had cracked open. The aura in Mu Yan's body continued to strengthen. His cultivation also crazily increased. Immortal Becoming Realm. At this moment, Mu Yan felt that he had already advanced to the Immortal Becoming Realm. Once he entered the Immortal Becoming Realm, he would be one step closer to becoming a saint. This was too terrifying. He had just advanced to the half-step saint realm not long ago, but now, he had actually stepped into the Immortal Becoming Realm. The auras of these two jade pearls were simply too vigorous. Furthermore, they were sealed with the cultivation techniques left behind by ancient seniors. Mu Yan absorbed them one by one and actually broke through. The origin pearl contained the aura of the origin energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of the jade pearl was even more vast and boundless. Mu Yan continuously absorbed two jade pearls. This time, he directly broke through. He immediately felt that his strength had increased endlessly. The aura in his body was crazily strengthening. Immortal Becoming. I've finally stepped into the Immortal Becoming realm. Mu Yan's heart was filled with ecstasy. Now that he had stepped into the Immortal Becoming realm, he was only one step away from becoming a saint. For hundreds of millions of years, countless people had been stuck at this step. Countless people had bitterly cultivated their entire lives, but they could only stay at the Immortal Becoming realm. They were unable to glimpse the great Tao of a saint. Those below the saint realm were all ants. If one could not become a saint, they would still be an ant-like existence. Only by ascending to the great Tao of a saint would one have the qualifications to look down on the world. And at this moment, Mu Yan was close. He was already very close to becoming a saint. He believed that he would not be stuck at this step. One day, he would comprehend the great Tao of a saint and become a saint. Compared to Mu Yan's ecstasy, Xianxia was much more bleak. Her body was covered in wounds, but she was still bitterly holding on. She opened her mouth and spat out blood. Her face was pale and her hair was messy. She felt that she really could not hold on any longer. At this moment, Mu Yan opened his eyes. His right eye exuded an ancient aura. Heaven's Eye had been activated. The moment Mu Yan activated Heaven's Eye, the sword chi fluctuations that filled the sky instantly disappeared. He had stepped into the Immortal Becoming realm, and his strength had soared. The power of Heaven's Eye had also greatly increased. Seeing that Mu Yan had awakened, Yang Dingtian could not help but reveal a solemn expression. Crack, the space of the sword formation shattered. The vacuum barrier instantly disappeared. Under Mu Yan's Heaven's Eye, all spatial fluctuations were useless. The sounds of the outside world, such as the rustling of the wind and the chirping of the birds and beasts, once again entered Mu Yan's ears. Heaven and earth were born together, and all things were one. Mu Yan's heart was calm. But the calm situation did not last long. A burst of monstrous wailing and howling crazily sounded. Endless cold wind whistled, shaking the world. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, Second Transformation, Activate. Mu Yan did not hesitate and immediately activated the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. This was a genuine first-grade saint art, no longer a lesser saint art. When the second transformation was activated, Mu Yan's body was surrounded by a black aura, forming a set of black ghost armor. It was no longer a robe, but a set of terrifying corpse emperor ghost armor. Every piece of the armor was engraved with the appearance of demons and ghosts. It was incomparably ferocious. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he saw Mu Yan's aura skyrocketing and breaking his chaos vacuum sword array. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a demonic emperor from hell, wearing a ghostly armor and wielding the sky splitter. It was terrifying. But after taking a closer look, Yang Dingtian realized that Mu Yun had only advanced to the sacred transformation realm and had yet to reach the sage realm. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. It's useless. You're not a sage. You'll never be my opponent. Everyone below the sage realm was like an ant. Yang Dingtian was confident that as long as Mu Yun had yet to reach the sage realm, she would never be able to defeat him. The gap between the realms was not that easy to make up for. Mu Yun's face was solemn and she did not say anything. She held the sky splitter in her hand and took a step forward. Boom, when she took a step forward, the heavens and earth trembled. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard. Vast black demonic aura spread wildly, turning the surrounding area into hell. The power of the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art was much more terrifying than the first transformation. Just the ghostly aura that was emitted was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. But Yang Dingtian was a sage expert. He was not afraid at all. His body was surrounded by a layer of blazing flames of war. The surrounding ghostly aura could not harm him. Star, explosion, airflow, slash. A cold light flashed in Mu Yan's eyes. She immediately slashed out with her blade. A second-level blade array was activated on the sky splitter. A sharp killing aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, a dazzling silver blade aura whizzed out. In this hellish environment filled with demonic aura, the silver blade aura was like a meteor in the Milky Way, shining brightly. At this moment, Mu Yun had activated the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. Her strength had greatly increased. The star explosion airflow slash was much more powerful than before. It was as powerful as a first-grade sage art. Bang, the sharp star river blade aura slashed down fiercely. Yang Dingtian's expression changed and he suddenly felt suffocated. This blade was incomparably fierce. It didn't seem like a minor saint art, but a true first-grade saint art. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately punched out. His fist was enveloped in a layer of battle flame chi. Rumble, the fist and blade collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A ferocious wave of air also spread out. The trees within a radius of 10 miles were instantly destroyed by the shockwave. Smoke and dust billowed in all directions, and the scene was a complete mess. Xianxia, on the other hand, was sent flying by the impact. She crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. She had been holding on just now, dealing with the Chaos Void sword formation. She was already covered in cuts and bruises. Now that she was affected by the shockwaves of the battle, her injuries were very serious. Her life might be in danger. Mu Yun wasn't in the mood to take care of Xianxia. He focused all his attention on Yang Dingtian. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yang Dingtian's body was on the verge of collapsing. His face was ghastly pale. Mu Yan's blade was too powerful. If it was just a strengthened version of the starburst airflow slash, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, his sky splitter was accompanied by a level 2 blade formation. At this moment, the destructive power of the level 2 blade formation exploded. Yang Dingtian was already injured. Level 2 blade formation. It's a level 2 blade formation. Yang Dingtian was shocked and furious. He could only feel the brutal aura of the Chaos Void sword formation rampaging through his body, destroying his internal organs and meridians. Waves of intense pain came and his facial features started to twitch. Mu Yan's arm also felt a tearing pain. With his current strength, he would suffer a great backlash if he forcefully activated the level 2 blade formation. Brat, I'll let you off today. It won't be too late to take revenge on you after I snatch the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. The destructive power of the level 2 blade formation was too great. Mu Yun had the support of the second transformation zombie emperor. Together with the level 2 blade formation, the destructive power of his starburst airflow slash had already surpassed an ordinary first-grade saint technique. It was too difficult to parry. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Yang Dingtian knew that he was only an external incarnation. His original body wasn't here, so there was no need for him to tangle with Mu Yun. He didn't hesitate and immediately turned to escape. You still want to run? Stop right there. Mu Yun's gaze was gloomy. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble in the future. He had to kill Yang Dingtian today. Mu Yun held his blade and slashed rapidly. He endured the tearing pain in his arm and immediately activated the level 2 blade formation. The edge of the sky splitter exploded with a sharp aura. The tyrannical blade aura seemed to have descended from the Milky Way and ruthlessly slashed toward Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He turned around and raised his fist to block the attack. However, Mu Yun's slash was too ferocious. It actually cut off his arm and swept across his neck. With a crack, his head was chopped off. Yang Dingtian's face was still frozen with shock and astonishment. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my external incarnation. You are dead meat. I will definitely tear you into pieces. No matter where you run to, you will not be able to escape from my pursuit. Yang Dingtian's original body roared furiously. It came from afar and shook the heavens and earth. Mu Yun had killed his external incarnation. His vitality was greatly damaged, and it was impossible for him to advance in his cultivation realm in this lifetime. He had suffered a great loss. The blood feud between the two of them was thus formed. It would not end until one of them was dead. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Yang Dingtian. As for the enmity in the future, he would deal with it later. Moreover, Yang Dingtian might not know his true identity. This was not a place to stay for long. Mu Yun carried the unconscious Shifeishuan and left immediately. He walked toward Corpse Emperor City. On the way, he met some embarrassed mercenaries and Mokugi's disciples. Everyone recognized Mu Yun. When they saw that he had returned and was carrying Shifeishuan, they were all shocked. Brother Yun, you are not dead? You were chased by Yang Dingtian, but you are still alive? How is young miss? She seems to be seriously injured. Everyone surrounded him. They all thought that Mu Yun was dead meat. However, they did not expect that Mu Yun actually escaped from Yang Dingtian's hands. If they knew that Mu Yun had also killed Yang Dingtian's external incarnation, they would be even more shocked. I am the deputy commander of Mokugi, Shi Wushang. A man walked up. He was tall and sturdy, completely different from the ordinary skinny corpse-eating beasts. He looked tall, mighty, and upright. Young miss is seriously injured. Leave her to me. Shi Wushang looked at Shifeishuan and was a little worried. If something happened to Shifeishuan, he would not be able to bear the consequences if the city lord came to investigate. Mu Yun nodded and handed Shifeishuan to him. He asked, how is Shirwuming? Shi Wushang said, Senior Commander, ran away. I don't know where he went. Shi Wushang sighed. When Shirwuming left Shifeishuan behind and ran away, he had already made a big mistake. He would definitely be blamed by the city lord. Shi Wushang, on the other hand, was a little excited. After all, if Shirwuming was removed from his position and investigated, the position of Grand Commander would be his. Mokugi was in charge of looking after the magic armory. This was the most profitable place in Corpse Emperor City. There were endless treasures in the magic armory. Whatever he wanted, he could have it. No one would find out if he secretly took some out. Brother Yun, you must be tired. You can go back to the camp and rest. Shi Wushang was very polite and considerate. Mu Yun's performance was very outstanding this time. He had made great contributions and would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. He naturally wanted to befriend him as soon as possible. However, in Mu Yun's heart, he had no interest in meteoric rise. He was only here to fish in troubled waters. He wasn't a member of Corpse Emperor City. Mu Yun nodded. He was also a little tired. He immediately followed Shi Wushang back to the city and rested in Mokugi's camp for the time being. Mokugi's camp was very close to the magic armory. Mu Yun was in the camp. When he stuck his head out to take a look, he could also see the location of the magic armory. He was excited. Jade Toad House's magic treasure, the 5-dragon wheel, was hidden in the magic armory. It was within his reach. Liao Xue only gave him half a month's time. Now that time was tight, he had to get the 5-dragon wheel as soon as possible. However, more haste, less speed. Mu Yun wasn't too anxious. Anyway, he had made a great contribution this time. He would definitely be rewarded. When the time came, he would find a way to sneak into the magic armory. What he had to worry about now was the problem of erasing his memory. He had already told Shi Feishuan that when he returned, he would erase all his memories of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. After all, this set of techniques was the top secret technique of Corpse Emperor City. He wasn't qualified to cultivate it. However, it was too dangerous to let others erase his memories. If he accidentally erased other memories, he would have no tears to cry. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't be so stupid. When he said that, it was just a temporary measure. Otherwise, Shi Feishuan wouldn't have taught him the second transformation. At most, I won't use the second transformation in the future. That's all. There's no need to erase my memories. Mu Yun thought for a while and found a compromise. He didn't want to break his promise. At most, he wouldn't use it in the future. This way, he wouldn't be taking advantage of others. However, he could still use the first transformation. After all, the first transformation was just a little saint technique. It wasn't a secret. Mu Yun calmed himself down. He sat down with peace of mind and began to cultivate. On the second day, he heard all kinds of explosive news in the barracks. First of all, Shi Wuming had returned. Mu Yun was impressed that Shi Wuming still had the face to come back. However, when he thought about it, Shi Wuming had no place to go other than Corpse Emperor City. The racial conflict in the 3 Yuan realm was so serious. What was even more explosive was that Shi Wuming had snatched half of the heavenly origin mirror. Just yesterday, Shi Wuming fought with Yang Dingtian's original body. In the end, he snatched half of the heavenly origin mirror. The other half fell into the hands of Yang Dingtian. This was a great contribution. One should know that Yang Dingtian had brought a large group of people over. They were strong and powerful. They were very arrogant. However, after Shi Wuming escaped alone, he was deserted by his friends and family. He was left alone. He fought Yang Dingtian alone and still managed to snatch half of the heavenly origin mirror. He was really amazing. It was said that Shi Wuming even paid the price of an arm and an eye. The second piece of news was equally shocking. Shi Feishuan, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, had completely recovered today. She had even advanced to the Sage Realm. It was said that in order to save Shi Feishuan, the city lord had spent tens of thousands of golden origin pearls. He had basically spent all the income of the corpse beasts in the past 10 years. When the news spread to the military camp, everyone sighed. Money could really do whatever one wanted. If it was an ordinary family, they would probably have to prepare a coffin for Shi Feishuan's serious injuries. However, Shi Feishuan was the daughter of the Corpse Emperor City. The city lord was so rich that he had spent tens of thousands of golden origin pearls to save Shi Feishuan. The spiritual energy contained in tens of thousands of golden origin pearls was enough to pull an ant-like mortal directly to the immortal realm. No matter how seriously injured Shi Feishuan was, she could still come back to life. Moreover, she had even advanced to the Sage Realm. It was really enviable. Sure enough, money was a good thing, no matter where it was. However, Mu Yun did not take this young lady's combat strength seriously. After all, the cultivation that was piled up with money had a weak foundation. She could not withstand a single blow. However, Mu Yun was still very gratified that Shi Feishuan could recover. The last piece of explosive news was that the Corpse Emperor City had decided to declare war on the Jioding trading. This time, they had really shed all pretense of cordiality. The two sides had directly declared war, and there would be a bloodbath in the 3 Elements realm. Although there had been friction and fighting in the 3 Elements realm in the past, it was all secretly. However, it was different this time. It was a decisive battle directly on the surface. The city lord of the Corpse Emperor city, Xianxia, had already issued an order to close the city gates and kill all the people of the Jioding trading in the city. For a time, there was a bloodbath in the city, and screams resounded through the world. Mu Yun did not participate in this massacre because he had received the city lord's order to meet him. He calmed down and rushed to the city lord's mansion. But when he walked halfway, a female attendant stopped him and said, "You are Lord Corpse Cloud?" "I am." "What's the matter?" Mu Yun said. "Miss wants to see you. Come quickly." The maid urged softly. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She nodded and followed the maidservant to a dilapidated temple nearby. It was a rainy day. The pitter-patter of rain fell on the tiles of the ruined temple, making rustling sounds. The air was filled with mist, and everything was tranquil. A delicate figure stood at the entrance of the dilapidated temple. When she saw that Mu Yun had arrived, a faint smile appeared on her slightly pale face. Mississippi Mu Yun cupped her hands. This figure was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia had just recovered from a serious injury, but he still looked rather haggard. He didn't look like a sage at all. In the drizzling rain and dilapidated temple, he looked fragile and pitiful. "Yun, you're here." Xianxia saw Mu Yun's arrival, and a faint blush appeared on her pale face. "What can I do for you, miss?" Mu Yun was puzzled. He didn't know why Xianxia had summoned him to such a remote place. Xianxia sighed and said, "Yun, it's all because of you that I can return safely this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago." Mu Yun said, "Yes, Mississippi heaven helps the worthy." Xianxia said, "I have already violated the clan's rules by imparting the second phase of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture to you. We have already discussed and agreed to erase your memory related to it." "Yes, I know." Mu Yun remained calm and collected, thinking about how to deal with it. Erasing his memory was absolutely out of the question. He couldn't accept it. Xianxia said softly, "But you have treated me very well. I can't bear to see your memory erased." Mu Yun was stunned and looked at Xianxia in astonishment. Xianxia gently held his hand and said, "So, it's fine if you learn it. I won't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone either. In the future, don't use the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body scripture in front of others. Otherwise, if someone sees it, you will be killed." Mu Yun said in surprise, "Miss, you don't need to erase my memory?" Xianxia said, "No, it's too dangerous to erase your memory. In short, promise me that you won't use this scripture in the future." Mu Yun was overjoyed and said, "Okay, miss, I promise you." Xianxia smiled and suddenly threw herself into Mu Yun's arms and hugged him tightly. Mu Yun was stunned for a moment. He pushed Xianxia away and said, "Miss, the city lord has summoned me. I'm going to the city lord's mansion." Xianxia didn't expect Mu Yun to push her away. She was a little resentful and said, "Well, I have already told my father. You have made a great contribution. He will reward you." Mu Yun nodded and immediately left. He rushed to the city lord's mansion. Under the guidance of the guards, he came to the hall of the city lord's mansion. An ugly figure was sitting in the hall. It was a lich. He was wearing a red robe. His body was a grayish-white skeleton. His head was a skull and his eyes were burning with ghost fire. This lich was the city lord of the Corpse Emperor city, Xianxia. Xianxia's appearance didn't surprise Mu Yun because Mu Yun's gaze fell on the person beside him. This person only had one eye left. The other eye was gone. His eye socket was empty and dark. Moreover, his right arm was broken and his sleeve was empty. However, Mu Yun was shocked when he looked at him. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia paid a great price to snatch the heavenly origin mirror. He lost one eye and his right arm. However, he was able to come back alive from Yangding Tian. This proved that he was powerful. Moreover, Mu Yun also felt that although Xianxia was disabled, his cultivation aura was far stronger than before. He had already stepped into the middle realm. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a gloomy face. The two of them were old enemies. If the city lord wasn't here, Xianxia would have attacked him. "You are Yun?" Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and squeezed out a hoarse and unpleasant voice from his throat. It was like the cry of a ghost in the dark night. It made one's hair stand on end. Yes, city lord. Mu Yun cupped his hands. Shi Tianlai said, you have made a great contribution this time. What reward do you want? Mu Yun said, I will listen to the city lord's orders. Shi Tianlai nodded and said, very good, you don't take credit for yourself. Very good, very good. Shi Tianlai smiled. He looked like a lich. His smile was terrifying and ugly. However, Mu Yun knew that it was a kind smile. He just had to wait for his reward. Shi Tianlai said, I heard that you are a slave. However, you have made a great contribution this time. You don't have to be a slave anymore. I will give you the title of Wu. You will be ranked in the Wu generation. Your name will be Shi Wu Yun. Thank you, city lord. Mu Yun was a little disappointed. However, he still pretended to be overjoyed. He cupped his hands and thanked Shi Tianlai. In Corpse Emperor City, seniority was very important. He was promoted from a slave to the Wu generation in an instant. He was now in the same generation as Shi Wuming and Shi Wusheng. Shi Wuming heard it. His eyes were vaguely filled with resentment and viciousness. Shi Tianlai continued, I will give you another set of techniques. It is a secret technique passed down in our clan, Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. It has 5 transformations. I think you have heard of it. I will give you the first transformation. Study it well. Shi Tianlai took out a set of scrolls and threw them to Mu Yun. Mu Yun was disappointed. He had already learned the first transformation of Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. However, he couldn't show it. He could only take the scroll and pretend to be overjoyed. Thank you, city lord. Fortunately, Shi Tianlai gave him such a reward. He could at least use the first transformation of Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture openly. City lord, you mustn't. Shi Wuming was anxious. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture is our clan's top secret technique. Although brother Wu Yun has contributed greatly, the reward of Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture is too much. Shi Tianlai said, Shi Wuming, you don't have to say any more. I haven't said anything about you. Back then, you didn't walk the Corpse Emperor Great Path. Instead, you walked the White Skeleton Evil Path and cultivated the White Skeleton Tyrant Body Scripture. Otherwise, you would have already cultivated the third transformation. Shi Wuming's face sank. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. After all, this was Shi Tianlia's decision to reward him. He had no right to interfere. Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. Shi Tianlia's 2 rewards were useless to him. He wasn't from the corpse-eating beast clan. So what if his name was raised? It was better to give him a golden pearl. As for the first transformation of Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture, he had already learned it. It was useless to him. What is your position now? Shi Tianlai looked at Mu Yun and asked. I am still a commoner, Mu Yun replied. Well, this time, the Mokugi sacrificed a lot of people. They need to replenish their manpower. You will work in the Mokugi camp and be responsible for looking after the magic armory. How about that? Shi Tianlai said. Hearing this, Mu Yun was ecstatic. This time, he was really happy. He wasn't faking it because the Mokugi's duty was to look after the magic armory. As long as he could get close to the magic armory, he could fish in troubled waters and secretly take back the 5-dragon wheel. However, Mu Yun still had to be humble on the surface. He said, my cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid I can't take on such a big responsibility. Shi Tianlai said, it's okay. You can follow Shi Wusheng and train well. In the future, you will serve the Corpse Emperor City. Mu Yun said, thank you, Lord City Lord. He was afraid that Shi Tianlai would go back on his word, so he immediately agreed. As long as he became a Mokugi, he could get close to the magic armory. Shi Tianlai nodded slightly and then looked at Shi Wuming. He said, Shi Wuming, you have also made a great contribution this time. You actually snatched half of the Heaven Origin Mirror from the Yangding Tian army alone. It's really not easy. Shi Wuming cupped his hands and said, it's all thanks to Lord City Lord's blessing. Shi Tianlai said, I will bestow you with 10,000 golden origin pearls and the title of Lord of Wuwei. It will be hereditary. Shi Wuming was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." Shi Tianlai said, "My clan has already declared war. We will fight with the Jioding trading. I will bestow you with the position of Heavenly Corps Army Commander. You will lead 800,000 Heavenly Corps Army soldiers to attack 9 Tripod City within a few days. Eliminate the Jioding trading and take back the other half of the Heaven Origin Mirror." Shi Wuming looked at Mu Yun with a cold smile. He was a little jealous just now, but he didn't care anymore. He was now the Marquis of Wuwei, which was hereditary. Moreover, he was the commander of the Heavenly Corps Army, leading 800,000 soldiers. He was invincible and his status was far above Mu Yun's. But, Shi Tianlai changed the topic and said sternly, "You ran away from the battle and abandoned my daughter. I punish you with your resignation as the commander of Mokugi, never to use you again." Shi Wuming's heart sank. The commander of Mokugi was the most lucrative position in the Corpse Emperor City, because the commander of Mokugi was in charge of the magic armory. There were countless treasures in the magic armory that could be used as much as he wanted. Shi Wuming felt a little heartache when he was dismissed. However, compared to the reward of being the Marquis of Wuwei and being the commander of the Heavenly Corps Army, this punishment was not worth mentioning. Mu Yun didn't say anything. She now knew that in the face of national affairs, the relationship between father and daughter had to be put aside. Now that the Corpse Emperor City was at war with the Jioding trading, they needed someone to lead the army. Shi Wuming was the most suitable person. Shi Tianlai would never punish Shi Wuming, even if this person had abandoned his daughter and escaped alone. As for the commander of Mokugi, Shi Wushang will be in charge. "Shi Wuyun, you will follow Shi Wushang and train well," Shi Tianlai said with a smile. He admired Mu Yun very much. She was a piece of unpolished jade that would become a great talent if she was properly groomed. However, now that the war had started, he couldn't wait any longer. He could only use Shi Wuming. Even though he didn't like this person, his personal likes and dislikes were not worth mentioning in the face of the clan's interests. It was decided. Shi Wuming removed Mokugi from his position as commander, but promoted him to Marquis of Wuwei and appointed him as the commander of the Heavenly Corps Army. With great power in his hands, he achieved meteoric success. Mu Yun's seniority was promoted, and he was bestowed with the Corpse Emperor's Tyrant Body Scripture. He was registered as Mokugi's disciple. Compared to Shi Wuming, his brilliance was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. It was not worth mentioning. However, Mu Yun didn't care because his goal was only to take back the 5-dragon wheel. As long as he could get the 5-dragon wheel, he didn't care about anything else. The next morning, Mu Yun changed into Mokugi's clothes. She was dressed in a black robe with a sky splitter at her waist. She was in high spirits. On the other hand, Shi Wushang was depressed. He had been promoted from a deputy to an official and became Mokugi's commander. However, he wasn't happy because his former superior didn't get kicked out. Instead, he became a marquis and a powerful commander. As the old saying goes, happiness is measured by comparison. Compared to Shi Wuming, Shi Wushang was really insignificant. He pulled Mu Yun and brought a group of Mokugi's disciples to drink. Only a few people were left to guard the magic armory. Mu Yun didn't say anything and followed Shi Wushang to drink. Seeing so many people around, he guessed that the disciples of guard camp had all run out. The magic armory's defense must be very empty. After drinking half of the wine, Mu Yun stood up and said to Shi Wushang, "Commander, I need to go to the outhouse." "Okay, go ahead." Shi Wushang waved his hand weakly. Although he was promoted, he was very depressed that he couldn't see Shi Wuming get kicked out. Mu Yun left the wine shop, but she didn't go to the outhouse. Instead, she quietly returned and went straight to the magic armory. This was a great opportunity. The magic armory's defense was empty now. Today was the day to seize the 5-dragon wheel. Mu Yun arrived at the main courtyard of the magic armory. There were only a few disciples guarding here. When they saw Mu Yun, they all greeted her respectfully, "Lord Shi Wuyun." Although Mu Yun's status was far from Shi Wuming's, she was Shi Feishuan's favorite. Naturally, everyone wanted to curry favor with her. "Okay, no need to be so polite. I want to enter the magic armory to take a look," Mu Yun said in a low voice. "Yes, my lord." Everyone retreated. Mu Yun directly entered the magic arsenal. It was a huge warehouse. As soon as Mu Yun walked in, he saw endless treasures of heaven and earth. Pills, magic treasures, weapons, and so on. There was everything that one could think of. It was dazzling to look at it in all kinds of colors. Mu Yun gasped. There were so many treasures. It was really tempting. He saw that the things in the warehouse were protected by a barrier. Without the procedures above, it was impossible to open the barrier. It was also impossible to steal the treasures. However, there were some natural treasures that didn't have a barrier. Obviously, these things could be used. Mokugi's disciples also knew their limits. They wouldn't touch the things with a barrier. It didn't matter if they took the things without a barrier. Anyway, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. Mu Yun looked around. There were so many treasures. He didn't know where the 5-dragon wheel was hidden. He picked up the inventory of the magic armory, flipped to the page of artifacts, and searched one by one. After a full 15 minutes, he still couldn't find the existence of the 5-dragon wheel. My lord, are you not done yet? We Mokugi are responsible for guarding the magic armory, but we can't stay inside for too long. Otherwise, it will cause gossip, a disciple said outside. I know. I'll come out right away. Beads of sweat appeared on Mu Yun's forehead. He sped up his search. At this time, Shi Wushang was drunk in the tavern. When he saw that Mu Yun hadn't returned yet, he frowned and asked, where did Shi Wuyun go? Why did he take so long to go to the toilet? A disciple answered, he might have something to do, and went back. I just saw him walking in the direction of the magic armory. What? Shi Wushang broke out in a cold sweat. He was completely sober. You guys, come back with me to take a look. Shi Wushang immediately led his men out. Everyone was confused and didn't know what had happened. Shi Wushang's face was gloomy. After so many years, he had already developed a sharp heart. His intuition told him that something was going to happen. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the magic armory, constantly searching the inventory list. Finally, he found the words 5-dragon wheel. 5-dragon wheel, Jade Toad House's treasure. It is shrouded in evil aura and the artifact is ineffective. However, it is sealed with Jade Toad House's supreme sacred art, the 7 Tribulations dragon slaying art. Item grade, special. Other than the city lord, no one else can touch it. Protective shield grade, special. Those below the Saint Realm will die upon touching it. There was also a brief introduction of the 5-dragon wheel on the list. Mu Yun was shocked when he saw it. It turned out that the 5-dragon wheel was shrouded in evil aura and the artifact itself was useless. However, it was sealed with Jade Toad House's supreme sacred art, the 7 Tribulations dragon slaying art. No wonder Jade Toad House went through so much trouble to get the 5-dragon wheel back. In order to protect the 5-dragon wheel, the magic armory had also set the highest standard. The item grade was special, and the protective shield grade was also special. Mu Yun followed the list and walked into the depths of the armory. Finally, he saw the 5-dragon wheel on a shelf. This 5-dragon wheel was a 2-foot square wheel. It was completely gray and didn't have a trace of spirit chi. Instead, it was shrouded in a faint evil aura. The artifact itself had already become useless and was useless. However, the Jade Toad House's supreme sacred art was sealed in the artifact. It was no small matter. Mu Yun focused and saw that there was a protective shield restriction on the 5-dragon wheel. This shield flashed with lightning and crackled. It was obviously the magic armory's special shield, the Thunder Tribulation's God-destroying shield. It was transformed from a level 3 formation, the Thunder Tribulation's God-destroying formation. This Thunder Tribulation's God-destroying shield was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person touched it, their body and soul would be destroyed and they would die without a burial ground. Even a saint would be seriously injured if he dared to touch it. Guai, what should I do? This 5-dragon wheel is protected by a shield. I can't take it away. Mu Yun's eyes widened. The 5-dragon wheel was right in front of him, but he couldn't take it away. He could only stare at it. He had no choice but to ask Guai for help. Primordial Ancient Chi. It's actually Primordial Ancient Chi. Guai was surprised, and there was a hint of joy in his voice. What Primordial Ancient Chi? Mu Yun was stunned. This 5-dragon wheel is actually an artifact that contains primordial ancient qi. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Guei laughed loudly. What? Mu Yun was stunned. He knew that Guei needed primordial ancient qi because it could help him recover his strength. However, he didn't expect that this 5-dragon wheel was actually an artifact that contained primordial ancient qi. This 5-dragon wheel contains primordial ancient qi. As long as I devour the 5-dragon wheel, my strength will recover a lot. At that time I will be able to unlock the many secrets in the Scroll of the Gods. Guei's voice was filled with anticipation. What he wanted the most was to recover his strength. This 5-dragon wheel contained primordial ancient qi. If he could devour the primordial ancient qi, his strength would recover. Mu Yun said, but this 5-dragon wheel is already a piece of trash. This 5-dragon wheel was shrouded by the evil aura and could no longer be used. It was a piece of trash. Guei said, it's okay. As long as you can find a spiritual item called mystic ice water, you can wash away the evil aura and restore the artifact's spirit energy. Mystic ice water? Mu Yun frowned. He didn't know where to find the mystic ice water. We'll find the mystic ice water later. Now, you should get the 5-dragon wheel first. Guei's eyes were filled with desire. He couldn't wait to devour the 5-dragon wheel. I want to get it too, but this 5-dragon wheel is protected by the Thunder Tribulation God-destroying shield. If I touch it, my body and soul will be destroyed. I will definitely die. Mu Yun felt helpless. The Thunder Tribulation God-destroying shield was transformed from a level 3 array. The power of a level 3 array was not something that Mu Yun could withstand. For example, the level 2 blade array on his Sky Splitter could easily kill people below the Sage Realm. If a level 2 array was already so powerful, one could imagine how terrifying a level 3 array was. Guei said indifferently, give me your Sky Splitter and lend me a wisp of immortal fire. I can break this protective shield. Although his current strength was far from recovered, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. It wasn't difficult for him to break a protective shield. Guei held the Sky Splitter. With a swipe of his hand, the second-level blade array on the Sky Splitter was peeled off. It was like a piece of paper on a wall that had been peeled off. Guei's move actually peeled off the entire second-level blade array. Peeling off the second-level blade array can be done like this? Mu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. He thought that the second-level blade array was firmly engraved on the blade. He did not expect that it could be peeled off. Guei said slowly, this technique is called drawing the array out of the hole. The array engraved on the weapon is not a prison. It is not firm. In times of danger, it can be drawn out to be used. Mu Yun was surprised. He knew too little about the secrets of the ancient array. Now, Guei had drawn out the second-level blade array. With a wave of his hand, it covered the protective shield. The entire second-level blade array was like poisonous vines on a big tree. They were densely packed and crawled all over the protective shield. This protective shield was the Thunder Tribulation God-destroying shield. It was evolved from a third-level array. However, under the division of the second-level blade array, the protective shield's aura was constantly weakening. Tung, the immortal fire that Mu Yun lent out also burned on Guei's fingertips. Guei flicked his finger, and the undying fire landed on the protective shield. It burned along the lines of the second-level blade array, constantly attacking and burning. The entire protective shield sizzled, as if it was ice and snow under fire, rapidly disintegrating. Guei nodded in satisfaction. Under the combined attack of the second-level blade array and the immortal fire, the protective shield disappeared in a few breaths. Now, the 5-dragon wheel had no protection. Guei said, hurry up and take the 5-dragon wheel. We should go. Wait, is this Sky Splitter of mine useless? Mu Yun took a look. The Sky Splitter had lost the second-level blade array, and the blade had become much dimmer. Guei coughed and said, well, you win some, you lose some. In order to obtain the 5-dragon wheel, I have no choice but to sacrifice a saber. Hearing this, Mu Yun almost vomited blood. He still liked the Sky Splitter very much, and it was easy to use. But now, in order to seize the 5-dragon wheel, this weapon was destroyed. It was really a pity. However, now was not the time to lament. He immediately took the 5-dragon wheel. Just as he was about to put it away, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. "Shi Wuyun, what are you doing?" Angry shouts rang out. Shi Wushang rushed in with a group of disciples and happened to see Mu Yun holding the 5-dragon wheel. Now that he was caught red-handed, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Mu Yun's expression changed and her muscles tensed up. In the next moment, he ran for his life and rushed out of the warehouse. It was useless to explain. Now that he was caught red-handed, he would die no matter how he tried to explain. It was time to lay all his cards on the table. He had to leave Corpse Emperor City immediately. Shi Wushang was shocked. Caught off guard, he couldn't stop Mu Yun in time and could only watch as Mu Yun rushed out. "Damn it, you still want to run?" Shi Wushang was furious. He walked to the wall next to him and opened the hidden mechanism in the wall. "Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array, activate." Buzz, a buzzing sound rang out. The entire magic armory courtyard exploded with dazzling purple lightning. A huge lightning array enveloped the entire courtyard. This was the magic armory's protective array, the Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array. The Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array was a level 3 array. It possessed powerful lightning and heavenly might. Cultivators below the Sage Realm would be killed with a light touch. Even a Sage Realm expert would be seriously injured if he dared to touch the Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array. Now that the Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array was activated, the disciples guarding the door didn't have time to dodge and were immediately turned into charcoal by the lightning. They died tragically. Mu Yun had just rushed out of the warehouse and was blocked by the Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array in the courtyard. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded in his ears. His expression changed, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Obviously, this Thunder Tribulation God-Slaying Array was the Magic Armory's defensive ancient array. It could be used in critical situations to trap people. He was trapped now. "Shi Wuyun, surrender." Shi Wushang walked out and looked coldly at Mu Yun. Mu Yun's expression was grave. He asked quietly, "Guai, what should we do now?" He only had a superficial understanding of array formations. This array formation was not something that he could break. Guai said unhurriedly, "Do as you see fit. If you can't even solve such a small problem, how can you be independent?" Hearing this, Mu Yun calmed down. His gaze slowly landed on Shi Wushang. A murderous intent appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. The only way was to kill. Clang, Mu Yun pulled out the sky splitter, and a sharp murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Shi Wushang took a step back and said in a panic, "What do you want to do?" "Quickly throw down your weapon and surrender. I might be able to plead for you in front of the city lord." "My apologies, Grand Commander. Please die." Mu Yun's tone was as cold as if he had emerged from hell. There was no trace of emotion. He held the sky splitter tightly and slashed it fiercely toward Shi Wushang. "Kill him." Shi Wushang was shocked and angry. He also pulled out his weapon and led a group of Mokugi disciples to fiercely attack Mu Yun. He wanted to kill Mu Yun on the spot. Unfortunately, Mu Yun's strength was much stronger than theirs. They were not on the same level. Star, explosion, airflow, slash. Mu Yun slashed with his saber. A ray of light like the Milky Way soared into the sky. It was as if all the evil aura of the stars in the sky had been poured into the sky splitter. Chi, the silver saber chi was like a vast galaxy. It swept across the void and slashed forward. Puchi, 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 the Mokugi disciples in front were instantly beheaded by the saber chi. Their heads flew up and blood splattered. They died tragically. Shi Wushang was horrified. He blocked with his saber, but the power of the star explosion. Airflow slash was too great. He and his saber were cut into two. Why? Shi Wushang widened his eyes and looked at his split body in horror. He was not completely dead yet. The upper half of his body crawled on the ground and reached for the lower half of his body in the distance. Mu Yun was silent. There was no grudge between him and Shi Wushang. But if he did not kill him, Shi Wushang would kill him. In the martial world, the weak were prey to the strong. It had always been like this. Mu Yun walked past Shi Wushang's lower half of his body and into the warehouse. He clenched his fist and punched the eye of the formation. Woo! A whimpering sound was heard. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated. The formation stopped. The solution to the problem was actually very simple. Kill Shi Wushang and destroy the mechanism. The formation would naturally stop. Very good. Mu Yun was delighted when he saw that the formation was gone. He immediately walked out. No one could stop him now. Bang! Suddenly, he heard the sound of fireworks exploding. He turned around and saw Shi Wushang taking out a signal flare from his trouser pocket and shooting it into the air. Mu Yun's expression changed. Shi Wushang looked at Mu Yun and revealed a bleak smile. Then, he looked up at the sky and used the last of his strength to speak in a sorrowful and indignant voice. City Lord, Miss, Chief Commander, come quickly. Someone wants to steal the treasure. Come quickly. Crack, Mu Yun swung his saber and chopped off his head. But it was too late. Sigh, kid, next time you kill someone, you have to finish them off. Guai shook his head and sighed. Shi Wushang had just been cut in half at the waist, but he was not completely dead. Mu Yun was anxious to break the formation and did not finish him off. Now that he had made a big mistake, Shi Wushang counterattacked before he died and sent out a signal flare to call for reinforcements. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? Guai urged. Okay. Mu Yun immediately left and rushed out of the city. As soon as he reached the city gate, he realized that the city gate was tightly locked and prohibited people from entering or leaving. Brother guard, I want to leave the city. Mu Yun walked in front of the gatekeeper and said calmly. I'm sorry. The magic armory just sent a signal flare. Something might have happened. We have to close the city gate first and wait for the city lord's orders. The gatekeeper said. I'm a disciple of the magic armory. Someone did cause trouble in the magic armory, but he has been caught. Don't worry. Please open the city gate. I'm under the city lord's orders. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Mu Yun pretended to be anxious and said. No, this is against the rules. The gatekeeper shook his head. Brother guard, please make an exception. Mu Yun took out 2 golden origin pearls and quietly stuffed them over. Cough, cough, the gatekeeper pretended to look at the scenery. He glanced around and quietly accepted the golden origin pearls. He opened the city gate a crack and said, hurry up and go out. Don't let anyone see you. Thank you. Mu Yun smiled. Indeed, no matter where, money was the best. He passed through the crack and went out of the city. He was so excited that he really wanted to laugh wildly. Shi Wuyun, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind him. Mu Yun was shocked. He turned around and saw a familiar figure flying toward him. It was Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming had lost an eye and an arm, but his aura did not weaken at all. He was even more ferocious than before. He flicked his finger and shot out a ray of black light. The black light was like an arrow and pierced through the gatekeeper's throat. The 2 golden origin pearls in the latter's hands also fell to the ground. However, no one dared to snatch them because some money could not be taken. Taking them would cost lives. Shi Wuming had now advanced to the middle level of the sage realm. His aura was vast and boundless. He was simply lawless and invincible. Once he appeared, the sky changed color. The originally clear sky was covered with haze and dark clouds. It was dark and suffocating. Mu Yun did not hesitate and immediately sped away. However, with a clang, a huge bronze mirror suddenly flew across the sky and landed in front of him, blocking his way. There was only half of this bronze mirror, but it exuded a vast and majestic aura of the way of the heavens. It was righteous and mighty. When Mu Yun saw his own reflection in the mirror, he instantly felt small and insignificant. Heavenly Origin Mirror. This was the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Even if Mu Yun had never seen the Heavenly Origin Mirror before, he could guess that this half of the bronze mirror was the Heavenly Origin Mirror. 3 Origin Secret Treasures, Heavenly Origin Mirror, Earth Origin Book, and Mortal Origin Brush. The Heavenly Origin Mirror had the power of the Heavenly Tao. Today, I will use your life as a blood sacrifice to the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Shi Wuming's eyes were full of killing intent. He had risked his life to get this half of the heavenly origin mirror. Now was the time to show the power of the heavenly origin mirror. Xingyuan Orthodox sect, the mystery of the heavenly way, descend. Shi Wuming formed a seal with both hands. Beams of dazzling crystal light shot out from the heavenly origin mirror toward Mu Yun. These crystal light beams contained the aura of the heavenly way. It was as if they could penetrate the galaxy. Waves of destructive, tearing, and bloody killing intent surged. Oh no! Take out the peacock god fan! Guai shouted. Mu Yun did not hesitate. She nodded and immediately took out the peacock god fan. A white paper fan spun and emitted pitch-black flames. The crystal light beams were blocked by the peacock god fan. The remaining crystal light beams were projected to the surroundings and immediately caused terrifying destruction. The nearby forest and trees were instantly set ablaze and soon turned into ashes. The walls of the corpse monarch city were hit by the crystal light beams. The bricks on the walls melted silently like tofu. Mu Yun was shocked. If it was not for the peacock god fan, she would have been destroyed. The peacock god fan was a treasure given to her by her mother. It was the inherited treasure of the 9 Nether Vermilion Bird clan. It had the power of the immortal flame. Now that Mu Yun had taken it out, it could block the attack of the heavenly origin mirror. One could imagine how powerful the peacock god fan was. If it was not for her lack of understanding, it was possible for her to kill Shi Wuming with the help of the peacock god fan. What? Shi Wuming was shocked. When he saw Mu Yun's peacock god fan, he immediately realized who it was. It's you, it's you. You are Mu Yun, Mu Yun. Shi Wuming shouted loudly and was completely awakened. Mu Yun smiled and no longer disguised herself. She revealed her true face. As expected, it was you. You spy. Why did you steal the 5-dragon wheel? Shi Wuming pointed at Mu Yun and scolded her loudly. Mu Yun laughed and said, "Hee hee, this 5-dragon wheel is Jade Toad House's Dharma treasure. You corpse eaters are shameless and stole someone else's Dharma treasure. Now, you're blaming me. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner. Stinking brat, you think you can run away from me? Die." Shi Wuming roared and waved his hand. His entire hand turned into a bone claw that blotted out the sky. Crack, thick white bones appeared under Mu Yun's feet. These white bones formed a cage, trapping him tightly. Bone cage. Shi Wuming's face was gloomy. He used the white bone cage to trap Mu Yun. He had used 80% of his strength to cast the white bone cage. It was very sturdy. Mu Yun couldn't break free in a short period of time. Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. First transformation, activate. Mu Yun didn't hesitate and immediately activated the first transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. Overwhelming black demonic chi rolled over and lingered around his body. He put on the Corpse Emperor's ghost robe and looked like a ghost king who ruled over hell. Crack, Mu Yun's body turned violently and the entire white bone cage was completely shattered. The sky was filled with white bone fragments, flying everywhere with a sizzling sound. It was a spectacular sight. You've actually mastered the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. Shi Wuming was surprised. One had to know that this saint art was bestowed to Mu Yun by Shi Tianlai yesterday. In just a short day, Mu Yun had actually mastered the Corpse Emperor Tyrannical Body Art. However, Shi Wuming didn't know that Mu Yun had already mastered it. By absorbing the seal of the Jade Origin Pearl, he had effortlessly mastered it. There was no need for him to work hard at all. But it's useless. I'm a high and mighty saint. It's easy for me to kill you. After a short moment of surprise, Shi Wuming calmed down. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. He was a middle-level saint expert and his cultivation was much stronger than Mu Yun's. White Bone Tyrannical Body Art, activate. Shi Wuming used the White Bone Tyrannical Body Art. His entire body turned into a skeleton. Endless corpse chi erupted from his body. The surrounding vegetation withered and turned into dust under the corpse chi. Today, I'll let you see the power of a saint expert. Shi Wuming smiled sinisterly. White Bone Claw flew across the sky and grabbed at Mu Yun. Mu Yun punched out and met the attack. Bang, the fist and the claw collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. Both of their bodies remained unmoving. But suddenly, Mu Yun felt a hidden force coming at him. With a ripping sound, it pierced through his flesh and rushed into his internal organs, strangling him. Poochie, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. This Shi Wuming was indeed a saint expert. He was much more powerful than the Yangdingtian's incarnation that he had encountered before. His use of force had already reached the point of perfection. The sudden hidden force had severely injured Mu Yun. I didn't expect a saint expert to play tricks on a small saint transformation like me. Mu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He circulated his inner breath and silently healed the injuries in his body. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Even if you're an ant, I'll do my best to tear you into pieces. Shi Wuming's tone was cold. An expert like him would not make such a low-level mistake as underestimating his opponent. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to be straightforward. He had to kill in one blow without the slightest hesitation. Mu Yun, activate the second transformation. Once you activate the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor's tyrant body art, you can defeat him. Guiyi's voice rang out, because in the Necrophagus beast race, the Corpse Emperor is on the right path, while Baigu is on the wrong path. The white bone tyrant body art that he cultivates is on the wrong path and is restrained by you. As long as you activate the second transformation, you'll definitely win. Hearing this, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment. He had already promised Shi Feishuan that he would not use the second transformation. Guiyi said, "Don't be shy. You've already restored your true face and shed all pretense of cordiality with the Necrophagus beast race. It's time to lay your cards on the table. Are you still going to stubbornly listen to a woman's words and not use the great saint art?" "I understand." Mu Yun made up his mind. What Guiyi said was right. Now was the time to lay his cards on the table. There was nothing to be worried about. Corpse Emperor's tyrant body art, second transformation, activate. Mu Yun shouted fiercely and activated the second transformation directly. The demonic aura that erupted from his body instantly became intense. Endless black aura lingered around his body like smoke. He walked out of the demonic aura that filled the sky. The Corpse Emperor's ghost robe on his body had already faded and turned into a set of black armor. Every piece of armor was engraved with images of demons, ghosts, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Bursts of ferocious and overbearing aura permeated the air. What? You actually know the second transformation? Shi Wuming was shocked on the spot. The second transformation of the Corpse Emperor's tyrant body art was equivalent to a first-grade saint art. It was the secret of the Corpse Emperor city. In the entire Corpse Emperor city, there were only a few people who had mastered the second transformation. However, he did not expect Mu Yun to have mastered the second transformation. Prepare to die. Mu Yun took a big step forward and his body pierced through the air. He directly slashed out with his saber and slashed towards Shi Wuming's head. Shi Wuming was horrified. At this moment, he felt suffocated and couldn't breathe. The Corpse Emperor's righteous path restrained his white bone evil path. Now that Mu Yun had activated the second transformation, he was firmly suppressed. He felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. It was very uncomfortable. White bone heavenly prison, activate. At the critical moment, Shi Wuming shouted. White bones once again emerged from the ground. These white bones were surrounded by a layer of dark demonic aura. They were filled with a ferocious aura that sent chills down one's spine. Crack, the endless white bones formed a terrifying prison. It was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the white bone heavenly prison. These white bone heavenly prison were placed in front of Mu Yun, trying to block Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun charged forward and broke through the white bone heavenly prison with a domineering aura. There was nothing that could stop him. Shi Wuming panicked. He saw that Mu Yun had already brandished his saber and attacked. At the critical moment of life and death, he clenched his 5 fingers together and clenched them into a fist. He used all his strength and punched out fiercely. Bang, the fist and saber collided, causing a loud explosion. Mu Yun's body did not move. He was like a demon god that had emerged from hell. He was unstoppable. Shi Wuming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball and fell to the ground in a sorry state. All the bones in his body had completely fallen apart. His skull fell out. His hands and feet were all scattered. He was like a puppet that had been torn apart. Walala, in the next moment, Shi Wuming's skeleton body reassembled. However, there was no longer any demonic light. He looked dispirited and gloomy. Impossible. How could I lose to you? Shi Wuming gasped for breath. His eyes were burning with resentment. Gradually, flesh and skin grew out of his white bone body. He quickly recovered his flesh and blood appearance. His face was pale. Under Mu Yan's fierce attack, he could not even maintain the white bone tyrant body art. He could only recover his flesh and blood body and struggle at death's door. Cough, cough, Shi Wuming coughed. He vomited blood and some pieces of his internal organs. He had suffered a heavy blow from Mu Yun and was seriously injured. Mu Yun was overjoyed. Now that Shi Wuming was an arrow at the end of its flight, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. A large group of people came out of the city. The person in the lead was Shi Tianlai. His daughter, Shi Feishuan, was also beside him. Behind them was a group of elite guards. They heard the sound of battle and rushed out to help. Shi Wuming, what happened? Shi Tianlai shouted. City Lord, Shi Wuming's face was pale. He had been defeated by Mu Yun. Shi Tianlai had seen this. He really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Shi Wuyun, how did you? Shi Tianlia's gaze fell on Mu Yun. When he saw Mu Yun's true appearance, he was stunned. He did not expect Mu Yun to be a human. Mu Yun smiled. She licked her lips and said, Shi Tianlai, I'm sorry. I'm a human. Shi Wuyun, you're from another race? Shi Tianlai looked at Mu Yun. He was shocked and angry. His body trembled. Scenes of the past came to her mind. She still remembered clearly that she and Mu Yun had gone through trials and tribulations together in the Demon God Mountain range. This man had looked at every corner of her body when he was treating her injuries. She had sacrificed a lot for this man. She had given away 2 jade pearls. In order to protect Mu Yun, she had risked her life to resist the attack of the Chaos Void Sword formation and had almost lost her life. When they finally returned to the city safely, she had wanted to throw herself into his arms. However, this man had pushed her away. Scenes of the past came to her mind. Shi Feishuan's nose twitched and her eyes turned red. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. My lord, this person is called Mu Yun. She has caused a lot of trouble outside. Now, she has infiltrated Corpse Emperor City as a spy and stolen the 5-dragon wheel. We must capture her and kill her. Shi Wuming shouted sternly. Now that he had been defeated, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He only wanted to tear Mu Yun into pieces. As long as Shi Tianlai took action personally, Mu Yun would definitely be captured. At that time, he would be able to torture Mu Yun. Mu Yun, let's go. When Guei saw that Shi Tianlai had arrived, he hurriedly urged Mu Yun to leave. Otherwise, if Shi Tianlai took action, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to resist him. Shi Tianlia's strength was too strong. He was far above Mu Yun. But before we leave, let's kill Shi Wuming first. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a sharp murderous aura. He had to eliminate the source of trouble. He had to kill Shi Wuming. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun shouted and waved his hand. Essence blood gathered crazily and a huge blood crystal flew out. He had activated the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art. The blood chi in his body was extremely vigorous. The blood crystal that was released was huge and filled with a violent aura. Oh no! Shi Tianlai turned pale with fright. He did not expect that Mu Yun would dare to kill someone right under his nose. Shi Wuming was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Mu Yun would still dare to make a move. Now that he had been defeated, he could not withstand a single blow and could not resist at all. Bang, the scarlet blood crystal exploded in front of him. No! Shi Wuming let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was submerged in the powerful blast of the blood crystal explosion. Not even his bones were left, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. He had completely disappeared from this world. Patter, half of the heavenly origin mirror fell from the sky. Mu Yan's blood crystal explosion was so destructive, but it did not damage this half of the heavenly origin mirror. Go. Mu Yan waved her hand and put away the heavenly origin mirror. Then, she turned and left. Looking at Mu Yan's back, Shi Tianlai was stunned. Shi Feishuan was also stunned. All the guards present were also stunned. No one had expected that Mu Yan would dare to kill Shi Wuming right under Shi Tianlia's nose. This was a provocation to Shi Tianlai. How dare you? How dare you kill someone right under my nose? Shi Wuyun, how dare you? I will tear you into pieces. Shi Tianlai was furious. He immediately flew out. In his rage, his body exploded with flames. The entire sky turned dark. Lightning flashed and blood lightning wreaked havoc. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Mu Yun was shocked. Shi Tianlai was indeed the city governor of Corpse Monarch City. He was indeed powerful. It would not be easy for him to escape today. Little bastard, die. Shi Tianlai threw out a palm strike. The violent palm force was earth-shattering, and it directly caused a tornado to form. Mu Yan's face changed. He could not withstand such a violent palm strike. At the critical moment, a delicate and pretty figure suddenly appeared and blocked Shi Tianlai. Father, let him go. Shi Feishuan knelt on the ground. Her face was covered in tears. Shi Tianlia's palm had almost killed her. Fortunately, Shi Tianlai reacted quickly and immediately stopped the palm strike. The tornado dissipated instantly. The dark clouds and lightning in the sky also disappeared. Mu Yun was secretly shocked. Shi Tianlai was too powerful. He could control and release his palm strike at will. In terms of cultivation level, Shi Tianlai was much stronger than him. Xian'er, what are you doing? Shi Tianlai gritted his teeth. He did not expect Shi Feishuan to block his way. Shi Feishuan cried, Father, Shi Wuyun saved my life. Please let him go this time. Shi Tianlai said angrily, No, I can't let him go. Shi Feishuan's tears fell like rain. She said, Father, if you want to kill him, you have to kill me first. Xian'er. Shi Tianlia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect that Corpse Feishuan would actually step out and speak for Mu Yun. Mu Yun's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He glanced at Corpse Feishuan with a bit of gratitude, then left without saying a word. Shi Tianlai saw that Mu Yun was far away. He could not catch up with him even if he wanted to. He was fuming with anger. Where is Shi Wushang? Ask Shi Wushang to come here. Ask him to bring Miss back and take good care of her. Now that Shi Wuming was dead, he had suffered a great loss. It was as if he had lost an arm. The only person he could rely on in the entire Corpse Emperor city was Shi Wushang. A guard said timidly, Governor, Commander Shi Wushang, has been killed. What? Shi Tianlia's body shook. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his horse. In one day, 2 of his most important subordinates were killed. He had no one to rely on. The guard cupped his hands and said, The foreign troops are almost here. Governor, do you want to summon them? Shi Tianlai said angrily, Our Corpse Emperor city is full of talents. We don't need the foreign troops to interfere in our affairs. Pass down my order. Ask the prison to release that person. That person? City Lord, you want to release that person? The guard shivered, his face full of shock. When Corpse Imperial concubine Xian heard this, she was also shocked. She immediately said in horror, Father, you can't let that person go. That person is too dangerous. His body has the aura of an endless plague and curse. If you let him go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shut up. Shi Tianlia's eyes were red. He said, If it wasn't for you, I would have killed that spy. Go back and reflect on yourself. Seeing that Shi Tianlai was angry, Corpse Feishuan lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again. However, she was a little happy to see that Mu Yun had escaped. Shi Tianlia's face was gloomy. He said, pass down my order. Ask the prison to release that person. Although that person is scary, I am confident that I can subdue him. Hearing that he was going to release that person, the guards' faces were filled with fear. Compared to the heavy atmosphere here, Mu Yun was very relaxed. She flew across the grassland and couldn't help laughing. She had gained a lot from this trip to Corpse Emperor City. Not only did she get the 5-dragon wheel back, but she also got the Corpse Emperor tyrant body art. She also killed Shi Wuming and got half of the Heavenly Origin mirror. Mu Yun, give me the 5-dragon wheel. Guai was anxious. The desolation chi in the 5-dragon wheel could help him recover. The 5-dragon wheel is Jade Toad House's Dharma treasure. I have said that I will return it to Liao Xue. But since you want to devour it, I will give it to you. Mu Yun smiled and gave the 5-dragon wheel to Guai. He had a deep relationship with Guai. But his relationship with Liao Xue was just a transaction. Now that Guai wanted to devour the 5-dragon wheel, he naturally gave the 5-dragon wheel to Guai. But it was a pity that the deal with Liao Xue had come to an end. It was impossible for him to get the reward of a first-grade Saint Art. Don't worry. I will make you a replica of the 5-dragon wheel. You can report to your superiors. After all, Liao Xue promised to give you a first-grade Saint Art. You can't miss it. Guai kept the 5-dragon wheel and smiled. Replica? Aren't you afraid that Jade Toad House will find out? Mu Yun said seriously. It's fine. This 5-dragon wheel is shrouded in a vicious aura. It's already a piece of junk. If I make a replica, Jade Toad House won't investigate it in detail. They definitely won't discover it. Guai smiled. But what about the Saint Art sealed in it? Mu Yun frowned slightly. After all, what the Jade Toad House really wanted was not the 5-dragon wheel, but the supreme Saint Art sealed within it, the 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art. Of course we have to return this Saint Art. Otherwise, if we take it for ourselves, I am afraid that Jade Toad House will take revenge and hunt us down. Guai knew very well that Jade Toad House was the strongest faction in the 3 Yuan world. If they dared to take Jade Toad House's Saint Art, they would definitely be hunted down and take revenge. It was not worth it. But before we return the Saint Art, we can take a look first. Guai revealed a sly smile. His palm brushed across the surface of the 5-dragon wheel. It was unknown what technique he used, but a green light flashed and a scroll appeared in his hand. What is this? Mu Yun's eyes widened. Guai's technique was too fast. He could not see it clearly at all. This is what is sealed in the 5-dragon wheel. It is Jade Toad House's supreme Saint Art, the 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art. Its power is many times stronger than your Starburst Airflow Slash. Guai smiled and gently stroked the scroll. How did you take it out? Isn't it sealed inside? Even the people of Corpse Monarch City can't take it out. Mu Yun said in surprise. Hee, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Guai smiled mysteriously. Mu Yun was shocked. It seemed that Guai's technique was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even he could not see Guai's technique clearly, and Guai took it out. This guy was a sly old fox. This 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art is very powerful. It originated from the ancient Desolate era. The 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art already existed before the Saint Art's grade system was born. Once mastered, it can truly split the heavens and earth. You will broaden your horizons today. After saying that, Guai wanted to open the scroll. However, a strange scene appeared. The scroll seemed to be imprisoned by a mysterious power. No matter how hard Guai tried, he could not open it. Guai, what's going on? Seeing this, Mu Yun asked curiously. Sigh, I didn't expect this scroll to have a layer of imprisonment. I can't open it. You try. Guai handed the scroll to Mu Yun. Even you can't open it. How can I open it? Mu Yun shook his head. He was a little disappointed. He wanted to see the profundity of the 7 Calamity Dragon slaying art, but now it seemed that there was no hope. You try. I can't open it. Maybe you can. Guai's gaze was firm. Mu Yun took the scroll and gently opened it. Without any resistance, he easily opened the scroll. It's very simple. Where's the restriction? Mu Yun was puzzled. He had opened the scroll very easily and had not encountered any obstacles. Hee, I knew it. As expected, this is the power of a child of destiny. Guai laughed loudly. This saint art has an extraordinary origin. Yi Xiaoyao also obtained it back then, so I don't think the restriction on the scroll will be able to stop you. Is that so? Mu Yun was stunned. Since that was the case, it was easy. Now that the scroll was opened, he could feast his eyes on it. He looked carefully and saw that the scroll recorded the secret technique of the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying art originated from the Great Desolate Era and was extremely ancient. Back then, the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art had already existed before the Saint Art's grade system was created. Therefore, the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art didn't have an exact grade. However, one thing was for sure. This was an ancient saint art and its power was absolutely terrifying. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying art, 1st tribulation wind, 2nd tribulation lightning, 3rd tribulation water. Mu Yun focused and saw that the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art contained 7 heavenly tribulations. When cultivated to the peak, the 7 heavenly tribulations would descend and slay dragons to destroy the world. It was incomparably powerful. Guai said, the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art is an ancient saint art with boundless profoundness. You won't be able to comprehend it in a short period of time. Now, memorize all the moves and slowly study them in the future. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. Then, he focused all his attention on memorizing the secret technique of the 7 tribulations dragon slaying incantation. This was a rote memorization. He had yet to comprehend it. Time was of the essence, so he could only slowly cultivate it in the future. Have you memorized it? Yes. Mu Yun let out a breath of turbid air, feeling a little dizzy. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying art was profound and complicated. He had spent a lot of energy to memorize it. Very good. You can return the scroll to Jade Toad House now. Next, go and find some profound ice water. I want to use it to wash away the evil aura on the 5 dragon wheel. That way, I can devour it. Guai smiled. He really needed the mysterious ice water. Mystic ice water? Where am I going to find profound ice water? Mu Yun frowned. He did not know where this kind of spiritual item was. Guai asked, do you still remember the heavenly poison pagoda? Mu Yun said, I remember. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda is a treasure refined by that person. Many people want to snatch it. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't forget that back in Xianxia town, everyone in the town had come for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda was a magic treasure refined by Empyrean calamity. In the 3 origin world, the heaven origin mirror, earth origin book, and mortal origin brush were the supreme treasures of the righteous path, while the heavenly poison ancient pagoda was the supreme treasure of the evil path. In the past, Empyrean calamity used the 3 origin treasures to support the entire world. He wanted to create a world where the righteous path was vast and mighty. Unfortunately, he was the embodiment of calamity. He contained the aura of plagues, toxins, calamities, curses, and so on. In the end, the righteous path was destroyed and the entire world fell into chaos. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda was a magic treasure born from chaos and calamity. It had an extremely terrifying poisonous aura. It was said that the aura of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda was enough to destroy a world. Guai said slowly, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda is a supreme treasure of the evil path. This magic treasure also hides the treasures collected by that person throughout his life. Although something like the mysterious ice water is rare, it will definitely exist in the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. Mu Yun said, you want me to snatch the heavenly poison ancient pagoda? Guai said, that's right. If you can snatch the heavenly poison ancient pagoda, getting the mysterious ice water is a small matter. The main thing is that this magic treasure is really too powerful. If you get it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. If you meet an expert like Sherwooming again, you won't have to waste so much effort. Just use the pagoda and I guarantee that the enemy will be reduced to ashes. Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a scorching expression. He was naturally interested in such a powerful magic treasure. Moreover, there were all kinds of treasures left behind by Empyrean Calamity in the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. If he could snatch it, he would be rich. Where is the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda? Mu Yun asked in a deep voice. Guai said, legend has it that the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda is in the Heavenly Poison Forbidden Zone. All the major sects and forces have a special passage to the Heavenly Poison Forbidden Zone. Go to Jade Toad House and ask if that Liao Xue is willing to take you there. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, what if she's not willing? There was no deep friendship between him and Liao Xue. The two of them only had a trading relationship and a short cooperation. Guai said, if she's not willing, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Don't you have the Heavenly Poison Token? There will be a way. Heavenly Poison Token, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. When he first entered Corpse Emperor City, he was plotted against by a few merchants. Then, he killed them and finally obtained a token called the Heavenly Poison Token. He didn't know what use it had. But hearing Guai's words, this Heavenly Poison Token seemed to be related to the Heavenly Poison Forbidden Zone. Mu Yun wanted to ask more, but Guai urged, hurry up and go to Jade Toad House. Otherwise, the people of Corpse Emperor City will chase after us. Mu Yun said, Shi Wuming is dead. I also killed Shi Wushang. There are no experts in the entire Corpse Emperor City. We don't have to be afraid. Shi Tianlai had to stay in Corpse Emperor City. Naturally, he couldn't come out personally to kill him. Besides Shi Tianlai, Mu Yun wasn't afraid of anyone else. Guai snorted and said, I'm just afraid that Shi Tianlai will release that person. When I was in the city, I felt that person's aura was also full of curses and misfortune. Once Shi Tianlai releases him, the world will change. That person? Who is that person? Mu Yun frowned. Where did another person come from? I don't want to say that person's name. Guai said with a little disgust. You don't want to say it? Mu Yun was a little confused. Yes. That person's name is like dog shit. If I say it, I'm afraid that I'll get dirty. So, I don't want to say it. Guai shook his head. If he was in his peak state, it wouldn't matter. But he wasn't. Mu Yun was surprised. Who was that person? Why did it sound like Heavenly Lord Calamity? However, compared to Heavenly Lord Calamity, his style was far inferior. In Guai's eyes, he was like dog shit. In the face of dog shit, of course, one had to stay far away. So, Guai continued to urge him, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when that person comes out, you'll be disgusted to death. Okay. Mu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Three Elements realm was really mysterious. There were so many strange people. However, the Kanglin Myriad Realms was indeed an interesting place. He had to integrate into the Kanglin Myriad Realms now. He had to start from the Three Elements realm and walk into that strange world. Shaking his head, Mu Yun didn't care about anything else. He directly headed for Jade Toad House. Jade Toad House was the strongest human force in the Three Elements realm. It was unparalleled in the world with its alchemy skills. There were 3 special professions in the Three Elements realm. One was Ancient Array Master, the second was Ancient Weapon Master, and the third was Ancient Alchemy Master. Ancient Array Masters set up arrays, Ancient Weapon Masters refined weapons, and Ancient Alchemy Masters refined pills. Ancient Alchemy Masters' alchemy skills were more powerful than those that Mu Yun had come into contact with before. This was because the pills that Ancient Alchemy Masters refined were source pills. They were more powerful than immortal pills and divine pills. They contained the source energy of heaven and earth. When saints cultivated, they absorbed the source energy of heaven and earth. It was the source energy of heaven and earth. Ordinary people absorbed source pearls and relied on the spirit chi in the source pearls to increase their cultivation. However, true experts absorbed source pills and relied on the spirituality of the pills to increase their cultivation. As for Jade Toad House, they were the orthodox ancient alchemy masters. In terms of refining ancient alchemy, Jade Toad House was the best. Relying on their alchemy skills, Jade Toad House had accumulated a huge amount of wealth. They had also nurtured a large number of experts. Among the three major forces of the human race, they were well deserving of being the most outstanding. Mu Yun casually asked a passerby and found out the location of Jade Toad House's sect. A day later, Mu Yun appeared at the southern end of Clear Jade River in the Three Elements realm. She saw Jade Toad House's sect encampment. The Three Elements realm was simply too big. Even with Mu Yun's divine transformation realm speed, she still needed to fly for a day before arriving at Jade Toad House's territory. Jade Toad House was located in Jiangnan, where the spirit chi was abundant. At this moment, it was drizzling. The river was deep and thousands of sails were competing. The willow trees on the shore were picturesque and the pedestrians on the shore were all handsome and beautiful. In the distance, there was even smoke from alchemy floating in the air from Jade Toad House's sect grounds. The fragrance was invigorating and refreshing. Jiangnan was indeed a place full of spirit chi. Compared to a rough and wild place like Corpse Emperor City, the spirit chi here was much more abundant. Jade Toad House occupied such a treasured land. It was impossible for them not to develop. Mu Yun arrived at the foot of Jade Toad House's sect grounds. On the square at the entrance, there was a toad sculpture with a golden pill in its mouth. It was in a high-spirited posture. Many disciples were patrolling the square. "Who are you? What brings you to Jade Toad House?" A disciple saw Mu Yun and walked up to ask. He spoke politely and courteously. "I'm Mu Yun. I'm a friend of your sect's direct disciple, Liao Xue." Mu Yun cupped her hands. "You're here to look for senior sister Li?" the disciple asked. "Yes." Mu Yun answered truthfully. "Senior sister Li, she..." "Well..." The disciple stammered as if he had something to hide. "I've locked Liao Xue up. I've punished her to reflect on her mistakes in the back mountain." A cold voice rang out. A white-cloaked figure walked over leisurely. It was a graceful and elegant woman. She exuded a noble and elegant aura from head to toe. No one dared to look up at her. "Senior Sister Zhou." The surrounding disciples immediately lowered their heads and greeted her. Senior Sister Zhou nodded and looked at Mu Yun coldly. She said, "I'm the #1 direct disciple of Jade Toad House, Zhou Feishuan. I've already locked Liao Xue up. If you have anything to say, just tell me." "What did she do for you to lock her up?" Mu Yun asked. "Liao Xue acted recklessly and gave our sect's cultivation technique, the Starburst Airflow Slash, to an outsider. Although this Starburst Airflow Slash isn't a true sage art, it's still a minor sage art. It's worth a lot. She actually gave it to an outsider. Do you think she should be punished?" Zhou Feishuan said angrily. Mu Yun laughed involuntarily. This Starburst Airflow Slash was in his hands. He thought that Liao Xue was so powerful that she could do whatever she wanted. But now, it seemed that this girl wasn't that powerful. She still needed to be punished for her unreasonable pestering. "That's right. I'm Mu Yun. This little saint technique is indeed in my hands." Mu Yun smiled bitterly and answered truthfully. He didn't want to lie because he knew that lying was useless. Zhou Feishuan's aura was extremely powerful and boundless. Mu Yun concluded that she was a first-rate expert at the Great Saint realm. Lying in front of her would be seen through at a glance. Great Saint was the realm above the Saint realm. In the entire Three Elements world, there were only a handful of Great Saint experts. So it was taken by you. Zhou Feishuan looked at Mu Yun and didn't know how to deal with it. After all, the cultivation technique had been given out. Mu Yun must have learned it. Even if she took it back, it wouldn't help the situation. "I know about your deal with Liao Xue. She asked you to go to the Corpse Emperor City to take back the 5-dragon wheel. But the Corpse Emperor City is full of danger. What's more, there's that person. Even I would have a headache if I met that person. You want to take back the 5-dragon wheel from that person? You're dreaming." Zhou Feishuan shook her head and said, "What's more, even if that person doesn't make a move, you can't deal with the experts of the corpse-eating beast race, Shi Wuming." After a pause, Zhou Feishuan looked at Mu Yun with a little contempt. "How is it? Did you return empty-handed and come here to ask for forgiveness?" "Forget it, I don't blame you. As long as you return the starburst airflow slash to me and release your soul so that I can erase your memories, this matter will be over. Muyan smiled and cupped her hands. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. I've already taken back the 5-dragon wheel. What? Hearing this, Zhou Feishuan was completely shocked. After she advanced to the Great Saint Realm, her heart was as still as water. There were no waves in her heart for thousands of years. But Muyan's words were like a huge rock that smashed down on her. She was completely shocked. This is impossible. How can you take back the 5-dragon wheel? Even I can't do it. How did you do it? Zhou Feishuan found it unbelievable. Muyan said, Miss Zhou, I didn't lie to you. I did take back the 5-dragon wheel. After saying that, Muyan took out the 5-dragon wheel. Of course, this 5-dragon wheel was only a replica and not the real thing. The real 5-dragon wheel was currently in Guiyi's hands. What? When Zhou Feishuan saw the 5-dragon wheel, he was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly took the 5-dragon wheel and gently stroked it with her delicate hand. A green light flashed in her palm as if she was sensing something. Thank God, the ancient holy formula is still inside. Zhou Feishuan's eyes were red. He was so excited that he almost cried. What ancient sacred art? Muyan pretended to be confused and asked the obvious. Although the 5-dragon wheel was a replica, it was true that the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art was sealed in it by Guiyi. Nothing. Zhou Feishuan hurriedly covered it up. He didn't want Muyan to know the secret of the holy formula. Muyan smiled but didn't say anything. He already knew the secret of the holy formula. Moreover, he had memorized all the contents of the holy formula. Liao Xue from your sect said that if I helped her take back the 5-dragon wheel, she would give me a first-grade holy formula. Now that the 5-dragon wheel had been returned, it was time to talk about the reward. Muyan was still thinking about the first-grade holy formula. No. Zhou Feishuan shook his head and said, that girl Liao Xue doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She made a careless promise that she would give you a first-grade holy formula. However, the value of a first-grade holy formula is no small matter. How can you give it away so casually? I can't give it to you. Does your sect want to go back on its words and go back on its word? Muyan's face darkened. He had gone through so many difficulties just to get the real holy formula and comprehend the great way of the holy position so that he could advance to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. But now, Zhou Feishuan actually said that he wouldn't give it to him. A disciple next to him stood out and said, Hey, why are you so greedy? You've already got the little holy formula. Isn't that enough? You actually want the real holy formula. Aren't you being too greedy? Zhou Feishuan said slowly, Young Master Mu, I'm sorry. It's our sect's fault for not disciplining her well. We will definitely restrain that girl Xue in the future. We won't let her talk nonsense and make promises so easily. Muyan said in a low voice, Are you saying that you want to go back on your word? Zhou Feishuan hurriedly said, No. It's just that the girl is talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I'll give you a bottle of superior elixirs as compensation. How about that? Zhou Feishuan spoke very politely, but his attitude was very firm. He could give him elixirs, but it was impossible for him to ask for the holy formula. Muyan laughed and said, If you want to go back on your word, just say it. I'm too naive. Goodbye. With that, Muyan flicked his sleeves and left. Young master, wait. Zhou Feishuan saw that Muyan was about to leave and hurriedly called out to him. Muyan turned around and said, Miss Zhou, what can I do for you? Zhou Feishuan gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't ruin the reputation of Jade Chan Monastery for so many years in his hands. After thinking for a while, Zhou Feishuan said, Young Master Mu, we can discuss the holy formula again. You can rest in my Jade Chan Monastery first. Okay. Muyan didn't say anything else and swaggered in. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Feishuan would play any tricks. Zhou Feishuan asked people to prepare wine and dishes to welcome Muyan and entertain him well. He also arranged a guest room for Muyan to stay temporarily. However, she didn't mention anything about the holy formula. It seemed that she wanted to delay it. Muyan wasn't in a hurry and directly stayed in Jade Chan Monastery. In fact, Corpse Emperor City would definitely search for him in the next few days. It was safe in Jade Chan Monastery. The next morning, Mu Yun woke up early and wanted to continue the negotiation with Zhou Feishuan. However, the maid said, senior sister Zhou left last night and rushed to Jiuding Trading to discuss the war. She won't be back in a short time. Young Master Mu, please wait. Our Jade Chan Monastery is very easy to talk to. You can stay as long as you want. We will serve you sincerely. Hearing that, Mu Yun was completely shocked. He didn't expect that Zhou Feishuan would run away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Feishuan obviously wanted to delay it and didn't want to give it to him. Naturally, he couldn't stay in Jade Chan Monastery for long. Where's your senior sister Liao Xue? Mu Yun was speechless. He could only look for Liao Xue now. Senior sister Li is locked up in the back mountain. She's still reflecting on her mistakes, the maid replied. Mu Yun nodded and strolled in Jade Chan Monastery. When no one was looking, he walked to the back mountain alone. The back mountain of Jade Chan Monastery was lush with plants, birds, flowers, and spiritual qi. It was like a fairyland. It was really strange to be able to reflect on one's mistakes here. Mu Yun stood at the foot of the mountain. When he looked up, he saw a thatched cottage on the mountainside. He walked up the mountain. When he was halfway there, he suddenly heard the sound of someone playing in the water. His heart skipped a beat. He walked forward and saw a stunning scene. Liao Xue was naked and bathing in the stream in the mountain. She was playing with the butterflies and bees around her. She was having a lot of fun. She didn't look like she was reflecting on her mistakes at all. Mu Yun's face turned red, and she hurriedly turned around. However, Liao Xue had already seen his appearance. "Ayo, Mu Yun, it's you." When Liao Xue saw Mu Yun appear, she was also surprised. Then, her face flushed red. She quickly climbed ashore to put on her clothes and said, "How dare you peek at me bathing? You're really bold." Mu Yun coughed dryly and said, "Miss Li, I didn't see anything." Liao Xue's face flushed red. She hurriedly put on her clothes and said, "How is it? Why are you here? Did you get the 5-dragon wheel back?" Mu Yun waited for a moment. After making sure that Liao Xue had put on her clothes, he turned to look at her. Her current appearance was like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. She looked elegant and refined, with a hint of charm. Mu Yun composed himself and said, "I brought the 5-dragon wheel back and handed it to your senior sister Zhou." "You've seen senior sister Zhou?" Liao Xue's face flushed red. She was embarrassed. Back then, she had boasted in front of Mu Yun. She was as arrogant as she could be. Now that she was punished to reflect on her mistakes, she was really embarrassed. "Yes." Mu Yun also had a slight smile on his face. Liao Xue was even more embarrassed. She said, "Don't laugh. Zhou Feishuan only bullied my mother when she wasn't here. If my mother was here, she wouldn't dare to bully me." Mu Yun said, "Yes, Miss Li. I'm not laughing at you. I'm only here to talk to you about the reward. You should give me the first-grade Saint Art that I want." Liao Xue said, "But senior sister Zhou is here. She has the final say in Jade Toad Workshop now. I don't dare to give you anything." Mu Yun said, "Miss Zhou has already left. She rushed to Jiuding Trading last night. She said that she wanted to discuss the war." "Senior sister Zhou has left?" Liao Xue was wild with joy. She was so happy that she could fly. "Yes, she left last night," Mu Yun said. "That's great. It's good that she's gone. Now, only second senior sister and third senior sister are left in Jade Toad Workshop. They can't control me. I can go out and don't have to face the wall." Liao Xue was overjoyed. She pulled Mu Yun's hand and ran out happily. She was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Mu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only accompany her. The two of them played to their heart's content. Only then did Liao Xue stop. She took out an ancient, yellowed book and handed it to Mu Yun. She said, "I, Liao Xue, am a woman of my words. This first-grade Saint Art is my reward for you. This is what you deserve. There's no need to thank me. Mu Yun was excited. He finally got the saint art. He quickly took the ancient book and saw the words Xiantian Rising Dragon / written on it. Xiantian Rising Dragon / Mu Yun read it silently. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. After working so hard for so long, he finally got what he wanted. Mu Yun was very happy. Xiantian Rising Dragon / was a genuine first-grade saint art. As long as he cultivated it diligently, he could comprehend the great Tao of the sage position. Within 100 years, he would become a sage. Thank you, Mississippi. I'll take my leave. Mu Yun wanted to leave after getting the saint art. Liaoxue pulled his arm and said, "Hey, you're leaving so soon? Stay and play with me for a few days." Guei also secretly said, "Mu Yun, Jade Toad Monastery must have a special passage to the Sky Poison Forbidden Land. Quickly ask her for help. Let her bring you to the Sky Poison Forbidden Land." Mu Yun shook his head and said to himself, "Forget it. I can't stay here for long. Otherwise, when Zhou Feishuan comes back, the saint art that I got will be taken back." Mu Yun didn't hesitate and left immediately. Liaoxue was a little bored. She said, "Are you really leaving?" Mu Yun had some ability to get the 5-dragon wheel. If such a person could join Jade Toad Monastery. Mu Yun was not completely at ease after leaving Jade Toad House. He ran all the way back to Qingshan Town. After confirming that there would be no more accidents, he heaved a sigh of relief. He found a tea house and sat down. He took a sip of tea and calmed himself down. He asked, "Guei, if I want to go to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area, how do I go there?" Mu Yun had to go to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area because the Sky Poison Ancient Pagoda was in the Forbidden Area. Mu Yun was also very interested in this evil treasure. Moreover, the Sky Poison Ancient Pagoda contained the treasures of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. There were all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. There must also be black ice water. When he obtained the black ice water, he could wash away the evil aura of the 5-dragon wheels and give it to Guei to devour. This would allow Guei to recover some of his strength and unlock new secrets of the Scroll of the Gods. It would help him increase his strength. The huge benefits of advancing step by step really moved Mu Yun. Therefore, he had to go to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area. Guei said, "All the major sects have special passageways to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area. However, since you are unwilling to stay in Jade Toad House, there is no special passageway. You can only go through the space tunnel in Qingshan Town." Space tunnel? Yes. There is a space tunnel in Qingshan Town that can also lead to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area. However, this space tunnel is filled with turbulent whirlpools and is very dangerous. "Even your heavens, I may not be able to suppress it," Guei said solemnly. "Then what should I do?" Mu Yun asked. "It's simple. Use the Sky Poison token. The Sky Poison token is a special protective token. You can enter the space tunnel with the Sky Poison token and avoid the attacks of the spatial turbulence," Guei said. "That's good." Mu Yun was delighted. He happened to have a Sky Poison token. "Don't be so happy." Guei's tone sank. "The people who go through this tunnel are not ordinary people. There are many fierce characters. It is very dangerous for you to go alone. I advise you to go back to Jade Toad House and follow that girl through the special passageway. You won't be in danger." "No, I cannot return to the Jade Toad Pavilion. Otherwise, the saint formula that I obtained might be snatched away at any time." Mu Yun shook his head. He was not stupid. He had finally obtained the saint art after going through untold hardships. If it was taken back, he would cry until he had no tears left. Therefore, he could not return to the Jade Toad Lodge. If he wanted to go to the Sky Poison Forbidden Area, he could only go through the space tunnel in Qingshan Town. Mu Yun looked around and saw that Azure Mountain Town was filled with people from all the major races. Everyone was in groups of 3 to 5 as they lowered their heads and discussed the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. 3 days later, the spatial tunnel will open. At that time, there will definitely be a bloodbath. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda is a supreme treasure of the corrupt path refined by that person. I don't have any extravagant hopes of successfully seizing it. As long as I can see it, I'll be satisfied. When one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Me too. As long as I can see the heavenly poison ancient pagoda, I will die without regrets. Everyone sighed. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the spatial tunnel in Xianxia town opened. Mu Yun mixed in with the crowd and came to the square of Xianxia town. She saw that at the north end of the square there was a tunnel that was emitting a faint blue light. The spatial tunnel was just ahead, but the people in the square all stopped in their tracks. No one dared to go over. Mu Yun took a look. There were more than 3,000 to 4,000 people in the square. The sky poison token was not a cabbage. It was impossible for everyone to have it. Among the thousands of people, less than 1/10 of them had the sky poison token. Most of them wanted to take advantage of the situation. Those who had the sky poison token naturally did not dare to be the first to take the lead. That was because the hunter would shoot the bird that stuck out. Whoever dared to run out would definitely be robbed and killed, dying without a burial ground. A strange scene took place. The thousands of people in the square stood outside the tunnel, and no one dared to go near. Among the crowd, there was one person who was very eye-catching. The people around him were all fierce and unfriendly. However, this person had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was abnormally handsome and elegant. His temperament was ethereal, and he looked as gentle as jade. Behind him were 2 followers, a man and a woman. They were also quite good-looking. Look, the successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen, is here too. It's really Bai Chen. The 100 Tempering Villa was originally the #1 faction of the human race. However, because of the fight for the throne, it caused a bloody reign and heavy casualties. The strength of the entire 100 Tempering Villa was greatly reduced, and it was reduced to the worst faction. Haha, even if they are the worst, they are still one of the 3 major factions of the human race. Is it your turn to gossip? Waves of discussion sounded one after another. The gentleman-like man also became the focus of the crowd. Mu Yan's gaze also landed on the man called Bai Chen. So he's the successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen. Mu Yun had also heard of Bai Chen's name. The latter was a successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. His cultivation had already reached the Saint Realm and he was rather powerful. The 100 Tempering Villa was one of the 3 major factions of the human race. It was ranked last and was famous for refining weapons. Jade Toad House refined medicine, Jioding Trading set up formations, and 100 Tempering Villa refined weapons. These 3 factions were the top human factions in the 3 Elements world. In the past, the #1 faction was not Jade Toad House, but 100 Tempering Villa. Unfortunately, in order to snatch the throne of the Villa Master, the first successor disciple, White Salamander, and the second successor disciple, Bai Chen, broke out in a bloody battle. Under the intense internal battle, the 100 Tempering Villa suffered heavy losses. Other than White Salamander and Bai Chen, all the other successor disciples died miserably. A large number of ordinary disciples were also destroyed in body and soul. As a result, the 100 Tempering Villa's vitality was greatly damaged and its strength was greatly reduced. Why is Bai Chen here? He actually came to Xianxia town to take the tunnel instead of the 100 Tempering Villa's special tunnel. Mu Yun frowned. Many people present had the same question as him. But soon, a well-informed person began to explain. I heard that the battle for the throne has already ended. White Salamander won and became the successor of the Villa Master. As for Bai Chen, he was expelled from the 100 Tempering Villa and became a stray dog. Looks like he's really a stray dog. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the tunnel in such a miserable state. After fighting for so long, the outcome has finally been decided. It looks like Bai Chen has lost. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Hearing the discussions in the surroundings, the 2 followers behind Bai Chen had furious expressions on their faces. They wished that they could draw their swords and slaughter everyone present. However, Bai Chen, who was the focus of the entire scene, appeared calm. He was a gentleman and gentle as jade. He did not care about the gossip around him at all. The discussions around them gradually disappeared. Compared to the gossip of the 100 Tempering Villa, everyone was more concerned about the matter in front of them. The spatial tunnel had already opened, but no one dared to enter. This was because there were too many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Whoever dared to be the first to step forward would be robbed and killed. Everyone. A clear voice sounded and broke the stalemate. Bai Chen stood out and cupped his hands towards the surroundings. He said, I am Bai Chen, a direct disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. Is there anyone who has the sky poison badge? I wonder if it would be convenient for you to sell it to me. I am willing to pay 50 golden origin pearls. Ha ha ha, you want to buy the sky poison badge with 50 golden origin pearls? What a joke. Do you know how much a sky poison badge costs in the underground black market? Everyone, stop laughing at him. This stray dog has already been expelled from the 100 Tempering Villa. How could he have any money on him? When Bai Chen's words left his mouth, the entire crowd burst into laughter. Everyone was looking down on him. Bai Chen's 2 followers were furious, ashamed, and helpless. However, Bai Chen himself was still calm and composed. His gentle demeanor caused the laughter in the crowd to gradually disappear. Indeed, I don't have any money. However, I am a direct disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. If anyone is willing to help me today, I will definitely not forget your kindness in the future. Bai Chen's tone was gentle. It was as if he wasn't a stray dog, but a god of war that could rise up at any time. His firm gaze and calm tone caused everyone to not dare to continue laughing at him. However, to purchase a sky poison insignia with just 50 golden origin pearls and a promise that was far off in the future was simply too whimsical. Everyone present was smart, so naturally, no one would agree to it. Seeing that no one answered, Bai Chen was very disappointed and retreated. Young master, what should we do? His 2 followers walked up and asked. Yi Zhong, little you, don't worry. We'll act according to the situation. Bai Chen remained calm and collected. The scene once again entered a deadlock. Everyone stood on the plaza, but no one dared to approach the tunnel. Even when the sky darkened and night fell, the moon and stars had all come out. No one dared to step out. Everyone is just standing there stupidly. This is not a solution. The tunnel will close tomorrow. Someone couldn't help but shout. If you can't endure it, then you go in first. Someone else said. Fine, I'll go first. I'll say this first. You're not allowed to cause trouble. Whoever dares to cause trouble, I'll curse him to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The person from before shouted loudly, and then really walked out, directly heading towards the tunnel entrance. However, just as he walked to the tunnel entrance, a thin figure held a dagger and slit his neck with lightning speed. Then, the figure snatched his sky poison badge and with a whoosh, entered the tunnel, disappearing without a trace. This sudden turn of events caused an uproar. A corpse was thrown at the tunnel entrance. This old man who stood out first was indeed robbed and killed on the spot. The people present didn't even see the face of the murderer clearly. The murderer had already entered the tunnel and disappeared. Everyone present had different feelings. Those who possessed the sky poison badge all retreated, not daring to step forward. They were afraid that they would be robbed and killed. As for those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, seeing that there was a successful precedent, they all rubbed their fists and were eager to try, waiting for the next unlucky person to take the bait. Time passed bit by bit. Even until midnight, no one dared to step out. Mu Yun saw that no one dared to move. She knew that this stalemate couldn't go on. The gazes of everyone present fell onto Mu Yun in unison. There were those that were watching a good show, those that wanted to rob him, those that were sympathetic, those that were mocking him, and those that were taking pleasure in his misfortune. There were all sorts of gazes. Bai Chen also exclaimed in surprise, and said, "Who is this person? He has some courage." "Young master, this person is the wanted criminal of Corpse Emperor City, Mu Yun. He's not from the Three Origin world and came from the outside." The young lady called Little Yu said softly. It said that this person killed Shi Wuming with the body of a saint and seized half of the Heaven Origin mirror. Another follower of Bai Chen, a man called Yi Zhong, revealed a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" A trace of greed vaguely flashed past Bai Chen's face that was warm like jade. Swish, right at this moment, a black figure suddenly rushed out and attacked fiercely towards Mu Yun. He held a sharp knife in his hand and wanted to rob and kill as well. You're courting death. Mu Yan's gaze went cold. When he heard the sound of wind coming from behind him, he didn't even turn his head and directly threw a punch. With a bang, it hit the attacker's head. He threw a punch in anger with shocking might. With just one punch, it completely blew up the attacker's head. A punch to the head. Fresh blood and brain matter burst out and scattered all over the sky. The latter's headless corpse fell to the ground dispiritedly. The entire scene was in an uproar. Many people took a step back. For a moment, they didn't dare to make a move to rob and kill. Looking at Mu Yan's strength, he was obviously not easy to deal with. If they rashly made a move, they were afraid that they would be killed instead. Hee, little brother's skill is not bad. We are the 4 ghost swords of Green Mountain. We want to experience little brother's skill. I hope little brother won't be stingy with your guidance. 4 gloomy voices sounded out in succession. 4 figures walked out from the crowd. One of them had a single arm, one was lame, one was blind, and one was hunchbacked. Their appearances were extremely grotesque, but they seemed to be of the same mind. They split a sentence into 4 and spoke one after another. It was as if they were reciting poetry, rising and falling one after another, and it was flawless. The 4 ghost swords of Green Mountain are about to make a move as well. He's finished this time. You should know that the 4 ghost swords of Green Mountain are the local tyrants. They do the business of killing and robbing. They are very powerful. That's right. I heard that when the 4 of them work together, they can kill a saint expert. When the crowd saw the 4 ghost swords of Green Mountain attack, they all backed away, as if they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The Green Mountain 4 ghost swords were actually local mercenaries. In the past, when the Sky Poison Forbidden Land opened, many people would come over, but it had always been peaceful. This was because Xianxia town had many local mercenary groups that could maintain order. However, things were different now. The Corpse Emperor City and the Jioding Trading Company were at war. All the local mercenaries were involved in the war, so there was no one to maintain order. The only mercenaries left were the Green Mountain's 4 ghost swords. The 4 of them obviously couldn't handle the situation, so they didn't care. They also wanted to fish in troubled waters and do some robbing and killing. However, they were all reputable figures after all. Facing a mere saint transformation expert, they disdained to launch a sneak attack. Instead, they stood out openly and challenged Mu Yan. Mu Yan remained calm and observed their appearance carefully. She found that their strength was at the peak of the saint transformation realm. They weren't even saints. However, Mu Yan didn't let her guard down because she heard the discussion around her. The Green Mountain 4 ghost swords were very powerful when they worked together. They could kill a saint expert. The 4 of us brothers will live and die together. No matter how many enemies there are. We'll all work together. So don't say that we're bullying you with numbers. After the Green Mountain 4 ghost swords finished speaking, they pulled out their swords with a clang. Don't say that we're bullying you. I'll let you make the first move. I'll let you make 3 more moves. This way, you can die in peace. The 4 of them stood on the spot and didn't make a move. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to enter if she didn't defeat the Green Mountain 4 ghost swords. If you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Mu Yan didn't say anything and immediately made a move. The first phase of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture was activated. A terrifying black aura spread out in an instant. The sky that was originally bright with stars and moon instantly darkened. Strange cries of ghosts also resounded in the surroundings. Mu Yan was wearing the Corpse Emperor's ghost robe, as if she was a killing god that stepped out of hell. The first move. It's the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. The saint art of the corpse-eating beasts. How did you know it? The Green Mountain 4 ghost swords exclaimed. Mu Yan took a step forward and flew over like a meteor. She held the sky splitter in her hand and slashed out. Star, explosion, chi, flow, slash. The silver saber chi soared into the sky and dispelled the surrounding darkness. The sharp star evil chi shook and roared in the void, as if it would explode at any time. A galaxy-like saber chi slashed through the void with a swoosh and slashed towards the Green Mountain 4 ghost swords. Little Saint Art. What a powerful saber technique. Little Saint Art isn't that powerful. Idiots, she's using the Corpse Emperor's overlord body. The four of them hurriedly raised their swords to block, but Mu Yun's star explosion chi slash was too powerful. As she had already activated the Corpse Emperor's overlord body, her combat strength had increased tremendously. The power of this saber was not inferior to a real Saint Art. Bang, the star explosion chi slash exploded, and the four of them were blasted into the sky. Not good. We're going to fail miserably. Form the formation. Level 2 Blade Formation, Sword Blade Storm Formation. The Green Mountain four ghost swords were shocked in midair, but they didn't panic. Instead, they quickly stabilized their footing and formed the formation in the void with their swords. The trajectory of their swords was very strange. It wasn't any sword technique at all, but they used their swords as brushes to draw the lines of the formation in the void. The speed at which they swung their swords was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they had drawn hundreds of formation lines. In the next moment, their bodies landed on the ground, and the hundreds of formation lines followed. Bai Chen, who was watching the battle from the side, saw this scene and sighed. Forming the formation after landing. This person is in danger. A complicated and mysterious sword formation was born just like that. The Green Mountain four ghost swords stood at the four corners of the formation and stabbed the ground with their swords. It was as if they were using their swords as nails and wanted to nail the formation to the ground. Drawing a circle to form a prison. The situation is hopeless. This person is already dead. Bai Chen sighed again. In his eyes, Mu Yun was already a corpse. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. He looked around and realized that he was trapped in a formation. Not good. Mu Yun, this is a level 2 blade formation, sword blade storm formation. Get out quickly, or you're dead. Guiyi's voice sounded. A level 2 blade formation? Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. He had seen the power of a level 2 blade formation before. When his sky splitter was still in the level 2 blade formation, killing people was like chopping melons and vegetables. It was very powerful. And now, the formation set up by the Green Mountain four ghost swords was a level 2 blade formation. No wonder they were so fierce and could even kill a saint expert. If the four of them were alone, they weren't worth mentioning. But when the four of them worked together, they were really powerful. Hey, didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Mu Yun stood in the center of the formation. He could already hear the howling of the storm. Hee, sorry. We only let you have 2 moves. We were wrong. We'll leave your corpse intact as an apology. The Green Mountain four ghost swords sneered. Then, they attacked together. From the four corners of the formation, they stabbed their swords straight at Mu Yun. Whoosh, a strong wind blew. The entire sword formation erupted into a terrifying storm. The storm was filled with sharp sword blades. The sword blade storm vortex followed the weapons of the Green Mountain four ghost swords and slashed towards Mu Yun. Looking at their stance, it was obvious that they wanted to tear Mu Yun into pieces. Heavenly Origin Mirror, open. At the critical moment, Mu Yun didn't panic. Instead, he took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Half of the Heavenly Origin Mirror was suspended in the air. It was like a bronze crescent moon that shone for 1,000 miles. Streaks of blazing Heavenly Tao crystal radiance shot out from the mirror. When the Green Mountain four ghost swords were illuminated by the Heavenly Tao crystal radiance, they immediately revealed a look of horror and fear. Their bodies kept trembling. Oh no! Inner demon. Where did the inner demon come from? We're doomed. The four of them cried out. Under the illumination of the Heavenly Origin Mirror, they had a feeling that their limbs and bones had been corroded by the inner demon. They didn't know where the inner demon came from. As soon as it appeared, it crawled around their bodies like ants. Their bodies were covered by the aura of the inner demon. They were in extreme pain and their skin started to fester. Heavenly Origin Mirror, it's the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Seeing the appearance of the Heavenly Origin Mirror, everyone was shocked. It's rumored that the Heavenly Origin Mirror has the aura of the Heavenly Tao. Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. With the Heavenly Origin Mirror, you can resist your inner demon and illuminate the inner demon of others. Everyone retreated in a panic. They were all afraid that they would be illuminated by the heavenly origin mirror and cause their inner demon to appear. The most powerful thing about the heavenly origin mirror was that it could illuminate the inner demon of others. Once the inner demon appeared, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would be tortured. Little brother. We were wrong. Please be magnanimous. Please spare us. The Green Mountain Four ghost swords were in extreme pain. Their skin and flesh were constantly festering. The inner demon had already spread to their entire bodies. They knelt on the ground in pain. They couldn't maintain the level 2 blade formation anymore. The storm that filled the sky instantly disappeared. Sorry. Mu Yun shook his head. Without another word, he swung his saber and killed the Green Mountain Four ghost swords with each slash. Mu Yun also found something good on the bodies of the Green Mountain Four ghost swords. It was a level 2 blade formation secret manual. It was the Blade Storm formation. He didn't stand on ceremony and kept the secret manual directly. When everyone saw this scene, they were all envious. Now, Mu Yun had too many treasures on him. It was simply enviable. He had the Sky Poison token, half of the Heavenly Origin mirror, and now, he had even snatched a level 2 blade formation. However, no one dared to challenge Mu Yun because no one was stupid. Even the Green Mountain Four ghost swords had been killed by Mu Yun. Who else could be a match for Mu Yun? Mu Yun wanted to step into the space tunnel and directly head to the Sky Poison forbidden area. Wait. At this moment, a clear and bright voice sounded. Mu Yun turned around and saw that the person who spoke was the successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen. Bai Chen had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome and elegant, but Mu Yun didn't like him. He felt that this person didn't show his emotions on his face and was extremely shrewd. He wasn't easy to deal with. That's right. I'm untalented and would like to exchange pointers with you. If I'm lucky enough to win, please give me the Sky Poison token. Bai Chen cupped his hands. Mu Yun glanced at Bai Chen and saw that his aura was extremely powerful. He was almost at the Sage Realm. It was hard to tell who would win if he fought with such an expert. It was more important to head to the Sky Poison forbidden area now. There was no need to be entangled with him. I'm sorry, Master Bai. I'm not interested in fighting with you. Goodbye. Mu Yun chuckled and ignored Bai Chen. He turned and stepped into the spatial tunnel. Bai Chen's expression changed. He didn't expect Mu Yun to reject his challenge. Master Mu, you should stay. Bai Chen stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Mu Yun back. He really wanted the Sky Poison token on Mu Yun. Heavenly Origin Mirror, open. Mu Yun didn't say anything and took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror again. Half of the bronze mirror suddenly flew out, carrying the Heavenly Tao's crystalline light. Under the reflection of the Heavenly Origin Mirror, Bai Chen felt like he was being pierced. The inner demons that he had accumulated for many years were like a volcano that was about to erupt. His skin also started to emit a purplish-red color, as if it was going to fester at any time. Oh no, my inner demons are going to act up. Bai Chen hurriedly retreated and avoided the reflection of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a gentleman and a good person. But only he knew how much dirty water was on his hands. The Heavenly Tao was clear. If the Heavenly Origin Mirror revealed his inner demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Mu Yun saw that Bai Chen had been forced to retreat, he kept the Heavenly Origin Mirror and wanted to step into the spatial tunnel. Stop! A shout rang out. A person flew up and pounced over. It was Bai Chen's follower, Yi Zhong. Mu Yun's gaze turned cold. He waved his hand and used his palm as a blade. A blade aura that was mixed with the baleful aura of the Milky Way constellation slashed towards Yi Zhong. But this Yi Zhong actually didn't dodge, and continued to charge forward. Pucci, Mu Yun slashed Yi Zhong into two halves with her saber energy. Young master, I caught him. Hurry up and kill him. Yi Zhong's body was cut into two halves, but he didn't die immediately. The upper half of his body suddenly pounced on Mu Yun like a venomous snake and hugged Mu Yun tightly. The boiling blood also stained Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun was shocked. She did not expect him to be so ferocious. He was willing to sacrifice his life for her master. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. This scene was truly a little terrifying. This fellow called Yi Zhong actually did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to restrain Mu Yun and strive for an opportunity for Bai Chen. Who knew where White Dust had found such a loyal follower? Yi Zhong! Bai Chen exclaimed, but he quickly understood Yi Zhong's intention. He immediately flew out and attacked Mu Yun. Now that Yi Zhong was restraining Mu Yun couldn't move her limbs. It was the best time for him to attack. Lunatic! Mu Yun clenched her teeth and immediately activated the second revolution of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. Endless black demonic aura soared into the sky. A sinister Corpse Emperor ghost armor covered her body. Every piece of the armor had reliefs of demons, ghosts, mountains of swords and seas of fire. The carvings weren't just for decoration, they were for killing. As soon as Cloud Herder's aura stirred, the carvings on his ghost armor sprang to life. Ghouls, evil ghosts, hell chains, corpse mountains, and flaming swords all poured out in a frenzy. Yi Zhong was wrapped around Mu Yun's body and was immediately attacked by countless demons and ghosts. His body was annihilated in the monstrous demonic aura. He screamed miserably and was dragged into the abyss of hell by the evil ghosts. The second revolution of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art? When Bai Chen saw this scene, he immediately stopped in his tracks and was shocked. One had to know that the second transformation of the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art was a secret technique of the Corpse Emperor city. As a human, it was normal for Mu Yun to master the first transformation, but who would have thought that he could master the second transformation as well? When the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art reached the second revolution, there would be thousands of ghosts to protect the body. Anyone who dared to invade would be attacked by the thousands of ghosts in hell and be dragged into the abyss of hell, never to be reincarnated. This was the horror of the second revolution. She didn't even need to do anything. If the enemy dared to approach, they would be dragged away by the tide of evil ghosts. It was said that at the third revolution, there would be flying zombies, diving yikshaws, and other monsters. At that time, the sky and the ground would be filled with demons and ghosts, making it impossible for people to escape. Bai Chen didn't dare to get too close for a moment. He watched as Yi Zhong was dragged into hell and not even his bones were left. Mu Yun didn't say a word. She turned and stepped into the tunnel. This time, no one stopped her. Everyone stared blankly at Mu Yun's back view as she left. Mu Yun's methods shocked everyone. Even after she left, there were still traces of ferocious demonic aura left in the field. A few wisps of vengeful spirits were still floating in the air. Everyone was silent. After a long while, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, charge!" A person holding a sky poison token suddenly rushed into the spatial tunnel. When the others saw this, they also rushed forward. Now was a great opportunity to advance together. As long as they were united, they wouldn't have to be afraid of being robbed. A few hundred people with sky poison tokens charged together and madly rushed into the spatial tunnel. As for those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, they couldn't find a chance to rob and kill. They could only watch as others went in. Some people were unwilling and wanted to rob, but they were immediately drowned by the surging tide of people. In less than 15 minutes, almost all the people with sky poison tokens successfully entered the spatial tunnel. Only a few unlucky people who moved slowly were robbed and killed. Everyone else entered safely. "Young master, what should we do?" Little Yu walked to Bai Chen's side with an anxious face. There was no chance to rob and kill others now. Without the sky poison token, if one entered the spatial tunnel alone, they would be attacked by the spatial turbulence. There was a slim chance of survival. Bai Chen composed himself. His gaze was calm as if he had thought of a solution. "It's fine. Little Yu, follow me in." "What? Young master, you have the sky poison token?" Little Yu was shocked. The sky poison token was a protective token. It was very important. Without the sky poison token, it was very dangerous to rashly enter the spatial tunnel. "It's fine. I have a way. Follow me in," Bai Chen said calmly. "All right." Little Yu nodded. Then, she followed Bai Chen and entered the spatial tunnel together. It was pitch black inside the spatial tunnel. Even the vision of a great saint expert couldn't penetrate this darkness. It was true darkness. When people stepped into the spatial tunnel, it was as if they were in outer space. It was dark and boundless. It was terrifying. Young master, little Yu grabbed Bai Chen's hand tightly. She was rather afraid. She could already hear the whistling of the turbulence around them. It's fine. Bai Chen's tone was gentle. Right at this moment, a spatial vortex attacked with a terrifying aura. Bai Chen's expression changed. He pushed little Yu out. Crack, the spatial vortex swept past. It was like a huge beast that bit off little Yu's arm. Young master. Ah. Little Yu's arm was broken. The intense pain pierced her heart. In the darkness, she couldn't see her wound. She could only hear blood dripping down. Young master, what are you doing? Little Yu's tone was filled with panic. I'm sorry, little Yu. Bai Chen's tone was cold to the extreme. Whoosh, a sharp arrow condensed from spatial aura suddenly shot over. Bai Chen pushed little Yu out again, using her as a shield. Poochie, the sharp arrow pierced through little Yu's shoulder. Blood splattered. Young master, you're using me as a shield? Little Yu understood. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Bai Chen already didn't speak. Compared to Bai Chen's sorry state, Mu Yun was clearly much more relaxed. He had the sky poison token protecting him. The surrounding spatial turbulence couldn't hurt him at all. When the turbulence calmed down, the surrounding darkness dissipated. He appeared on a stretch of wasteland. This stretch of wasteland didn't have any signs of human habitation. Huge and strange plants grew in the surroundings. Some mushrooms grew taller than humans. There were also man-eating flowers with 2 rows of teeth sharper than swords. Twisted ferns crawled all over the shrubs. Several rats that were even larger than bulls poked their heads out and looked around. This is the sky poison forbidden land? Mu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw an incomparably enormous ancient pagoda. It towered into the clouds. The ancient pagoda had a radius of several dozen miles. There weren't any plants. It was desolate and lifeless. It was bleak. Mu Yun, do you see that? That's the sky poison ancient pagoda. Guiyi's voice sounded out. Hearing that, Mu Yun sucked in a cold breath. It turned out that the enormous pagoda in the distance was the legendary sky poison ancient pagoda. Rumor has it that the sky poison ancient pagoda has 100 levels. Only those who can climb to the top can obtain the recognition of the sky poison ancient pagoda and become the master of the ancient pagoda. Guiyi slowly said, and in the sky poison ancient pagoda, every level of the pagoda is guarded by a guardian beast. If you want to climb to the next level, you have to kill the guardian beast before the door will open. And every time you successfully pass a level, you will receive a certain reward. In the past, the sky poison ancient pagoda battle was also called the pagoda climbing battle. Whoever climbed higher would receive a better reward. However, up until now, no one has climbed to the top. Mu Yun nodded. If someone had climbed to the top, they would have already taken the sky poison ancient pagoda. The sky poison forbidden land opens once every 500 years. But now, tens of thousands of years have passed. No one has been able to climb to the top. No one has climbed to the top in tens of thousands of years. How can I succeed? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that this sky poison ancient pagoda wasn't that easy to obtain. No one had climbed to the top in tens of thousands of years. One could imagine the difficulty of climbing the pagoda. Go and give it a try. I have high hopes for you. Guiyi chuckled. Mu Yun shrugged. Since she was already here, she couldn't return empty-handed. Anyway, even if she couldn't climb to the top, there would be a corresponding reward. Everyone was traveling on foot because flying was prohibited in the sky poison forbidden land. Mu Yun walked for a day, but he was still very far away from the sky poison ancient pagoda. As night fell, he found a secluded place and sat under a large mushroom to rest. Once night fell, miasma began to gush out from the sky poison forbidden land. This miasma was extremely toxic and could suffocate a person to death. Mu Yun directly released the heavenly origin mirror. Half of the mirror shrouded his body and spun, dispersing the surrounding poison mist. He closed his eyes to rest, planning to rest and continue his journey tomorrow. While he was resting, a series of messy footsteps suddenly sounded. Mu Yun opened his eyes and saw two teams walking over from afar. These two teams added up to more than 300 people. The scale was rather large. One team was made up of minotaurs. The other team was made up of centaurs. It's the purple-eyed divine cows and white dragon horses. Mu Yun's face sank. These two teams were both 9th grade races. One team was made up of purple-eyed divine cows, and the other team was made up of white dragon horses. These minotaurs were from the purple-eyed divine cow race. Their eyes flickered with a purple light like gems, captivating people's souls. In ancient times, their race was still a barbarian bull. But now, they had evolved into minotaurs. They were tall and sturdy and were good at using axes. The other team was made up of centaurs. They were the white dragon horses. They were good at using bows and arrows. Each centaur had a bow hanging on their waist and a quiver on their back. When he saw these fellows in the seal of the 10 realms, they were still in human form. Now that they were in the 3 elements realm, these fellows were even more used to their original form. There's someone here. Suddenly, a minotaur discovered Mu Yun's existence and immediately exclaimed as he pulled out his battle axe. Everyone's gaze landed on Mu Yun. It's a human. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Kill him. Everyone shouted. For a moment, a mixture of cow roars and horse neighs sounded, almost piercing Mu Yun's eardrums. Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a disaster from the sky when one was sitting on the ground. He only wanted to rest for a while, but he did not expect to encounter 2 teams of 9th grade races. Swish swish swish, the White Dragon Steed clan was the first to attack. Arrows rained down from the sky towards Mu Yun. It was rumored that centaurs were all experts in archery. However, if they fired 100 arrows at the same time, there was no need to aim. They could completely turn Mu Yun into a hedgehog. Heavenly Origin Mirror. At the critical moment, Mu Yun took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The half-bronze mirror flickered with a resplendent light. The moment the rain of arrows touched the Heavenly Origin Mirror's aura, it was as if they had hit an iron wall. They all broke and fell to the ground. As expected of a 3rd Yuan artifact. Mu Yun sighed inwardly. This Heavenly Origin Mirror was really useful. This was only half of it. If only she could snatch the other half. If it weren't for the Heavenly Origin Mirror, he would have spent a lot more effort to solve these problems. Heavenly Origin Mirror, it's the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The Minotaur and Centaur both cried out in alarm. Among them, there were many who had sharp eyes and instantly recognized him. It is rumored that the Heavenly Origin Mirror appeared in the Demon God Mountain. Only the Joding Trading and the Corpse-Eating Beast clan received the news. I heard that the Heavenly Origin Mirror was split into 2. One half fell into the hands of Yang Ding Tian and the other half fell into the hands of a brat called Mu Yun. So he is Mu Yun. Kill him and snatch the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Everyone was in an uproar. The chaotic cries of cows and horses soared into the sky. Mu Yun almost thought that he had entered a livestock pen. Compared to the Corpse-Eating Beast clan, the purple-eyed divine cow and the white dragon steed were too primitive. At least, the Corpse-Eating Beast clan had beauties. For example, Shurfeishuan was quite pretty. However, the group of cows and horses in front of him only knew how to make a racket. They were simply livestock. Mu Yun didn't want to be entangled with a group of livestock. He immediately turned and left. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Quickly chase after him. Don't let him escape. Wait, everyone, don't be agitated. Let's wait for Lord Left Sage to come over. That's right. There's also Lord Right Sage. This brat is powerful. We can't deal with him. Alright then. When Lord Right and Left Sage arrives, this brat will definitely die. At that time, the Heavenly Origin Mirror will be ours. When the crowd saw that Mu Yun had left, there was a burst of noise. However, the noise quickly stopped. Although this group of cows and horses were simple-minded, they weren't stupid. They wouldn't foolishly run to their deaths. As long as they waited for their leader to arrive and organize, they would be able to kill Mu Yun with the advantage of numbers. What's going on? At this moment, 2 figures appeared. One was a sturdy minotaur, and the other was a coquettish female centaur. Both of their faces were flushed with lust. It turned out that the two of them had left the main group to secretly have fun. It was really unbelievable that the minotaur and centaur were together. "Lord Left Sage, Lord Right Sage, it's good that you're back." The crowd cheered. It turned out that these two people were the leaders of the minotaur and centaur teams respectively. They were called Left Sage and Right Sage. In the Three Elements realm, there were mainly 7 ninth-grade races. The minotaur and centaur were the weakest existences. Since they were weak, they had to stick together. The minotaur and centaur had signed a permanent alliance treaty tens of thousands of years ago. The two sides jointly formed a group of elders and elected the great chieftain. The Left Sage and Right Sage were the generals under the great chieftain. From their names, one would know that if one wanted to hold this position, he or she must at least have the strength of a sage. "What's going on?" The minotaur Left Sage asked in a deep voice. His furry palm was still wrapped around the centaur lady's waist. This centaur lady was the Right Sage. She was quite charming. Leaning against the Left Sage's body, the two of them became intimate as if no one else was around. A disciple replied, "Lord Left Sage, we just met Muyun." "Muyun? Muyun, who is half of the heavenly origin mirror?" The minotaur Left Sage immediately shouted as soon as he heard Muyun's name. That disciple said, "Yes, he just ran away. We don't dare to chase after him. Please give us orders, Lord Left Sage." The minotaur Left Sage's face sank. His purple eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, he said slowly, "He can't have gone far in the dark. Send people to surround the surroundings. When the sun rises, we will tighten the encirclement and kill him in one fell swoop." "Yes, Lord." Everyone respectfully accepted the order and immediately dispersed. This Left Sage's guess was right. Muyun indeed didn't go far because it was very dangerous to run around in the dark. Muyun was resting in a wheat field. This wheat field was very wide. Every stalk of wheat was as thick and tall as a tree. The air in this place was very good. The fragrance of the grass and wheat refreshed the heart and mind. It wouldn't be attacked by the poisonous gas. Moreover, there were fireflies flying around, dispelling the darkness. These fireflies were as big as a fist. They were simply flying lanterns. The various wonders of the sky poison forbidden grounds were truly an eye-opener. Muyun couldn't sleep after being disturbed by the group of monsters. He took out an ancient book that was yellowed and slowly flipped through it under the light of the fireflies. This ancient book had the words Xianxia Rising Dragon / written on the cover. It was a genuine first-grade Saint art. Muyun opened the Xianxia Rising Dragon / and looked at the secret technique recorded in it. For some reason, he felt that these secret techniques were very simple and could be understood at a glance. Is this Xianxia Rising Dragon / really a first-grade Saint art? Why do I feel that it's very easy? Muyun was bewildered. Nonsense, you've learned the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. Isn't it easy to read a first-grade Saint art? Guiyi's lazy voice sounded. Muyun had already memorized the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. This was a top Saint art that originated from the ancient times. He had already studied the mysteries of the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. With this foundation, it was naturally effortless for him to read an ordinary Saint art. Muyun suddenly understood. So that's how it was. He had already studied the mysteries of the ancient Saint art. Now that he looked at an ordinary Saint art, it was naturally easy for him to read it. He was secretly delighted and continued to read the Xianxia Rising Dragon /. In just one night, he had basically figured out the Xianxia Rising Dragon /'s routine. He felt that his aura seemed to have improved a lot. Cultivating a Saint art could indeed comprehend the Saint Great Tao. As long as he continued to cultivate the Xianxia Rising Dragon /, Muyun was confident that he would definitely become a saint within 100 years, and after becoming a saint, he might be able to decipher the mysteries of the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art. Although Muyun had memorized the 7 Tribulation Dragon slaying art, he was still not strong enough and had not comprehended it. In his current state, it was most suitable for him to cultivate the Xianxia Rising Dragon /. It's time to go. Muyun narrowed his eyes and looked at the heavenly poison ancient tower in the distance. He estimated that he would be able to rush there in 5 days. Seeing that the sky was already bright, he put away the ancient book and ran towards the heavenly poison ancient tower. But at this moment, a series of orderly footsteps broke the silence of the morning. Then, he saw the tide-like troops surrounding him from all directions. It's the purple-eyed divine ox and the white dragon horse race. Mu Yan's expression froze. He saw that the troops in the encirclement were all minotaurs and centaurs. Compared to the chaotic and noisy situation last night, their troops were now dignified and orderly. There was no trace of disorder, as if someone was leading them. Mu Yan remained calm and waited with rapt attention. At this moment, the encirclement separated and 2 figures appeared. One was a majestic minotaur, and the other was a charming centaur lady. They looked like commanders. You are? Mu Yan frowned. These 2 had powerful auras and were both saint experts. They were not easy to deal with. We are the left sage and right sage of the Divine Dragon Alliance, the Minotaur left sage shouted. The so-called Divine Dragon Alliance referred to the alliance formed by the purple-eyed Divine Cow and the White Dragon Horse race. Mu Yan had also heard of it, but this Divine Dragon Alliance was generally called the Ox and Horse Alliance by the outside world. The name was not important. Mu Yan only knew that the left sage and right sage were important figures in the alliance. They were equivalent to generals. Only saint experts were qualified to hold these positions. 2 saints, what do you want? The Tauren Zwishing pulled out his battle axe and stared at Mu Yan with murderous intent. There is no enmity between us, but a man's wealth is a crime. The heavenly origin mirror is in your hands, and that is the greatest crime. If you are willing to hand over the heavenly origin mirror, I may let you live. Mu Yan chuckled. So they were here for the heavenly origin mirror. He immediately took out the heavenly origin mirror. Under the morning sun, this half of the bronze mirror shone with a dazzling divine light, which made people drool. Do you want it? Then come out and fight me one-on-one. If you win, I will give you the heavenly origin mirror. Mu Yan smiled and looked at the Tauren Zwishing. Haha, I have hundreds of subordinates. They can drown you with their saliva. Do I need to fight you one-on-one? Zwishing laughed. Although he was simple-minded, he was not stupid. He did not waste any more time and waved his hand, shouting, all of you, kill this kid. Yes, sir. Everyone roared, and dozens of Minotaur warriors took the lead to attack. They raised their battle axes and hacked at Mu Yan. Their hooves stomped on the ground, causing earth-shattering sounds to ring out. They gave off an unstoppable aura. A large group of centaur archers stood outside the battle circle with their bows drawn. A rain of arrows flew towards Mu Yan like locusts. Mu Yan's face sank. She activated the heavenly origin mirror, and waves of mirror light spread out like a tide. However, these Taurens were too simple-minded. Not to mention inner demons, they might not even have a complete mind. Under the reflection of the heavenly origin mirror, they were safe and sound. Mu Yan laughed involuntarily. The mirror light of the heavenly origin mirror could reflect inner demons. Even an expert like Bai Chen would be wary of it. However, these Taurens did not care at all. It seemed that being simple-minded had its benefits. A pure state of mind would never breed any inner demons. They only knew how to obey orders like livestock and charge forward. Facing this group of barbaric animals, she could only use more barbaric means to subdue them. Asterisk clang, asterisk Mu Yan pulled out the sky splitter, and a sharp saber light soared into the sky. He rushed into the battle formation, but he didn't activate the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture. That was because the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Scripture was useless against the charge of these monsters. If the monsters dared to show their heads, they would definitely be trampled into flying ashes by the hooves of the bulls. This was a barbaric power that did not fear the heavens or ghosts. Using violence to curb violence was the best way to suppress barbarism. Mu Yan's gaze was cold. A violent blood-red glow emerged from the sky splitter. As the blood-red glow surged, it transformed into the appearance of a crimson dragon. Saint Art. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yan roared. Her entire saber exploded with a crimson glow. A blood-red dragon roared at the sky and let out a domineering cry. Soon after, it flew up from the saber. The crimson dragon soared into the sky, and the saber chi swept across. Within a radius of 10 feet, everything was strangled by the crimson dragon's saber chi. The air was filled with traces of blood, and a thick smell of blood permeated the air. Mu Yan's chi and blood were also rapidly draining. This Xiantian rising dragon slash burned one's chi and blood as the price to release a crimson dragon saber chi that swept across the battlefield and killed all the enemies. Pucci, under the devastating saber chi that swept across the sky, the Tauren warriors were slashed black and blue. Terrifying gullies appeared on their bodies. Even with their burly bodies, they couldn't withstand such a violent saber chi. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. More than 20 Tauren warriors were directly killed. The centaur archers outside the battle circle were still shooting arrows, but it was useless. Mu Yan's physique was strong, and ordinary arrows couldn't hurt her. Saint Art, it's a first-grade Saint Art. Tauren Swishing was shocked. Mu Yan's saber was a genuine first-grade Saint Art. The power of a Saint Art was earth-shattering. It contained the great path of a saint, and no ordinary person could withstand it. Mu Yan's saber slashed out and destroyed the Tauren's attack. The remaining Tauren warriors couldn't take a step forward under the sharp saber chi. Right, Saint, release the arrows. Swishing was anxious. He looked at Miss Centaur and smiled, don't worry, watch me. Miss Yu smiled charmingly and took out her longbow. Her longbow was very beautiful. It was made of feather bones, and the gorgeous feather shape was colorful. It released bursts of divine light, and one could vaguely see a second-grade blade array engraved on the bow. Arrow, come. The Miss Saint of the Right shouted. She waved her hand and the space around her twisted. A shiny arrow appeared and landed on her fingertips. The arrowhead emitted a dark blue poisonous aura. Under the sunlight, it flickered with coldness. Poison bone arrow, break. Miss Saintess of the Right shouted and drew her bow to shoot a poisonous bone arrow. The arrow was like a meteor as it flew forward, piercing through the air and creating a sharp sonic boom. So fast. Mu Yan's heart sank. The speed of the arrow was too fast. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it clearly. He could only catch a shadow. If he was hit by the arrow, Mu Yan was sure that he would die. Fortunately, with his many years of combat experience, he had already locked onto the arrow's trajectory. He immediately raised the sky splitter and blocked in front of his face. Ding, the poison bone arrow flew over and hit the sky splitter. It made a crisp sound and sparks flew. Mu Yan's wrist was numb. The power of the arrow was so shocking that his wrist bone was in pain. Crack, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the sky splitter. Under Miss Yu's arrow, the sky splitter was completely destroyed. Mu Yan was secretly shocked. If he were to be hit by this arrow, his body and soul would probably be destroyed. Mu Yan successfully blocked the poison bone arrow. The poison bone arrow was sent flying into the sky and made a whimpering sound. It's a failure. Tauren Swishing sighed. Haha, is that so? Miss Yu smiled faintly. A trace of murderous intent flashed across her charming face. Pop, at this moment, the poison bone arrow in the sky suddenly exploded. A small arrow shot out from it. As soon as the arrow appeared, it made use of the energy of the explosion to dive down and shoot towards Mu Yan's head. What? Tauren Swishing was completely shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that there would be a small arrow in the poison bone arrow. Mother and child soul-chasing arrow. This is the mother and child soul-chasing arrow. Swishing was astonished. This wasn't a poison bone arrow. It was the mother and child soul-chasing arrow. As the name suggested, the mother and child soul-chasing arrow had two arrows. The child arrow was hidden in the mother arrow. After the mother arrow exploded, the child arrow would shoot out and continue to cause fatal damage to the enemy. This kind of mother and child soul-chasing arrow was very troublesome and expensive to make. There were no more than 10 mother and child soul-chasing arrows in the entire White Dragon Steed clan's treasury. But now, Miss Yuxing had released the mother and child soul-chasing arrow. Swishing was a little frightened. He realized that this little girl who was always having fun with him wasn't as simple as she looked on the surface. Compared to an arrow, the heavenly origin mirror is more valuable. This was Miss Yuxing's thought. In her eyes, Mu Yan was already a corpse. Mu Yan was shocked. He didn't expect that after the mother arrow was destroyed, there would be a child arrow shooting out. He had used up all his strength and hadn't recovered his strength yet. Moreover, he was defenseless. He was about to be shot in the head. At the critical moment, Mu Yun raised the heavenly origin mirror. Half of the mirror was like a shield, blocking his head. Ding, the thin arrow shot down from the sky and hit the heavenly origin mirror. The surface of the heavenly origin mirror was unscathed. There wasn't even a mark left on it. However, the surface of the mirror rippled like a lake. Obviously, it had suffered a violent impact. Poochie! Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the heavenly origin mirror had blocked the thin arrow, the impact of the thin arrow was too terrifying. Mu Yun also suffered a huge impact. His head was in intense pain as if it was about to explode. The chi and blood in his body were in turmoil. It was very uncomfortable. The white dragon steed race was indeed a natural-born archer. Mu Yun had experienced it today. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, this arrow would have taken his life. He didn't even die. Miss Yuxing's face turned pale. She didn't expect Mu Yun to survive. This time, she suffered a huge loss. The production cost of a mother-child soul-chasing arrow was very expensive. She only had 2 in her hand. They were her secret trump cards. Now that she had revealed her trump cards, it was really unexpected that she couldn't kill Mu Yun. Let's go. Mu Yun made a prompt decision and left immediately. To avoid being pursued, he even released 3 of his external incarnations to cover his retreat. By the time Mu Yun retreated to a safe area, it was already dark. He recalled his external incarnations and his condition gradually recovered. Thinking of the battle during the day, Mu Yun still had lingering fears. He wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation with swords, fists, and feet. However, Miss Yuxing was standing outside the battle circle. Suddenly, she launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was a deadly mother-child soul-chasing arrow. It almost took his life. It was really dangerous. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and silently adjusted his breathing. His chi and blood gradually calmed down. He realized that his mind seemed to have been enlightened. A battle of life and death was the best way to sharpen a person's spirit and fighting spirit. Mu Yun now had such a feeling. After this battle, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. He was getting closer and closer to the saint's great Tao. Also, he had comprehended some of the mysteries of the 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art. He now understood the parts that he didn't understand before. This was the benefit of a battle of life and death. It was the best way to train a person's cultivation. 7 tribulations dragon-slaying art, 1st tribulations wind, 2nd tribulations thunder, 3rd tribulations water, Mu Yun silently comprehended. Gusts of strong wind gradually appeared around him. Under the gusts of wind, Mu Yun's robe and hair fluttered. His body remained motionless, like a god of war in the wind. The wind grew stronger and stronger, turning into a tornado. It rumbled through the sky and turned into a terrifying wind disaster. The wind disaster covered the sky and the sun. The surrounding flowers and trees were swept up by the wind disaster and turned into ashes. Even the ground was lifted up by the wind. Where the wind rose, it dug 3 feet into the ground. The clouds in the sky scattered. The world was filled with the howling of the storm. The first tribulation of the 7 tribulation dragon-slaying art was the black dragon calamity. This was the power of the first tribulation. A black tornado would erupt, forming a calamity that would sweep through heaven and earth, killing all enemies that dared to approach. Where did this tornado come from? In the distance, there were 2 teams with a total of more than 300 people. When they saw the tornado, they were stunned. One of these groups was made up of ape-like existences. They were burly and furry. They were the Titan giant ape race, one of the 9-tiered races. The other group was also a 9th-tiered race. They were tall and had a rhinoceros-like horn on their foreheads. They were the dragon rhinoceros race. When they saw the tornado that suddenly appeared, they immediately became vigilant. But soon, the tornado disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Men, you guys, go out and investigate what's going on. The leader of the dragon rhinoceros race was an extremely old man. His face was covered in wrinkles, and half of the horn on his forehead was broken. He was hunchbacked, leaning on a walking stick. His aura was gloomy and gray. His many years of experience told him that this tornado wasn't simple, so he immediately sent people to investigate. Yes, Lord Long Yen. Several disciples received the order and left. It's just a small tornado. There's no need to investigate. Let's hurry, old man. On the Titan giant ape's side, the leader was a Vajra-like existence. He was almost 8 meters tall, and a single finger of his was thicker than Long Yan's body. However, he was still quite humble in front of Long Yan. Sometimes, what determined one's future wasn't brute force, but brains. Long Yan chuckled, and his wrinkled face trembled. Barbarian Tai, this is the sky poison forbidden land. It's best to be careful. Alright, I'll listen to you. In any case, in this tower climbing battle, you have to help me climb to the 50th level. I heard that the reward for the 50th level is a spiritual item called Profound Ice Water. That spiritual item can cleanse one's evil chi and also cleanse one's bloodline of filth. When I cultivated the Mount Tai Divine Palm, I suffered a cultivation deviation and accumulated a lot of evil chi in my body. There is a large amount of dark ice poison in his body. He must obtain the Profound Ice Water to recover. Barbarian Tai bared his teeth. It seemed that the poison was acting up, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry. With the strength of our Dragon Rhinoceros clan and Titan Giant Ape, climbing to the 50th floor is not a big problem. I'm just afraid that the Ox and Horse Alliance will cause trouble. Long Yen said. If those monsters dare to cause trouble, I'll blow them all up with a single punch. Barbarian Tai let out a furious roar and punched out. With just one strike, he broke a towering tree beside him. His brute force was terrifying to the extreme. An hour later, the scouts sent out by the Dragon Rhinoceros clan had yet to return. Long Yen frowned. Did something happen? In the distance, Mu Yun was wiping the blood off his fist. In front of him, there were a few corpses of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan disciples. All of them had died with their heads exploding. The Dragon Rhinoceros clan is here too. It seems that all the 9th grade clans are here. Mu Yun's face darkened. It seemed that this battle would descend into chaos. Before climbing the tower, all the major forces would definitely start fighting. He didn't hesitate and immediately flew forward. He didn't stay where he was. Since there were scouts from the Dragon Rhinoceros clan here, then the main force of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan must be nearby. It was more important to head to the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower now. There was no need to waste time here. 2 days later, Mu Yun was already very close to the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower. He estimated that he would reach it in another 2 days. Help, help. At this moment, he heard a cry for help. This voice sounded weak and pitiful. It seemed a little familiar. He raised his head and saw a delicate figure in white stumbling over from afar. Sherfeishuan. Seeing this figure, Mu Yun was completely stunned as if he was struck by lightning. This person was actually Sherfeishuan. Sherfeishuan was running away in panic. As she ran, she shouted, "That person, come and save me. That person, come quickly." Mu Yun was standing behind a big mushroom. Sherfeishuan couldn't see him. She didn't know who that person she was shouting for was. Oh no, that person is here. That person is also here. I can already feel that person's aura. Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun frowned and said, "That person, who is he?" Guiyi said, "That person, I don't want to say his name because it's too disgusting. I don't want to say it." Mu Yun was stunned. After a short pause, Guiyi continued, "That person has been locked up in the Imperial Corpse City's heavenly prison. But now, it seems that Shi Tianlai has already released him. This is troublesome. That person is also here. It's almost impossible for you to snatch the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. Is that person very powerful?" Mu Yun asked. "Very powerful, and very disgusting." Guiyi's face showed a disgusted look. It seemed that he didn't want to say any more. "Help, don't kill me." At this time, Sherfeishuan fell to the ground in embarrassment. The person she was talking about didn't appear. The people who were chasing her were a group of lion people with a pair of silver wings and long spears in their hands. They were the double-winged Silver Lion clan, one of the 9 clans. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, where are you going? The leader, holding a trident, spread his wings and flew in the air. His momentum was extremely arrogant. Flying was not allowed in the heavenly poison forbidden land, but the double-winged silver lion was born with wings. In this forbidden land, only they could fly. It could be said that they had the advantage. Xianxia's 2 legs naturally couldn't outrun others who could fly. Yu Wuqing, my clan has been on good terms with your clan for generations. Why do you want to kill me? Xianxia gritted her teeth and looked at the leader of the double-winged Silver Lion clan. Sorry, we have already cooperated with Jioding Trading. Jioding Trading will officially declare war on you. Your head is worth 10,000 gold. As long as I kill you, the clan leader will definitely reward me handsomely. Yu Wuqing's eyes were ferocious and greedy. You have cooperated with Jioding Trading? Xianxia felt incredulous. Yes, Jioding Trading has offered a very generous price. Sorry, Miss Xianxia, your head is mine. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yu Wuqing's eyes. In the next moment, he flapped his wings and swooped down from the air with the trident in his hand. He swung the trident toward Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face was full of despair. She was about to die on the spot. Clang, but at this moment, a galaxy-like blade chi slash suddenly swept over and directly pushed Yu Wuqing back. Looking at the familiar blade chi slash, Xianxia's pretty face was also full of astonishment. Immediately, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Shiyun, corpse consort Xian covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, my name is Muyun, not Shiyun. Muyun looked back at Xianxia and said calmly. Corpse Imperial concubine Xian's tears flowed out, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She was excited, happy, sad, and sighing. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a single word. She could only choke with sobs and cry like a weeping beauty. You are Muyun? Yu Wuqing saw Muyun and was slightly surprised. Then, he said with ecstasy, ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. I heard that you took away half of the heavenly origin mirror. As long as I kill you, the heavenly origin mirror will be mine. Yu Wuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was full of killing intent. Holding the trident, he suddenly attacked Muyun. His cultivation was at the minor sage realm. In terms of strength, he was not as strong as Shi Wuming. Yu Wuqing was naturally aware of this. If he fought alone, it would be a suicide mission. He would definitely not be able to defeat Muyun. Therefore, as soon as he attacked, he called his disciples over. More than 10 figures pounced on Muyun. He wanted to kill Muyun in one fell swoop with the advantage of numbers. 7 Tribulations Dragon Slaying, First Tribulation Wind, Black Dragon Hurricane. Muyun stood on the spot and did not move. Yu Wuqing was overjoyed. He thought that Muyun had been scared silly. He immediately charged forward with his trident. But in the next moment, a terrifying storm erupted from Muyun's body. The storm rumbled loudly, and it was simply a disaster. The moment it was released, it turned into a monstrous tornado, and it was black in color. As soon as the black tornado appeared, the originally bright sky turned completely dark. The apocalyptic scene had arrived. Under the sweeping of the black tornado, the plants on the ground were all crushed. Even the ground was overturned, revealing the desolate stone desert. The charging winged silver lion instantly screamed under the twisting of the tornado. Its body turned into a mass of flesh and blood, and then it was cut into pieces by the wind blades that filled the sky. Not even its bones were left. What kind of storm was this? It was simply a natural disaster. Yu Wuqing was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the hurricane pouncing on him, he hurriedly circulated his internal energy to protect his body and then fled quickly. Xianxia was almost swept away by the storm, but Muyun gently waved her hand and pulled her over. She held her in her arms and a soft feeling was transmitted to her. The two of them were in the eye of the storm. The surrounding wind howled, but the eye of the storm was calm. Damn it. What kind of saint art is this? It's so powerful. Yu Wuqing gritted his teeth. He wanted to break through the storm and escape, but the sky and earth were all occupied by the tornado. He could not break out no matter how hard he tried. There's no need to run. Leave your life here. Mu Yan's tone was cold and filled with a sharp murderous aura. He waved his hand and the storm and the sky merged into one. It turned into a storm of sword aura that traversed heaven and earth and slashed down from the sky. Pucci, Yu Wuqing's body was instantly cut in half by the storm of sword aura. He died on the spot. Shi Feishuan was stunned when she saw this scene. She did not expect Mu Yan's strength to be so powerful in such a short period of time. You, since when did you become so powerful? Shi Feishuan looked at Mu Yan, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and surprise. Mu Yan gently pushed her away and said, Miss Shi, why are you here? Shi Feishuan looked at Mu Yan's rather cold appearance and felt sad. She said, I came with that person to seize the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. That person? Mu Yan frowned. Yes, I don't want to say that person's name. He is very powerful. Other than my father, he is the most powerful person in our Corpse Emperor city. He has been locked in the heavenly prison, but recently, my father released him. He is now with me to seize the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. Shi Feishuan answered truthfully. She did not hide anything in front of Mu Yan. You don't have to tell me so much. Mu Yan sighed and said, back then, you saved me once. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by your father. Today, I've saved you once as well. The grudges between us are written off. In the future, we won't owe each other anything. Goodbye. After that, Mu Yan cupped his hands and turned to leave. Shi Yun. Corpse Imperial concubine Xian looked at his back and felt a wave of sorrow. My name is Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Mu Yun, are you really so heartless? Shi Feishuan said. Mu Yun did not answer. He shook his head and wanted to leave. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful aura coming madly from afar. This aura was so powerful, so sharp, and so ferocious. Mu Yun was instantly shocked. The muscles all over his body tensed up, as if he was a beast ready to attack. He was on high alert. He saw a figure rushing over from afar. It was a simple-looking young man. He was wearing cotton clothes and straw sandals. There was a bone flute hanging from his waist. His facial features were very kind, and he had an innocent smile on his face. Oh no, that person is here. Guiyi's voice exploded in Mu Yan's ears. Who is he? When Mu Yan saw such an honest young man, she actually had the urge to vomit. She smelled a strong stench in her nose. It was a very strange stench, like the stench of a corpse or a dead fish that had rotted for 1,000 years. In short, it was very unpleasant. This plain-clothed youth had innocent eyes and a simple and honest face, but his body emitted an extremely unpleasant stench. Mu Yan kept retreating, and even Shi Feishuan kept retreating. This young man's aura was extraordinarily powerful. At the very least, he was in the extreme saint level. He was just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the heavens and becoming a great saint. It was Mu Yan's first time seeing an expert at the extreme level of the saint realm. Miss, you called for me? I'm here. The young man smiled foolishly, his eyes clear. Shi Feishuan said, stop. Don't come near me. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. The young man apologized repeatedly. Then, he saw Mu Yan and said, ah, you're Mu Yan. I know you. Your wanted posters have been posted all over the city. I like you very much. The young man's eyes revealed a look of joy. There was no hatred, anger, or enmity. There was only pure joy, as if he had met a friend. I'm going to kill you. Come over. The young man waved at Mu Yan. He had just said that he liked Mu Yan, and now he said that he wanted to kill Mu Yan. Moreover, his tone was gentle, without any killing intent. Mu Yan was shocked. She had never seen such a person. Hey, you can't kill him. Shi Feishuan glared at the young man and shouted. Why? The young man looked puzzled. Shi Feishuan blushed and said, in short, you can't kill him. The young man came to a realization and said, I understand. Miss, you like him, so you don't want me to kill him. Alright, I'll listen to you and let him go this time. But when I meet him again after we go out, I won't be merciful anymore. The young man chuckled. It was as if in his eyes, Mu Yun was an existence that he could kill at any time. Mu Yun's face darkened and said, "Who are you?" The young man said, "You can call me Plague Emperor Su Yin." Plague Emperor Su Yin, Mu Yun muttered this name silently and suddenly felt very disgusted. It was as if she had eaten hundreds of flies and maggots were crawling all over her body. The name Plague Emperor Su Yin seemed to have a strange curse. As long as others mentioned it, they would receive a very disgusting punishment. Mu Yun almost vomited. She finally understood why Guei didn't want to say the name Plague Emperor Su Yin. Yes, I'm that person's heir. I've been reincarnated in the corpse-eating beast race for many years, Plague Emperor Su Yin said with a smile. That person? Mu Yun's heart trembled. Yes, I can't say that person's name. Even if he's my master and I'm just a strand of his hair, I still can't say his name. That's because he has the fate of being a jinx. He carries with him the aura of endless disasters, curses, and plagues. He's the one who created the three elements realm. In the entire world, no one dares to mention his name. Plague Emperor Su Yan's simple and honest face also revealed a look of fear and respect at this moment. Mu Yun came to a realization. The person Plague Emperor Su Yan was talking about was naturally the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. It turned out that Plague Emperor Su Yan was a strand of hair of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity and was reincarnated in the corpse-eating beast race. This time, Mu Yun was shocked. Just a strand of hair had the strength of the Supreme Saint Realm. Just how powerful was that Heavenly Lord of Calamity? Even mentioning his name would cause one to be cursed. Not to mention the Heavenly Lord of Calamity, even the Plague Emperor Su Yin, who was just the reincarnation of a strand of hair, had the power of a curse. Mu Yun had just said it and received a very disgusting punishment. Plague Emperor Su Yin continued, I was born in the corpse-eating beast race. Ever since I was young, I have been looked down upon by others. I don't blame them, because I am a strand of that person's hair. I can't even be considered a person. I am the embodiment of the plague, the source of calamity. Everyone has been suppressing me. Otherwise, I would have advanced to the Supreme Saint Realm. Plague Emperor Su Yin sighed. He was only at the Supreme Saint Realm now and had not reached the Supreme Saint Realm. This was not because his aptitude was poor, but because he had been suppressed since he was young. Later, I was even locked up in the heavenly prison. I thought that the city lord was going to kill me, but I didn't expect him to let me out. I'm very grateful to him. He said that he wanted to kill you and take back the heavenly mirror. Of course, I had to do it. Plague Emperor Su Yin looked at Mu Yun with a smile on his face. There was no killing intent at all. Mu Yun felt a little creeped out. He had advanced from a mortal to his current realm. What kind of storms had he not seen before? However, it was the first time he had met such a strange enemy like Plague Emperor Su Yin. This Plague Emperor Su Yin clearly wanted to kill him, but he did not have any killing intent. Instead, he had a pure smile on his face. His words were very pleasant and polite, as if he was talking to a friend. Such a strange enemy with an extremely strange background was truly frightening. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been released. So, I like you very much. Plague Emperor Su Yin smiled and wanted to come over and shake Mu Yun's hand. However, the stench emitted from his body was too strong. Mu Yun could only retreat. Plague Emperor Su Yin did not mind. He smiled and said, but I can't go against the city lord's orders. So, even if I like you, I have to kill you. I will smash your head with a slap. Just you wait. I won't do it now because Miss is here. But after I get out, I will slap you. Slap you to death. Mu Yun really did not know what to say. In the face of such a monster, all words were useless. He did not even have the interest to refute. He only wanted to get far away from Plague Emperor Su Yin. Alright, I'll wait for you. If you want to kill me, I'll accompany you at any time. Mu Yun cupped his hands and turned to leave. He really did not want to face this monster again. Plague Emperor Su Yin looked at his back and did not chase after him. Instead, he took out the bone flute hanging on his waist and suddenly played it. The melodious sound of the flute resounded between heaven and earth. The sound of the flute was so clear and moving. It was like the sound of nature. Mu Yun could not help but stop and turn around. Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled and asked, "Do you know what the first musical instrument in the Kanglan myriad world was?" "What is it?" Plague Emperor Su Yan said, "It's the flute." "How do you know?" Mu Yun asked. "Because a long, long time ago, when humans were still eating raw meat and drinking blood, they were so hungry that they did not even let go of the marrow of wild beasts. When they were absorbing the marrow, they discovered that the gaps in the bones could make a very pleasant sound. Thus, the bone flute was created." Plague Emperor Su Yan said. "Why are you telling me this?" Mu Yun frowned. Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to tell you that sooner or later, I will smash your head with a slap, then eat your brain and use your skull to make a flute." Hearing this, Mu Yun felt his scalp go numb. It was as if his head had been smashed and his skull had been made into a flute. "Monster, monster," Mu Yun shook his head. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was really a monster. He did not stay any longer and turned to leave. "Guai, what can you do to deal with this kind of monster?" Mu Yun had a headache. If it was a strong enemy, he could muster his courage and fighting spirit to fight to the end. However, this Plague Emperor Su Yan could not even be considered an enemy. He was just a monster. Mu Yun did not want to come into contact with him at all. However, Plague Emperor Su Yan clearly had no intention of letting him go. He had already made his attitude clear. He wanted to smash his head with a slap, eat his brain, and use his skull to make a flute. Of course, Mu Yun did not want to die, nor did he want his skull to be dug out. Thus, he had to plan how to deal with Plague Emperor Su Yan. Guai shook his head and said, "This kind of monster is too difficult to deal with. You can't use common sense to judge him. If you want to deal with him, you have to obtain the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower." "Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower?" "That's right. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower is an evil treasure refined by that person. And this monster is formed from a strand of that person's hair. If you obtain the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower, you can firmly suppress him." "Alright, I must get this Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower." Mu Yan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and tenacity. He must get the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower because it was the only thing he could rely on to fight against the Plague Emperor Su Yan. He would not be deceived by Su Yan's pure appearance. Mu Yun ran at full speed and arrived at the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower 2 days later. Standing in front of the Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower, Mu Yun suddenly felt small. The entire Heavenly Poison Ancient Tower was huge and towering into the clouds. Standing on the ground, it was impossible to see the top of the tower. The entire tower was engraved with all kinds of strange and mysterious patterns. Traces of dark and gloomy aura shrouded the tower like mist. The tower's door was locked. Mu Yun stood at the door and saw 2 stone tablets beside the door. One was placed on the left and the other on the right. Golden words flashed on them, recording the tower's climbing records. On one of the stone tablets, the previous records were written. First place, Shi Wuming, Lesser Saint, level 66. Second place, Yongding Tian, Lesser Saint, level 63. Third place, Leng Jianxin, Intermediate Saint, level 60. Fourth place, Mo, Greater Saint, level 58. There were a few names on the stone tablets that Mu Yun was quite familiar with. So Shi Wuming and Yongding Tian both participated in the tower climbing battle. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly as she suddenly realized 2 strange problems. First, the tower climbing records said that the participants were all saints. There was no great saint. What's more, some middle-level and great-level sages were able to climb lower levels than lesser-level sages. How could this be? Guai also saw Mu Yun's doubts and said slowly, "There are restrictions in the Heavenly Poison Forbidden Land. Great saint experts can't enter. Moreover, climbing the tower is about technique and not brute force. Therefore, some greater saint experts can't compare to lesser saint experts." "I see." Mu Yun suddenly understood and looked at the other stone tablet. This stone tablet recorded the current situation of the tower climbing in real time. First place, White Dust, Middle Level Sage Stage, Level 33. Second place, Yangding Tian, Intermediate Sage Stage, Level 30. Third place, Liao Xue, Lesser Saint, Level 28. Fourth place, Lin Jueyue, Lesser Saint, Level 26. This tower climbing record was recorded in real time. Mu Yun blinked, and the stone tablet shuffled. A golden light flashed, and the tower climbing record changed. The first place, White Dust, had already climbed to the 34th floor and was still moving forward. White Dust is here as well. He was even faster than me. Mu Yun was flabbergasted. He didn't expect Bai Chen to come so quickly, and even climb to the 34th level. He remembered that Bai Chen didn't have the sky poison token, so he didn't know how he passed through the spatial tunnel. Yangding Tian, who was ranked second, was also an old acquaintance. Moreover, he had successfully advanced to the Middle Sage realm. He was a strong opponent and should not be underestimated because the other half of the Heavenly Origin Mirror was in Yangding Tian's hands. The person ranked third was actually Liao Xue. This made Mu Yun a little surprised. He didn't expect that girl to also come, and even step into the Sage realm. Mu Yun, hurry up and go in. The others have already climbed to the 35th floor. If you don't go now, you won't have a chance. Guai urged. The list on the stone tablet had changed again. Bai Chen had already climbed to the 35th floor. He was simply unstoppable. Mu Yun nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. He directly pushed open the door to the first floor and strode in. Bang! As soon as he entered, the door closed automatically. Mu Yun surveyed his surroundings and saw that the rooms on the first floor were decorated beautifully with dragons and phoenixes. There were even golden origin pearls embedded in the ceiling, which were dazzling and radiating light in all directions. Mu Yun was looking around curiously. Suddenly, a wild boar demon appeared in the room. It had long fangs and blood-red eyes. It looked rather ferocious. Mu Yun, hurry up and start climbing the tower, Guai said. Mu Yun nodded slightly. The wild boar demon in front of him was naturally the guardian beast of the first floor. In the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, there was a guardian beast in every room on every floor. One had to kill the guardian beast before they could step onto the next floor. Mu Yun didn't hesitate and immediately flew out. The wild boar demon roared and charged towards him. Mu Yun casually slapped the wild boar demon with a bang. The latter immediately let out a sorrowful roar before turning into black smoke and dissipating. These demon beasts were not real flesh and blood. They were evolved from the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda's spirit energy. After being defeated, they would turn into spirit energy and dissipate. When the next challenger arrived, they would reappear. This wild boar demon was the guardian beast of the first floor. Its strength was naturally not strong. Mu Yun defeated it easily. As soon as he defeated the guardian beast, the wall of the room rumbled. A secret compartment was flipped out. Inside the secret compartment were 2 golden origin pearls. This was a reward for Mu Yun. Every time he passed a level, he would receive a corresponding reward. Therefore, every pagoda climbing battle would attract many people. Most of them didn't have extravagant hopes of seizing the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. They only wanted to try their best to climb to the upper levels and receive generous rewards. Mu Yun took the golden origin pearls and the secret compartment retracted back into the wall. The door to the second floor also opened. Mu Yun ran down the stairs and headed straight for the second floor. The guardian beast of the second floor was a wild wolf. It wasn't much of a threat. Mu Yun directly dealt with it. The reward he received this time was an ordinary pill. It was useless. It was a smooth journey as Mu Yun climbed to the 11th level. When he stepped into the room on the 11th level, he saw more than 10 girls in the room. They had sharp ears like kittens and had coquettish looks. They were dressed in revealing clothes and had furry tails behind them. It's the nine-tailed cat. Mu Yun was on guard. These girls were all from the nine-tailed cat clan. The nine-tailed cat clan was one of the 9 clans. In the 3 elements realm, the nine-tailed cat clan was the most miserable existence. Most of them were very beautiful and coquettish girls. Therefore, they were hunted on a large scale. Whether it was the human clan or the other 9 clans, they were all crazily hunting the nine-tailed cat clan and selling them to the slave market. However, the nine-tailed cat clan reproduced very quickly. Even though they were constantly hunted, their numbers were still the largest in the three elements realm. They also seemed to have given up on themselves. They started their own business of debauchery and even threw disobedient girls into the hunting area. They were completely depraved species. The clan did not have any intention of resisting. "My lord, you must be tired. Do you need us to serve you?" When the girls saw Muyun appear, they rushed over with charming smiles. Their soft bodies also stuck to Muyun's body. Muyun laughed involuntarily. He was completely speechless. These nine-tailed cat girls had actually brought their business of debauchery to the heavenly poison forbidden area. "Sorry, I don't need it." Muyun was in a rather sorry state. He struggled out of the gentle embrace. At this moment, a black light flashed in the center of the room. A snake demon appeared. This was the guardian beast of the 11th level. Muyun did not feel any pressure and directly killed the snake demon. The reward for this level was 10 golden origin pearls. He saw that these nine-tailed cat girls were pitiful, so he gave them the golden origin pearls. They immediately cheered and jumped in joy. They went to snatch the golden origin pearls. Muyun shook his head. He did not say a word. He did not care about them and directly walked towards the 12th level. When he arrived at the 12th level, the tower door behind him was about to close. But at this moment, the figure of a pretty girl suddenly squeezed through the gap in the door. Bang! The moment the girl squeezed through, the tower door closed. Phew, that was close. The girl patted her chest. She was rather glad. Muyun turned around to look at her. He saw that it was a nine-tailed cat girl. She looked very coquettish and her clothes were very loose. The fabric was translucent, and Muyun could see large patches of her skin. And on her forehead, there was a bright red cinnabar. This was the chastity cinnabar mark unique to nine-tailed cats. This girl was actually still a virgin and had not received any guests before. This really surprised Muyun. "Young master, my name is Xianxia." "Hello." The girl smiled. Her charming eyes were like silk. Seduction was a nine-tailed cat's talent. Even if she was a pure girl, her smile had a coquettish and loose taste. "What do you want?" Muyun frowned. At this moment, a black light flashed in the room. The guardian beast had already appeared. It was a bull. Muyun and Xianxia stood outside the battle circle. The bull did not attack. Xianxia smiled and said, "Young master, you are Muyun, right?" "Yes, I am." Muyun laughed involuntarily. It seemed that his wanted portrait had probably spread throughout the three elements world. "Young master Mu, I have long heard of your fame. Can you bring me to climb the tower?" "Just climb to the 50th floor." Xianxia bowed. Her watery eyes stared at Muyun. She smiled sweetly and said, "After this is done, I am willing to repay you with my body." "Little girl, you should go back. I am not interested in repaying you with your body." Muyun did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had long heard that the nine-tailed cat clan was coquettish and loose. Today, he had seen it for himself. Bang! Muyun ignored Xianxia and stepped into the battle circle. With a punch, he defeated the bull. Crack! The wall flipped, and a hidden mechanism appeared. There were rewards inside. However, Muyun did not even want the rewards. He ran straight to the tower. "Young Master Mu, wait for me." Xianxia also caught up. The nine-tailed cat clan was not good at other things, but their movement techniques were superb. Xianxia's speed was even faster than Muyun's. With a whoosh, she crossed the tower door and reached the 13th floor. "Why? Are you still following me?" Muyun was a little angry. He had exhausted himself to defeat the guardian beast, but Xianxia had won without doing anything. She could pass the level by following him. Muyun was naturally unhappy to be taken advantage of like this. "Young Master Mu, don't be angry. Let's talk about a deal." Xianxia smiled. "Sigh, little girl, quickly go back. You want to repay me with your body, but I don't want it." Muyun shook his head. "No, this deal is about the mortal yuan brush. Xianxia whispered. Mortal Yuan brush. The sharpest thing in the world was not a sword, but the tip of a brush. The mortal Yuan brush supported the orthodoxy of the human Tao. It used the supreme tip of the brush to carve the laws of the human Tao. In the past, the heavenly Lord of Calamity had refined the mortal Yuan brush in order to use the sharp tip of the brush to pierce through the evil of the heavens and carve the righteous laws of the human Tao. He wanted the righteous to guard the world, and the virtuous to be rewarded and the wicked to be punished. He wanted the entire 3 Yuan world to follow the righteous path. Unfortunately, the human Tao had fallen, and the laws no longer existed. The entire 3 Yuan world had lost its morals and rules, and had become a chaotic world where the strong preyed on the weak. As for the mortal Yuan brush, no one knew where it was. But now, Xianxia actually said that she knew the secret of the mortal Yuan brush. Xianxia held Mu Yun's arm and smiled intimately. Young Master Mu, as long as you are willing to take me to the 50th floor of the tower, I will tell you the secret of the mortal Yuan brush. You know the secret of the mortal Yuan brush? Mu Yun asked in a deep voice. Of course. How would I dare to lie to you? Xianxia said with a smile. Mu Yun remained calm and suddenly took out the heavenly origin mirror. The heavenly origin mirror could reflect one's inner demons. If she lied, she would definitely not be able to escape the heavenly origin mirror's detection. But under the heavenly origin mirror's illumination, Xianxia's state of mind was as calm as water, and no inner demons emerged. You don't have to test me. I'm not lying. Xianxia smiled. If you're not lying, then you're not lying. You don't have to hug me. Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. This catgirl was getting more and more overboard. She was already clinging to him, and her slender arms were hugging his body. He pushed Xianxia away and pondered. Okay, I promise you. I will take you to the tower. You can just lie down and win. But if you have any ulterior motives and play some tricks, I can make you regret it for the rest of your life. Mu Yun thought about it and agreed. Anyway, he had nothing to lose by taking Xianxia to the tower. He only wanted to know the secret of the mortal Yuan brush. Legend had it that gathering the 3 Yuan treasures could unlock a shocking secret. Now that Mu Yun had the heavenly origin mirror, he really wanted to get the remaining earth book and the mortal Yuan brush. And from Xianxia, he would be able to learn the secret of the mortal Yuan brush. All he had to do was bring her up the tower. Thank you, Brother Mu Yun. It's great that you're willing to bring me to climb the tower. Just bring me to the 50th floor. I don't ask for much. Hearing that Mu Yun agreed, Xianxia was overjoyed and excited. She even changed the way she addressed him. Just now, she called him Young Master Mu, but now, she affectionately called him Brother Mu Yun. How can you be sure that I can climb to the 50th floor? What if I fail? Mu Yun asked. That won't happen. Big Brother Mu Yun won't fail. With Big Brother Mu Yun's strength, climbing to the 50th floor will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Xianxia's eyes were filled with worship and trust. Cough cough, feeling Xianxia's admiring gaze, Mu Yun blushed. She coughed and said slowly, all right, stop bragging. Come with me. Okay. Xianxia followed behind Mu Yun. Mu Yun fought hard in front and killed the guardian beast. Xianxia won without doing anything. She followed Mu Yun all the way up the tower and cleared all the levels. Occasionally, she could even get some rewards. Just like that, the two of them climbed to the 30th floor smoothly. On this floor, Mu Yun encountered an obstacle for the first time. The guardian beast on this floor was called a sword slave. It was a ghost slave with a head full of white hair and carried a heavy sword on its back. The previous guardian beasts were in the form of wild beasts, but the guardian beast on this floor was in the form of a human and obviously had intelligence. When Mu Yun charged forward, the sword slave actually ran away. It ran around the room and did not fight with Mu Yun head-on. Because Mu Yun was very strong, the sword slave could not defeat her at all. The sword slave ran around frantically, and Mu Yun could not catch up. Escape array. There is a level 1 escape array on this sword slave's shoes. Mu Yun looked over and saw that the sword slave's shoes were overflowing with light and the aura of an ancient array was emitted. It turned out that there was an escape array engraved on it. The four arts of the ancient array, astral blade, escape array, and escape array focused on dodging. With the support of the escape array, it was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. Its speed was like a ghost's afterimage, and Mu Yun could not catch up at all. And when the sword slave ran around in circles, he would occasionally swing his sword to sneak an attack on Miao Xuanyi. The sword slave could also see that it was impossible to sneak an attack on Mu Yun. Even if Mu Yun stood there and let him attack, he could not move. The difference in strength was obvious, so he went to sneak an attack on Miao Xuanyi. Miao Xuanyi did not have the slightest ability to resist. With her cultivation, she could not even defeat those small fries on the 10th floor, let alone the guardian beast on the 30th floor. Mu Yun had no choice but to divert his attention to protect her. Once he was distracted, he could not catch up to the sword slave. Damn it. This bastard is actually playing hide-and-seek with me. Mu Yun was furious. If it was a head-on confrontation, he could slap the sword slave to death with one slap. However, this sword slave already possessed a certain level of intelligence and knew the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He did not fight with Mu Yun and kept sneaking an attack on Miao Xuanyi. If this carried on, Mu Yun would probably be angered to death. Brother Mu Yun, I'm sorry. I've dragged you down. Miao Xuanyi was a little apologetic. It's fine. I don't blame you. I said that I would bring you to victory and bring you to the 50th floor. Just you wait. Mu Yun rubbed her little head and comforted her softly. He was a man of his words. Since he had already agreed, he naturally could not leave Miao Xuanyi alone. It was useless to use brute force to deal with the sword slave now. There was also the danger of harming Miao Xuanyi with large-scale killing moves. The sword slave was only relying on the escape formation. The best way to deal with him was to use a formation to break through a formation. Mu Yun calmed down. He had also come into contact with ancient formations. Back then, he was in a hurry and even created the vermilion bird formation. Now, he still had a second-level blade formation, the sword storm formation, which he obtained from the 4 ghost swords of Green Mountain. If he could activate the sword storm formation, he might be able to deal with the sword slave. However, in a hurry, Mu Yun was unable to learn the sword storm formation. Although the method of using a formation to break through a formation was useful, he did not know how to do it. And this sword slave was formed from the spiritual energy of the Heaven Poison Ancient Tower. As long as the Heaven Poison Ancient Tower was still around, this sword slave would not disappear. Therefore, it was impossible to fight a war of attrition with him. The situation immediately fell into a stalemate. Mu Yun could not even touch the sword slave's clothes, and the sword slave could not harm Mu Yun. He could only run in circles and occasionally launch a sneak attack or two with his sword. Time passed bit by bit. 2 days later, Mu Yun was still trapped on the 30th floor. Mu Yun was a little embarrassed. If she was alone, it would be fine. But now, she had Miao Xuanyi with her. She had promised to bring her to victory and bring her to the 50th floor. However, she did not expect that she could not go up to the 30th floor. Miao Xuanyi's eyes were still filled with admiration and trust. She kept encouraging Mu Yun and did not show any reproach. Creak, just as Mu Yun was feeling sleepy, the tower door behind her opened. 2 figures appeared. They were both familiar faces. One was the Taran left sage, and the other was the centaur Miss Right sage. Yo, Mu Yun, we meet again. Miss Right sage smiled charmingly. A trace of ferocious killing intent flashed past her eyes. She silently took out the feather bone bow from her waist. The bow's body was gorgeous, and the feathers were brilliant. It was overflowing with light and color. It was very beautiful. Mu Yun's muscles tensed up, and the hair on his back stood up. He immediately became alert. Back then, this Miss Right sage almost killed him on the spot with a mother-child soul-chasing arrow. Mu Yun still had lingering fears. Ha ha ha, are you stuck on the 30th floor? Taran left sage laughed. Mu Yun did not say a word. Miss Right sage smiled and said, it seems that you are stuck. You can't pass this floor. Do you want me to bring you along? No need. Go up if you have the ability. Mu Yun chuckled. He could not even beat her. He did not believe that these two could pass this floor. Miss Right Sage smiled slightly. Suddenly, she drew her bow and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out and shot towards the sword slave. The sword servant dodged and easily dodged the arrow. But in the next instant, the arrow actually changed direction and hit the sword servant's head with a poochy sound. One arrow to the head. The sword slave whined and turned into black gas and dissipated. Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He already knew that the centaur archers had superb archery skills. But he never expected that Miss Right Sage's arrow could turn. This was too incredible. Gotcha, the wall flipped over, and a hidden mechanism appeared. Inside, there was a set of secret array books. Miss Right Sage took the reward and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. You can retire here. We will go up first. She gave a look and led Tauron left Sage to the next floor. Swish, a new sword slave emerged from the room again. If Mu Yun wanted to pass this floor, he must kill the sword slave. But he did not have Miss Right Sage's superb archery skills. Miss Right Sage did not care about Mu Yun. Although she wanted to kill Mu Yun and seize the heavenly origin mirror, climbing the tower was more important now. There was no need to be entangled. Brother Mu Yun, what should we do? Miao Xuani showed an anxious expression. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and suddenly withdrew the blue sky yellow springs diagram and said, Xianxia, hide inside. I'm going to execute my ultimate move and kill this sword slave. I'm afraid I'll accidentally injure you, so quickly hide inside. The blue sky underworld map was Mu Yun's most important treasure. Under the protection of the world tree, the space inside the blue sky underworld map was already 200 miles wide. Although it was not big enough for a human patriarch to stay inside, Miao Xuani was a nine-tailed cat and could enter. No, I won't go. I am scared. Miao Xuani saw the blue sky underworld map and took 2 steps back in fear. What are you afraid of? Quickly go in, Mu Yun said. No, I am really scared. What if I can't come out after going in? Miao Xuani's body trembled. It's okay. Quickly hide inside. When we pass, I will let you out. Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. No, brother Mu Yun. Don't force me. I am really scared. Miao Xuani looked pitiful. Get in, quickly. Mu Yun was a little angry. Miao Xuani burst into tears and said with an aggrieved look, I am not going. Don't force me. It was indeed troublesome to have a woman by his side. Mu Yun regretted it a little. However, it was useless to regret now. He had to think about what to do. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and beckoned to Miao Xuani. Sit beside me. Oh. Miao Xuani sat down obediently beside Mu Yun. Traces of a sweet girl's body fragrance spread out. Mu Yun silently circulated his energy and released 9 external incarnations. However, these external incarnations did not charge out. Instead, they surrounded Miao Xuani and protected her. What is this? You know external incarnations? Miao Xuani widened her eyes. Don't speak. Mu Yun glared at her. Miao Xianxia stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. She didn't say anything. She was here to win anyway. First calamity wind, black dragon calamity. Mu Yun bellowed. A ferocious storm whistled out from his body. Ah! Miao Xuani exclaimed. Her body was about to fly out from the storm. Fortunately, Mu Yun had quick reflexes. His avatars pulled Miao Xianxia back and guarded her firmly. Miao Xuani was frightened. Her ears were filled with the rumbling sound of the storm. She looked around and saw that the entire room was surrounded by a black tornado. The sword slave wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The entire room was filled with the aura of the calamity wind. It could annihilate and engulf everything. The sword slave was doomed. Mu Yun's only worry was Miao Xuani. He was afraid that she would be injured. He released all 9 of his avatars, but the energy of the wind disaster was still too strong. Miao Xuani was hit by the windstorm, and her clothes were all torn to shreds. Her skin was also cut by the wind blades, and wounds appeared on it. In the blink of an eye, the sword servant was completely obliterated by the storm that covered the sky. Miao Xuani also suffered quite a bit of damage. She was covered in wounds and fainted. Hey, little girl, wake up. Mu Yun patted Miao Xuani's face, but she had already fainted. Miao Xuani's clothes had been torn apart by the storm, and large patches of her skin were exposed to Mu Yun. The nine-tailed cat clan was indeed a natural-born monster. Even though Miao Xuani was unconscious, her body still exuded an alluring aura. Mu Yun's heart palpitated. This catgirl's seductive aura was too powerful. Fortunately, he had the heavenly origin mirror to protect himself, so he was not bewitched. He took out his clothes and put them on Miao Xuani. At this time, the hidden compartment in the wall opened, and the reward appeared. It was a set of shining war boots. Eh? Mu Yun focused and saw that the boots were emitting the aura of an ancient array. It did not seem to be an ordinary item. Meteor boots. He picked up the boots and saw that there was an ancient formation inscribed on them. It was a Grade 1 escape formation, meteor formation. Astral Blade's evasive movement was mainly used for dodging. This meteor array also had a very powerful dodging effect. Mu Yun tried his best, but he could not even touch the sword slave's clothes because the sword slave was wearing the meteor boots. Now, the meteor boots appeared in front of Mu Yun as the reward for the 30th level. Meteor boots, this is the equipment reward. I didn't expect to get an equipment reward. Mu Yun was surprised. The rewards given by the Heaven Poison Ancient Tower were mostly elixirs and source pearls. The better ones were manuals, but the equipment reward was very rare. Moreover, the equipment reward was unique. After someone took it away, there would not be a second one. The equipment that was spread out from the Heaven Poison Ancient Tower could be sold for a very high price in the outside world. My luck has exploded. After enduring for so long, I finally have some gains. Mu Yun was overjoyed. In order to pass this level, he had suffered a lot. Now that he could get an equipment reward, his previous suffering was worth it. He quickly took off his shoes and changed into the meteor boots. Then, he threw Miao Xuani into the Heaven Fall Underworld map and continued to the next level. With the meteor boots on his feet, his steps were vigorous and his body seemed to be flying. His posture was extremely elegant. With good equipment, he looked refreshed. Mu Yun was in high spirits. He passed several levels in a row and did not encounter any difficulties. He directly went to the 39th level. In the room on the 39th level, Mu Yun saw old acquaintances. It was the Taoranzhua Xing and the Right Miss Xing. In the center of the room, the guardian beast had already appeared. It was an excessively huge bear. It did not look easy to deal with. The Taoranzhua Xing and the Right Miss Xing were discussing in a low voice. They seemed to be discussing tactics. When they saw Mu Yun, they were surprised. Yo, kid, have you finally passed the level? The Right Miss Xing laughed mockingly. Where's your cat girl? If you don't want her, you can give her to me. The Taoranzhua Xing laughed and said filthy words. You're courting death. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. He immediately flew out and threw a punch at the Taoranzhua Xing. The Taoranzhua Xing was shocked. He did not expect that Mu Yun would dare to attack him. Mu Yun had no scruples now. He had already put Miao Xuani in the Heaven Underworld diagram, so he did not have to worry about accidentally injuring her. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Mu Yun did not hold back. It was best to kill these two bastards. Yo, you still dare to attack me? The Miss Sage of the Right chuckled and pulled the bowstring open. The beautiful feathers on the bowstring unfurled and an elegant aura emanated from the bow. But behind this gorgeous beauty, there was a monstrous murderous aura. A shining arrow suddenly burst out and shot toward Mu Yun's glabella. Miss Right Sage's archery skills were truly at the pinnacle of perfection. The moment she released her arrow, Mu Yun had a feeling that his aura had already been locked onto. No matter where he ran, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of having his head blown off. Level 1 Escape Array, Meteor Array, open. At the critical moment, Mu Yun shouted and stomped his feet. The meteor battle boots exploded with light, and the flowing light of the ancient array surged. Mu Yun's entire body seemed to have turned into a meteor, and his speed was unparalleled. Swoosh, he dodged Miss Right Sage's arrow with a flash of his body. Patter, the sharp arrow hit a pillar in the room. What? The Right Miss Xing was shocked. She did not expect Mu Yun to be so fast. He dodged her arrow so easily. It's an escape array equipment. His shoes are an escape array equipment. The Tauren's Wuxing shouted, his eyes revealing a greedy look. Escape array equipment? The right Missing also saw the light emitted by the war boots and said in surprise, this is the best reward on level 30, the meteor war boots. No one has gotten it for thousands of years, but it fell into this kid's hands. His luck is too good. Kill him and snatch the item. The Tauren's Wuxing roared and immediately pulled out his war axe and rushed towards Mu Yun. Right Missing, cover me. The Tauren's eyes flickered with purple light. His aura exploded, his muscles bulged, his veins popped out, and his strength exploded. All right. The right Missing drew her bow and shot out arrows. She did not need to aim at all. All the arrows were aimed at Mu Yun's forehead, glabella, heart, eyes, and other vital points. This superb archery was simply spectacular. Mu Yun was sure that if it was not for the meteor war boots, he would have been a corpse. Under the cover of the right Missing's arrow rain, the Tauren rushed to Mu Yun's side and slashed at Mu Yun with his war axe. If the centaurs were natural archers, then the Taurens were natural warriors. They had been practicing tactics since they were young. Their close combat skills had reached perfection. Even a ferocious race like the Titan giant ape could not defeat the Taurens in close combat. This was because the Taurens' tactics were not as simple as brute force. Their use of moves and force was simply superb. At a glance, Mu Yun could see that the Tauren's axe contained at least 18 different forces. There were obvious strength, hidden strength, peak strength, and so on. No matter how he reacted, there was no way he could catch it. He would only end up being chopped into meat paste by the axe. Whoosh, Mu Yun dodged in a flash. Since it was not easy to catch, then he would not catch it. He used the agility of the meteor war boots to avoid it. The Tauren's axe missed, but in the blink of an eye, he twisted his waist and spun, using the momentum to throw the axe out. The axe flew through the air and slashed towards Mu Yun's neck. Mu Yun did not expect this sudden change at all. The Tauren's use of force and battle techniques was indeed at the master level. They were worthy of being natural warriors. If the first attack did not hit, the second attack would immediately come over, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to catch his breath. The ancient formation needed time to operate, at least in the blink of an eye. However, the Tauren's sudden throw of the axe was too fast. Mu Yun's meteor war boots could not operate in time. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to be chopped to death by the axe, at the critical moment, he waved his hand and caught the axe. The Minotaur's axe was not that easy to receive. The axe contained an extremely violent energy. Mu Yun forcefully received it, and his entire palm was almost cut off. A bone-deep wound appeared on his palm, and blood flowed out profusely. Plop, a piercing pain came. Mu Yun's hand loosened, and the axe fell to the ground. The Tauren opened his hand and took the axe back. He said, "How is it, kid? Does it feel good?" Mu Yun gritted his teeth. Under the intense pain, he broke out in cold sweat and could not say a word. He was still too careless. In terms of true strength, the Tauren and Miss Right Sage could not be compared to him. However, the two of them cooperated too well. Their battle experience was too rich, and they directly dragged Mu Yun into a bitter quagmire. Whoosh, Miss Right Sage did not give Mu Yun a chance to catch his breath. She shot an arrow. Fortunately, at this time, Mu Yun's formation aura had recovered. The meteor war boots flashed past, and his body flashed, dodging the arrow. Poochie, the arrow's momentum did not decrease. It shot towards the back and finally hit the head of the guardian beast in the room. Mu Yun was standing in front of the black bear beast demon. When the black bear beast demon pounced over, Mu Yun was the first to bear the brunt. He felt a huge pressure and almost suffocated. His nose was filled with the stench of wild beasts. Whoosh, he took a step and dodged sideways like a shooting star, avoiding the black bear beast demon's attack. The escape formation equipment was indeed useful. Mu Yun was wearing the meteor war boots. His dodging ability was too strong. He could easily avoid the enemy's attack. The black bear beast demon was furious. It roared at the sky and opened its furry claws, continuing to pounce on Mu Yun. Mu Yun had a plan in mind. His feet turned quickly and his body floated around the room like a ghost. Then, he deliberately led the black bear beast demon to attack Miss Right. This tactic was called driving the tiger to devour the wolf. It was difficult for Mu Yun to deal with the left and right sages alone. So, he directly led the black bear beast demon over and let it attack Miss Right. The black bear beast demon missed its target again and again. It did not even touch the corner of Mu Yun's clothes. It was furious and kept roaring. Finally, its gaze fell on Miss Right. Since it could not catch Mu Yun, it would go kill the others. The black bear beast demon's eyes were ferocious. It revealed 2 rows of white teeth and pounced on Miss Right. In terms of archery, Miss Right was worthy of being called a grandmaster. But the problem was that archery required time and distance. Archers were most afraid of being closed in by the enemy. Once they were in a close combat situation, even the most powerful archer would vomit blood. Miss Right hurriedly retreated and dodged the black bear beast demon's attack. She did not have time to shoot. Left Sage, come and save me. Miss Right was anxious. Left Sage wanted to rescue her, but he could not take care of himself. Because Mu Yun had made a move. Now that Miss Right was restrained, Mu Yun had no more worries. He immediately used all his strength to attack the ox-head Left Sage. In terms of one-on-one combat, Left Sage was definitely not Mu Yun's opponent. Both sides knew this very well. Holy art! Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash! Mu Yun shouted. Without any hesitation, she immediately used the Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. He used his fingers as a sword and put them together to form the shape of a long sword. Scarlet blood chi erupted from his fingertips. As the blood chi surged, it turned into the appearance of a heavenly dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking very lifelike. Chi, the red sword radiance whizzed out like a volcanic eruption. The rising dragon sword Chi, wrapped in the red radiance, violently slashed towards Xuexing. This was an unparalleled sword strike. This was a sharp sword strike. Sword Chi pierced through the air, emitting a sharp sonic boom, causing the entire room to shake. Mu Yun did not hold back. She used all her strength in this strike, hoping to kill with one strike. Xuexing panicked, completely panicked. Under the illumination of the rising dragon sword Chi, his purple eyes had turned crimson. His fighting spirit had been crushed by the sword Chi on the spot. He had no power to resist and stood there waiting for death. Chi, at the critical moment, an arrow flew through the air, directly aimed at Mu Yun's head. Miss Yuxing made her move. She really did not have the chance to make a move, but she still made her move. She stood there, staring at Mu Yun's head. She drew her bow and shot an arrow. It was very dangerous for her to do so. Because the black bear beast demon was just beside her. When the black bear beast demon saw that Miss Yuxing had stopped running, it immediately pounced with its claws. Chi, Miss Yuxing's face was scratched by the black bear beast demon as soon as the arrow was released. The black bear beast demon's claws had scratched off half of her face. Half of the flesh on her face was gone, revealing the white bones that were still dripping with blood. Even one of her eyeballs had fallen out. Miss Yuxing's originally charming face had become even more hideous and ugly than a lich. But the other half of her face had a calm expression. Her eyes were firm, without any fear or panic. Her hand that was holding the bow was still very steady and did not tremble. When Mu Yun heard the sound of wind behind his head, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Of course, he could continue forward and kill Xuexing with his sword, but he would also be shot in the head by the arrow. Mu Yun naturally did not want to perish together with Xuexing, so he could only turn around to save himself. Mu Yun swept his finger horizontally. The rising dragon sword aura on his fingertip poured out in torrents, breaking the arrow. However, after the arrow was broken, another small arrow emerged from the inside. Mother and child soul-chasing arrow. Mu Yun was shocked. Fortunately, he was fully alert at this time. Even if it was the mother and child soul-chasing arrow, he still had room to deal with it. However, his vigilance was actually unnecessary. Because the small arrow did not attack him. Instead, it made use of his remaining sword aura to suddenly turn around, turning back the way it came and shooting towards the black bear beast demon. The black bear beast demon was not prepared at all. Its claws rested on Miss Right Sage's shoulder, wanting to tear Miss Right Sage into pieces. But at this time, the small arrow arrived. It shot through the back of its head and came out of its eye socket. One arrow to the head. Plop, the black bear beast demon's body fell, turning into smoke and dissipating. Miss Right Sage was still standing in the same place, holding the bow and arrow. Her body was motionless, like a sculpture. Half of her face was gone, and one of her eyeballs was gone. The wound was very serious and was still bleeding. But she did not treat it, because she had no strength left, not yet. It was already a miracle that she fell. Mu Yun looked at this scene and was completely shocked. An expert, a well-deserved expert. Whether it was fighting spirit, archery, or the grasp of battle opportunities, Miss Right Sage was a well-deserved expert. It was clearly a situation of certain death, but she actually turned it around. Moreover, she killed the black bear beast demon on the way, preventing the situation from deteriorating further and saving her life. Mu Yun was really impressed. It had been a long time since she had seen such a powerful expert. Such tenacious fighting spirit, such exquisite archery, and such terrifying determination. She could definitely be called a grandmaster of a generation. Creak. The tower door suddenly opened, and two people came out from behind. One of them was a monster-like ape-man. He was 8 meters tall and had to lower his head to pass through the door. His muscles were like steel, and he was covered in a layer of black fur. He looked like a wild beast. This ape-man was naturally the general of the Titan Giant Ape clan, Barbarian Tai. Even in the Titan Giant Ape clan, his physique was very large. The person next to him was a hunchbacked old man with a rhinoceros horn on his forehead. He was the commander of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan, Long Yen. Long Yen stood beside Barbarian Tai, as weak as a cat or dog. "Senior Long Yen, there are people here." Barbarian Tai shouted. "Kill them all." Long Yen smiled. His smile was amiable, as if he was the master next door. "Okay." As soon as Barbarian Tai made his move, he grabbed Miss Right Sage and lifted her up. "It's the Right Sage of the White Dragon Steed clan. I heard that her archery skills are exquisite and can be called a grandmaster of a generation," Barbarian Tai said. "Kill her." Long Yen stroked his beard and smiled. His other hand was gently leaning on his walking stick. His face was calm and relaxed. When he saw Mu Yan's appearance clearly, a trace of surprise and astonishment finally flashed across his calm eyes. "Okay, then I'll kill her." Barbarian Tai's eyes revealed a fierce light. He grabbed Miss Right Sage with his palm and with a crack, Miss Right Sage exploded. Miss Right Sage didn't even let out a scream. She had already reached her limit. She didn't even feel any pain. In the palm of Barbarian Tai, she turned into a tattered corpse. Like kneading mud, Barbarian Tai kneaded Miss Yuxing's body into a ball and then threw it heavily on the wall. With a thud, this archery expert, the grandmaster of a generation, turned into a pool of indistinct flesh and blood. Mu Yun was stunned. Seeing Miss Right Sage die so tragically, he was furious. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. It was as if he saw an exquisite ceramic work of art being smashed by a barbaric hammer. This barbaric ape-man was very happy. He squatted on the ground and looked at the Tauren Xuexing who was huddled in the corner. "I heard that Taurens are natural warriors. Why are you hiding? Come out and fight with me." Xuexing's face was full of panic. He trembled all over and crawled out from the corner. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Lord Barbarian Tai, spare my life, spare my life. Senior Long Yen, spare my life." Long Yen smiled but didn't speak. Barbarian Tai laughed and put his hand on Xuexing's head. Xuexing was terrified. "I am Xuexing of the Divine Dragon Alliance. As long as you are willing to spare me, my purple-eyed Divine Ox clan and White Dragon clan are willing to surrender." Barbarian Tai said, "Senior Long Yen, he said he is willing to surrender. Kill him." Long Yan's words were still straightforward, simple, and powerful. "Yes." Barbarian Tai didn't hesitate at all. With a puff, he crushed Xuexing's head. Xuexing's headless body fell to the ground. Barbarian Tai looked at Mu Yun and said, "Lord Long Yen, this man is called Mu Yun." I know him. Wait a moment, I will kill him right away. Wait. Long Yan suddenly stopped Barbarian Tai. What's wrong, senior? Barbarian Tai was puzzled. You can't kill him. Long Yan's tone was calm. I am a high-level sage. Even left sage and right sage were killed by me. Can't I kill him? Barbarian Tai snorted, obviously not believing it. Long Yan said, let's go. Climbing the tower is more important. Why, senior, I can kill him. Just watch. Barbarian Tai was very unconvinced. As a high-level sage, he could easily kill left sage and right sage. Why would he be afraid of Mu Yun? Boom, Barbarian Tai blasted out a punch. His body was too huge. This punch was like a mountain, rumbling and roaring. It was difficult to resist. In the face of such a fierce punch, Mu Yun did not shrink back in the slightest. Instead, she clenched her fist and punched forward. Above her fist, a black flame exploded. Bang, Poochie, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current strength, it was too much for him to fight head-on with an expert at the Saint Realm. The huge impact directly injured Mu Yun's internal organs. The blood in his body churned, and his meridians felt like they were being torn apart. His ears buzzed, and he saw stars. He was on the verge of fainting. Senior, look, I've already said, Barbarian Tai laughed, but soon he could no longer laugh because he felt an inexplicable heat in his palm. When he looked down, he found that his palm had been stained with a black flame. The flames were like maggots in his bones, firmly entangling his hand. He couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. Under the scorching heat of the black flames, his skin and hair were burnt, emitting a foul smell. The black flames didn't extinguish, constantly corroding his muscles and even burrowing into his bones. What was worse was that the black flame was still spreading, climbing up his arm. Not good. When Long Yan saw this scene, he immediately turned pale with fright. He immediately pulled out his sword and slashed down, cutting off Barbarian Tai's entire right palm. Ouch, senior, what are you doing? Barbarian Tai looked at his right palm that had fallen to the ground and immediately felt a wave of panic and anger. He hurriedly stopped the blood from flowing out of the wound and felt waves of intense pain. As for his severed palm, it gradually turned into a pile of ashes under the burning of the black flame. I'm saving you. Long Yan's face darkened. He stared at Mu Yun and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is the everlasting flame of the Vermilion Bird Clan of 9 Serenities. The Vermilion Bird Clan of 9 Serenities is a first-class clan that dominates the heavens. No one in the 3 Yuan realms can rival them. How did you get the everlasting flame? Mu Yun didn't say a word. In fact, he couldn't say a word. This was because the impact of the head-on collision with Barbarian Tai was too severe. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. As for Barbarian Tai, he was still as energetic as ever. Even with a severed palm, he didn't show any signs of weakness. 9 Nether Vermilion Bird Clan? Senior Long Yan, this is impossible. The 9 Nether Vermilion Bird Clan is a first-rate clan. Who is this kid? How could he have a relationship with a first-rate clan? Barbarian Tai said indignantly. Shut up. Follow me and continue climbing the tower. Long Yan glared at Barbarian Tai and berated. Oh. Barbarian Tai didn't dare to disobey and obediently followed behind Long Yan. He looked back at Mu Yun and then looked at the reward at the hidden compartment. He wanted to go over and take it, but without Long Yan's order, he didn't dare to move, so he could only follow obediently. However, the killing intent and anger in his eyes went without saying. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief after the two of them left. After which, she slumped onto the ground. The internal injuries on her body were in intense pain. He took out a few golden origin pearls and immediately began to absorb the spirit chi within them. The golden elemental pearl contained a dense amount of heaven and earth origin energy. Other than being used for cultivation, it could also be used for healing. Back then, Shi Feishuan was severely injured and on the verge of death. However, Shi Tianlai had smashed tens of thousands of golden elemental pearls into her, and she was able to bounce around the next day. One could only imagine how effective the golden elemental pearls were. Mu Yun had absorbed all the golden origin pearls in her body, and her injuries were more or less healed. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the battle just now, he felt that he had been too impulsive. Barbarian Tai was an expert in brute force. He actually dared to clash fists with Barbarian Tai. This was a very stupid move. However, at that time Mu Yun had already been blinded by anger and couldn't care less. Now that he had calmed down, he began to reflect. If he were to fight with Barbarian Tai again, he definitely couldn't meet force with force. After calming down, he looked around and saw the remains of Miss Yuxing. He couldn't help but sigh. Miss Yuxing was a true expert. Her archery skills were exquisite, and it was an eye-opener for Mu Yun. Now that she had been killed by Barbarian Tai, Mu Yun felt a little regretful. He cleaned up Miss Yuxing's remains and only picked up a few broken bones, a few strands of hair, and 2 teeth. He combined these remains with Miss Yuxing's feather bone bow and buried them in the space of the Blue Sky's Yellow Springs diagram. Indeed, Miss Yuxing was his enemy, but she was also an enemy worthy of respect. As for the other enemy, Taoran's Wuxing, Mu Yun didn't know what to say. He was afraid of death and knelt down to beg for mercy. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being slaughtered. It was truly a disgrace to the name of the Taoran race's talented warriors. After finishing his preparations, Mu Yun prepared to continue climbing the tower. Of course, he still had to collect the rewards on this level. In the secret compartment, there were 2 rewards, which added up to a few hundred golden origin beads. And among the golden origin beads, Mu Yun found a pill. First grade origin pill, Heavenly Heart Bear Gall pill. This pill was actually a first grade origin pill. In the 3 yuan world, pills were very popular. The pills here were called origin pills. They contained the energy of heaven and earth and were even more precious than immortal pills and divine pills. And this Heavenly Heart Bear Gall pill was a first grade origin pill. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Mu Yun put away the Heavenly Heart Bear Gall pill. The origin pill was a good thing. It was very useful to assist cultivation. But climbing the tower was more important now. Mu Yun put away the Heavenly Heart Bear Gall pill and continued moving forward. As for Miao Xuani, she was still unconscious and was still placed in the Heaven Underworld diagram by Mu Yun. 40th level, 41st level, 42nd level, the journey of climbing the tower continued. Mu Yun kept moving forward. The guardian beasts he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Unknowingly, he had already climbed to the 49th level. I'm almost at the 50th level. Mu Yun silently calculated. As long as he passed through this level, he would be able to reach the 50th level. In this way, his agreement with Miao Xuani would be completed. At that time, he could obtain the secret of the Mortal Yuan brush from Miao Xuani. When he reached the 49th level, Mu Yun unexpectedly saw a familiar face. Bai Chen, it's you. Mu Yun was a little surprised to see Bai Chen. Bai Chen was a core disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. Although he had been expelled, his strength was still there. He was at the intermediate stage of the Saint stage and was just a step away from the Grand stage. He really could not be underestimated. Mu Yun, you also climbed here. Bai Chen's expression turned cold. He no longer had the demeanor of a gentleman. His hair was messy, his robe was torn, and there were many wounds all over his body. It was obvious that he had gone through a bloody battle. In the middle of the room was the guardian beast of this level. It was a black-haired sword demon. Unlike the sword slaves, this sword demon had 7 swords on his body. They were like spirit snakes that lingered around his body and spun around. It seemed that Bai Chen had suffered a setback and was unable to defeat this sword demon. You're stuck? Mu Yun frowned. When he had just climbed the tower, Bai Chen was still ranked first on the stone tablet. At that time, he had already climbed more than 30 levels. However, he did not expect him to be stuck on the 49th level. Yes, this sword demon just happens to restrain me. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and felt a little helpless. Oh, is that so? Let me try. Mu Yun composed herself and stepped on the ground. She flew out and charged towards the sword demon. When Bai Chen saw Mu Yun's suave figure, his gaze landed on Mu Yun's meteor battle boots. His expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, so it's an escape array equipment. If it was anyone else who saw an escape array equipment, they would definitely be surprised and exclaim in admiration. However, Bai Chen's expression was calm. This was because he was an ancient artifact master and his refining techniques were very impressive. If he spent some time and effort, the equipment that he refined would definitely not lose to this pair of meteor battle boots. Mu Yan rushed into the battle and waved her palm towards the sword demon. This was a probing palm strike. Mu Yan wanted to figure out the sword demon's strength. The sword demon brandished his sword and attacked. He had a total of 7 swords with different colors. There were yellow, green, cyan, blue, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The sword that he was brandishing now was a red sword. When the red sword arrived, Mu Yan instantly felt a scorching aura rushing towards him like magma. However, he was not afraid at all. This was because he was wearing the meteor battle boots. His speed was too fast. He easily dodged the sword demon's attack. Then, he casually struck the sword demon's body with his palm. At this moment, the sword demon took out a yellow sword. Yellow sky-thick earth. An impregnable sword chi shield protected the sword demon's body. Mu Yan struck with her palm and was immediately pushed back. Swish! In the next moment, Mu Yan suddenly circled behind the sword demon and slapped his back. This was a sudden sneak attack. The sword demon's sword chi shield only blocked the front and not the back. Bang! Mu Yan's palm landed squarely on the sword demon's body. The sword demon spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured, but he did not collapse. Instead, he took out a green flying sword. The green aura was dense and full of vitality. The injuries on his body quickly healed and his aura began to recover. These 7 swords seemed to be a little strange. Mu Yan's expression sank. She could also see the clues. The 7 swords in the sword demon's hand were all useful. They were both offensive and defensive. They could even heal. They were really powerful. However, Mu Yan did not panic. This was because she had already tested the sword demon's strength. The powerful ones were only the 7 swords. As long as she attacked with all her strength, the sword demon would definitely not be able to withstand it. Mu Yan calmed herself down and began to condense her aura. Using her fingers as a sword, a crimson-red glow surged between her fingertips. It vaguely transformed into the appearance of a heavenly dragon. The rising dragon sword chi was brewing. The sword demon seemed to have sensed the danger and quickly took out a blue sword. This sword was azure in color. It was like the firmament, reflecting one's heart. The moment the blue sword appeared, Mu Yan felt that all kinds of chaotic emotions began to surface in his heart. This sword can seduce one's inner demons. Mu Yan was shocked. It turned out that this sword could seduce one's inner demons. Although he did not have any inner demons, he was constantly being seduced and disturbed by the blue sword. His heart was in a mess and he could not calm down. He quickly activated the heavenly origin mirror to guard his state of mind. Those chaotic emotions were swept away. Mu Yan looked at Bai Chen and laughed. Ha ha ha, no wonder you can't beat him. It turns out that this sword demon can seduce one's inner demons. Hearing this, Mu Yan left the battle circle and came to Bai Chen's side. She asked, "What deal? Tell me about it." Bai Chen said, "Actually, I can pass this stage myself, but there are still many strong enemies behind. I don't want to waste my energy, so I want to cooperate with you." Mu Yan's expression didn't change. This Bai Chen was clearly lying. He wouldn't be able to pass this trial because his heart devil was too serious. Cut the crap. How do you want to cooperate? Mu Yan said coldly. Bai Chen said, "Lead me through this stage. After I pass this stage, I'm willing to refine the meteor battle boots for you and let your meteor battle boots transform into a first-grade sacred artifact." A sacred artifact was an existence that surpassed immortal artifacts and divine artifacts. It was an extremely important equipment. In the 3 elements realm, only the 100 Tempering Villa had the strength to refine sacred artifacts. The refining methods of sacred artifacts were all in the hands of the 100 Tempering Villa. If others wanted to refine artifacts, they would at most refine lesser sacred artifacts, not true sacred artifacts. For example, Mu Yan's meteor war boots were at most a lesser sacred artifact and not a genuine sacred artifact. A true sacred artifact had the light of the Saint Path and was extremely powerful. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. If the meteor battle boots transformed into a sacred artifact, its value would definitely increase greatly. However, thinking about it carefully, it didn't have much combat significance. This was because the current meteor battle boots were completely sufficient. Any more transformation and evolution would only be icing on the cake. Sorry, I'm not interested. Mu Yan shook her head. What? Bai Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Mu Yan to reject so decisively. One had to know that sacred artifacts were very precious. With the light of the Saint Path, if one fought with an enemy of the same level, one's chances of winning would increase by at least 50% with a sacred artifact. If this sacred artifact was also inscribed with an array, it would be a crushing victory. Of course, this was referring to weapons. Unfortunately, Mu Yan's meteor battle boots were just shoes. Even if they transformed into sacred artifacts, her chances of winning would not increase much in actual combat. Therefore, he refused, and he refused very straightforwardly. Mu Yan said, "Young Master White Dust, we're all smart people. You don't have to fool me. Give me a lesser saint artifact. I'm in urgent need of weapons. Give me a lesser saint artifact and I'll take you through this trial." Mu Yan was not greedy. As long as it was a lesser sacred artifact, it would be fine. A weapon like the Sky Splitter did not need to be inscribed with an array formation. He only wanted a handy weapon now. Little saint artifact? Haha, do you know how much time and effort it takes to refine a lesser saint item? I'll let you take me through one trial. It's just one trial, so why do you have to be so greedy? Bai Chen was a bit angry. Since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. You're on your own now. After saying that, Mu Yan did not hold back and directly flew into the battle formation. Using her finger as a sword, she waved her hand and a rising dragon sword chi instantly slashed out. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. The sharp sword chi ruthlessly slashed towards the sword demon. The sword demon took out a yellow longsword and a sword chi shield immediately condensed. It wanted to block Mu Yan's attack. However, it was useless. Mu Yan's Rising Dragon sword chi slashed out with irresistible force. It directly split the shield apart and then ruthlessly slashed at the sword demon's body. The sword demon's body turned into a mist of spiritual energy and dissipated. Gotcha, a wall in the room flipped over and a hidden mechanism popped out. The rewards inside were sparkling. They were all a pile of golden origin pearls. Bang, the door that connected to the 50th floor also opened. Mu Yan did not stand on ceremony. She directly took all the rewards and walked towards the 50th floor. When Bai Chen saw the door open, he also wanted to follow. However, Mu Yan turned around and glanced at him. She smiled and said, "Young Master Bai Chen, do you want to be my lackey and insist on coming up?" Hearing this, Bai Chen's face flushed red. He stood on the spot and watched as Mu Yan ascended to the 50th floor. He did not have the face to follow her. He could not afford to lose face. Moreover, Mu Yan would definitely not let him take advantage of her. Bang, the door closed again. In the room on the 49th floor, only Bai Chen and the newly born sword demon guardian beast were left. Mu Yan did not care about Bai Chen's life and death. She directly went to the 50th floor. Then, she saw an extremely lively scene. The 50th floor was packed with people. She saw many familiar faces. Yang Dingtian, Liao Xue, Long Yan, Tai Manzi. Mu Yan roughly counted. There were at least 30 people on the 50th floor. Many of them were not even saints. They were only half-saints or sanctified. They were obviously the followers and disciples of the sword demon's followers who won their way up. The one with the most followers was Yang Dingtian. As expected of someone who came from the Jiuding Trading Company. He had a lot of prestige. There were 7 or 8 followers behind him. There were also 2 beautiful 9-tailed cat women serving him. Seeing Mu Yan appear, Yang Dingtian immediately laughed out loud. "Io, my old friend is here." Ha ha ha, he walked over and greeted Mu Yan. Mu Yan smiled coldly. However, since someone took the initiative to greet him, he could not refuse. However, he did not expect Yang Dingtian to be so enthusiastic. Not only did Yang Dingtian shake hands with him, he even hugged him tightly and said, "Mu Yun, long time no see. We had many misunderstandings in the past. I'm sorry. Please don't take offense." Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He did not expect Yang Dingtian to apologize. Then, he quickly reacted. Yang Dingtian was trying to rope him in. This was just a temporary measure. Yang Dingtian must be in trouble. Now, he wanted to form an alliance with him to fight against the danger together. Mu Yan looked around and saw many faces glaring at him. Of course, there were also people with good intentions. The only good intention was Li Aoshua's smile. Li Aoshua was also there. Beside her was a woman in black with a powerful aura. He did not know who she was. Seeing Mu Yan's gaze, Li Aoshua stuck her tongue out at him. However, she did not speak to him. It seemed that it was inconvenient. "Lord Yang, let's not talk about the past first. Let's talk later. I'm going to meet my friend." Mu Yun maintained his composure and distanced himself from Yang Dingtian. Then, he walked to Li Aoshua's side. When Li Aoshua saw him, she was pleasantly surprised and pulled his arm. "Aoshua, it's inappropriate for a girl to pull and pull." A delicate voice was heard. "Yes, third senior sister." Li Aoshua pursed her lips and could only let go of his hand. The third senior sister she was talking about was the woman in black standing beside her. This woman was dressed in a black dress. She was bright and beautiful, but her eyes were cold and indifferent. She seemed unapproachable. "This is my third senior sister. Her name is Lin Jueyue," Li Aoshua said in a low voice. "So it's Miss Lin Jueyue. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Mu Yun cupped his hands. He had also heard of this Lin Jueyue. In Jade Toad House, there were 4 true disciples. They were known as the Pride of the Flying Sword. Mu Yun had already met the first, Zhou Feishuan. The fourth, Li Aoshua, was also close to him. And this Lin Jueyue was ranked 3rd among the Pride of the Flying Sword. She was best at poisons. Jade Toad House was an orthodox alchemist, while Lin Jueyue was unconventional. She played with poisons. Countless souls had died under her poisoned sword. "Mu Yun, get lost. Our Jade Toad House doesn't welcome you." Lin Jueyue looked coldly at Mu Yun. Her tone was very strict. Mu Yun's expression stiffened. He didn't expect Lin Jueyue to turn hostile as soon as they met. She didn't care about his feelings at all. Li Aoshua said, "Third senior sister, he's my friend, shut up." Lin Jueyue glared at Li Aoshua and said, "You're just a little girl. You're helping others count their money after being sold. Don't you know how dangerous the world is?" Mu Yun said, "Miss Lin, may I know how I've offended you?" Lin Jueyue said coldly, "You know very well how much you've swindled from Aoshua. In short, our Jade Toad House doesn't welcome you. Please leave." Mu Yun was speechless. But when he thought about how he had secretly practiced the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art, he did feel a little guilty. He didn't dare to say anything more and could only leave. Li Aoshua cast an apologetic look. Mu Yun smiled helplessly and couldn't say anything more. He turned his attention back to the room and realized that the guardian beast standing in the center of the room also used a sword. To be precise, it was called a sword hero. It was an existence that surpassed sword slaves and sword demons. The sword hero carried a huge sword on his back. He had a tall and sturdy figure and a resolute face. He looked exactly like a human. He looked around the room and said slowly, "Everyone, have you finished discussing? Who's going to challenge me?" This sword hero could actually open his mouth to speak. "I'll say it again. There's only one reward. After someone succeeds in the challenge, the subsequent challengers won't get any more rewards even if they win." Hearing the sword hero's words, Mu Yun came to a sudden realization. No wonder everyone here was in a deadlock. It turned out that no one had decided who would be the first challenger. One had to know that there was only one reward. Even if the subsequent challengers won, they wouldn't get any rewards. Looking at the sword hero's solemn expression, the reward must be very generous. "Mu Yun, you must get the right to challenge me. The reward this time might very well be the mystic ice water. Guiyi's voice sounded. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. The mystic ice water was a spiritual item that could restore the spiritual energy of the 5 dragon wheels. Although the spiritual energy of the 5 dragon wheels had been restored after obtaining the mystic ice water, Guiyi's strength would also recover a lot after swallowing it. At that time, she might be able to dig out the secrets of the painting of the gods. However, looking at the surrounding eyes that were glaring covetously, Mu Yan knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get the right to challenge. The right to challenge is mine. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded. The one who spoke was an 8-meter-tall ape-man. It was the general of the Titan giant ape clan, Tai Manzi. He took a step forward, looked around coldly, and said, "If any of you are not convinced, come out and fight me." He spoke very arrogantly. He indeed had the right to be arrogant because he was an expert at the advanced level of the Sage Realm. The brute force of his punch was enough to shake the world. It was extremely powerful. Fighting won't solve the problem. Yang Dingtian stood out. Others were in teams of at least 2, but he was alone. The people around him were all followers and disciples, so they couldn't help him. Therefore, he didn't want to really fight. If something happened and there was no one to take care of him, it would be very troublesome. If we don't rely on fighting, what do we rely on? Barbarian Tai clenched his fists, and his bones cracked. In the past, we relied on fighting, and this time is no exception. We can win through martial arts. Yang Dingtian said, "In the past, we relied on martial arts to win. Before we even started the challenge, we have already suffered heavy casualties. The gains do not make up for the losses. We should think of another way." Barbarian Tai snorted. "What ideas do you have?" Yang Dingtian fell silent. For a moment, he could not think of a better idea. At this time, a man dressed as a mercenary stood out and said, "Let's have a martial arts competition. Let's end it quickly." This mercenary had a strong smell of blood on him, as if he had just climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even his clothes were stained with blood. His face was very pale, and his body was very thin. However, his palms were very beautiful, and his joints were well proportioned like a sculpture. He was gently holding a book. Such a fierce and bloody mercenary was holding a book. It looked very strange. His book had a very thick cover, but the content was very thin. It was only 1 page. Everyone recognized him. He was one of the 4 great mercenaries of the 3 Elements realm, Xianxia. There were 4 great mercenaries in the 3 Elements realm. They were all extremely tyrannical existences. They did not belong to any faction and only did things according to their own preferences. The most famous of the 4 great mercenaries was Xianxia. He was once the strongest and was known as the #1 mercenary. His cultivation had already stepped into the Supreme Sage realm. But later, in order to subdue a magic treasure, he paid a huge price. His cultivation fell from the Supreme Sage realm to the middle level of the Sage realm. But everyone thought that he had made a fortune. Because the magic treasure he subdued was called the Earth Origin Book. The Earth Origin Book was one of the 3 Elements treasures. It was said that the Earth Origin Book had 36 pages, and recorded the mysteries of 36 supreme great Daos. Xianxia had spent a lot of effort to subdue 1 page of the Book of Earth Origin after his cultivation had dropped from the Great Saint Realm. He had no idea where the other pages were. Among the 3 origin treasures, the Earth Origin Book was the most powerful. Even the Heaven Origin Mirror and Mortal Origin Brush combined were not as powerful as the Earth Origin Book. The Heavenly Tao was above, but man could conquer the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao could not suppress man's fighting spirit, and so could the Mortal Essence Brush. The Great Tao of the human world would eventually be used by others. However, the Book of Earth Origin was different. The Book of Earth Origin was like the Earth Origin, where one's feet were planted firmly on the ground. One could conquer the heavens, but one couldn't destroy the earth beneath one's feet. Otherwise, one would have nowhere to run. Xianxia had only subdued a single page of the Earth Essence Book, and he had relied on that single page to become the strongest mercenary in the 3 Elements realm. Although he had fallen from the Great Sage realm, everyone knew that he would eventually return to the Great Sage realm because he had a single page of the Earth Essence Book. Now, Xianxia was also participating in the tower climbing battle. He didn't have any interest in talking nonsense. He just wanted to end the battle quickly. If we win in the martial arts competition, the losses will be too great. At this moment, Lin Jiuyue of the Jade Toad House spoke. My second senior sister, Lin Jianxin, was blinded because of the previous competition. Lin Jiuyue's voice choked as he spoke. Pride of the Flying Sword, Lin Jianxin, who was ranked second among the 4 direct disciples of the Jade Toad House, was the most powerful swordswoman. However, she did not participate in the tower climbing battle this year because her eyes were blinded. We still have to compete. Long Yan stood up. His aged voice was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. He was the oldest person present. When everyone heard him speak, they all quieted down. However, taking turns to compete is not only troublesome, but also dangerous. Why don't we draw a circle, and everyone will enter the circle to fight? The goal is not to kill, but to drive people out of the circle. The last person standing in the circle will be the winner. That's a good idea. Yang Dingtian was the first to agree. He was fighting alone. If they took turns to compete, he wouldn't have the confidence to win. It was better to fight in a chaotic battle. I agree too. Lin Jiuyue nodded. Although it was dangerous to fight in a circle, it was much better than before. Now that she had Liao Xue with her, she really didn't want to fight too much. I'm fine with it. Duan Tianya's face was cold and he had no objections. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. This method was fair. Okay, it's settled then. Long Yan smiled and immediately drew a big circle in the room. Whoever can stand in the circle in the end will be qualified to challenge the sword hero. The sword hero also nodded slightly and retreated outside the circle. Then you can start the chaotic battle. I will be the referee. The final winner can challenge me. The sword hero was the guardian beast of this floor. With him as the referee, it was naturally fair. Those who participated in the battle all stood in the circle. The battle begins. The sword hero shouted and the chaotic battle immediately began. The originally calm circle immediately boiled over. Barbarian Tai was the first to make a move. Relying on his huge body, he kicked out a few idle mercenaries. He really kicked them. Those idle mercenaries had their internal organs ruptured on the spot. They spat out blood and crashed into the wall of the room, leaving behind a trail of blood. They fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Ha ha ha, all of you, get out. Barbarian Tai laughed wildly as he rampaged through the circle. Relying on his size, he kicked a few people out. Idiot. Long Yan was standing beside Barbarian Tai. Seeing how arrogant he was, he couldn't help but scold him angrily. Barbarian Tai didn't seem to understand the principle of shooting the bird that sticks out. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian looked at each other. Without any nonsense, they immediately joined hands to attack Barbarian Tai. Although the two of them had enmity, they were both smart people. If there was any enmity between them, they could settle it outside. Now that Barbarian Tai was so arrogant, they would deal with him first. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian, one on the left and one on the right, took out the heavenly origin mirror at the same time and shone it towards Barbarian Tai. Barbarian Tai did not have any inner demons, so the heavenly origin mirror was not very useful. However, the brilliant mirror light still dazzled Barbarian Tai's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his eyes stung and he couldn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, it was enough. Lin Jiyu made his move. She was also a smart person and immediately participated in the cooperation. With a flick of her finger, a small embroidery needle shot towards Barbarian Tai's forehead. Swish, with a slight sound of breaking through the air, the embroidery needle pierced Barbarian Tai's forehead. Barbarian Tai's vision recovered and he felt an itch on his forehead. Then, he felt an intense burning sensation. It was as if 1,000 insects and 10,000 ants had crawled out from the depths of his head and were constantly biting and nibbling at his head and face. It's the Jade Toad School's poison goo needle. Barbarian Tai was both shocked and angry. His face was itching intensely, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He did not reach out to scratch the itch, because he knew that once he couldn't help but scratch the itch, even if he scratched out his brain and skull, it wouldn't stop the itch. Barbarian, retreat. When Long Yan saw this scene, he made a prompt decision. He immediately dragged Barbarian Tai and retreated outside the circle. He was giving up. He had no choice but to give up because Barbarian Tai had already been hit by the poison goo needle and had to be treated immediately. As for Long Yan's treatment technique, it was also shocking. He pulled out his sword and with a few swishes, he cut off all the skin and flesh on Barbarian Tai's face. In an instant, Barbarian Tai's face was covered in blood. His skin and flesh had all been cut off, revealing his white bones. His eyeballs, without the support of his skin and flesh, also fell out. Although the Titan Giant Ape clan had thick skin and thick flesh and was full of blood energy, even if their hands and feet were cut off, they could still grow back. However, Long Yan's move had cut off Barbarian Tai's entire face. It was truly terrifying. The originally arrogant and insufferably arrogant Barbarian Tai was now lying on the ground gasping for breath, silently circulating his energy to clean up the remaining poison in his body. Fortunately, the treatment was fast and the poison of the poison goo needle did not spread. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she was secretly shocked. The title of Flying Sword Absolute was indeed well-deserved. Lin Jiuyue was only ranked third, but her ability to use poison was truly amazing. With just one move, she had tormented Barbarian Tai half to death. Of course, it was also thanks to Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian's restraint. Otherwise, Lin Jiuyue would not have succeeded. The three of them did not say a word and joined forces to drive Barbarian Tai out. "Senior, it hurts," Barbarian Tai was on the verge of tears. "Today, I'll let you suffer a little. It's good for you. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in the future. There are many things in this world that can't be solved by brute force alone." Since things had come to this, Long Yan could not blame him and could only comfort him softly. The two of them came out, but the scuffle in the circle was still ongoing. After dealing with Barbarian Tai, Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian, and Lin Jiuyue had a tacit understanding. They immediately cooperated and joined forces to deal with Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya, the #1 mercenary in the Three Elements realm, was an expert who held the Earth Origin book. Although his Earth Origin book only had 1 page, Mu Yun and the other two did not dare to underestimate him. Instead, they joined forces to squeeze Duan Tianya out. Duan Tianya was stunned. He did not expect to be targeted. He took a step back and said, "You don't have to hit me. I forfeit." With that, he walked out of the circle and no longer participated in the scuffle. Seeing Duan Tianya forfeit, Mu Yun and the other two were stunned. "Why did you forfeit?" Mu Yun asked doubtfully. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win if Duan Tianya took out the Earth Origin book. This is only the 50th floor. There's still a long way to go. I don't want to waste my strength. Duan Tianya shook his head and smiled. "You guys are very smart. You actually know how to target me." Now that Duan Tianya had also gone out, the main competitors in the circle were Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian, and Lin Jiuyue. Unfortunately, the next person to be targeted was Mu Yun. Yang Dingtian and Lin Jiuyue did not have a good impression of Mu Yun, so the two of them immediately joined forces. Yang Dingtian rushed to the front and threw out a punch to attract Mu Yun's attention. Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Barbarian Tai outside the arena. In order to detoxify the poison, his entire face had been shaved off. He did not want to be killed by Lin Jiuyue. Whoosh, Yang Dingtian punched out ferociously. Mu Yun relied on his meteor combat boots to nimbly dodge the attack. But soon, he realized that he had nowhere to hide. This was because a large number of zombie turtles suddenly appeared within the circle. These zombie turtles surged out like a tide and crazily crawled in all directions. "Take the antidote!" Lin Jiu shouted and threw out a pill. Of course, it was not for Mu Yun, but for Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took the pill and swallowed it directly. This way, he would not have to be afraid of the zombie turtle's poison. At most, he would feel a little disgusted. But Mu Yun was different. He did not have the antidote. Facing the tide of zombie turtles, he only felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly circulated his energy to protect his body, guarding against the zombie turtle's bites. But this distraction gave Yang Dingtian an opportunity. Saint Art. Flames of war burn the heavens. Yang Dingtian punched out. On the tip of his fist, the flames of war exploded. The monstrous flame aura was suffocating. The temperature of the entire room also rose violently. Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun used his finger as a sword and pointed it out. The rising dragon sword chi whistled and minced the flames of war in front of him. The power of the sword chi was fierce and fierce. It's our Jade Toad House's Saint Art. When Lin Jueyue saw Mu Yun's move, he was fuming with anger. Without a doubt, this set of Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash was obtained by Mu Yun from Liao Xue. In his anger, Lin Jueyue continued to use poison. More and more zombie turtles appeared on the ground. There was no place to stand in the entire circle. Clang, the fist and finger collided. Mu Yun's finger sword collided with Yang Dingtian's fist, causing a shocking shockwave. Most of the corpse turtles on the ground were killed by the shockwave, but new corpse turtles immediately stepped on their companions' corpses and rushed toward Mu Yun crazily. The result of the collision was that Mu Yun took 3 steps back. The chi and blood in his chest churned. As he was distracted by the zombie turtle, he could not use his full strength and was taken advantage of by Yang Dingtian. Damn it, I have to get rid of this Lin Jueyue first. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. If Lin Jueyue kept harassing him from behind, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on the battle. Lin Jueyue was very skilled at using poison, but his true strength was very ordinary. If there was an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, he would definitely be able to get rid of Lin Jueyue. Mu Yun thought about it over and over again. Then, an idea flashed through her mind, and she immediately attacked Yang Dingtian with all her might. Brat, you still dare to use your full strength? Do you want to die? Yang Dingtian sneered. Now that Mu Yun was attacking him with all her might, she was careless in her defense. Lin Jueyue would definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sure enough, when Lin Jueyue saw that Mu Yun's defense was not enough, he immediately released a dozen centipedes. These centipedes were dark blue in color and had a strong venom that could bite a person to death. However, it was very troublesome to cultivate them. Lin Jueyue did not have many of these poisonous centipedes, so he would not use them easily. However, now that there was such a good opportunity, she naturally wouldn't miss it. The poisonous centipedes immediately climbed onto Mu Yun's body and bit toward Mu Yun fiercely. Mu Yun felt an intense pain, but she turned a deaf ear to it. She still attacked with all her might and pointed her finger at Yang Dingtian's head. The rising dragon sword chi surged on her fingertip, and the bloody shadow of a crimson dragon appeared. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in the void with a terrifying momentum. Yang Dingtian did not dare to be careless and immediately focused on dealing with it. However, he did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly change her move. Relying on the agility of her meteor battle boots, she suddenly flashed behind Yang Dingtian. Behind Yang Dingtian was Lin Jueyue. Mu Yun pointed her finger at Lin Jueyue's heart. This was a diversionary tactic. In an instant, Lin Jueyue felt a sharp sword aura whistling and roaring in front of her eyes. Her entire face turned pale. Oh no! Yang Dingtian was flustered and exasperated. He did not expect Mu Yun to play a feint. In fact, he was originally on guard, but unfortunately, Mu Yun's desperate posture was too realistic and directly deceived him. At this moment, Lin Jueyue was busy controlling the poisonous centipedes and was not on guard at all. I've fallen into a trap. Lin Jueyue's expression changed drastically, and her heart turned cold. If she was only controlling the zombie turtle, she still had the strength to resist. However, the problem was that she saw Mu Yun's careless defense and used all her energy to control the poisonous centipedes, hoping to bite Mu Yun a few more times. However, she had fallen into a trap now, and the consequences were very serious. Mu Yun did not intend to hold back either. This sword was aimed at her heart. Lin Jueyue was about to be killed, but at this moment, a figure rushed over and blocked in front of Lin Jueyue. It was Liao Xue. Seeing Liao Xue suddenly appear, Mu Yun turned pale with fright. Liao Xue opened her arms with a panicked expression. She probably did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly attack Lin Jueyue. In a moment of crisis, she did not even think and rushed out to block. Now, she was enveloped by Mu Yun's sword aura in an instant and could not even breathe. Damn it. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and changed her move. She jabbed a finger at Liao Xue's shoulder. This finger was supposed to pierce through her heart. Poochie, the finger pierced through, and the sword aura surged. Liao Xue's shoulder bones were shattered, and a bloody hole appeared on her shoulder. The rising dragon sword aura rushed in and crippled her entire left arm, shattering all the bones in her arm. Liao Xue did not feel any pain, because at this moment, her pain nerves were cut off by the sword aura. Nonsense, do you want to die? Mu Yun was furious. She changed her move halfway, and a huge backlash followed. Her fingers were almost broken, and a heart-wrenching pain came. Her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Liao Xue escaped death and was so scared that her face turned pale. When she heard Mu Yun scolding, she suddenly came to her senses and burst into tears. Lin Jueyue hurriedly hugged her and comforted her softly. All right, don't cry. Ao Xue, thank you. Mu Yun was even more furious. He was not feeling well either. His body was covered with poisonous centipedes. His clothes were bitten, and his flesh was festering. The poison of these poisonous centipedes was no joke. He had paid a huge price in order to sneak attack Lin Jueyue. But he did not expect that all of this would be disrupted by Liao Xue. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. He was sure to win now because Mu Yun had been poisoned and would definitely not be able to defeat him. But suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a little cold. He looked down and saw that a bunch of colorful poisonous snakes had appeared under his feet. These poisonous snakes did not stand on ceremony. They directly bared their poisonous fangs and bit Yang Dingtian. Some of the ferocious ones had already climbed onto his body. Lin Jueyue, how dare you sneak attack me? Yang Dingtian was furious. He glared at Lin Jueyue fiercely. He did not expect her to sneak an attack on him. He could not tell that Lin Jueyue had any intention of sneaking an attack because she was still comforting Liao Xue. She did not withdraw those corpse turtles and poisonous centipedes and continued to torture Mu Yun. It seemed that she was still Yang Dingtian's ally. At least, it was not the time to fall out with him. But he did not expect Lin Jueyue to suddenly lay her cards on the table. Now that Yang Dingtian was entangled by the poisonous snakes, how could Mu Yun let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Star explosion airflow cut. Mu Yun waved her hand and a galaxy-like airflow cut blasted towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was entangled by the poisonous snakes and was flustered. He could not block it at all. Boom, the airflow cut exploded. His entire body was sent flying by the impact of the airflow. Outside the circle, Yang Dingtian was defeated. You didn't kill Ao Xue. I helped you this time. We're even. Lin Jueyue's expression was cold. She kept the corpse turtles and poisonous centipedes and then walked out of the circle with Liao Xue in her arms. Only Mu Yun was left in the circle. At this moment, Swordsman Hao saw that the outcome had been decided. He walked out and said with a smile, You won. You can challenge me. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. She was not in a good condition now. The poison on her body was very serious, but it was still very easy to defeat Swordsman Hao. The difficulty of this level was mainly competing with others. In fact, the real challenge was very easy. Swordsman Hao was not considered strong. The truly powerful guardian beasts were all after the 50th level. Therefore, even if Mu Yun was injured now, she could easily defeat Swordsman Hao. She defeated Swordsman Hao with a Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Very good. You've succeeded in your challenge. This is your reward. Swordsman Hao took out a treasure chest and handed it to Mu Yun. Thank you. Mu Yun took the treasure chest and looked around. She saw pairs of eyes filled with jealousy. It was not good to stay here for long. This was Mu Yun's thought. In her current state, if she continued to stay here, she would probably encounter an accident. Hey, Mu Yun, I want this treasure chest. Name a price. Yang Dingtian looked at Mu Yun and said loudly. Sorry, I'm not selling it. Mu Yun refused directly. Yang Dingtian said, I'm a core disciple of Jioding Trading. Our Jioding Trading has plenty of money. How much money do you want? Just tell me. I'm not selling it no matter how much money you offer. Goodbye. Mu Yun carried the treasure chest and walked towards the next level. Hey, here's your antidote. Lin Jueyue suddenly called out to her and threw a medicine bottle over. Thank you. Mu Yun took the antidote and immediately left. She went to the 51st level alone. After arriving at the 51st level, Mu Yun took the antidote first. A cool feeling swept over her, and the poison on her body was greatly alleviated. She was fine now. Her gaze landed on the treasure chest. This was the only reward on the 50th level. Now that she had taken it, there would be no other challengers. I wonder what the reward is. Mu Yun rubbed her palms together and was looking forward to it. She slowly opened the treasure chest. This was a spatial treasure chest. It looked very small, but the space inside was huge. The first thing that appeared in front of Mu Yun was a large pile of golden origin pearls. There were roughly 10,000 of them. A small sage artifact was worth 1,000 gold. For example, the sky splitter she used in the past was worth 1,000 golden origin pearls at most. But now, there were more than 10,000 golden origin pearls in front of Mu Yun. Such a huge amount of wealth made Mu Yun a little stunned. 7-star sword casket. Mu Yun opened the 7-star sword casket and saw 7 swords inside. There were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple swords. So this is the sword demon's equipment. Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. He had seen these 7 swords before. The 49th floor's guardian beast, the sword demon, used these 7 swords. He quickly bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood to refine it. When the blood landed on the 7-star sword casket, a red light flashed and the 7-star sword casket completely recognized its owner and became Mu Yun's equipment. Mu Yun focused and sensed the 7 swords inside the 7-star sword casket. Each sword was a top-notch lesser sacred artifact. They were very powerful. The 7 swords had different colors and different effects. The red sword was used for killing, the orange sword was used for attacking, the yellow sword was used for defense, the green sword was used for healing, the green sword was used for chi, the blue sword was used for chaos, and the purple sword was used for stability. If the 7 swords were combined into one, it would have the power of a sacred artifact. In other words, the 7 swords were lesser sacred artifacts individually. But if they were combined into one, they would be a true sacred artifact. Chi. Mu Yun flicked his finger and a dark green long sword shot out from the sword casket. Bursts of vigorous vitality spread out and continuously nourished Mu Yun's body's lifeline. The green sword was in charge of healing. This green sword had a strong healing effect. Mu Yun's injuries healed rapidly. Mu Yun, quickly give me the mystic ice water. Mu Yun was healing his injuries when he heard Guiyi's voice. Where is the mystic ice water? Mu Yun was stunned. He looked at the space inside the treasure chest. Other than the golden origin pearl and the 7-star sword casket, there was nothing else. The mystic ice water is rootless water. You can't see it with your eyes. Guiyi's figure appeared. He formed a seal with his hands and formed a spiritual seal. Then, the space inside the treasure chest suddenly started to rain. Guiyi caught the rainwater and kept it in an empty bottle. He shook it and said with a smile, "This is the mystic ice water. The mystic ice water is rootless water. It is a hidden reward. Ordinary people can't see it and would easily miss it." I see. Mu Yun was surprised. It turned out that the mystic ice water was a hidden reward. If not for Guiyi's guidance, he would not have missed it. Now that I have the profound ice water, I can wash away the 5 dragon wheels' evil aura and devour it. At that time, I should be able to recover a lot of my strength. Guiyi smiled. That's great. Mu Yun was overjoyed. As long as Guiyi recovered her strength, the secret of the scroll of the gods could be further unlocked. I'm going to get busy. You can continue climbing the tower. Guiyi was very satisfied with the profound ice water she had obtained. All right. Mu Yun nodded and continued to climb the tower. However, the levels after the 50th level were very difficult. The guardian beasts were getting stronger and stronger. 3 days later, Mu Yun reached the 56th floor. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a strange movement in the blue sky underworld diagram. She checked and found that Miao Xuanyi had woken up. He smiled bitterly and let Miao Xuanyi out. As soon as Miao Xuanyi came out, she punched Mu Yun angrily and said, "Hey, why did you lock me up?" Mu Yun laughed and said, "You're injured. I just let you recuperate inside." "Which level are we at now?" Miao Xuanyi looked around. The layout of the levels was the same. She could not tell which level it was. "We're at the 56th floor, Mu Yun said. "What? We're at the 56th floor." Miao Xuanyi was shocked and said, "You got the reward for the 50th floor?" Mu Yun said calmly, "I got it." Miao Xuanyi was overjoyed. She shook Mu Yun's arm and said, "Take it out and let me see." Mu Yun nodded and took out the treasure chest. Miao Xuanyi opened the treasure chest and looked at the mountain of golden origin pearls. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Can you give me some?" "Sure, take it." Mu Yun shook her head and smiled. If Miao Xuanyi only wanted money, she could just give it to her. After all, compared to the secret of the mortal origin brush, the golden origin pearls were not worth mentioning. I remember that the reward for the 50th floor's treasure chest, other than the fixed gold elemental pearls, there is also an equipment reward. This equipment reward is different every time. What kind of equipment did you get this time? Open my eyes. Miao Xuanyi looked curious. As she spoke, she desperately put the golden origin pearls into her pocket. There's nothing to see. Tell me about the mortal origin brush, Mu Yun asked with a smile. He was still thinking about the secret of the mortal origin brush. Wait a moment. I'll give you a surprise, Miao Xuanyi said mysteriously. What surprise? Mu Yun asked curiously. Look carefully. It's going to rain. Miao Xuanyi formed a seal with both hands and made a few spiritual seals in the space of the treasure chest. Then, there was a pitter-patter sound, and it started to drizzle in the space of the treasure chest. Do you see that? This is the hidden reward, Mystic Ice Water. It's a spiritual item with a very powerful purifying ability. Mystic Ice Water is rootless water. Your eyes can't see it. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know about the existence of this hidden reward. Miao Xuanyi beamed with joy. She took out a jar and filled it to the brim with Mystic Ice Water. Mu Yun laughed involuntarily. He already knew about the hidden reward that Miao Xuanyi mentioned. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be pleasantly surprised. So there's a hidden reward. Miao Xuanyi said, of course. Moreover, this hidden reward only exists for a day. After a day, the supply of Mystic Ice Water will be cut off. Therefore, we have to store more of it. This spiritual item is very effective. Miao Xuanyi filled another jar with Mystic Ice Water. Mu Yun didn't stand on ceremony and also started to collect Mystic Ice Water. He stored a few hundred jars before he was satisfied. This Mystic Ice Water had rather rich spiritual energy and had a powerful purifying effect. He could slowly use it in the future. Miao Xuanyi had also collected enough and took half of the golden origin pearl. She was still considered polite and left half for Mu Yun. Alright, you've taken the golden origin pearl and the Mystic Ice Water. It's time to tell me the secret of the mortal Yuan brush. Mu Yun looked at Miao Xuanyi solemnly. She had to pay the price for taking his things. Alright, I'll tell you. However, I'm afraid that I'll scare you, Miao Xuanyi said. Just tell me, Mu Yun said in a deep voice. Miao Xuanyi patted her chest and suddenly pointed at herself. Actually, I'm the mortal Yuan brush. Huh? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He didn't understand for a moment and asked, what did you say? Miao Xuanyi said, I'm the mortal Yuan brush. Mu Yun was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant. Miao Xuanyi said, I'm the reincarnation of the mortal Yuan brush. That's impossible. Mu Yun's expression was cold as a chill flashed across her eyes. Miao Xuanyi was lying. The mortal Yuan brush presided over the great Tao of the human realm and was awe-inspiring. If Miao Xuanyi was the reincarnation of the mortal Yuan brush, she should have the aura of the mortal Yuan brush on her body. Just like the plague emperor Su Yin, even a strand of hair from the heavenly lord of calamity was filled with a terrifying curse aura. However, Miao Xuanyi looked like an ordinary nine-tailed cat girl. Miao Xuanyi winked and smiled. Hee, I'm lying to you. Of course that's impossible. Mu Yun's face darkened. Cut the crap. Let's be serious. Miao Xuanyi saw that Mu Yun was a little angry and didn't dare to mess around. She said seriously, to be precise, I'm the reincarnation of the Mortal Yuan Brush's copybook. Copybook? Yes. Back then, that person created the three elements realm and wanted to use the Mortal Yuan Brush to support the great Tao of the human realm. He wrote a copybook. There were only 4 words on the copybook. Which 4 words? Defy the heavens and change fate. Defy the heavens and change fate. Mu Yun's heart trembled when she heard these 4 words. Why did people cultivate so hard? It was to defy the heavens and change fate so that they would no longer be bound by the heavens and earth. He was cultivating so hard now to obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth and advance to the sage position. However, the peak of cultivation wasn't like this. Cultivation was to defy the heavens and change fate. The righteous path of the human realm wasn't to experience the vicissitudes of life. It was to defy the heavens and change fate. The Heavenly Lord of Calamity's copybook contained the ultimate pursuit of the human realm in just 4 words. The heavens and earth were very powerful, and humans were very small. Was being small meant that one was destined to be lowly like an ant for the rest of their lives? No, that wasn't it. At least in the eyes of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity, humans could surpass the heavens and earth as long as they could defy the heavens and change fate. Defy the heavens and change fate. These 4 words have already been reincarnated. I am the reincarnation of the word change. Miao Xuanyi suddenly unbuttoned her clothes and revealed her chest. On her snow-white skin, the word change was imprinted. This word wasn't a tattoo, but an innate birthmark. However, the birthmark was actually the word change. Furthermore, the handwriting was vigorous and powerful. It was truly inconceivable. Do you know that you are a member of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan? Mu Yun was secretly surprised. She didn't expect Miao Xuanyi to be the reincarnation of the primordial brush. There were 4 words in the copybook. Defy the heavens and change fate. She was changing. Sigh, it's fine if I don't say it. Miao Xuanyi sighed, seemingly unwilling to say more. Mu Yun listened quietly because he knew that the secret of one's background was not worth much. As expected, Miao Xuanyi continued, I am the primordial brush's copybook. I can sense the existence of the primordial brush. It is in the ancient ruins. Where is it in the ancient ruins? Mu Yun asked. The ancient ruins was a very vast place. It was a ruin left behind after the collapse of the 3 primordial realms' orthodox path. There were quite a lot of heavenly treasures inside, but ancient mutated beasts ran rampant. It was very dangerous and ordinary people didn't dare to go there. Miao Xuanyi said, I don't know either. I only know that the primordial brush is in the ancient ruins. Mu Yun was a little annoyed. The ancient ruins are so big. Where do you expect me to find it? Miao Xuanyi plucked a strand of hair and wrapped it around Mu Yun's finger. This is my hair. If you go to the ancient ruins and are near the primordial brush, my hair will fluctuate. All right. Mu Yun nodded. This wasn't much. If she barged into the ancient ruins without any clues, she wouldn't even know how she died. Miao Xuanyi said, thank you for bringing me to this height. I'm going back. Okay, be careful. Mu Yun nodded. Although there were evil people everywhere in the heavenly poison ancient pagoda, Miao Xuanyi was just a 9-tailed cat girl. No one would make things difficult for her. The 2 parted ways, and Mu Yun continued to climb the pagoda. 5 days later, Mu Yun reached the 59th floor. The previous record was the 66th floor. Now, he had already climbed to the 59th floor. He was getting closer and closer to the record. The guardian beast on the 59th floor had a strange appearance. It looked like a pangolin, but its entire body was silver white. Even its eyes were silver white. This pangolin was called the Silver Greedy Beast. The Silver Greedy Beast, as its name suggested, was an extremely greedy beast. Challenger, leave your money behind and I'll let you pass. When the Silver Greedy Beast saw Mu Yun, it revealed a greedy gaze. Sorry, I refuse. Mu Yun shook her head. Instead of spending money to pass, it was better to barge through. You're courting death. When the silver greedy beast heard Mu Yun's refusal, its eyes immediately revealed a murderous glint. It suddenly pounced forward and its sharp claws struck towards Mu Yun's heart. 7-star sword box, sword 3, defend. Mu Yun calmly took out the 7-star sword box and ejected the third sword, the yellow sword. The yellow sword focused on defense. A yellow sword energy shield appeared in front of Mu Yun. The silver greedy beast pounced over and was immediately blocked. However, this silver greedy beast was too ferocious. After missing its attack, it immediately bent down and tried to attack Mu Yun's crotch. Sword 7, freeze. Mu Yun ejected the 7th sword, the purple sword. The purple sword focused on freezing. It had the effect of freezing the body. The moment the purple sword appeared, a purple sword energy spread out. When the silver greedy beast was attacked by the sword energy, it immediately froze and froze. This immobilizing effect would last for about a second. Sword 1, kill. 1 second was enough. Mu Yun immediately took out her first sword, the red sword. The scarlet sword's main purpose was to kill. A monstrous blood-red sword light slashed down from the sky. The sharp sword blade also landed on the greedy silver beast. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. The greedy silver beast's scales were like iron armor. When Mu Yun's sword slashed down, it only created a few sparks. It could not hurt the greedy silver beast at all. The greedy silver beast roared angrily when it was attacked. Then, it attacked violently. Its sharp claws clawed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun blocked with her sword and fell into a bitter battle. The scales on the pangolin's body were abnormally tough. Even if she slashed it with a sword, it was useless. Mu Yun could not win in a short period of time. If you continue fighting like this, can you afford it? Why don't you leave the toll and I'll let you pass? The greedy silver beast's tone was fierce. It kept attacking Mu Yun, wanting to force Mu Yun to hand over the money. Mu Yun finally understood that the many treasures and rewards in the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda were not for nothing. Other than the Heavenly Lord of Calamity's own treasury, the toll left behind by the challengers was also an important source of income. I said, I refuse. Mu Yun's gaze was cold. He waved his hand and 7 swords shot out. They circled around his body and spun around. Waves of dazzling sword light dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, 7 swords into one. Mu Yun roared. Her hands clasped together, and the 7 swords immediately merged into one, turning into a long sword that was as black as ink. What color would it become when all the colors were mixed together? Now, Mu Yun knew. It was black. Dark, deep, sharp, and merciless. Mu Yun held the black long sword in her hand as if she had grasped the supreme holy path. The 7-star sword box alone was only a lesser sacred artifact. But when the 7 swords combined, it was a true first-grade sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts had the power of the holy path. They were above immortal artifacts and divine artifacts. The majesty of a sacred artifact was earth-shattering. Mu Yun held the 7-star sacred sword in her hand. She seemed to have the radiance of a saint. The greedy silver beast's eyes revealed a look of horror. In the next moment, it took the initiative to attack. Its body flew out, and its claws dug at Mu Yun's eyes. Mu Yun did not say a word. She slashed out with her sword. The pitch-black 7-star sacred sword carried a sharp aura and a monstrous holy path radiance as it ruthlessly slashed at the greedy silver beast's body. Poochie, with just one strike, Mu Yun cut the greedy silver beast in half. Under the sharpness of the sacred sword, the greedy silver beast could not resist at all. Its body turned into smoke, and its spiritual energy dissipated. The power of a sacred artifact is indeed great. Mu Yun praised. The greedy silver beast's scales were extremely sturdy. He had tried his best just now, but he was unable to hurt the greedy silver beast. But now, with the 7 swords combined, the sacred sword slashed and destroyed the greedy silver beast. The power of a sacred artifact was evident. After destroying the greedy silver beast, Mu Yun walked to the hidden compartment at the side and looked at the rewards. Other than the fixed golden origin pro reward, there was also a silver pot. This silver pot was a very unique Dharma treasure called the silver treasure pot. As long as one poured their blood into it, they could produce silver origin pearls. In other words, as long as one had the silver treasure pot, they could continuously produce silver origin pearls and have endless wealth. Of course, this kind of production had a price. It required blood as a catalyst. A person's blood was limited. Therefore, in the three elements world, there was a special kind of slave called the blood slave. By squeezing the blood slave's blood, they could produce countless silver origin pearls. Mu Yun was also quite interested in such a unique Dharma treasure. He wanted to pick up the silver treasure pot to take a look, but suddenly, a gust of wind attacked from behind. Mu Yun turned around and saw that the attacker was a man in fluttering white clothes. Bai Chen, it's you. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. This person was the successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen. He waved his fist and counterattacked, forcing Bai Chen to retreat. Bai Chen took 2 steps back and stood steadily. He said coldly, Mu Yun, give me the silver treasure pot. You have no use for such a Dharma treasure. Even if I have no use for it, I won't give it to you. Mu Yun sneered and put away the silver treasure pot. He sized up Bai Chen. He did not expect Bai Chen to climb up so quickly. At this moment, Bai Chen was calm and composed. He did not look as miserable as before. Bai Chen stared at Mu Yun and said, I need money to fight for the position of Villa Master. There are many places where I need money. Give me the silver treasure pot. In the future, when I win the position, I won't forget your kindness. Mu Yun said coldly, I said, I won't give it to you. You're courting death. Hearing this, Bai Chen was furious. He did not waste his breath and directly drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. A ferocious bolt of lightning surged out like the vast Milky Way. The entire room was trembling as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The void was filled with the radiance of a sacred artifact. Sacred artifact, it's a sacred artifact. Mu Yun's pupils constricted as he looked at the sword in Bai Chen's hand in surprise. Without a doubt, Bai Chen's sword was a sacred artifact. No wonder he climbed up so quickly. With a sacred artifact in hand, killing people was like chopping melons and vegetables. No one could stop him. My Thunderbolt sword is a second-grade sacred artifact. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now and offer the silver treasure pot, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Bai Chen's voice was thunderous and mighty. He held the sacred sword in his hand and was like a god of war. His entire body was emitting terrifying sacred Tao radiance. Second-grade sacred artifact, his Thunderbolt sword was actually a second-grade sacred artifact. Mu Yun was a little dazed. His 7 swords combined into one was at most a first-grade sacred artifact. However, the Thunderbolt sword in Bai Chen's hand was a genuine second-grade sacred artifact. In the entire 3 elements world, the number of second-grade sacred artifacts could be counted on one's fingers. A sacred artifact of this level was extremely rare. After a short moment of surprise, Mu Yun quickly calmed down. This was because the sacred Tao radiance of a second-grade sacred artifact was too mighty. It was definitely not something an ordinary saint could control. To control a second-grade sacred artifact, one had to at least have the strength of a supreme saint. As for Bai Chen, he was only an intermediate saint. Logically speaking, he should not be able to control a second-grade sacred artifact. Mu Yun took a closer look and discovered some clues. Bai Chen's lifespan was constantly being consumed. It turned out that he was actually willing to sacrifice his lifespan to control the Thunderbolt sword. Lifespan was the foundation of a cultivator. If one's lifespan was consumed, it would not be as simple as shortening one's lifespan. It would also cause serious damage to one's foundation and lifeline. Bai Chen could be said to be risking his life in order to control the Thunderbolt sword. It was no wonder that he could climb so quickly. It was no wonder that no one dared to stop him. It was because they could not stop him. The radiance of a second-grade sacred artifact was just too terrifying. Thunder rumbled in Mu Yun's ears. Before Bai Chen made his move, he had an illusion that he was already drowned by the lightning sword chi. Kill. Bai Chen's gaze turned cold. He immediately made his move. He held the Thunderbolt sword in his hand and flew over. Monstrous lightning sword chi filled the entire space. Before the sword arrived, Mu Yun felt that he was already dead. He had been crushed into pieces by the might of the lightning. Under the attack of the surging lightning sword chi, his fighting spirit was completely shattered. Sword 3, defend. Mu Yun took out the 7-star sword case. The third sword shot out. The yellow sword chi was unleashed to the limit, forming a circular shield to protect his body. Heavenly Origin Mirror, defend. Mu Yun took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror again to protect his heart meridian. His crushed fighting spirit was reignited. Under the dual protection of the yellow sword and Heavenly Origin Mirror, Mu Yun finally stood firm and did not get crushed by the surging lightning. However, he could only stand firm. It was impossible for him to counterattack. Bai Chen's sword was too ferocious. Mu Yun did not meet it head-on. He relied on the agility of his meteor battle boots to dodge it. Such a fierce attack could not be sustained for long. Mu Yun was waiting. As long as Bai Chen revealed an opening, it would be the time for him to counterattack. Bai Chen held his sword and attacked. He was like a thunder god of war. He was incomparably domineering. He no longer had the bearing of a gentleman. Thunder rumbled as streaks of thunder sword chi slashed towards Mu Yun in a frenzy. Without a doubt, as long as Bai Chen could land a hit, Mu Yun would die. Under the sharpness of the thunderbolt sword, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to withstand it. Bai Chen was fuming with anger as he shouted, "Mu Yun, don't dodge if you have the guts. Stand still and let's fight to our heart's content." Mu Yun smiled without saying a word, but her heart was heavy. He was waiting for the moment when Bai Chen would be exhausted, but he never expected Bai Chen to be so crazy as to constantly burn his lifespan. His hair was already white, but he was still unwilling to stop. If this continued, the first to collapse would be Mu Yun. His meteor battle boots were already starting to heat up. The escape formation was operating at a high load and was a little unable to support it. Now, every step he took was like stepping on burning charcoal. The meteor battle boots were about to reach their limit. Sword 6, Chaos. At the critical moment, Mu Yun flicked her finger and the blue sword shot out. The blue sword's main effect was chaos. It could disturb the enemy's state of mind and draw out their inner demons. Previously, Bai Chen was trapped on the 49th floor because of the blue sword's disturbance. It caused his inner demons to erupt and he could not rest in peace. But now that Mu Yun had taken out the blue sword, it was useless. Ha ha ha, it's useless. I have the rushing thunder sword in my hand. The sacred sword's radiance is mighty and mighty. It's a joke if you want to draw out my inner demons. Bai Chen laughed and swept his sword horizontally, repelling Mu Yun's blue sword. He was now enveloped in the sacred sword's radiance. Not to mention the blue sword, even if Mu Yun took out the Heaven Origin Mirror, she would not be able to hurt him. Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression was indifferent as a smile flashed across her lips. Sword 2, attack. An orange sword suddenly burst out from Bai Chen's back and slashed towards his neck. It turned out that Mu Yun's blue sword was just a feint. The real killer move was the orange sword's sneak attack. The orange sword of the 7-star sword case was used for sneak attacks. It was silent like a ghost. Bai Chen could not see it clearly at all. The orange sword suddenly slashed out and slashed towards him. Bai Chen was shocked and quickly turned around to block with his sword. With a clang, he blocked the orange sword. "You want to sneak attack me? You're courting death." Bai Chen was infuriated. He burned his life force crazily. His entire rushing thunder sword vibrated with thunder, and purple lightning that looked like dragons and snakes appeared. They crackled loudly and gave off a strong aura. In the next instant, Bai Chen slashed out furiously with his sword. This sword strike was like a thunderbolt that carried the aura of the violet lightning of the 9 heavens, and it was peerlessly sharp and extraordinarily swift. Mu Yun's expression changed. His meteor battle boots had already been pushed to the limit. He could no longer dodge. Since he could not dodge Bai Chen's sharp sword slash, he could only face it head-on. 7 swords as one, 7-star sacred sword. In Mu Yun's hand, the 7-colored flowing light merged into one and turned into a long sword that was as black as ink. It was dark and deep, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. It's a grade 1 sacred artifact. Bai Chen's expression changed slightly before he sneered, "Unfortunately, your grade 1 saint artifact is just a piece of scrap metal in front of my galloping lightning sword. It's not even worth mentioning." Bai Chen circulated his vitality, causing the rushing lightning sword chi to surge as it ruthlessly slashed towards Mu Yun. Xiantian Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun roared. The entire 7-star sacred sword instantly exploded with a crimson-red glow. The originally black sword body turned crimson-red, as though it had just been fished out from a sea of magma and blood. A crimson dragon phantom coiled around the sword body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Even when facing the torrential galloping lightning sword chi, it did not cower in the slightest. It still displayed the figure of a heavenly dragon with an awe-inspiring air of arrogance. Mu Yun swung his sword and slashed out. The rising dragon sword chi was unstoppable as it ruthlessly charged forward and directly collided with Bai Chen's galloping lightning sword. Boom! When the two swords collided, there was a loud explosion. It was not only the swords that collided, but also the vitality and lifespan. This huge explosion swept out. The pillars in the room could not bear the heavy burden and directly collapsed. Following the collapse of the pillars, the dome was also on the verge of collapse. Pieces of tiles and stones fell down and splattered in all directions. The scene was a complete mess. The entire room had already turned into ruins as smoke and dust filled the air. Pucci, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the wall. She was on the verge of death. Bai Chen did not move. He was like Mount Tai as he stood in the same spot. He looked unscathed, but the hair on his temples had already turned completely white. It was unknown how much lifespan he had consumed in this sword exchange. "Ha ha ha, I won." Bai Chen laughed loudly. Although he had consumed a large amount of lifespan, it was enough to be able to defeat Mu Yun. The current Mu Yun was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even if an ordinary person held a knife, they could chop Mu Yun to death. Bai Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally defeated Mu Yun. In this way, Mu Yun's silver treasure pot, 7-star sword case, and heaven origin mirror would all be his. Bai Chen put away the galloping lightning sword and took out an ordinary sharp knife as he walked towards Mu Yun. Killing someone had to be done with the finishing blow. He still understood this principle. There was naturally no need to use the galloping lightning sword to deal with a loser who was on the verge of death. An ordinary knife was enough. He walked in front of Mu Yun and wanted to kill Mu Yun with a knife. But at this moment, he felt a little itchy on his body. His hands and feet were also very itchy as if there were ants and maggots crawling on them. His originally white skin was already covered with a purplish-black color and was gradually in a state of festering. Huh? Bai Chen was stunned. His heart was in a mess and he felt very uncomfortable. He did not know when it started, but half a bronze mirror was floating above his head and casting a dazzling light. Under the reflection of this mirror's light, Bai Chen's inner demons were completely exposed. Once these inner demons appeared, they were like poisonous insects and ants that quickly crawled towards his limbs and bones. His skin began to itch and fester, and his bones were in intense pain. The inner demons desperately drilled into his bone marrow. Mu Yun got up. His body was swaying. He was indeed seriously injured. Anyone who slashed him would be able to kill him. But although he was seriously injured, he could still control the heavenly origin mirror. Mu Yun wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Bai Chen rather coldly. The current Bai Chen did not have the protection of the galloping lightning sword. Under the reflection of the heavenly origin mirror, all his inner demons suddenly erupted. Ah! Bai Chen screamed. The inner demons had already spread throughout his body. The pain and numbness were unbearable. He fell to the ground and crazily scratched his body. The originally festering skin broke with a scratch, and pus and blood flowed out. He scratched his skin and flesh until the bones inside were exposed. He was still in pain and itchy. His nails scratched his bones, making sharp and unpleasant scratching sounds. His inner demons were so serious that it was unimaginable. Mu Yun had never thought that a person's inner demons could be so serious that they could even be painted. Above Bai Chen's head, images of the evil deeds he had committed appeared one after another. Over the years, in order to compete for the position of Villa Lord, Bai Chen had an extremely tragic battle with the number one true disciple, Bai Chen. Mu Yun saw a scene of white dust killing his own children and then framing white salamander to frame him. In order to deal with Bai Chen, he was not even willing to let his biological children go. There was another scene of Bai Chen killing everyone in the city in order to refine a sacred weapon. He used the souls of millions of people as a blood sacrifice to his sword. In comparison, in order to pass through the space tunnel, Bai Chen used his followers and disciples as shields. This was not a big deal. Mu Yun had witnessed all the evil deeds that Bai Chen had committed in his life, and he was inwardly shocked. The heavens were watching what people did. Some things really could not be too overboard. Otherwise, if the inner demons were deeply planted, it would be impossible to get rid of them. Mu Yun, make it quick. Give me a stab, quick. Under the torture of his inner demons, Bai Chen felt that death was better than death. He shouted at Mu Yun. He only wanted to die immediately. Mu Yun wanted to kill him with one strike. However, she remembered Bai Chen's identity as a true disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa. Moreover, he was proficient in refining weapons. If she made good use of him, he would definitely be of great help. Surrender. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Mu Yun wanted to persuade Bai Chen to surrender. Ha ha ha, who am I, Bai Chen? How can I lower my head to you? Kill me if you have the guts. Bai Chen laughed loudly. He would rather die than surrender. Alright, since you're unwilling to surrender, you can slowly enjoy it. Mu Yun's expression turned cold. She did not kill Bai Chen. Instead, she continued to activate the heavenly origin mirror. Waves of mirror light shone down, and Bai Chen's inner demons became even more intense. Ah! Bai Chen screamed miserably. Under the torture of his inner demons, he kept scratching and scratching, tearing the flesh on his throat. His screams turned into panting sounds. There was no need for Mu Yun to make a move. If this continued, he would die. How is it? Are you willing to surrender? Mu Yun said coldly. Bai Chen no longer had the strength to speak. He raised his hand and nodded gently. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was finally willing to surrender. Very good. It's good that you're willing to surrender. He put away the heavenly origin mirror, took out the green sword, and began to treat Bai Chen's injuries. His injuries were quite serious, but he had enough golden origin pearls on him. He could absorb the spirit energy of the golden origin pearls to heal his injuries. Soon, Mu Yun and Bai Chen recovered. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly formed the dark seal of life and death. What is this? Although Bai Chen had surrendered, his heart was restless. He was thinking about how to counterattack. But now that Mu Yun had formed the dark seal of life and death, he felt that something was wrong. Mu Yun smiled and said, "This is the dark seal of life and death. We have already formed the dark seal of life and death. In the future, if something happens to me, you will die with me. But if you die, I won't lose anything." Hearing that, Bai Chen almost collapsed. His face instantly turned pale. In this way, he could not counterattack even if he wanted to. Mu Yun said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll be your lord in the future. As long as you're willing to listen to me, I won't treat you unfairly." Bai Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He completely admitted defeat. Mu Yun said, "How is it? Are you unconvinced?" "No, no." Bai Chen hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "My lord, please accept this humble one's bow." Seeing Bai Chen's respectful appearance, Mu Yun could not help but laugh. This Bai Chen knew how to conduct himself and was also very sensible. He did not make any unnecessary resistance. Bai Chen hurriedly replied, "I'm a first-grade ancient artifact master. If you give me enough materials, I can refine lesser saint artifacts and first-grade saint artifacts." Ancient artifact masters were a special occupation in the three elements world. They could refine saint artifacts. In the entire three elements world, the 100 Tempering Villa was undoubtedly the one with the highest artifact refining skills. If it wasn't for the internal strife, the 100 Tempering Villa could firmly be ranked first because the lethality of saint artifacts was too powerful. The value of a saint weapon was much higher than that of secret books on formations and elixirs. "Where did you get this rushing thunder sword?" Mu Yun asked curiously. The Thunder Sword was a second-grade saint artifact. Clearly, it wasn't refined by Bai Chen himself. Bai Chen said, I refined it myself. Hearing this, Mu Yun was surprised and said, how is this possible? You're only a first-grade ancient artifact master. How can you refine a second-grade saint artifact? White Dust said, I spent 20,000 years to refine the Galloping Lightning Sword. At that time, it was only a first-grade saint artifact. But later on, I found Golden Essence Iron Jade in the primordial ruins. It's an extremely precious refining material that can raise the grade of an artifact. With the Golden Essence Iron Jade, my Galloping Lightning Sword became much more powerful. With the Golden Essence Iron Jade, my Thunder Sword completely transformed and advanced to the second grade. I see. Mu Yun nodded and took out the 7-star sword case. My 7-star sword case has a total of 7 swords. Each sword is a lesser saint artifact. How long will it take for me to strengthen them? The 7-star sword case only had the power of a saint artifact when the 7 swords were combined into one and became the 7-star sacred sword. However, under normal circumstances, it was only a lesser saint artifact. It could deal with ordinary people, but when facing a true expert, a lesser saint artifact was obviously not enough. At least 10,000 years, Bai Chen answered truthfully. So long? Mu Yun frowned. Bai Chen said, if you don't want to wait, you can go to the ancient ruins to find Golden Essence Iron Jade. Golden Essence Iron Jade? Yes, Golden Essence Iron Jade can improve the grade of an artifact. Back then, I found Golden Essence Iron Jade to successfully strengthen the Thunder Sword into a second-grade saint artifact. This kind of material is not easy to find, right? Mu Yun frowned. It is indeed difficult to find. Back then, I spent a great deal of effort to find the Golden Essence Iron Jade mine. If you wish to go to the primordial ruins, I can lead the way, White Dust said respectfully. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat, but after thinking for a while, she said, let's talk about it later. I want to climb the tower now. Right now, climbing the tower was more important. It wouldn't be too late to discuss the matter of the ancient ruins later. Yes, High Lord. White Dust stood respectfully at the side. Stay here for me. If anyone tries to climb up, stop them for me. Mu Yun gave the order. Understood. Bai Chen respectfully replied. Mu Yun nodded and said, hold on for as long as you can. I'm going to climb the tower first. If you can't hold on any longer, go down and wait for me. White Dust replied, all right. After Mu Yun finished giving her instructions, she continued to move forward alone. White Dust stayed behind and became a roadblock. Whoever wanted to climb up would have to defeat him first. Mu Yun was very assured. With White Dust's strength, he would definitely be able to buy a lot of time for her. Mu Yun arrived at the 60th floor. The guardian beast on this floor was exactly the same as the silver gluttonous beast on the 59th floor. It also looked like a pangolin, but its scales were resplendent gold. This was the guardian beast of the 60th floor, the gold gluttonous beast. Leave the toll and I'll let you pass. When the gold gluttonous beast saw Mu Yun, it shouted loudly. This line sounded very familiar. It was exactly the same as the silver gluttonous beasts. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. He could still force his way through to deal with the silver gluttonous beast, but it was irrational to force his way through to deal with the gold gluttonous beast. He would be at a disadvantage. He still had to conserve his strength to break through the later levels. All right. Mu Yun shrugged, took out the Starburst Airflow/scroll, and threw it to the gold gluttonous beast. It's the little Saint Art. Not bad, not bad. You can pass. The gold gluttonous beast kept the scroll and then obediently made way. It did not obstruct Mu Yun anymore. Mu Yun remained calm and continued to walk up. In any case, as long as he snatched the heavenly poison ancient pagoda, he could take back all the things he had given away. He continued to climb up. Fortunately, he did not need to pay the toll for the next levels. He only needed to force his way through. If he passed, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, the further he went, the stronger the guardian beasts became. Half a month later, Mu Yun climbed to the 66th floor. This was already the highest record. The current Mu Yun was in a very good state. He had benefited greatly from constantly climbing the pagoda and fighting. He felt that he was very close to the saint's great Tao. He was just a little bit away from advancing to the saint realm. Such a fast advancement speed could only be described as terrifying. One had to know that it had not been long since Mu Yun advanced to the saint realm. Now, he had vaguely glimpsed the threshold of the saint's great Tao. He was just a little bit away from stepping into the saint realm. Such a fast cultivation speed naturally benefited from the saint art. If he cultivated the saint art, he could immediately become a saint within 100 years. Moreover, besides the Xianxia rising dragon slash, Mu Yun also cultivated an ancient saint art, the Seven Tribulations dragon slaying art. With the help of the saint art, he was getting closer and closer to the saint's great Tao. Moreover, during this period of climbing the pagoda, he had constantly tempered his body and mind, greatly improving his cultivation. Now, he was just a little bit away from the saint realm. He only needed an opportunity to break through. Now, he was facing the guardian beast of the 66th floor, the sky-devouring earthworm. This sky-devouring earthworm looked a little disgusting. Its body was covered in sticky liquid, and its body was quite huge, like a giant python. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly charged forward. He had passed so many levels. How could he not pass this level? When the battle began, Mu Yun easily cut the sky-devouring earthworm into several pieces. However, the sky-devouring earthworm did not die. It was still as vigorous as before. The body that was cut off immediately came back to life and became a new earthworm. Mu Yun waved his sword and slashed repeatedly, cutting the sky-devouring earthworm into hundreds of pieces. The result of this was that the room was filled with hundreds of earthworms. Mu Yun was stunned. He did not expect the sky-devouring earthworm to be able to split. No matter how he cut it, he could not kill it. He composed himself and used the Seven Tribulations dragon-slaying art. The first tribulation, Black Dragon Hurricane, the monstrous hurricane swept past. The sky-devouring earthworm was minced into tens of millions of pieces of meat, but it still did not die. Moreover, it caused serious consequences. Tens of millions of earthworms crawled in the room and piled up to the ceiling. Mu Yun's body was completely submerged. So many earthworms were too disgusting. These earthworms did not attack him. Instead, they devoured each other. The number of earthworms continued to decrease. In the end, there were only a few hundred left in the room. Each of them was as thick as a water snake. They crawled everywhere and did not care about Mu Yun. Mu Yun was about to break down. This sky-devouring earthworm could split infinitely. How could he fight it? Mu Yun wanted to discuss with Guai, but Guai was devouring the 5-dragon wheel and did not have the time to care about him. He could only wait for the others to come up. However, he arranged for Bai Chen to block the way, delaying a lot of time. It was not until half a month later that people came up one after another. Yang Dingtian, Lin Jueyue, Liao Xue, Long Yan, Tai Manzi, and Duan Tianya had all arrived. Tai Manzi's injuries had already recovered, but after the setbacks from before, he no longer dared to be arrogant. He lowered his head and hid behind Long Yan. This sky-devouring earthworm can split infinitely. It is simply immortal. Which one of you can deal with it? Long Yan looked around, but no one said anything. Since no one can do anything, I think it's better to cooperate. Long Yan leaned on his walking stick and said with a smile, there is strength in numbers. Let's work together and clear the later stages. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian raised an objection. Then what should we do in the end? Who will the heavenly poison ancient pagoda belong to? Long Yan said, that's easy. In the end, we will fight to determine the winner. Whoever wins, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda will belong to them. As for the rewards obtained along the way, they will be evenly distributed. Hearing Long Yan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. This was naturally the best method at present because it was absolutely impossible to clear the stage with just one person's strength. The matter was settled. Everyone temporarily put aside their grudges and worked together. This was a rare situation. People from different races and different factions actually worked together for the same goal. However, Mu Yun knew that this cooperative relationship was very fragile. It would definitely not be able to withstand the test. There might be conflicts before they could even wait until the final stage. However, it seemed that the effect of the cooperation was still very good. Under everyone's joint efforts, the sky-devouring earthworm was completely destroyed before it could split and regenerate. The rewards on this level were evenly distributed. They all looked very polite and no one quarreled. The strength of a joint effort was very powerful. Mu Yun and the others' battle to climb the pagoda suddenly became much easier. They rushed all the way to the 90th level as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. The 90th level was already a height that no one dared to imagine in the past. However, with their joint efforts, it was like a hot knife through butter. They successfully cleared the 90th level. The reward on the 90th level looked very ordinary. It was an accessory. To be precise, it was a jade pendant. This jade pendant did not have any light and was even covered with a layer of gray and decaying aura. There was a strange beast carved on the jade pendant. This beast was the necrophagus beast. If there were necrophagus beasts here, they might be so excited that they would cry. This was because this jade pendant was the accessory of the necrophagus beast's ancestor, the necrophagus jade pendant. The necrophagus jade pendant. It's one of the 7 great accessories of the 3 elements realm. Oh my god, why is the necrophagus jade pendant here? Yang Dingtian immediately exclaimed when he saw the necrophagus jade pendant. He was a disciple of the Jiaoting trading and was very knowledgeable. He recognized at a glance that this was the necrophagus jade pendant. In the 3 elements realm, there were 7 great accessories that belonged to the ancestors of the 7 great clans. After the ancient war, the 7 great accessories went missing and no one knew where they went. The one who attacked was Lin Jueyue. She looked coldly at Yang Dingtian and said, "What do you want to do?" Yang Dingtian said, "Can't I take a look at it?" Lin Jueyue said, "No, this corpse jade pendant is one of the 7 ancient ornaments. Its value is not small. What if you want to take it for yourself?" Yang Dingtian said angrily, "Who's taking it for himself? I'm just taking a look." After saying that, Yang Dingtian pushed away Lin Jueyue's sword and directly took the corpse jade pendant in his hand. But suddenly, a big furry hand reached over and snatched the jade pendant away. "I want this jade pendant. Don't fight with me." Barbarian Tai held the jade pendant tightly, his face full of joy as he chuckled. "How dare you?" Yang Dingtian was furious. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched at Barbarian Tai. Lin Jueyue also brandished his sword and flew over. Mu Yun remained calm and watched coldly. It seemed that the so-called cooperation was simply a joke. Now that they encountered something good, they directly shed all pretense of cordiality and quarreled non-stop. Barbarian Tai grabbed the jade pendant and wanted to fight back, but Long Yan shouted, "Barbarian, let go." Barbarian Tai was puzzled. "Why?" Long Yan said angrily, "I told you to let go." "All right." Barbarian Tai shrank his head. Seeing that Long Yan was angry, he did not dare to disobey and immediately put the jade pendant back. Yang Dingtian and Lin Jueyue saw this and stopped fighting. Long Yan said, "Everyone, we are cooperating. Why fight over a jade pendant?" Hearing this, everyone calmed down, but their eyes were focused on the corpse jade pendant. No one wanted it to be snatched away by others. "Then how should we deal with this jade pendant?" "I will never give it to you." Yang Dingtian snorted angrily. Long Yan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Let's keep this jade pendant first. When we reach the top, we will fight to determine the winner. Whoever owns the heavenly poison ancient pagoda will have the corpse jade pendant." Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. This Long Yan was indeed an old fox. This method was very good. It was clear that the winner would take all. "This is fine." Yang Dingtian also nodded in agreement. The best way was for the winner to take all. There was no need to fall out with each other now. Otherwise, their partnership would be broken, and no one would be able to clear the dungeon alone. Lin Jueyue also sheathed his sword and said, "But if we want to reach the top, we have to continue climbing. During this time, who will take care of the jade pendant?" Long Yan smiled and said, "That's simple. We'll draw lots to decide." He took out a cloth bag and placed some silver origin pearls inside. Finally, he placed a gold origin pearl inside. Then, he closed the bag and shook it a little. He said, "In this cloth bag, there is only one gold origin pearl. Let's draw lots together. Whoever catches the gold origin pearl will have the jade pendant safekeeping." Mu Yun nodded secretly. This sly old fox indeed had a lot of ideas. If it wasn't for him mediating, everyone would have shed all pretense of cordiality long ago. No one had any objections. Since no one was willing to submit to the other, they would draw lots. Yang Dingtian was the first to walk over. He reached his hand into the pouch and grabbed one of the source pearls. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a silver source pearl. Motherf asterisk Ker, how unlucky. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and crushed the silver source pearl. Everyone went up to draw lots one by one. Mu Yan also grabbed one of the source pearls. When he opened his palm, a golden light was flashing. It was a gold origin pearl in his hand. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'll take care of the jade pendant first." Mu Yan looked at the gold origin pearl in his hand and immediately smiled. Seeing this scene, some people were angry, some were envious, and some were jealous. But since they had already discussed it, naturally no one objected. Just like this, the rotten corpse jade pendant fell into Mu Yan's hands and was temporarily kept by him. Mu Yan held the rotten corpse jade pendant and immediately felt a strange dark fluctuation. If he activated the corpse emperor tyrant body art and combined it with the rotten corpse jade pendant, he might be able to unleash an extremely terrifying effect. However, this rotten corpse jade pendant did not belong to him at the moment. He was only the custodian. The problem of the rotten corpse jade pendant was solved. Everyone continued to climb the tower. The process of climbing the tower was simply like cutting melons and vegetables. When Mu Yun and the others joined forces, even if they encountered a great sage expert, they could directly kill them, let alone ordinary guardian beasts. Soon, everyone climbed to the 100th floor. The 100th floor was the top floor. There were windows on all sides here. Through the windows, one could see the blue sky and white clouds outside. The cold wind from high up in the sky kept blowing in, making whistling sounds. The guardian beasts on the top floor were also unable to withstand a single blow from Mu Yun and the others. They retreated in defeat. Now, there was only one question in front of everyone. Who would the heavenly poison ancient pagoda belong to? Everyone was silent and did not say a word. Now was the time to fight to determine the winner. But the question was how to fight, how to determine the winner, and what the rules were. Everyone did not speak and looked at Long Yan in unison. After all, this old fox was the one who had the most ideas. Long Yan leaned on his walking stick and smiled slightly. At the last moment, let's draw a circle and fight directly. The person who can stand in the circle in the end will be considered the winner. When he said this, Mu Yun and the others were stunned. One must know that although the method of fighting in a chaotic battle was very convenient, it was very disadvantageous for Long Yan and Barbarian Tai. Because Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian, and Lin Jiuyue would definitely join forces to get rid of Barbarian Tai first. At that time, Long Yan would lose everything. That's good, that's a good idea. Then let's fight to determine the winner. Yang Dingtian was the first to agree. Mu Yun remained calm and collected. He felt that there was something wrong, but he could not think of a better way. Lin Jiuyue said, "I agree. Let's fight in a chaotic battle then." "I don't care." Duan Tianya shrugged and also expressed his agreement. "All right." Mu Yun nodded, but he knew that things were definitely not that simple. Long Yan must have a trump card that he had not revealed yet. This chaotic battle is a battle of life and death. Everyone, if you really can't hold on, please leave the circle immediately to avoid losing your lives in vain. Long Yan drew a circle and said with a smile. "There's no need for your nonsense. Let's begin." Yang Dingtian rubbed his fists and was eager to give it a try. "Alright, when this bead lands, it will be the moment the battle begins." Long Yan took out a golden origin bead and threw it high into the sky. Everyone's eyes were focused on this golden origin bead. Pa, the golden origin bead landed on the ground. The chaotic battle began. Barbarian Tai was the first to rush out. With a crack, he crushed the golden origin bead. He roared as his huge body rampaged. He was simply a moving fortress. He raised his foot and directly trampled a few idle mercenaries in the circle to death. His aura was extremely ferocious. Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian, and Lin Jiwei looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and immediately joined forces to attack. They planned to get rid of Barbarian Tai first. Previously on the 50th floor, they had also dealt with Barbarian Tai in this way. My three little friends, it's too much to play against each other like this. Long Yan shook his head and suddenly jumped onto Barbarian Tai's forehead. Then, his old body melted like a pile of mud and directly fused into Barbarian Tai's body. Fusion? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun and the others turned pale with fright. At this moment, Long Yan had already fused with Barbarian Tai. After fusing, a sharp rhinoceros horn grew out of Barbarian Tai's forehead. A set of shiny silver rhinoceros armor also appeared on his furry body. Long Yan's walking stick fell down and was held in Barbarian Tai's hand. The entire walking stick twisted and finally turned into a terrifying rhinoceros scimitar. The current Barbarian Tai was no longer an ape-man savage beast. Instead, he was a terrifying steel monster. He wore heavy armor, held a scimitar in his hand, and had a single horn on his forehead. His entire body erupted with a ferocious and arrogant aura. You still want to bully me? You bunch of trash, all of you can die for me. Ha ha ha. Barbarian Tai looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He held the rhinoceros scimitar in his hand and slashed crazily. The lone mercenaries present, as well as some ordinary disciples, were immediately killed by Barbarian Tai. Mu Yan's expression changed. That old fox Long Yan had indeed hidden a trump card. He had actually fused with Barbarian Tai. After fusing, Barbarian Tai could only be described as terrifying. Facing such a huge steel monster, Mu Yun only felt a wave of suffocation. Bitch, I'll kill you first. Barbarian Tai's eyes burned with anger as he stared straight at Lin Jiwei. After fusing with Long Yan, his mind seemed to have become more flexible. He knew that he had to deal with Lin Jiwei first. Because Lin Jiwei's poison goo technique was too difficult to deal with, he had to kill her first. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian looked at each other and stepped forward. They immediately rushed over to protect Lin Jiwei. Because both of them knew that if Lin Jiwei died, the situation would be out of control. Scram! Barbarian Tai held the rhinoceros scimitar and slashed through the air. Crescent moon slash. A crescent-shaped blade energy brazenly rushed out, slashing straight at Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian's heads, wanting to force them to retreat. However, Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian did not retreat. The two of them joined forces and forcefully blocked Barbarian Tai's attack. Lin Jiwei took this opportunity to release a large number of poisonous centipedes and snakes. The tide of poisonous creatures crawled towards Barbarian Tai's body. It's useless. After fusing with Senior Long Yan, I'm immune to all poisons. Your little trick is a joke in my eyes. After fusing with Long Yan, Barbarian Tai's defensive power had greatly increased. Ordinary poisonous creatures could not even bite through his skin. You're dead for sure. Accept your fate. Barbarian Tai laughed sinisterly. He took large strides forward and charged forward. A beast dares to be impudent in front of me. Today, I'll let you experience the power of my Joding trading ancient array. Yang Dingtian snorted coldly and immediately took out an array diagram. He unfolded it on the ground and burned his life force to activate the array diagram. Level 2 Astral Array, Swamp Death Array, open. Yang Dingtian roared, and the array diagram erupted with a dark light. The solid floor became soft at this moment, and mud and sewage appeared. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a swamp. Now, Barbarian Tai had sunk into the swamp. What is this? Barbarian Tai was shocked. He struggled with all his might, but he did not expect that the harder he tried, the deeper he sank. In an instant, half of his body had sunk in. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to break free. Hurry up and do it. Yang Dingtian shouted. Maintaining the array diagram would consume his lifespan, so he only wanted to end the battle quickly. All right. Without another word, Mu Yun summoned the 7-star sword box. With a flick of his finger, the 7 swords shot out at the same time. With a sizzling sound, it was like a rainbow crystal light that shot towards Barbarian Tai's head. Lin Jueyue did not waste any time. He formed a seal with both hands and muttered an incantation. Then, he released a toad. This toad did not have the slightest bit of poisonous aura. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, looking extremely beautiful. "Io, third senior sister, why did you release the nine-heaven jade toad?" Liao Shui exclaimed. The nine-heaven jade toad was a sacred beast raised by her jade toad house. This sacred beast had ancient blood and was extremely difficult to raise. "You bunch of despicable and shameless people. If you have the guts, let me out and then fight." Barbarian Tai roared, but no one paid attention to him. Yang Dingtian was still steadily maintaining the swamp death array, while Mu Yun's 7-star sword Qi had already flown through the air, ruthlessly attacking Barbarian Tai. Chi chi chi, the 7 swords slashed down, ruthlessly striking Barbarian Tai's head. However, under Barbarian Tai's combined state, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick. Mu Yun's 7 swords were actually unable to kill him, and only left behind some insignificant wounds. Mu Yun was shocked. She did not expect Barbarian Tai to be so fierce. "You dare to sneak attack me? Die." Barbarian Tai was furious. Holding the rhino bone blade, he slashed towards Mu Yun. However, his feet were stuck in the mud. When he slashed out with his blade, Mu Yun gently retreated and dodged his attack. Barbarian Tai was so angry that he cried out and struggled with all his might. However, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Now, his body was completely submerged in the swamp, leaving only his head exposed. Mu Yun calmed herself down and wanted to use the Saint Art. As long as she used the Saint Art, Barbarian Tai would definitely die. Let's wait for a moment. His head is too hard. Let me dampen his spirit first. Lin Jueyue glanced at Mu Yun and controlled the 9 heavens jade toad to attack Barbarian Tai. Mu Yun remained calm and waited silently. The 9 heavens jade toad jumped up and down, making croaking sounds from its throat, and quickly jumped in front of Barbarian Tai. Then, the 9 heavens jade toad raised its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a jet of black, filthy, and smelly poison. It was hard to imagine that such a jade-like and sparkling toad could actually spit out such filthy venom. As soon as the venom came out, it emitted an extremely pungent smell. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. Chi, the 9 heavens jade toad spat out a mouthful of venom onto Barbarian Tai's head. Black smoke emerged from Barbarian Tai's head, as if a basin of cold water had been poured onto burning red liquid metal. "Ah!" Barbarian Tai screamed miserably. The flesh on his face was corroded, revealing his white bones. However, under the corrosion of the venom, even his bones gradually became charred black. Maggots and ants crawled out from the depths of his bone marrow, and a pile of corpse turtles and centipedes gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Seeing such a tragic scene, Mu Yun's expression changed. She resisted the urge to vomit in her heart and looked at Lin Jueyue with great fear. This woman was truly ruthless. As expected of the number 1 poison woman in the 3 Yuan realm. Barbarian Tai's voice quickly became hoarse. His entire head had been corroded by the venom and poisonous insects, leaving only a black and smelly skull. He only had a skull left, but he was actually not dead yet. His head swayed left and right, and he squeezed out an angry roar from the cracks in his throat. "You bastards, you only know how to bully the weak with numbers." Lin Jueyue did not say a word as she put away the 9 heavens jade toad. In order to raise this 9 heavens jade toad, she had spent a lot of effort and fed it countless precious poisonous creatures. Naturally, she could not bear to use it recklessly. She looked at Mu Yun and said, "It's your turn." Mu Yun nodded. She did not care about Barbarian Tai's roar and directly took out the 7-star sword sheath. The 7 swords combined into one, and a pitch-black holy sword slashed down from the sky. Kacha, with just one strike, Mu Yun had smashed Barbarian Tai's skull into pieces. Broken bone fragments flew everywhere. Some even flew out of the window and turned into dust in the void. Dead? When Yang Dingtian saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was mainly because Lin Jueyue was frightened. This number 1 poison woman in the 3 Yuan realm was too ruthless. There were still more than a dozen centipedes crawling on the ground. Yang Dingtian put away the array diagram so as not to waste his lifespan. After all, Barbarian Tai was dead. Barbarian Tai's headless corpse also floated out of the swamp mud. The Titan giant ape race was the most tenacious race in the 3 Yuan realm. It was said that even if their hands and feet were cut off, they could quickly be reborn. But now that Barbarian Tai's head was gone, it was naturally impossible for him to be reborn. Now that Barbarian Tai was dead, Mu Yun, Yang Dingtian, and Lin Jiuyue's gazes were focused on Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya, the #1 mercenary in the 3 Yuan realm, an expert who had subdued the Earth Book. Duan Tianya's thin body emitted a sinister and fierce aura. However, he did not have a weapon in his hand. He was only leisurely holding a book. This was incompatible with his aura. He lightly stroked the cover of the book and smiled. "Is it my turn?" Mu Yun and the other two did not say anything. Now that Barbarian Tai was dead, it was naturally Duan Tianya's turn. Whoosh, suddenly, a huge wind blew. A crescent moon/blade chi slashed down from the sky towards Lin Jiuyue. Lin Jiuyue turned pale with fright. In a hurry, she could not dodge and was almost split in half. At the critical moment, Liao Xue pulled her back, but it was still a bit too late. Her left arm was cut off at the base. Crash, Lin Jiuyue's left arm was severed. What flowed out was not blood, but jet black venom. Poisonous insects and corpse turtles crawled out from the severed arm. It was extremely terrifying. She had actually used her own body and bloodline to raise poisonous insects. Her entire body was probably filled with poisonous insects. When Mu Yun saw this scene, a chill ran down her spine and her scalp went numb. Lin Jiuyue was so beautiful, but she did not expect her to be so crazy. She used her bloodline and internal organs as tools to raise a bunch of poisonous insects. But compared to this scene, what was even more shocking was the person who attacked. This person was actually Barbarian Tai. Barbarian Tai stood up. He was still wearing heavy armor and holding a scimitar. However, his head was gone. His head was gone, but he could still stand up alive. This was truly shocking. Barbarian Tai held his scimitar and suddenly slashed at Mu Yun and the other two. Mu Yun focused on dealing with it and glanced at Lin Jiuyue. Lin Jiuyue had lost an arm, but her face was still calm. She silently took out her severed arm and brought it to the wound. Iron thread worms crawled out and stitched her severed arm together like needles and thread. Third senior sister. Liao Xue's body was trembling. Although she knew that Lin Jiuyue's poison techniques were brilliant and that she was the #1 poison woman in the 3 Elements realm, she did not expect Lin Jiuyue to be so vicious. She used her own body to raise poisonous insects. There was no flesh and blood in her entire body, only venom and insects. "Let's go." Lin Jiuyue made a prompt decision and immediately pulled Liao Xue out of the circle. Her action was to give up. Lin Jiuyue gave up very straightforwardly without any hesitation. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian were surprised to see her give up. She pulled Liao Xue and jumped out of the window. She lightly landed on the ground and completely left. As for Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian, they were still dodging under Barbarian Tai's saber. Barbarian Tai had always been roaring and shouting, but now that his head was gone, he could no longer make any noise. Silence. Silence, silence. In the silence, Barbarian Tai slashed out with his saber. Every slash carried immense anger and hatred. Although Mu Yun did not hear Barbarian Tai's roar, she seemed to hear a heaven-shaking roar from his saber technique. It was filled with resentment and anger. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, Barbarian Tai's head grew back. This was not the head of an ape, but the appearance of the dragon rhinoceros clan. His features were very similar to Long Yan's, but he was much younger. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? I have 2 lives, I won't die so easily." Barbarian Tai laughed loudly. It turned out that after he and Long Yan fused, he had 2 lives. Even if he was killed once, he could be reborn. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. He took out the array diagram and wanted to activate the Death Swamp array again. Half Moon Slash. Barbarian Tai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, slashing down with his saber. The dazzling saber light directly sent Yang Dingtian flying. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and vomited blood. He was immediately seriously injured. He wanted to get up, but he suddenly discovered that the floor was very hot. There was still flowing magma. The boiling magma was constantly flowing. He was caught off guard and was attacked by the magma, scalding off a layer of skin all over his body. Ouch, so hot, so hot. Yang Dingtian cried out. Focusing his attention, he saw that the magma was flowing out from a book. Earth Origin Book. Duan Tianya opened the Earth Origin Book. His Earth Origin Book had always been closed, but now, it was already opened. The complete Earth Origin Book had 18 pages, representing the Earth Origin 18 forces. Duan Tianya had only subdued one page. His Earth Origin Book only had a thin page. On the page, the word lava was written. The Earth Origin Book had the Earth Origin 18 forces, including deserts, grasslands, seas, lava, and so on. There were a total of 18 landforms. And Duan Tianya's page was lava. It could evolve into magma. Duan Tianya stood on a crimson rock. Wisps of magma flowed out from his book. In an instant, it filled the entire room on the top floor. The cold wind outside the window constantly blew in. Under the cold wind, the boiling magma sizzled and emitted white smoke. Crash, a lava giant emerged from the magma. It was 10 meters tall and was even larger than Barbarian Tai. Its entire body was burning with flames and its entire body was made of rock. Magma flowed around it and it was filled with killing intent. Boom, the lava giant waved its fist and punched towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian retreated in a sorry state, but he was surrounded by magma and had no way to retreat. A bunch of lunatics, you've won. Yang Dingtian snorted angrily. In this situation, it was no longer his turn to speak. He could only fly away and jump out of the window, giving up and leaving. Now, only Mu Yun, Barbarian Tai, and Duan Tianya were left in the battle circle. Compared to the enormous bodies of Barbarian Tai and the lava giant, Mu Yun was as small as an ant. Leave the corpse jade pendant and leave. Duan Tianya was still reading the Earth Element book with rapt attention. Although it was only one page and only had the word lava, he seemed to be obsessed with it. He was immersed in the world of the Earth Element book and didn't even raise his head. In this situation, it was clear that he and Barbarian Tai were having a decisive battle. If the others did not want to die, it was best for them to leave immediately. Sorry, I'm not leaving. Mu Yan's gaze was cold as she silently took out the 7-star sword case. Duan Tianya, let's join hands and kill this kid first. Then, we'll decide who's the better one. Barbarian Tai looked at Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya was still reading and said indifferently, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge lava python emerged from the magma and roared towards the sky with a terrifying momentum. In the next moment, Barbarian Tai, Lava Giant, and Lava Python, these three monsters, crazily pounced over. Mu Yun felt suffocated. At the critical moment, Mu Yun took out the corpse jade pendant and bit her fingertip, dripping blood to recognize it as its master. Buzz, the corpse jade pendant flashed with a trace of blood light and completely became Mu Yun's magic treasure. Waves of mysterious techniques were also imprinted in Mu Yun's mind. What are you doing? You're not following the rules. This jade pendant is not yours. When Barbarian Tai saw this scene, he immediately roared in anger. One had to know that the corpse jade pendant was one of the 7 great ancient ornaments. It was only temporarily handed over to Mu Yun for safekeeping and did not belong to Mu Yun. I'm about to die, and you're still talking about rules with me? What a joke. Mu Yun sneered and took out the rotten corpse jade pendant. Waves of rotten aura spread out crazily. As soon as the lava troll and lava python rushed over, they were cursed by the decaying aura. Their bodies were covered in a layer of gray light, and then their auras withered. Their bodies disintegrated, turning into pieces of stone that fell into the lava. Against this kind of lava monster, brute force was useless, but curse-level attacks were very effective. Under the Carrion Jade Pendant's decaying curse, the 2 lava monsters were destroyed. Barbarian Tai also rushed over and was attacked by the corpse Jade Pendant. His originally shiny armor was corroded and showed signs of rust. He was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Duan Tianya raised his head and his expression changed slightly. Corpse jade pendant, this ancient ornament is a treasure of the corpse-eating beast race. You just dripped blood on it, how can you use it so skillfully? Duan Tianya was very surprised. Mu Yun's technique was very skillful. She used the corpse jade pendant as if it was her arm and finger. Mu Yun did not say a word and immediately rushed towards Duan Tianya with her sword. She had already seen through Duan Tianya's weakness. To maintain the operation of the Earth Origin book, Duan Tianya had to expend a lot of energy. Then, his combat state would naturally be greatly reduced. Mu Yun could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Damn it! Duan Tianya gritted his teeth. He had activated the Earth Origin book and could have summoned many lava monsters to kill people. He did not need to do anything and could finish off the enemy without bloodshed. It could be said to be extremely carefree. But now, Mu Yun had the corpse jade pendant. Under the impact of the decaying curse, his lava monsters were useless. Seeing Mu Yun charging over, Duan Tianya opened his hand and a lava sword appeared in his palm. He swung his sword and slashed out fiercely. The lava sword was still burning with lava. The flames whistled and its aura was extremely ferocious. Sword 1, kill. Mu Yun flicked her scarlet sword and directly slashed over, fighting fiercely with Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya was once a great sage expert, but in order to subdue the Earth Origin book, his cultivation had fallen. Now, he was only at the middle level of the Saint Realm. In terms of strength, there was still a gap between him and Mu Yun. It's a pity that the Book of Earthly Origin contains the 18 forces of Earth and the 18 types of landforms. I've obtained the Lava Mountain and the Ice Peak, but the page for the Ice Peak has been stolen. Otherwise, if I were to unleash both ice and fire, how could you possibly stand a chance against me? Duan Tianya gritted his teeth and slashed with his lava sword. However, he was still unable to hurt Mu Yun. What's the use of saying all this? Be careful of your back. Mu Yun shouted. However, Duan Tianya was calm and composed. He suddenly swung his sword to the left and cut down an orange sword that was attacking him from the left. I was once a great sage expert. Your little trick is simply a joke. Duan Tianya shook his head in disdain. Mu Yun smiled embarrassedly. Just now, he said to be careful of his back to trick Duan Tianya into distracting him so that he could attack from the side. However, he did not expect Duan Tianya to see through it at a glance. His sneak attack failed. As expected of a former great sage expert. His combat experience was indeed rich and not easy to deal with. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. At this moment, Barbarian Tai took large strides and arrived ferociously. He swung his rhino bone saber and slashed down fiercely towards Mu Yun's head. Mu Yun's heart sank. She dodged Barbarian Tai's attack in a rather sorry state. It was still too difficult for him to fight two people alone. Now, he was in a difficult situation. I'll give you one more chance. Put down the corpse jade pendant and leave immediately. You can still save your life. Duan Tianya gritted his teeth. Mu Yun was very strong, and he did not want to fight. If Mu Yun could take the initiative to forfeit, it would naturally be best. The remaining Barbarian Tai did not have any means to restrain him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to lose with a bunch of lava monsters. Dream on. Mu Yun clenched her fist, and a strange demonic aura erupted from her body. Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art, Second Cycle, activate. Mu Yun roared and immediately activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. Moreover, it was the second cycle. A majestic demonic aura crazily spread out. Buzz, the corpse jade pendant vibrated as if it had a spirit. It revolved around Mu Yun as if it was very excited. Mu Yun activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. The majestic demonic aura directly resonated with the corpse jade pendant. So that's how it is. No wonder you can control the corpse jade pendant so easily. When Duan Tianya saw Mu Yun's appearance, he was immediately shocked. So you've actually mastered the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art. As soon as the Corpse Emperor Tyrant Body Art was activated, Mu Yun's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black ghost armor. Countless demons and ghosts danced on the armor, making him look like a death god that had walked out of hell. As the corpse jade pendant spun, the decaying aura became more and more terrifying. Waves of gray aura flowed out, and the magma on the ground changed color, turning into gray liquid, losing its scalding power. Under the attack of the corpse jade pendant, even the magma was cursed and became decayed. Let's attack together and kill him. Duan Tianya's expression changed drastically. If this continued, the situation would get out of hand. He had to kill Mu Yun as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning. He and Barbarian Tai joined forces and attacked together, ruthlessly attacking Mu Yun. At this moment, the surrounding rocks and magma all surged towards Duan Tianya's body, turning into a set of heavy magma armor. In the blink of an eye, Duan Tianya underwent a huge change. He was wearing a set of magma armor, and with every step he took, magma would splatter into the sky. There was also a piece of paper stuck to his body, with the word magma printed on it. He actually took out the paper of the Earth Origin book to protect himself, forcefully blocking Mu Yun's decaying curse. With a huge sword in hand, he ruthlessly slashed forward. Many years of being a mercenary had turned Duan Tianya into a desperado. He was now attacking with all his might, not holding back at all. He only wanted to kill in one strike. As for Barbarian Tai, he was like a steel castle. He rushed over with large strides and slashed at Mu Yun's head with his saber. Mu Yun opened his hand, and the 7 swords merged into one. With the holy sword in hand, he took a step forward and slashed out furiously, striking straight at Barbarian Tai. His back was completely exposed to Duan Tianya's sword. Mu Yun had no choice but to take it head-on. He gathered all his strength to deal with Barbarian Tai. A blazing blood light erupted from the 7-star holy sword. A heavenly dragon phantom that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws coiled around the sword. It was awe-inspiring. Xianxia Rising Dragon Slash. Mu Yun roared and slashed out with his sword. A tyrannical rising dragon sword chi shot out with a terrifying momentum. Mu Yun used all his strength in this strike. His entire body was burning with chi and blood. The majestic power of chi and blood was all poured into the sword. Barbarian Tai slashed with his saber. With a clang, his rhino bone saber broke. It was just one strike. Mu Yun had broken Barbarian Tai's weapon. Barbarian Tai was shocked. His entire body was struck by the rising dragon sword chi. He immediately smashed through the window and flew out. It's over. Barbarian Tai's face was deathly pale. Although he wasn't injured, he was sent flying. He had already lost the qualifications to snatch the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. In the room on the top floor, only Mu Yun and Duan Tianya were left. Mu Yun gathered all his strength and finally repelled Barbarian Tai. However, Duan Tianya's lava greatsword also slashed over in an instant. With a bang, it ruthlessly slashed at his body. Poochie! Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Although he had activated the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body, he was instantly injured by Duan Tianya's sword. Moreover, his injuries were extremely serious. His internal organs were almost ruptured, and even his magic treasure was unable to maintain it. The corpse jade pendant fell to the ground with a thud. Ha ha ha, I won, I won. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda is mine from now on. Mu Yun calmed himself down and did not panic. Although he was seriously injured, he was confident that he could counterattack. 5th sword, Chi. Mu Yun took out the 7-star sword case and flicked his finger. The 5th sword appeared. It was a green sword. The green sword was mainly used for chi. Once the green sword appeared, Mu Yun's chi continued to soar. Duan Tianya was stunned. He saw Mu Yun's chi soar crazily toward the sage realm. Sage? You want to break through to the sage realm? Duan Tianya was shocked. At this moment, Mu Yun was beginning to break through to the sage realm right under his nose. You're courting death. Duan Tianya was shocked and angry. He held the lava sword tightly and slashed fiercely. 7th sword, freeze. Mu Yun was calm and composed. With a flick of his finger, the purple sword shot out. The purple sword was in control, and a purple sword light shone on Duan Tianya's body. His body immediately froze on the spot. The immobilization effect only lasted for 1 second. But 1 second was enough. At this moment, the qi and blood in Mu Yan's body burned crazily as he desperately tried to break through to the sage realm. He was originally at the peak of the sage transformation realm and was just a little bit away from the sage realm. Now that he was trying to break through with all his might, his qi soared. Without any suspense, he stepped into the sage realm. The sage realm was recognized by the heavens and earth and was reborn, transforming directly. After stepping into the sage realm, Mu Yan felt that the qi in his body had turned into origin energy. Origin energy was the origin energy of the heavens and earth. The biggest characteristic of the sage realm was that he could absorb origin energy and directly use this origin energy of the heavens and earth to continuously improve his cultivation. Sage, I've finally entered the sage realm. Mu Yan clenched his fists and holy light erupted from his body. The injuries on his body instantly healed. His 9 avatars had all merged into one after he became a sage. The biggest benefit of the avatars returning to his body was that his lifespan was extended. An ordinary sage realm sage had a lifespan of 300,000 years. But now, Mu Yan's lifespan had been extended crazily. She had a total of 600,000 years. With his lifespan extended, Mu Yan would have more confidence. If he were to encounter a life and death situation, he would not feel too burdened by using the great life-snatching technique. His current state was extremely powerful. His lifespan of 600,000 years was double that of an ordinary saint. His origin energy aura was also extremely powerful. The 7 swords behind him were as bright as the stars under the light of the saint. Damn it! When Xianxia saw this scene, he immediately gritted his teeth with a face full of resentment. He did not expect that Mu Yan had actually succeeded in advancing. This kind of rapid improvement was unheard of. This guy had long been prepared for this. After a brief moment of panic, Xianxia quickly calmed down. Although you've broken through, you're only a lesser saint. As for me, I'm a medium saint. You're definitely not my match. Xianxia was very confident. After all, his cultivation realm was 1 level higher than Mu Yan's. Mu Yan laughed and said, "What a joke. I can defeat you as a saint. Moreover, I've already advanced to the saint realm. If you surrender now and submit to me, I can still spare your life. You're just an ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Indeed, an ordinary medium saint is definitely not your match. But I'm the #1 mercenary in the 3 elements realm. I was once a great sage expert. The majesty of a great sage is not something you can imagine. Today, I'll show you the power of a great sage." Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. His lava armor began to emit a resplendent golden light. In an instant, his heavy armor turned into a golden armor. Every piece of armor was circulating with a vast radiance. "Golden body of the great sage, descend!" Xianxia roared. His entire body shone with golden light, and his aura continued to soar. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the great sage realm. Mu Yan's face changed slightly. The current Xianxia was no longer a medium saint. He had broken through to the great sage realm. "I was once a high and mighty great sage. Although my cultivation has fallen, my golden body of the great sage still exists. Today, I'll broaden your horizons." Xianxia's eyes were sharp. Now that he had activated his golden body of the great sage, his cultivation had soared. He had stepped into the great sage realm. He was simply unbelievably powerful. Mu Yan's face darkened. If Xianxia was only a medium saint, he could deal with him easily. But now, Xianxia had activated his golden body of the great sage and broken through to the great sage realm. This was more troublesome. Whoosh, Mu Yan attacked with 7 swords at the same time. He made the first move and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. His body did not move as he stood on the spot. Mu Yan's 7 swords slashed violently on Xianxia's body. There was a series of clanging sounds and sparks, but Xianxia was unharmed. "Ha ha ha, my golden body of the great sage is indestructible. It's invulnerable. Don't waste your energy and accept your death obediently." Xianxia looked up to the sky and laughed. He had activated his golden body of the great sage. He was an indestructible existence. Mu Yan's 7 swords could not even harm a hair on his head. He raised his lava sword and slashed down, directly pushing Mu Yan back. Mu Yan's face darkened. The golden body of the great sage was indeed powerful. It was impossible to break through it with brute force. Corpse jade pendant. Mu Yan did not panic. She took out the corpse jade pendant. Waves of rotten and broken aura rushed madly towards Xianxia. It's useless. My golden body of the great sage is impregnable. How can you break it? Xianxia snorted coldly. He charged towards the corpse jade pendant's cursed aura. Indeed, under the protection of the golden body of the great sage, Xianxia was like a god of war. He was not injured at all. He charged over and slashed his sword at Mu Yan. The corpse jade pendant is useless. Why don't you try this? Mu Yan's face was calm as she took out the heavenly origin mirror. I said it's useless. Your heavenly origin mirror only has half of it. It can't illuminate my inner demon. Xianxia snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all. Indeed, the heavenly origin mirror's light did not illuminate his inner demon. His golden body of the great sage could even block the heavenly origin mirror. Xianxia raised his giant sword and slashed down at Mu Yan's head. But halfway through, he suddenly felt his palm itching. Looking down, Xianxia discovered a terrifying scene. The skin on his palm had already begun to fester, and this festering was still spreading wildly. In the blink of an eye, his arm had turned red and swollen, with pus flowing out of it. Inner demon? Where did this inner demon come from? Xianxia turned pale with fright. He felt his heart in chaos. Inner demons kept emerging, crawling to his limbs and bones like maggots and flies. There were even inner demons that drilled into his bones. It was so painful that he broke out in cold sweat. When he looked up, he saw a strange scene. The heavenly origin mirror, which was filled with boundless righteousness, had joined forces with the corpse jade pendant. The heavenly light and corpse chi merged into one. It was like a waning moon covered with livor mortis. Mu Yan formed hand seals with both hands, controlling the heavenly origin mirror and the corpse jade pendant. The righteous and evil chi merged, emitting a crystalline light that was intertwined with corpse chi. It continuously shone on Xianxia. Whether it was the heavenly origin mirror or the corpse jade pendant, they were unable to break Xianxia's golden body of the great sage. But when the two joined forces, the righteous and evil chi merged into one, instantly erupting with a terrifying power. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the golden body of the great sage to be broken. In his shock, he immediately turned and fled. Otherwise, he would definitely die when his inner demon acted up. 7th sword, freeze. Mu Yan flicked her finger, and the purple sword shot out. A dense purple light spread out and shone on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body immediately stiffened and froze on the spot. Mu Yan took advantage of this opportunity and slashed her sword fiercely, ruthlessly slashing at Xianxia's neck. Slash, a sword beheaded him. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhuxing, Huanyue, Canyang, avenge me. The one who killed me is Mu Yan. You must avenge me. Xianxia's head rolled on the ground, but he could still speak. He gritted his teeth and shouted desperately, letting out a roar of grief and indignation. Then, he breathed his last, his eyes still wide open. He died with a grievance. In the distance, in the ruins, 3 people dressed as mercenaries suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with horror. Boss is dead. How is that possible? Boss is the #1 mercenary in the 3 elements realm. He was once a great sage. How could he die? Mu Yan. It was Mu Yan who killed Boss. The 3 of them were filled with grief and indignation. Come, let's leave the primordial ruins immediately. To the Sky Poison Forbidden Area. Kill Mu Yan and avenge Boss. Sky Poison Forbidden Area, top floor of the Sky Poison Ancient Tower. After Mu Yan killed Xianxia, she suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Someone wants to kill me. Mu Yan frowned. After he advanced to the sage realm, he could sense the aura of good or bad. If someone wanted to kill him, he could sense the killing intent. This was the power of a sage. They could predict good or bad luck and capture the killing intent. This way, they could be prepared in advance to seek good luck and avoid disaster. It was said that some top experts could even accurately capture the source of the killing intent. Even if the enemy was hundreds of millions of miles away, they could still lock on to the enemy's location. This kind of realm was miraculous. Mu Yun had not reached it yet. His current realm was not that magical, but he could vaguely sense the killing intent and know that someone wanted to kill him. As for the exact location of the enemy, he was not sure. It's probably Duan Tianya's subordinate. Mu Yun calculated silently. There were 4 great mercenaries in the Three Elements realm. Duan Tianya was the leader. Other than him, there was also Zhuxing, Huan Yu, and Kanyang. These 3 people were not powerful, but they had an accessory called the Bewitching Necklace. It was not easy to deal with them. The Bewitching Necklace was one of the 7 great ancient accessories. It was an accessory that belonged to the Nine-Tailed Cat clan's ancestor. It was currently in the hands of the 3 mercenaries. Mu Yun pondered. If he encountered the 3 great mercenaries, as long as he was wary of the Bewitching Necklace's attack, there would be no problem. Now that the chaotic battle was over and Duan Tianya was dead, he was the final winner. Congratulations on winning. A desolate voice slowly sounded. You are Calamity. Mu Yun turned pale with fright. He almost blurted out the words Heavenly Lord of Calamity. But in the end, he reacted quickly and changed his words. You're that person? Such a strange voice was filled with the aura of calamity. It must be the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Mu Yun never expected to hear the voice of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity here. Yes, to be precise, I am a wisp of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity's remnant soul. My true body has long left the Three Elements realm. An old figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. This figure was hazy and blurry. It was a wisp of a remnant soul. This was the remnant soul of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity. Mu Yun had once imagined that the appearance of the Heavenly Lord of Calamity should be very fierce and terrifying. After all, he was the embodiment of calamity. But now, the old man in front of him had a kind face and looked very amiable. He did not have any fierce aura, as if he was an old grandfather next door. The Heavenly Lord of Calamity said, "Congratulations on winning, but I advise you to leave immediately to avoid losing your life." Why? Mu Yun was stunned. He had crawled here with great difficulty to seize the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, but now, the Heavenly Lord of Calamity actually told him to leave. Because there is someone who really wants the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. He hasn't come yet, but that doesn't mean he isn't interested. He might have already hidden in the dark. If you dare to seize the Ancient Pagoda, he will dare to kill you. The Heavenly Lord of Calamity sighed. Mu Yun said, "Who are you talking about?" The Heavenly Lord of Calamity said, "He is a strand of my hair. His name is Plague Emperor Su Yin." Hearing this, Mu Yun was surprised. He had seen Plague Emperor Su Yin before, but strangely, Plague Emperor Su Yin did not come to snatch the heavenly poison. Ancient Pagoda. He did not know where he was. Plague Emperor Su Yin was an extreme saint. An expert of this level was even more powerful than Barbarian Tai, Duan Tianya, and Yang Ding Tian. If he came, Mu Yun did not have the confidence to win. One had to know that Duan Tianya was only in the greater immortal realm after activating the golden body of the great saint. Plague Emperor Su Yin, on the other hand, was in the extreme immortal realm. He was just a step away from becoming a great saint. Experts at this level were powerful to the point where they could defy the laws and natural laws. The extreme level represented the peak of the ultimate level, and was extremely powerful. Heavenly Venerable Calamity said, "It's a bit strange. He actually didn't come, but it's impossible for him to give up. If you dare to take the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, he will dare to kill you." Pausing for a moment, the Heavenly Lord of Calamity revealed a merciful expression and said, "Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I don't want to see you die. You should leave. Otherwise, when the Plague Emperor Su Yin makes his move, you will undoubtedly die. He is a strand of my hair. I know his strength the best. He is a monster from head to toe. Don't offend him, or you'll die a horrible death." Hearing the warning of the Heavenly Sovereign of Calamity, Mu Yun's expression turned grave. Indeed, the Plague Emperor Su Yan was simply a monster. As an extreme-level expert, he was filled with the aura of disaster and curses. However, he had a simple and honest appearance, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. Heavenly Venerable Calamity saw that Mu Yun was silent and asked, "How is it? Have you thought it through? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when the Plague Emperor Su Yan arrives, you will die without a burial ground." "No, Senior. Give me the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. If there is any danger, I will face it myself." Mu Yun shook his head. He had worked so hard to reach this step for the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. Naturally, he couldn't give it up. Heavenly Venerable Calamity said, "Have you thought it through? Do you really want to do this? If you are discovered by the Plague Emperor Su Yan, you will die." "I've thought it through. Senior, please grant me my wish." Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, "AI, if you insist on sending yourself to death, then I can't do anything about it. Alright, from now on, you are the master of the heavenly poison ancient tower. I'm leaving now. I'll leave the key to the underground treasury to you. There are many heavenly treasures in my treasury. Use them well. Goodbye, young man." The heavenly sovereign of calamity took out a key and handed it to Mu Yun. Then, his body became blurry, gradually fading, and finally completely disappearing. And from the dome of the ancient pagoda, a ray of crystal light shot down and landed on Mu Yun's head. In an instant, Mu Yun established a bloodline connection with the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. He obtained the recognition of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda and became its master. "I've finally obtained the heavenly poison ancient pagoda." Mu Yun was overjoyed. He could leave now. But before he left, he had to pack up. He searched Duan Tianya's corpse and obtained the Earth Origin book. There was only one page, and the word lava was written on it. The complete Earth Origin book had a total of 18 pages. Each page represented a landform, including lava, desert, snow, and so on. There were a total of 18 types, and it was known as the 18 forces of Earth. Different landforms had different effects. For example, this page was lava. It could create a world of lava, summon lava monsters, condense lava heavy armor, lava giant swords, and so on. It was very useful in battle. In addition to the Earth Origin book, Mu Yun also found a golden statue. To be precise, it was a golden body. Golden body of the great sage. In the past, Duan Tianya was a great sage expert. In order to subdue the Earth Origin book, his cultivation had fallen. However, he still had a trump card, which was the golden body of the great sage. Activating the golden body of the great sage would temporarily strengthen one's strength. For example, Duan Tianya was in the middle realm. After activating the golden body of the great sage, he directly stepped into the great realm. It was very powerful. Moreover, with the protection of the golden body, he was invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. He could easily withstand brute force attacks. He could also withstand ordinary curses. Of course, for someone like Mu Yun who used the Heaven Origin Mirror and the Corpse Jade Pendant together, there was no other way. Even the golden body of the great sage couldn't withstand the double curses. All in all, it was a very useful item. Mu Yun didn't waste any time and directly put away the golden body of the great sage. Finally, Mu Yun also found a map. On the map, the location of a page of the Earth Origin book was marked. It was in the primordial ruins. This page of the Earth Origin book depicted the landform of a forest. It was said that after refining it, one could control the power of the forest and summon all kinds of plants and beasts to deal great damage to the enemy. Primordial ruins. If I have the chance, I must go and take a look. Mu Yun made up her mind. She put away the map and refined the golden body of the great sage and the Earth Origin book. This page of the Earth Origin book had already been subdued by Duan Tianya. Therefore, it was very easy for Mu Yun to refine it. After he finished refining it, he flipped out of the window. His body was as light as a feather as he landed on the ground. "Lord, congratulations on successfully obtaining the heavenly poison ancient pagoda." A white-robed man walked over. It was Bai Chen. Don't be happy so early. The matter hasn't been resolved yet." Mu Yun's expression was grave. The Plague Emperor Su Yan had yet to appear. He would feel uneasy if he didn't get rid of him. However, there was no need to be too worried. After all, he had already obtained the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. Shrink! Mu Yun shouted. The towering pagoda immediately shrank until it was the size of a palm. It circled around Mu Yun's body and slowly rotated. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda could be big or small. It was very convenient to control. Bai Chen stood at the side. He wanted to congratulate him, but he coughed twice and vomited blood. His face instantly turned pale. Mu Yun glanced at him and saw that he was covered in wounds. He was on the verge of death. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. "Why are you so seriously injured?" Mu Yun asked. Bai Chen replied, reporting to the exalted lord, "I was following your orders to stop the others from ascending the tower. However, my skills were lacking and I was unable to stop them from ascending the tower. I was also heavily injured and was unable to stop them." Mu Yun said, "You did well. Have a good rest." Bai Chen said, "Thank you, Lord." Mu Yun nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept Bai Chen into the heavenly poison ancient pagoda and let him rest inside. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda had a total of 100 floors. There was also a treasure vault underground. The space was very large and could accommodate 10,000 people. Compared to the blue sky yellow springs diagram, the biggest advantage of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda was that it could accommodate humans. People could also enter without so many restrictions. Alright, the matter was almost resolved. It was just that he didn't know where the Plague Emperor Su Yan was. Mu Yun didn't think too much and directly flew forward, preparing to leave this place. The harvest of this trip was huge. Mu Yun was very satisfied. The only dark cloud was that the Plague Emperor Su Yan had not been dealt with. Gulp! Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that the ground under his feet suddenly became soft and muddy. He looked down and saw that the originally solid ground had turned into a swamp. He was caught off guard and his entire body sank into the swamp. Swamp Death Formation, open! A sinister laugh came from the forest beside him. Two figures slowly walked out. Barbarian Tai, Yongding Tian, it's you. Mu Yun's expression changed. He didn't meet the Plague Emperor Su Yan, but he met these two enemies. Yongding Tian held the array diagram in his hand. It was the second great array, the Swamp Death Formation. Now that the Swamp Death Formation had been activated, Mu Yun sank deep into the mud. Barbarian Tai, who was wearing heavy armor, clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking. He looked at Mu Yun fiercely and said, "You bastard, you killed me. Now I have no choice but to maintain my fusion state. Senior Long Yan, do you think this person should be killed?" "He should be killed." Barbarian Tai suddenly changed his voice and became incomparably old. It was Long Yan's voice. He and Long Yan had fused together and had 2 lives. Originally, they could have separated after the battle, but now that Barbarian Tai had lost one of his lives, they could no longer separate. For the rest of their lives, the two of them could only share one body and one life. This kind of ending was really bleak. "Barbarian Tai, hurry up and kill him." Yongding Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with viciousness and greed. As long as he killed Mu Yun, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda would be his. Alright. Barbarian Tai did not waste any time and directly charged forward. "Ha ha ha, with just the two of you clowns, you want to kill me? Dream on." Mu Yun looked up to the sky and laughed. Now that he had advanced to the Saint Realm, his strength was unparalleled. He was definitely not someone that Yongding Tian and Barbarian Tai could resist. Swoosh, Mu Yun's body flew out of the mud of the swamp. If he was a sage, it would be very difficult for him to escape the restraints of the Death Swamp Formation. But now that he had advanced to the Sage Realm, this formation could not stop him at all. What? Seeing Mu Yun break free so easily, Yongding Tian and Tai Manzi were shocked. You have advanced to the Sage Realm? Yongding Tian's body trembled and his face turned pale. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was extremely powerful. It was obvious that he had stepped into the Sage Realm. Yongding Tian was a middle-level sage. He was 1 level higher than Mu Yun, but he was very afraid now. This was because Mu Yun was not an ordinary person. Mu Yun's combat strength was unimaginably powerful. It was not difficult for him to kill an enemy of a higher level. If Mu Yun was still in the sage realm, Yang Dingtian still had some confidence. After all, those below the sage realm were all ants. As long as he used all his strength, he still had a high chance of winning. But now, Mu Yun was already a sage. He was no longer an ant. The sky collapsed. Yang Dingtian's vision turned black and he almost fainted. If it was an ordinary sage, he could still deal with him. But when it came to Mu Yun, he had no choice but to run. He did not hesitate and immediately turned to run. If he did not run, he would definitely die. Yang Dingtian, where do you think you are going? Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. The 7 flying swords shone like a rainbow. Mu Yun, just you wait. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. I have already bought a page of the Earthrealm book in Joding Trading. Just you wait. When I refine the Earthrealm book, it will be your death date. Earthrealm book? Mu Yun was slightly surprised. The Earthrealm book had 18 pages. He only had 1 page now. Yang Dingtian said that he also had 1 page in Joding Trading. Sword 1, kill. Mu Yun did not hesitate and immediately brandished her sword. The red sword whistled through the air and slashed at Yang Dingtian's head. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would only lead to endless trouble. If Yang Dingtian managed to refine the Earth Origin book, it would be difficult to kill him. Therefore, he had to kill Yang Dingtian now. Yang Dingtian turned his head and saw the sword light coming at him. He was so shocked that his forehead was covered in sweat. With his current strength, there was no way he could fight against Mu Yun. Heavenly Origin Mirror. At this critical moment, Yang Dingtian immediately took out half of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Ding! Mu Yun struck down the Heavenly Origin Mirror with her sword, but Yang Dingtian also dodged the sword chi and ran away quickly. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. What a pity. Mu Yun felt a wave of regret. She did not expect Yang Dingtian to be so decisive. In order to escape, he even abandoned the Heavenly Origin Mirror. Since that was the case, he did not hold back and kept the other half of the Heavenly Origin Mirror. In this way, both pieces of the Heavenly Origin Mirror were in Mu Yun's hands. On the other side, Barbarian Tai was also running away. Senior, why are we running away? Idiot. If you don't run, do you want to die? I think I can win. I'm a Grand Immortal Realm expert. I'm not running. Win my ass. With your little brain, you only know how to use brute force. What's the use of being a Grand Immortal Realm expert? Hurry up and run. Go back to Taijia City. I want to open the demon blood pool and let you become a demon and break through to the Supreme Realm. At that time, we'll take revenge. Under Long Yan's urging, Barbarian Tai quickly ran away. Mu Yun did not chase after him. She took out the 2 pieces of the Heavenly Origin Mirror and merged them into one. The Heavenly Origin Mirror had been split for so long. At this moment, it was finally restored. After the Heavenly Origin Mirror was restored, a bright crystal light soared into the sky, emitting a majestic aura. Above the 9 heavens, the chanting of the Heavenly Tao came, shaking people's hearts and making them feel awe. Waves of Heavenly Tao mystic arts flowed past in Mu Yun's mind, and then imprinted themselves. 7 laws of Heavenly Tao: damage, replenish, kill, destroy, reveal. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. Tao of Heavenly Tao, damage the surplus and replenish the deficiency. Waves of mystic arts flowed past in Mu Yun's mind. He silently comprehended. The Earth Origin book had the 18 forces of Earth and Kuan, while the Heavenly Origin Mirror had the 7 laws of Heavenly Tao. The 7 laws of Heavenly Tao were damage, replenishment, life, kill, nourishment, destruction, and reveal. The 7 laws of Heavenly Tao was the most basic principle of the operation of Heavenly Tao. Mu Yun was most familiar with reveal. Reveal, reveal. With the Heavenly Tao above, it could reveal one's inner demons. Under the illumination of the Heavenly Origin Mirror's light, it could illuminate the enemy's inner demons. It could also be used as a demon-revealing mirror, revealing the enemy's true form. This was the heavenly Tao's reveal, there was nowhere to hide. A complete heavenly origin mirror is actually so powerful. Mu Yun was shocked. Back then, when he held half of the heavenly origin mirror, although it was useful, he didn't feel that it was very powerful. But now that it had been restored, Mu Yun was shocked. This heavenly origin mirror was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 origin treasures. The 7 laws of heavenly Tao were infinitely profound. With Mu Yun's comprehension ability, he had only grasped a little. He had yet to comprehend the true profoundness of the heavenly Tao. He carefully put away the heavenly origin mirror and left. When Mu Yun rushed to the space tunnel, he found someone waiting for him. This person was dressed in cotton clothes and straw shoes. His face was honest and kind, and there was a smile on his lips. There was a bone flute hanging from his waist. When he saw Mu Yun, he seemed to have seen an old friend. He said, "Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, friend." "Plague Emperor Su Yan, it's you." Mu Yun's expression changed. This person was the Plague Emperor Su Yan. He could now call the Plague Emperor Su Yan by his name and was no longer afraid of the curse punishment. Because he had the entire heavenly origin mirror protecting him, ordinary curses couldn't hurt him. "You're not the main body, you're an incarnation." Mu Yun's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that the Plague Emperor Su Yan in front of him was not the main body, but an incarnation. "Yes, Miss Feishuan said that she was tired and that it wasn't fun here, so I escorted her back." The Plague Emperor Su Yan didn't hide anything and directly told the truth. Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. This rich young lady was still so willful. "Although I'm just an incarnation, it's enough to kill you." The Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled. "Why don't you go and snatch the ancient pagoda?" Mu Yun was very curious. If the Plague Emperor Su Yan participated in the battle, it was unknown who would win. "I'm too lazy to go. I don't want to see that person." At this point, the Plague Emperor Su Yan's smile disappeared and revealed a complicated expression. It seemed that he didn't want to see the heavenly sovereign of calamity, so he didn't even climb the pagoda. "It's the same anyway. If I kill you, the heavenly poison ancient pagoda will be mine." The Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled again and suddenly attacked Mu Yun with his palm. Without any warning, he suddenly attacked. He was as fast as lightning. His entire body tore through the void as he charged over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mu Yun. His sharp palm grabbed towards Mu Yun's neck. Mu Yun stepped on her meteor battle boots and dodged to the side, avoiding the Plague Emperor Su Yan's attack. However, the Plague Emperor Su Yan's arm suddenly broke with a crack. Because of the force of the fracture, his palm suddenly slapped Mu Yun's face. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. The Plague Emperor Su Yan didn't seem like a human, but a monster. His arm was broken just like that. His entire arm was like a poisonous snake that could twist freely. Mu Yun wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The Plague Emperor Su Yan's palm carried a thick aura of curse and plague. If she was hit by his palm, Mu Yun would definitely die. Seventh sword, freeze. At the critical moment, Mu Yun flicked her purple sword. A dense purple light spread out and landed on the Plague Emperor Su Yan's body. The Big Dipper sword box's purple sword was the main focus. When this sword was released, it could freeze the enemy for a second. However, the Plague Emperor Su Yan's aura was too strong. Not to mention a second, it didn't even take half a second. Fortunately, he was still frozen for a moment, and his movements were a little sluggish. In this moment of delay, Mu Yun had already retreated and dodged the fatal blow. She had escaped death and her back was covered in cold sweat. They had just exchanged blows and she was almost killed by a slap. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was really a monster. Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless and immediately took out the heavenly origin mirror. 7 laws of the heavenly Tao, endless growth. Mu Yun shouted and activated the secret technique of life in the heavenly origin mirror. Under the reflection of the heavenly origin mirror, she had an extra life. The current Mu Yun had 2 lives. Even if her head was chopped off, she still had 1 life to use. This was the power of the heavenly origin mirror. The 7 laws of the heavenly Tao: damage, replenishment, life, death, destruction. The word life represented the secret technique of life. Once activated, she would have an extra life and wouldn't die easily. Secret technique of life? Not bad, not bad. You have 2 lives now. It will take me some effort to kill you. When the Plague Emperor Su Yan saw the Heavenly Origin Mirror, a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. Of course, he knew the secrets of the 7 laws of the Heavenly Tao. Mu Yun looked at the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The mirror reflected the appearance of the Plague Emperor Su Yan. It wasn't a human figure, but a strand of hair. The Heavenly Origin Mirror could be used as a demon-revealing mirror. Now that Mu Yun looked at it, she saw the true body of the Plague Emperor Su Yan. It was a strand of hair. However, this strand of hair was as thick as a python. It was constantly twisting and changing shape. There were many maggots and poison wrapped around the strand of hair. There were also endlessing spirits and evil chi shrouding this strand of hair, causing one to feel a chill all over their body. Monster, monster, Mu Yun's entire body shook. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was simply a monster through and through. Swoosh, the Plague Emperor Su Yan attacked again, punching towards Mu Yun's head. Mu Yun was fully focused. Just as she was about to deal with it, Plague Emperor Su Yan's spine suddenly broke. His body was like a puppet that was suddenly broken. The fist that was originally aimed at Mu Yun's face suddenly changed its trajectory and struck towards Mu Yun's heart. This sneak attack was truly inconceivable. Mu Yun's scalp went numb. She had encountered many strong enemies, but this was the first time she saw one as strange as the Plague Emperor Su Yan. The Plague Emperor Su Yan's spine was broken like a broken puppet. The angle of this punch was very tricky. No matter what, she couldn't block it. Mu Yun also couldn't block it. She could only activate the golden body of the great sage. Buzz, golden light bloomed on Mu Yun's body. The golden body of the great sage was instantly activated. Bang, the Plague Emperor Su Yan's fist smashed over, and the golden body broke. Mu Yun staggered 3 steps back, her face pale. Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. She stood still and looked down. She saw that the golden body of the great sage had completely shattered and lost its luster. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was simply too powerful. Moreover, his fists carried calamity and plague. Even the golden body of the great sage couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. Heavenly Poison Pagoda, suppress. At the critical moment, Mu Yun summoned the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda and suppressed Plague Sovereign Su Yan. The entire Ancient Pagoda continued to grow in size. In the end, it grew to a height of over 100 feet. It pressed down from the sky and smashed towards the Plague Sovereign Su Yan. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda was a supreme treasure of the evil path. It possessed the aura of the Heavenly Exalted of Calamity. As for the Plague Emperor Su Yan, he was merely a strand of hair of the Heavenly Exalted of Calamity. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to contend against the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda. But now, Plague Emperor Su Yan's expression was calm. Looking at the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, he sneered, "Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, the most precious treasure of the evil path. How much of the evil path's 9 transformations have you comprehended?" 9 transformations of the evil path? Mu Yun was stunned. He had just refined the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda, and there were many secrets that he had yet to unravel. He had never even heard of the 9 transformations of the evil Tao. Bang, the Plague Emperor Su Yan punched out, and a grayish-black mist exploded from the tip of his fist. Within this mist, an intense plague aura erupted. All the flowers and trees within a radius of 10 miles were attacked by the plague and instantly withered, losing their vitality. As the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda pressed down, it was fiercely struck by Plague Emperor Su Yan's fist. The entire pagoda was sent flying as it let out a mournful wail. Mu Yun was connected to the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda by blood, so she was also affected. Her blood and chi churned, and she almost vomited blood. Ha ha ha, 9 transformations of the evil path. You haven't even comprehended the simplest baleful star transformation, yet you still want to fight me like this? Aren't you a bit too naive? The Plague Emperor Su Yan shook his head and suddenly flew towards Mu Yun. His fist fiercely smashed over, and a violent plague aura spread out. His current appearance was very strange. His spine was completely broken, his waist was bent, and his broken right arm was hanging down. He looked like a strange arthropod. He almost jumped out like a praying mantis. With a swing of his arm, his fist smashed towards Mu Yun's face. Book of Earth Origin, open! Mu Yun roared and directly opened the Earth Elemental book. Waves of boiling lava gushed out from the pages of the book. The surrounding earth trembled as huge crimson rocks emerged from the ground. Lava flowed in the crevices of the huge rocks. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had turned into a world of magma. The blazing heat waves of the magma continuously attacked the plague aura of Plague Emperor Su Yan. Earth Origin Book? Where did you get the Earth Origin Book? A cold glint flashed across Plague Emperor Su Yan's eyes. Mu Yun's page of the Earth Origin Book had exceeded his expectations. If it was an ordinary page, it would have been fine. But this page had the word lava written on it. It could create a world of lava. His plague aura was suppressed by the lava. No plague could survive in the lava. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Everything had its vanquisher. This page of the Earth Origin Book just happened to restrain Plague Emperor Su Yan. No plague could withstand the impact of the lava. It's a pity that your Earth Origin Book only has one page. It can't stop me. Plague Emperor Su Yan calmed down. He had seen through Mu Yun's background. Although Mu Yun had the Earth Origin Book, it was only one page. There was nothing to be afraid of. Plague Emperor Su Yan stomped his foot, stirring up a torrential amount of lava. He borrowed the force and shot out, his fist fiercely striking Mu Yun's chest. Mu Yun took out the 7-star sword sheath. With a flick of her finger, the scarlet sword shot out and slashed towards Plague Emperor Su Yan's palm. In the next moment, Plague Emperor Su Yan arrived. But suddenly, his neck made a cracking sound. His neck bone was broken and extended. His neck seemed to have turned into a twisted poisonous snake. His head was also thrown out. He suddenly circled behind Mu Yun and bit towards the back of Mu Yun's neck. This sudden turn of events, but Mu Yun was already prepared for it. An orange sword flew out, and the Plague Emperor Su Yan opened his mouth to bite it. Coincidentally, he bit the sharp blade of the sword. Ah! Plague Emperor Su Yan let out a sharp scream. His mouth was filled with blood and his tongue was almost broken. He took a few steps back in panic. His footsteps staggered and he almost fell into the lava. I've been ambushed twice by you. This is the third time. No matter how stupid I am, I won't fall for it again. Mu Yun's gaze was calm. She had already figured out Plague Emperor Su Yan's routine. It was to constantly twist his body and bones, then launch an unimaginable ambush from an extremely tricky angle. It was impossible to guard against. It was actually not difficult to break through this kind of ambush. As long as one was prepared in advance, nothing would happen. Plague Emperor Su Yan's neck bone was broken. His head was tilted to one side and stuck to his shoulder as if it would fall off at any time. It looked strange and terrifying. His mouth was filled with blood. He grinned at Mu Yun and said, I seem to have underestimated you. But it doesn't matter. You still have to die. Don't struggle in vain. As his voice fell, the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned over a large amount of moist and muddy soil, covering all the lava. The temperature in the air plummeted and a humid wind blew. All kinds of twisted and grotesque flowers and trees quickly grew in the surroundings. The ground turned into a swamp. It looked like a swamp as far as the eye could see. Coincidentally, I also have a page of the Earth Origin Book. Plague Emperor Su Yan smiled and took out a black page. There were 2 words written on the page, swamp. His page was actually also a page of the Earth Origin Book. It belonged to the swamp landscape. As soon as the swamp appeared, the world of lava created by Mu Yun disappeared in an instant. Mu Yun's body immediately sank into the mud of the swamp. He struggled to climb up, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the mud. In the blink of an eye, the mud had already spread to his chest. Not good. Mu Yun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Plague Emperor Su Yan to also have a page of the Earth Origin Book. Moreover, it was a swamp landscape. Yang Dingtian's death swamp formation was simply a joke compared to the swamp world of the Earth Origin Book. Now, Mu Yun truly experienced the horror of the swamp. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. His body kept sinking and sinking. The mud had already covered his mouth and nose and was about to swallow him. I have always killed people with my bare hands. You can be considered impressive to be able to force me to use my magic treasure. Plague Emperor Su Yan walked in front of Mu Yun and said with a smile, in the swamp world of the Earth Origin book, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Indeed, if the swamp swallowed Mu Yun, not to mention 2 lives, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Mu Yun roared and suddenly took out the corpse jade pendant. A ferocious rotting aura spread out. This is the corpse jade pendant of the corpse-eating beast clan, one of the 7 great ancient ornaments. Where did you get it? Plague Emperor Su Yan was surprised. The roiling rotting aura spread out like a tide. Even the mud in the swamp lost its water vapor and turned into a pile of dust and sand under the rotting aura. The surrounding plants also withered and withered. The mud around Mu Yun had all been corroded and turned into dust. His body moved and he immediately broke free from the dust. Tribulation wind, black dragon calamity. The moment Mu Yun appeared, he immediately counterattacked. 7 flying swords danced in the air and emitted a terrifying storm aura. It's Jade Toad House's 7 tribulation dragon slaying art. Plague Emperor Su Yan was completely shocked. Mu Yun's endless methods were simply dazzling. This black dragon calamity was the first move of the 7 tribulation dragon slaying art. The 7 tribulation dragon slaying art was an ancient sacred art that existed in the same era as the heavenly sovereign of calamity. He didn't expect Mu Yun to know it as well. A storm was born in the sky. Black tornadoes with earth-shattering auras swept toward Yifutian. The swamp world created by the Earth Origin book had already been destroyed by the black dragon calamity. The roiling storm even flipped the earth. Pitter-patter-patter. It was raining. Plague Emperor Su Yan saw a little bit of rain mixed in the tornadoes. The rain was crystal clear and cool. It was filled with a pure aura as if it could wash away all the plagues and evil auras in the world. Profound ice water. Plague Emperor Su Yan exclaimed. He was completely stunned. Mu Yun gave him another big gift. She directly took out the profound ice water and mixed it in the storm. The profound ice water had the effect of washing away evil auras. It was very useful against a monster like Plague Emperor Su Yan. Chi, the rain came before the wind. Drops of profound ice water landed on Plague Emperor Su Yan's body. It was like cold water falling on a red-hot iron plate, emitting sizzling sounds. Plague Emperor Su Yan gritted his teeth. His body immediately became riddled with holes and white smoke constantly emitted. In the next moment, a tornado rushed over. His entire body was torn apart by the storm. His limbs were torn apart and his body was also torn apart, turning into flesh and blood that fluttered in the air. Ha ha ha, Mu Yun, just you wait. When my true body arrives, it will be the time of your death. Plague Emperor Su Yan only had a head left. He let out a fierce roar that shook one's heart. Plop, when the storm dissipated, Plague Emperor Su Yan's head fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this monster. Although it was only an external incarnation, Mu Yun had already figured out Plague Emperor Su Yan's tricks after this battle. Even if he encountered his true body in the future, he would not be afraid. The battle ended. The surrounding environment was a mess and had already turned into ruins. A piece of paper floated on the ground with the word swamp written on it. Mu Yun was delighted. This piece of paper was also the Earth Origin book. It represented the landscape of the swamp. He walked over and wanted to pick up the paper. But all of a sudden, Plague Emperor Su Yan's head bounced up. His eyes widened, filled with a sinister expression. Then, he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. With a crack, he bit down on Mu Yun's neck. No one would have expected him to suddenly bite someone. Mu Yun was also caught off guard. He thought that Plague Emperor Su Yan was already dead. But he did not expect that Plague Emperor Su Yan could counterattack and bite him. It's over. After a long while, Mu Yun opened his eyes and woke up. Fortunately, I have 2 lives. Mu Yan's back was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Plague Emperor Su Yan's head and waved his hand. 7 swords shot out at the same time and chopped that head into pieces. If he didn't have 2 lives, he would have been dead by now. This Plague Emperor Su Yan was too terrifying. Even if he died, he would drag him down with him. Mu Yan looked at the Heaven Origin Mirror and saw that it had dimmed and lost its luster. The Heaven Origin Mirror gave him a life. Now that he had used it, the Heaven Origin Mirror was also damaged and its spiritual energy had dissipated. It would take at least a month for it to recover. One day, I will grind this monster's bones to dust. Mu Yan clenched his fists. He finally knew why Corpse Emperor City imprisoned Plague Emperor Su Yan. It was because this kind of person was simply a monster. It was very dangerous to let him out. Whether or not he could be controlled was a problem. Mu Yan shook his head. He didn't care so much. Anyway, he had already figured out Plague Emperor Su Yan's tricks. There was nothing to be afraid of. He kept the swamp page and put it together with the lava page. Now, he had 2 pages of the Earth Origin book. 9 changes of the evil path. What is the 9 changes of the evil path that Plague Emperor Su Yan mentioned? Mu Yan recalled Plague Emperor Su Yan's words. The 9 changes of the evil path seemed to be the secret of the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda, but he didn't know about it. With a thought, he took out the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda and opened the first floor. He saw Bai Qin closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing, silently healing his injuries. Mu Yan didn't disturb him and went directly to the basement. There was another basement in the Heaven Poison Ancient Pagoda. It was a treasury that stored all kinds of heavenly treasures. Mu Yan took out the key, opened the treasury, and went in. There were many heavenly treasures in the treasury. There were medicinal herbs for refining medicine, ores for refining weapons, sand ink for drawing formations, and everything else. However, they were all materials and there were no finished products. In addition, there were also piles of golden origin pearls. He didn't know how many there were, but he was sure that it was a huge sum. Eh? These are all materials. There are no finished pills or equipment. Mu Yan looked around and saw that the treasury was filled with all kinds of materials, but there were no real pills or equipment. He looked at it with rapt attention, trying to find the so-called 9 transformations of the Evil Way secret manual, but he couldn't find it. The items in the treasury were all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. There were no cultivation methods or secret manuals. Mu Yan felt a wave of disappointment. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on the wall. She saw that there were drawings and paragraphs of mystic text engraved on the wall. Star Baleful Transformation, draw in the baleful energy of the stars in the sky, temper the body, and erupt with the heavenly might of the stars. Demonic Emperor Transformation, engulfs the demonic aura of the heavens and earth, and transforms into a demonic golden body. God of Plagues Transformation, condenses the aura of plagues, and the God of Plagues descends to destroy the world. Mu Yan looked at the secret technique on the wall and was overjoyed. She exclaimed, 9 transformations of the evil path. So the corrupt path's 9 transformations secret manual is here. He searched bitterly, but didn't find the 9 transformations secret manual. So the 9 transformations of the evil path were engraved on the wall. The Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda was a treasure of the evil path. The most powerful part of this treasure was the 9 transformations of the evil path. The top transformation was called the God of Poison Transformation. Once the God of Poison Transformation was mastered, the body could merge with the Heavenly Poison Ancient Pagoda and become a poison body. At that time, the poison and disaster would descend upon the world, and no one would be able to resist it. The 9 transformations of the evil path was the top secret technique of the evil path. Every transformation contained supreme power. Mu Yan looked on silently. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the evil path was called the Star Baleful Transformation. The Star Baleful Transformation was the foundation of the 9 transformations of the evil path. Cultivating the evil path would cause great harm to the body. Therefore, one needed to strengthen one's foundation. First, one needed to use the energy of the stars to temper a powerful physique. Then, one would be able to continuously climb on the path of the evil path. Mu Yan silently comprehended the Star Baleful Transformation's secret technique. He discovered that the star explosion current slash came from the star baleful transformation. Moreover, it was only an incomplete version. The true star explosion current slash was a genuine first-grade saint art. It was recorded in the star baleful transformation. Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He discovered that many of the cultivation techniques circulating in the outside world came from the 9 transformations of the evil path. For example, the Corpse Emperor Tyrant body art of the Corpse Emperor city originated from the Devil Emperor transformation of the 9 transformations of the evil path. Plague Emperor Su Yan's battle technique originated from the God of Plague transformation of the 9 transformations of the evil path. Almost all of the evil path cultivation techniques circulating in the 3 elements world could be found in the 9 transformations of the evil path. In other words, as long as one cultivated the 9 transformations of the evil path, it was equivalent to grasping all of the evil path cultivation techniques in the 3 elements world. Thinking of this, Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. The heavenly poison ancient pagoda was worthy of being the most valuable treasure of the evil path. This set of 9 transformations of the evil path was subtle, profound, and unpredictable. It was the source of all the evil path in the world. If one cultivated it all, they would definitely be able to dominate the entire 3 elements world. Mu Yun's blood boiled. He immediately sat cross-legged and concentrated on comprehending the 9 transformations of the evil path. He would start from the first transformation. The first transformation was the baleful star transformation. It used the baleful star energy to consolidate the foundation and cultivate the baleful star saint body. Cultivating the evil path was very dangerous. One must have a strong physique. Only by cultivating the baleful star saint body would one be able to continue cultivating. In the 3 elements world, the origin of all the baleful star evil path cultivation techniques could be found in the baleful star transformation. The starburst airflow slash was no exception. Mu Yun silently comprehended the baleful star transformation. After an unknown period of time, he was able to comprehend the complete version of the starburst airflow slash. It was no longer a minor saint art, but a genuine first-grade saint art. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun was still immersed in the world of cultivation. Lord. After an unknown period of time, he heard Bai Chen's call. En? Mu Yun turned around and saw that Bai Chen's injuries had already recovered. Bai Chen was bursting with energy. Bai Chen, your injuries have recovered so quickly. Lord, it has already been a month. It's not considered fast. Bai Chen replied. What? It's already been a month. Mu Yun was shocked. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating. He completely didn't expect that a month's time would pass so quickly. During this month, he had been comprehending the baleful star transformation technique. Up until now, he had only comprehended a little bit of superficial knowledge. Bai Chen said, I saw that Lord was concentrating on cultivating and couldn't bear to disturb you. But there are 3 rascals outside. There are 3 famous mercenaries in the 3 elements world, Zhuxing, Huanyue, and Canyong. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. Lord, please give your instructions. Alright, I'll go out and take a look. Mu Yun nodded. He pointed at the treasures in the treasury and said, there are many treasures here. Help me organize them first and make a list. Bai Chen said, yes. Mu Yun nodded lightly and directly walked out of the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. However, he noticed 3 people standing outside. They were all dressed like mercenaries. You guys are the mercenaries under Duantianya? Mu Yun said. We're the most powerful mercenaries in the 3 elements world, a man shouted. It turned out that the 3 of them were Zhuxing, Huanyue, and Canyong. They were waiting for Mu Yun outside. They wanted to ambush and kill him to avenge Duantianya. However, Mu Yun was comprehending the baleful star transformation and hadn't gone out yet. They couldn't wait any longer and simply barged into the heavenly poison forbidden area. They had already received the news that Mu Yun had refined the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. However, they didn't cower in fear and directly barged in. You guys are quite bold. I've already refined the heavenly poison ancient pagoda. You guys aren't my match. Mu Yun shook his head. These 3 people were only at the minor saint realm. They were absolutely not his match. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you're very powerful with the heavenly poison ancient pagoda? Today, we'll let you see the power of us three brothers. The three of them laughed loudly. They formed a triangular formation and surrounded Mu Yun. Then, they took out a necklace. This necklace was crystal clear and covered in a layer of faint pink mist. Waves of demonic and evil aura spread out from the necklace. Bewitching necklace? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. He had long heard that these three mercenaries had a necklace. It was one of the ancient ornaments, the bewitching necklace. It once belonged to the nine-tailed cat clan. Hee, at least you know your place. No matter how powerful your methods are, it's useless. Under the bewitching necklace's aura, even if you have a peerless divine technique, you won't be able to use it. The three mercenaries were proud. This necklace belonged to the nine-tailed cat clan. It was very difficult for outsiders to control it. However, when the three of them worked together, they could unleash the effects of the bewitching necklace. The bewitching necklace itself didn't have any power. It couldn't even kill an ant. However, among the 7 great ancient ornaments, the bewitching necklace was very famous. These three mercenaries relied on the bewitching necklace to run rampant for many years and made a huge name for themselves. All of this was because of the bewitching necklace's special effect. When the bewitching necklace's aura was released, it could make people fall into a bewitching state. The bewitching state was a kind of negative state. After a person fell into the bewitching state, they wouldn't be able to use skills or techniques. They wouldn't be able to use magic treasures. It was like a wild beast that had its claws and teeth cut off. They could only use ordinary attacks to attack. This kind of control technique was the norm for great sage experts. However, it was very rare in the sage realm. In a battle between great sage experts, they disdained to use brute force. Every great sage was an expert in control. They were good at using all kinds of control techniques to cause the enemy to fall into a state of immobilization, bewitching, sluggishness, dizziness, weakness, bleeding, poison, and other negative states. Then, they would take the enemy's head. And this kind of battle technique was very rare in the sage realm. Ordinary sages liked to fight head-on with real swords and spears. There were very few people who knew how to control, and no one knew how to dispel it. These three mercenaries only had one kind of control technique, and they had already made such a big name for themselves. They bullied ordinary sages who didn't know how to dispel it. Once they fell into the bewitching state, they wouldn't be able to use magic treasures or techniques. They would only be able to use brute force. Naturally, they would suffer a lot. Mu Yun was enveloped by the bewitching aura. He instantly fell into the bewitching state. His entire body seemed to be cursed and shackled. He couldn't use any techniques. He couldn't use any magic treasures. His heavenly poison ancient pagoda let out a mournful cry and turned into a stream of light. It entered his body and couldn't be released again. Mu Yun was now in a state of bewitchment. She could not use any skills or dharma treasures. She seemed to be at the mercy of others. However, there was no trace of panic on Mu Yun's face. Instead, he remained calm. You three are useless. I can deal with you with just a normal attack. Mu Yun sneered. She picked up a tree branch from the ground and used it as a sword to stab forward. In a state of bewitchment, one could not use any skills, but they could use normal attacks and normal attacks. Against these three mercenaries, Yun Mu did not say a word and directly stabbed with his sword. The three of them were shocked. They heard the whistling sound of the sword aura. Although Mu Yun did not use any skills, the power of her sword aura was vast and shocking. No. How can a minor realm saint have such powerful sword aura? We're finished. We've kicked an iron plate. This fellow is simply terrifying. Retreat. The three mercenaries' expressions changed drastically when they saw Mu Yun's sword aura. After so many years of fighting, their intuition was sharper than that of wild beasts. When they saw Mu Yun's aura, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate. They immediately scattered and fled. They were very smart. The three of them scattered and fled while Mu Yun was alone. No matter what, they could escape. It just depended on who was unlucky enough to be caught. Useless chickens and pottery dogs. You can't even withstand a single blow. Mu Yun shook her head. Xianxia was high-spirited and fierce back then. However, these three mercenaries were useless. They only relied on the wicked charm necklace to act like a tyrant. Once the wicked charm necklace lost its effect, they covered their heads and fled. However, they did not run far before they could not run anymore. The ground under their feet had turned into a swamp. Muyun took out a page of the Earth Essence book. On the page, the word swamp shone with a black light and released a terrifying aura. The ground within a few miles had turned into a world of swamp. The three mercenaries sank deep into the swamp and were unable to escape. "My lady, please spare our lives. We three brothers were blind and offended you, sir. Please have mercy on us. As long as my lord is willing to let us go, we are willing to sacrifice our lives for my lord." The three of them were trapped in the swamp. Knowing that they could not escape, they immediately cried and begged for mercy. Muyun sneered without saying a word. With a flick of her finger, she brandished her sword and killed all three mercenaries. That bewitching necklace also fell into Muyun's hands. "This necklace is a little strange." Muyun held the necklace and saw that it was covered in a pink mist. It looked very strange. He clearly had the heavenly origin mirror to protect him, but after being attacked by the bewitching necklace, he also fell into a state of bewitchment. He couldn't release his treasures, and he couldn't use his skills. Fortunately, these three mercenaries were trash, and he could deal with them with normal attacks. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. If this necklace was obtained by the Plague Emperor Su Yan, even 100 lives of Muyun would not be enough. My resistance is too weak. Against this kind of control-type magical equipment, no matter how many lives I have, it won't be enough. Muyun's expression turned solemn. The so-called resistance was the ability to resist negative states. Negative states included immobilization, bewitchment, weakness, sluggishness, dizziness, and so on. The lower the resistance, the greater the risk of being controlled. In fact, it wasn't just him. Most of the saints had very weak resistance. This was because most of the battles at the saint level were head-on with real swords and spears. Only those who had stepped into the great saint realm would play with control-type tricks. In other words, if one mastered control-type techniques, they could do whatever they wanted in the great saint realm. Muyun's 7-star sword case's 7th sword, the purple sword, could immobilize the body. It could be considered a small control, but the control was not strong. The rotten corpse jade pendant could also be considered a control, but it was not a hard control. It was only a curse-level corrosion. And this bewitching necklace was a real hard control. It directly made people fall into a bewitching state, and they couldn't use any skills or treasures. It was very powerful. Muyun felt more and more that the battles at the Saint Realm were completely different from before. One had to consider the problem of control and resistance. If one only used brute force, no matter how many lives one had, it would not be enough. He dripped a drop of blood to refine the bewitching necklace. This necklace belonged to the Nine-Tailed Cat clan. Thinking of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan, Muyun thought of Miaoshwani. He wondered how she was doing. Muyun shook his head, put away his distracting thoughts, and left the sky-poison forbidden land without thinking too much. He returned to Qingshan town. The once bustling town had now turned into ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, and black smoke rose in spirals. The deserted streets were empty, and there was no one alive. The ground was littered with corpses. What's going on? Muyun was shocked when he saw this scene. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of thunder. No, it wasn't thunder. It was the sound of horse hooves. The earth-shattering sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and it came from afar. A group of heavily armored soldiers rode horned dragon horses and rushed over from afar. Horned dragon horses were the mounts of the Jioding trading. The cost of raising such expensive horses was extremely high, and only the Jioding trading could maintain them. The flag of this troop also had a large Ding word written on it. This cavalry troop was very arrogant, but the person in the lead was actually a 7- or 8-year-old boy. His hair was tied up in pigtails, and he wore a small red doudou. There was a silver ring around his ankle with a bell tied to it. When he spurred the horse, his feet swayed, and the bell jingled. It was really unbelievable that such a little boy was the leader of the troop. The aura of this little boy was also very powerful. He was actually a saint of the greater realm. The little boy led the horse and rushed forward. When he saw Mu Yun, he immediately revealed a look of joy and said, "There's still a living person here. Capture him and make him a blood slave." "Yes, Lord Wu Tian." Two soldiers rushed out and grabbed Mu Yun. Mu Yun wanted to fight back, but he thought to himself, "This is the Jiuding Trading's troop. I'll sneak in and take a look. Maybe I can meet Yangding Tian and get rid of him." Mu Yun remained calm and pretended to be powerless to resist. He was caught. This troop was from the Jiuding Trading. He wanted to sneak in and take a look. If he could meet Yangding Tian, it would naturally be for the best. Last time, Yangding Tian escaped. Mu Yun was very helpless. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble in the future. Now, he only wanted to get rid of him. Just like that, Mu Yun blended into the troop and became an inconspicuous prisoner. He was locked up with a group of prisoners and slaves and advanced with the troop. When night fell, the little boy gave the order to set up camp. Mu Yun and a group of prisoners were escorted to the rear camp. There were already people with knives waiting for them to come over and cut them to bleed. These fresh blood all flowed into a silver pot. The silver pot absorbed the fresh blood and produced silver pearls. "It's the silver treasure pot." Mu Yun was slightly shocked. He also had a special treasure like the silver treasure pot. After the silver treasure pot absorbed fresh blood, it could produce silver pearls. Mu Yun and this group of prisoners were all blood slaves. Their fresh blood had to be sacrificed to produce silver pearls. Mu Yun remained calm and quietly queued up. However, before it was his turn to bleed, there was a commotion outside the camp. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Lord Wu Tian, the people from the Assassin Guild are here." The warning whistle sounded. The soldiers became vigilant and temporarily stopped cutting people to bleed. Mu Yun also knew that the leader of this troop, the little boy, was called Chen Wu Tian. He was the fourth direct disciple of Jiuding Trading. The 5 direct disciples of Jiuding Trading were Hao Tian, Jun Tian, Yu Tian, Wu Tian, and Ding Tian. This Chen Wu Tian was ranked 4th and was an expert in the sage realm. However, Mu Yun did not expect Chen Wu Tian's appearance to be so unique. He actually looked like a little boy. "Assassin Guild? Which camp are they from?" Chen Wu Tian did not panic when he heard that there was an enemy attack. "They are from the Yellow Battalion. The number 1 assassin of the Yellow Battalion, Fang Tianyu, is here too," a soldier said. "Don't panic. I'll go out and take a look." Chen Wu Tian walked out of the camp and saw an extremely tragic scene. More than a dozen black-clothed men were slaughtering his disciples with daggers in their hands. These disciples were not weak and they had the advantage in numbers. However, in front of the men in black, they were like pigs and dogs. They had no power to resist and could only be slaughtered. The men in black's movements were neat and orderly. Even the rhythm of their breathing had a strange resonance. It was very powerful. In the group of men in black, there was a man wearing a silver skull mask. He was unusually tall and carried a 9-ringed ghost head blade on his back. He was murderous. "Fang Tianyu, how much did the Corpse Emperor City pay you?" "I will pay you double. Come and help me." Chen Wu Tian was not angry when he saw his disciples being slaughtered. Instead, he was bargaining calmly. "Sorry, Brother Chen. We are an assassin guild. We are different from mercenaries. We don't want money. We want cultivation techniques, elixirs, and treasures. The Corpse Emperor City is willing to pay a set of white bone tyrant body art and 5 jade pearls for your head." Fang Tianyu took off his mask and revealed a handsome face. There were a few scars on his face and he gave off a fierce aura. "So my head is so worthless. A set of cultivation techniques and a few jade pearls is enough to make you work for me." Chen Wu Tian sneered. He stretched out his hand and a flaming whip appeared. Fang Tianyu's expression did not change. He suddenly pulled out his 9-ringed ghost head blade and took out a piece of paper to wipe the blade. Seeing Fang Tianyu's actions, Chen Wu Tian's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed, "Earth Book. It's the Earth Book." The word snow was written on the paper. It turned out to be a page of the Earth Book. Brother Chen's head is of course not cheap. At least add a page of the Earth Book. Feng Tianyu laughed and waved his blade. A page of the Earth Book floated in the air. A cold aura instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the land within a radius of several li was covered in snow. Snowstorms blew continuously, and a cold aura spread wildly. The trees were covered in a layer of silver. The disciples near the Earth Book turned into ice sculptures. Snow and frost danced in the sky. The entire campsite turned into a world of ice and snow. Jioding Trading's team was well trained. They did not panic in the face of the snowstorm. Instead, they quickly formed a formation and stood firm in the snowstorm. However, the snowy ground was slippery and not suitable for cavalry to charge. They could only stand in place and wait for orders. Only a few brigadier generals were able to break through the shackles of the snowstorm and meet up with Chen Wutian. The blood slaves near Muyun had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. The soldiers could not even take care of themselves and did not have the strength to chase after them. Muyun quietly came outside the campsite. A few brigadier generals surrounded Chen Wutian and the assassin guild was opposite them. The assassin guild did not have many people. There were only a dozen of them. If Chen Wutian could gather his team, the cavalry would charge and crush them. This group of assassins would definitely be reduced to dust. However, Feng Tianyue took out the Earth Origin book and turned the entire area into a world of snow. The snowstorm held and the cavalry could not charge forward. Chen Wutian's advantage in numbers could not be used. Very good. Feng Tianyue, you dare to assassinate me with so few people. Today, I will show you how powerful I, Chen Wutian, am. Although Chen Wutian was at a disadvantage, he did not panic. He held the flaming whip in his right hand and waved it fiercely. A violent heat wave whizzed out and the surrounding snowstorm dissipated. Ha ha ha, I heard that your Jioding Trading recently acquired a page of the Earth Origin book. However, your sect leader is biased and gave it to Yangding Tian. If you also have the Earth Origin book, how would I dare to come? Feng Tianyue held the ghost head blade tightly. His palm shook and the golden rings on the blade jingled. It was quite pleasant to the ears. Feng Tianyue, you don't have to sow discord. I can still kill you without the Earth Origin book. Chen Wutian waved his whip and flew out towards Feng Tianyue. Feng Tianyue held the ghost head blade and immediately attacked. The black-clothed assassins behind him flew out like ghosts and surrounded Chen Wutian from all directions. The brigadier generals beside Chen Wutian immediately raised their blades and charged forward. Both sides were embroiled in a chaotic battle. Muyun hid in the forest in the distance and watched this scene silently. In the current chaotic battle, both sides were evenly matched. It would be impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Lightning Emperor Cauldron, rise! Suddenly, Chen Wutian roared and summoned an ancient cauldron. This cauldron was purple in color, with an ancient lightning jade inlaid on its body. Lightning flashed within the cauldron, emitting a vast aura of lightning. Muyun felt a powerful great desolation ancient qi. The Lightning Emperor cauldron actually contained abundant great desolation ancient qi. So it's a magical treasure with desolate antiquity qi. Muyun's expression changed. If she snatched the Lightning Emperor cauldron and gave it to Guai, Guai would definitely be very happy. Retreat. Feng Tianyue's face changed as soon as he saw the Lightning Emperor cauldron. The assassins around him were also very alert and immediately retreated. You want to run? It's not that easy. Chen Wutian snorted coldly as he formed a seal with both hands. The Lightning Emperor cauldron emitted waves of earth-shattering thunder. Streaks of lightning and balls of lightning shot out crazily. A few of the assassins couldn't dodge in time and were struck by the lightning. They turned into charcoal on the spot and died on the ground. The sky was filled with thunderbolts, and the ground shook. The scene was a mess. Brother Chen, why do you have to risk your life? Feng Tianyue's face darkened as he said, I heard that the Jioding Trading has 9 ancient cauldrons. Each cauldron contains heavenly power. But if you want to control the ancient cauldrons, you need to consume a large amount of your lifespan. You're cultivating the virgin technique, so your lifespan isn't long. Why waste your energy? Even if I have to consume half of my lifespan, I will kill you today. Chen Tian snorted coldly as he waved his hand. The lightning emperor cauldron shot into the sky like a sun, illuminating the night sky and illuminating the ground. Waves of lightning struck down crazily. Feng Tianyue's disciples let out tragic cries as they were struck by the lightning. Their bodies exploded and died without leaving behind a corpse. Mu Yun saw this scene from the side and was secretly shocked. The power of the lightning emperor cauldron was so great. However, the price that Chen Tian had to pay was not small either. Lines of wrinkles appeared on Chen Tian's face, and his hair began to turn white. He had the appearance of a child. The sudden appearance of wrinkles on a child's face was a little strange. His tender skin also started to wither as his lifespan was constantly being consumed. Even if you consume your lifespan, you can't kill me. Feng Tianyue waved his hand and a mountain flew out and floated in the sky. This was his unique treasure, the Iron Palm Mountain. The entire mountain was like a palm, majestic and heavy. No matter how the surrounding thunderbolts roared, it couldn't hurt Feng Tianyue at all. Feng Tianyue and Chen Wutian were both saints. Although Feng Tianyue was at a disadvantage under Chen Wutian's ferocious attacks, it was still impossible for Chen Wutian to kill him. "Friend over there, please come out and help. My joding trading will reward you handsomely," Chen Wutian suddenly said. Mu Yun was hiding in the distance and watching the battle. Naturally, she couldn't hide from Chen Wutian and Feng Tianyue's eyes. Now that the battle was in a stalemate, as long as Mu Yun took action, she would be able to break the stalemate. "Little brother, I advise you not to act rashly. This is my assassin guild's mission. If you dare to interfere, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from my assassin guild's pursuit." Feng Tianyue's eyes turned cold as he spoke ruthlessly. Now that Chen Wutian's lifespan was rapidly decreasing, as long as he could hold on, the final victor would be him. What he was most afraid of now was Mu Yun coming out to cause trouble. He didn't tempt Mu Yun with promises. Instead, he directly threatened and intimidated Mu Yun. That was because promises were useless. Chen Wutian was a true disciple of joding trading. He was rich and overbearing. Even if he sold the entire assassin guild, he still wouldn't be able to compete with him in terms of wealth. Mu Yun's expression did not change as he quietly listened to their conversation. Chen Wutian said, "Friend, my joding trading is the richest in the world. If you are willing to help me, how much money do you want? Just say it." Hearing Chen Wutian's words, Mu Yun secretly sneered. She suddenly drew her sword and slashed at Chen Wutian. "How dare you? You dare to kill me?" When Chen Wutian saw Mu Yun making a move, he was instantly shocked and furious. He took out the lightning emperor cauldron, and waves of terrifying lightning crazily exploded towards Mu Yun. Meteor battle boots. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. The meteor battle boots shone brightly. Her body was like a ghost as she flashed through the lightning that filled the sky. She wasn't injured at all. "Bastard, take my whip." Chen Wutian's face was filled with anger. The wrinkles on his face were twitching. He held the long whip tightly in his hand and swept it out fiercely. He was indeed an expert in the sage realm. This whip was very fierce and had the power to sweep away thousands of soldiers. Mu Yun couldn't dodge it no matter how hard she tried. However, Mu Yun didn't panic. In her eyes, Chen Wutian was already a corpse. "Ha ha ha, Chen Wutian, do you think I'm invisible?" In the distance, Feng Tianyue laughed loudly. He raised his ghost head blade and slashed at Chen Wutian's back. Chen Wutian was focused on attacking Mu Yun, and his back was wide open. It was a good opportunity for Feng Tianyue to make a move. Seeing that Feng Tianyue was about to kill Chen Wutian, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Chen Wutian's face. "Feng Tianyue, you are dead. You fell into my trap. I tricked you into making a move." Chen Wutian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pretended to attack Mu Yun, but in reality, he was luring the enemy, luring Feng Tianyue to attack. "Heavenly sword lightning controlling art, kill!" Chen Wutian roared. The lightning in the sky merged into a lightning sword and slashed down from the sky. This lightning sword was surrounded by purple lightning. The sword was huge and had the power to split the heavens and earth. "Not good." Feng Tianyue's face changed. He didn't expect Chen Wutian to be so shrewd and ruthless. He actually tricked him. His Dharma treasure, Iron Palm Mountain, was still behind him. He couldn't defend himself in time. Rumble, Chen Wutian's sword slashed down. Fang Tianyue was severely injured. He spat out blood and his face was pale. His body flew out and fell to the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Mu Yun was shocked when she saw this scene. This Chen Wutian was indeed an expert in the sage realm. His methods were sharp and his mind was sharp. He was really powerful. In this situation where there was a slim chance of survival, he actually managed to kill Fang Tianyue. However, Chen Wutian was attacking Fang Tianyue with all his strength. His back was wide open and he was defenseless. Mu Yun could make a move to kill him. Mu Yun didn't say anything and immediately took out the Heavenly Origin Mirror. 7 Laws of Heavenly Tao, Everlasting Murderous Qi. A sharp crystal light burst out from the Heavenly Origin Mirror. It was like a sword qi and it flew towards Chen Wutian. The 7 laws of Heavenly Tao: loss, replenishment, life, death, nurture, destruction. The word kill represented the secret technique of killing. If it was normal times, Mu Yun wouldn't use the secret technique of killing because it would consume the Heavenly Origin Mirror spiritual qi. She would rather do it herself. However, in front of Chen Wutian, Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. She opened up a safe distance and used the Heavenly Origin Mirror to attack. The murderous sword qi shot out fiercely. Puchi, without any surprise, the murderous sword qi pierced through Chen Wutian's body and created a hole. The facts proved that Mu Yun's worries were unnecessary. Chen Wutian had exhausted all his strength in order to kill Fang Tianyue. He didn't have any defense behind him. Even if Mu Yun went up alone, she could kill Chen Wutian. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It wasn't wrong to be cautious. After all, Chen Wutian was an expert in the sage realm. Chen Wutian was speechless. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his body. He felt a chill in his heart and the fear of death surged up. I can't believe I'm going to die. Chen Wutian's body was trembling. His plan was to kill Fang Tianyue with all his strength. Mu Yun's attack was within his expectations. However, he didn't care. She was just a sage. She couldn't do anything to him. However, Mu Yun's strength was completely out of Chen Wutian's expectations. His body was like a piece of paper that was pierced through. Heavenly Origin Mirror, you're Mu Yun. Chen Wutian was filled with anger and sorrow. He finally knew Mu Yun's identity. Star Explosion Airflow Cut. Actually, Chen Wutian was already on the brink of death. Mu Yun could kill him with a casual sword. But the methods and intelligence that Chen Wutian had just displayed made Mu Yun fearful. He directly slashed out with the Star Explosion Current Slash. After he cultivated the Star Fiend transformation, he had already comprehended the complete version of the Star Explosion Current Slash. The power of this sword was a genuine first-grade saint technique. Chen Wutian's body turned into dust under the Star Explosion Current Slash. Take revenge for me, senior brother, take revenge for me. Before he died, Chen Wutian let out a desperate roar. Mu Yun took a step forward and directly devoured Chen Wutian's blood and cultivation. After he became a saint, his incarnation returned to his body and his devouring bloodline became even stronger. Now that he had devoured Chen Wutian's blood and cultivation, he instantly received a huge boost. The source qi in his body crazily rose. Although there were many impurities in Chen Wutian's blood and cultivation, Mu Yun had a purifying bloodline that could purify these impurities. In the end, what he absorbed was only 20% of Chen Wutian's strength. If others wanted to increase their cultivation, they would need to go into seclusion and cultivate. But Mu Yun had the devouring bloodline and could directly devour the enemy's blood and cultivation. His cultivation would rise steadily and he didn't need to go through the trouble of cultivating. Clang, once Chen Wutian died, his Lightning Emperor Cauldron fell to the ground. Mu Yun picked up the Lightning Emperor Cauldron and instantly felt an abundant lightning aura. This Lightning Emperor Cauldron is powerful, but unfortunately, it requires one's lifespan to control. The price is too high. I'll just give it to Guai. Mu Yun made up his mind. The Lightning Emperor Cauldron had abundant desolate ancient qi and it was perfect for Guai to devour. Little brother, you are so powerful. I admire you. At this moment, Feng Tianyue crawled up from the ground. He was on his last breath and was heavily injured, but he didn't die. His page of the Book of Earth Origin dimmed and fell to the ground. It turned out that he had relied on the Earth Origin book to save his life. Chen Wutian was unlucky. He could have killed Feng Tianyue in one strike, but Feng Tianyue had a page of the Earth Origin book and escaped death. Mu Yun coldly looked at Feng Tianyue. And Feng Tianyue was still threatening him, but now his attitude had completely changed and became very polite. Feng Tianyue also knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. If Mu Yun wanted to kill him, there was no way he could avoid it. He was also very smart and didn't use the name of the Assassin Guild. Instead, he said very sincerely, "Today, little brother saved my life. This Feng is very grateful. In the future, little brother will be a friend of my Assassin Guild. If you have any instructions, just say it. This Feng will definitely do it. Farewell." After saying that, Feng Tianyue wanted to leave. "Stop." Mu Yun sneered and called out to Feng Tianyue. Feng Tianyue smiled bitterly as his body trembled. He asked, "Little brother, do you have any other orders?" He was afraid of Chen Wutian's ashes in front of him. Now that he was heavily injured, he couldn't fight. If Mu Yun wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Everyone here is smart. I'll cut to the chase. Be my subordinate and listen to my orders in the future. Mu Yun smiled. He didn't want to kill anyone as long as Feng Tianyue was willing to submit to him. "Little brother, there's no need to force me." Feng Tianyue smiled bitterly. He picked up the Earth Origin book and gave it to Mu Yun respectfully. "Take this page of the Earth Origin book as your reward. Little brother, please be magnanimous and let me go. My Assassin Guild will be very grateful." Mu Yun said, "What a joke. If I kill you, the Earth Origin book will naturally be mine. You don't have to give it to me. Kneel down." Feng Tianyue's face turned pale. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground. A greater sage expert actually knelt down to a lesser sage. This scene was too shocking. "I'll ask you one more time. Submit to me or die. Which one do you choose?" Mu Yun said coldly. Feng Tianyue gritted his teeth and thought, now that things have come to this, I can only submit to him first. It won't be too late to kill him after I recover my strength. Thinking of this, Feng Tianyue cowed out and said, "My lord, I'm willing to submit." "Very good." Mu Yun smiled and formed the seal of life and death. Feng Tianyue was shocked. He felt that his life bloodline had formed a special connection with Mu Yun. "What is this?" Feng Tianyue trembled. He felt that something was wrong. "This is called the seal of life and death. I have formed the seal of life and death. From now on, if anything happens to me, you will die with me. But if you die, I won't lose anything." Mu Yun smiled. Feng Tianyue almost collapsed when he heard this. He sat on the ground. "Don't worry. As long as you are willing to listen, I will not treat you unfairly." Mu Yun took out the Heavenly Origin mirror. A gentle mirror light shone on Feng Tianyue's body. 7 laws of the Heavenly Tao, nourish all things. Under the illumination of the Heavenly Origin mirror, the injuries on Feng Tianyue's body gradually recovered. The 7 laws of the Heavenly Tao: damage, replenish, life, death, nourish, destruction. The word nourish was a nourishing mystic technique. It could nourish the body's lifeline and also heal injuries. It had a very powerful healing effect. Feng Tianyue's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've heard of the Heavenly Origin mirror's reputation, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Feng Tianyue was pleasantly surprised. Under the treatment of the Heavenly Origin mirror, his injuries quickly healed. Mu Yun said, "The successor disciple of the 100 Tempering Villa, Bai Chen, has also submitted to me. Don't worry, you will definitely not suffer if you follow me." Feng Tianyue said in shock, "What? Bai Chen has also submitted to you?" Mu Yun nodded and said, "You are a smart person. I believe you won't be stupid." "Yes, my lord." Please accept this humble one's bow. Feng Tianyue prostrated on the ground and kowtowed. This time, he sincerely submitted. There was no pretense at all. He did not have the ability to fake it. Now, he could only choose to believe in Mu Yun's potential. As long as he followed Mu Yun, he would definitely be able to soar in the future. Bring me back to the Assassin Guild. I need a place to rest. Mu Yun had devoured Chen Wutian's cultivation and needed to recuperate before she could completely fuse them. Moreover, Mu Yun also wanted to study Chen Wutian's Lightning Emperor Cauldron. After coming to the Three Elements realm for so long, Mu Yun had always been wandering around. Now, she wanted a place as a stronghold to recuperate and cultivate. Since Feng Tianyue was a small leader of the Assassin Guild, Mu Yun did not stand on ceremony and directly asked Feng Tianyue to lead the way. Yes, my lord. Feng Tianyue respectfully led Mu Yun towards the Assassin Guild's encampment. His page of the Earth Essence book had naturally fallen into Mu Yun's hands. Now, Mu Yun had 3 pages of the Earth Essence book. They were respectively lava, swamp, and snow. It would be great if I could collect all 18 pages of the Earth Essence book. Mu Yun secretly thought and immediately smiled bitterly. Although this idea was beautiful, it was unrealistic. The 18 pages of the Earth Essence book were scattered all over the Three Elements realm. It was easier said than done to collect them. Spiritual Sword Lake, the Assassin Guild's encampment. It was located in a remote area in the northern border of the Three Elements realm. Ordinary people did not know of such a place. If Feng Tianyue did not lead the way, Mu Yun would not have known about it. The Assassin Guild had 4 camps: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Feng Tianyue was the leader of the Yellow camp and was known as the #1 assassin in the Yellow camp. He lived in the Southern Lake Palace. Mu Yun followed Feng Tianyue to the Southern Lake Palace and received a set of beginner assassin uniform. Her current identity was a beginner assassin under Feng Tianyue. Mu Yun also released Bai Chen and let Bai Chen join the Assassin Guild. He and Bai Chen stayed in the Southern Lake Palace. The spiritual energy here was abundant and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. It was a blessed place for cultivation. Mu Yun was finally able to settle down after wandering for so long. He wanted to call out to Guai, but there was no response. Guai was still devouring the 5 dragon wheel. Sigh, Guai, why are you not done yet? I have something good for you. Mu Yun sighed and took out the Lightning Emperor Cauldron. There was an ancient lightning jade inlaid on the Lightning Emperor Cauldron. Majestic primordial chi spread out in waves. There was also a majestic lightning aura surging. This Lightning Emperor Cauldron is filled with mighty lightning. It's not bad to use it to assist cultivation. With a thought, Mu Yun jumped into the Lightning Emperor Cauldron. The surrounding lightning aura exploded crazily and continuously attacked his body. Mu Yun bared his teeth. In an instant, he felt numbness and pain. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Under the impact of the lightning from the Lightning Emperor Cauldron, he continuously tempered his body. 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art. First Tribulation Wind, Black Dragon Calamity. Second Tribulation Lightning, Lightning Crescent Moon Slash. Third Tribulation Water. Water Moon Phantom. Mu Yun cultivated silently. He directly absorbed the surrounding lightning aura to cultivate the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art. The 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art was an ancient sacred art that was secretly passed down in Jade Toad House. It was extremely powerful. Just the first move, Black Dragon Calamity, could erupt into a monstrous tornado that could annihilate everything. The second move of the 7 Tribulation Dragon Slaying Art was called Lightning Crescent Moon Slash. Mu Yun continuously absorbed the aura of the Lightning Emperor Cauldron. He silently comprehended the various profound techniques of the Lightning Crescent Moon Slash. 7 days later, Mu Yun completely grasped the secrets of the Lightning Crescent Moon Slash. During these 7 days, no one came to disturb him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Exalted Lord, good news. It was White Dust's voice. Mu Yun opened the door and saw White Dust standing outside. He was wearing an assassin's outfit and had a joyful expression on his face. What's the good news? Mu Yun asked. I received news that our Yellow Battalion has obtained the latest mission issued by the guild. As long as we complete this mission, we'll be able to obtain gold essence iron jade as a reward. White Dust said happily. Gold essence iron jade? Mu Yan's heart trembled. He had heard White Dust mention that gold essence iron jade was an extremely precious refining material that could strengthen and upgrade equipment. Even the heavenly poison ancient pagoda's treasury didn't have gold essence iron jade. One could imagine how rare it was. Gold essence iron jade was produced in the primordial ruins. The primordial ruins were filled with mutated beasts and dangers. It was too dangerous to enter the primordial ruins to search for treasures. But now, White Dust said that as long as he completed the mission, he would be able to obtain gold essence iron jade as a reward. Of course, it was much safer than exploring the primordial ruins. As long as he obtained gold essence iron jade, the 7 flying swords in the 7-star sword case would all be upgraded and become grade 1 sacred artifacts. We're going to the Whispering Forest to kill the leader of the Black Ears tribe, the Great Witch, Bai Chen answered. The Whispering Forest, this seems to be the territory of the Nine-Tailed Cat tribe. Mu Yan's expression changed. All the major tribes of the Nine-Tailed Cat tribe lived in the Whispering Forest. Bai Chen said, the person who entrusted the mission is called Miaoshwani. This woman is the reincarnation of the human Yuan Brush. In her previous life, she was a changed character. She was determined to change the situation of the Nine-Tailed Cat tribe being bullied, so she recruited troops everywhere, planned to unify the tribe, and created the Heavenly Cat Army. She has been fighting for a long time now. She has almost unified all the tribes, except for the Black Ears tribe. After a pause, Bai Chen was a little puzzled. I don't know where she got the money to be able to raise an army. Now that she has become powerful, she can unify the entire tribe after wiping out the Black Ears tribe. However, the Great Witch of the Black Ears tribe is too powerful. She can't beat her, so she entrusted us to do it. Kill. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Mu Yun was stunned. She thought she heard wrong and asked, who is the person who entrusted the mission? Bai Chen said, her name is Miaoshwani. She is now the commander of the Heavenly Cat Army. Even the Jiaoding Trading wants to rope her in. The outside world calls her the Cat Queen. Cat Queen, Mu Yun was shocked. She didn't expect that the cute and naughty cat girl of the past was now called the Queen. She looked down at her fingers. There was a strand of Miaoshwani's hair wrapped around his fingertips. Lord, Bai Chen saw Mu Yun's strange expression and was a little puzzled. He didn't know the relationship between Mu Yun and Miaoshwani. Mu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect that cat girl to have such great ambitions. She even became the queen. Let's accept this mission. Mu Yun thought about it. Since it was a mission entrusted by Miaoshwani, she would help her once. She wouldn't lose out anyway. After completing the mission, she could even get a piece of golden essence iron jade. Okay, but only one of us can go, Bai Chen said. Why? Mu Yun frowned. Lord Feng Tianyue sent a distress signal. He's trapped in the primordial ruin world. We need to bring reinforcements to rescue him. Otherwise, he won't be able to hold on, White Dust said. He went to the ancient ruins? Mu Yun was slightly shocked. During this period of time, she had been cultivating the Thunder Crescent Moonslash, so she did not know what was going on outside. White Dust said, yes, 3 pages of the Book of Earth Origin have appeared in the primordial ruin world. One of them is the Snowland, which is currently in your possession. The other page is the river, which was purchased by the Jiaoding Trading and is currently in the possession of Yongding Tian. The last page is the forest, which is the most powerful page. No one has found it. Forest, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. She had a map that she had plundered from Duan Tianya's corpse. The location of the forest page was recorded on the map. It was said that after refining the forest page, one would be able to create a plant army and summon poisonous vines, silver grass, tree demons, flower demons, man-eating flowers, etc., which would cause great damage to the enemy. White Dust said, a few days ago, Lord Feng Tianyue went to the primordial ruin world, but he did not know the exact location of the forest page. He got lost and is now surrounded by a large number of tree demons. He is unable to escape. If we don't rescue him, he might be killed by the tree demons. Mu Yan's expression turned serious. Since Feng Tianyue was in trouble, she had to rescue him. Otherwise, if Feng Tianyue died, she would not be able to establish herself in the assassin guild. In the three elemental world, the forces were intertwined. She only had white dust and Feng Tianyue in her hands. If one died, she would lose one. White dust asked, "Lord, what do you plan to do? Are you going to rescue him, or should I?" Mu Yun said, "Let's go together." White dust said in shock, "What?" That day, the Cat Queen. Mu Yun said, "Let's go rescue her first before doing the Cat Queen's mission." Feng Tianyue is an expert at the major stage of the Sage Realm. If even he is trapped, those tree demons must be very powerful. If the two of us go together, we can take care of each other. White Dust cupped his hands and said, "I'll listen to your orders, Lord." Mu Yun nodded. Caution was the parent of safety. It was never wrong to be cautious. After the discussion, Mu Yun and White Dust immediately led the team and set off. They brought a total of 50 people and rushed to the primordial ruin world. There was a teleportation array in the southern lake palace that could teleport them to Baiyun town outside the primordial ruin world. Mu Yun and White Dust led the team and teleported directly to Baiyun town. Baiyun town was outside the primordial ruin world. One could see the primordial ruin world from Baiyun town. It was an endless mountain range that was filled with haze and fog. It was so dark that even sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Time was of the essence. Mu Yun led the team and rushed to the primordial ruin world. However, when he arrived at the town entrance, he saw a familiar figure. Yang Dingtian. Mu Yun was surprised. Yang Dingtian had also brought people over. In Yang Dingtian's team, there were more than 10 lion people with wings. They were from the double-winged silver lion tribe. Now that the Jioding Trading Company had bribed the double-winged silver lion tribe, Yang Dingtian was obviously going to the primordial ruin world to explore and search for treasures. The double-winged silver lion tribe had the advantage of flying and was very good at scouting. "Yo, Mu Yun. Long time no see." Yang Dingtian saw Mu Yun and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. Mu Yun sized up Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was carrying a large fiery red cauldron on one shoulder. The large cauldron exuded a powerful ancient aura. It turned out that this large cauldron was called the Fire God Cauldron. Like the Thunder Emperor Cauldron, it was also one of the 9 great ancient cauldrons. It seemed that Yang Dingtian was lucky to have obtained the Fire God Cauldron. Compared to before, his strength had increased a lot. Mu Yun and Yang Dingtian were on guard against each other. They did not act rashly because this was Baiyun town. There were many forces around, eyeing them covetously. If the two of them fought, it was very likely that both of them would be injured and others would take advantage of the situation. It's fate that we meet again today. Mu Yun, I'll wait for you in the primordial ruin world. Yang Dingtian smiled and waved his hand, leading his people into the primordial ruin world. What he meant was that it was not convenient to fight here. If they wanted to fight, they should go to the primordial ruin world together. "My lord, what should we do now?" Bai Chen held the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes full of killing intent. "Saving people is more important. Let's save Feng Tianyue first." Mu Yun remained calm and led her people into the primordial ruin world. Inside the primordial ruins, everything was dark and dilapidated. There were many moss-covered sculptures and broken walls everywhere. Crows were flying in the sky, cawing strangely. The vegetation was lush, but the sky was always dark and gloomy. This place might have been a bustling city in ancient times. However, with the end of the ancient war, this place had been reduced to ruins. Baichen took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. After a while, a signal flare responded from the distant sky. It was in the shape of a skull, which represented despair and death. Feng Tianyue can't hold on any longer. Let's go over quickly. Mu Yun immediately led her people and ran in the direction of the signal flare. 4 hours later, they arrived at the place where the signal flare was sent. It was a remote valley. There were towering ancient trees everywhere in the valley. The mountain roads were rugged and varied, and there were many forks in the road. It was extremely difficult to travel. "My lord, what should we do? The mountain roads are too complicated. We might get lost." Baichen was a little worried. It was impossible to fly in the primordial ruin world. Unless they were born with wings like the winged silver lion and could fly, they could only walk. He could not find Feng Tianyue's exact location. Now, they were sure that Feng Tianyue was in the valley. However, the problem was that there were too many forks in the valley, and the mountain roads were too difficult to travel. They could not find him at all. They were even in danger of getting lost. Don't panic. Let's wait first. Mu Yun spread out the map. This map was Duan Tianyue's, and the location of the forest page was marked on it. Follow me. Mu Yun put away the map and led the team forward. Since Feng Tianyue was trapped by a large number of tree demons, he must be near the forest page. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such powerful tree demons. With his strength, he could not escape. Bai Chen and the others followed behind Mu Yun, and after a series of turns, they suddenly heard the sound of a waterfall, as well as the sound of a fierce battle. Found it. Mu Yun was delighted. She took the lead and rushed forward. Then, she saw an extremely tragic scene. On the mountain peak in front of them, there was a waterfall that looked like a white dragon. The water surged and rushed into the pool below. More than 100 corpses were piled up in the water, and their blood dyed the water red. Feng Tianyue led the remaining soldiers. With his back against the waterfall, he resisted the enemy's attack. Their enemy was a group of tree demons. There were hundreds of them. The tree trunks had human facial features, mouths, and noses. It looked very strange. The tree demons twitched their branches and attacked crazily. They also relied on their huge bodies to constantly raise their feet and trample many people to death. Feng Tianyue's team had a total of 300 people. They were all ordinary apprentices. Now that they were attacked by the tree demons, more than half of them were dead or injured. It was only a matter of time before the remaining soldiers were wiped out. Mu Yun did not have many subordinates, only 50. However, they were all beginner assassins. They were well trained and were much more powerful than ordinary apprentices. Save them! Mu Yun shouted and gave the order. Bai Chen immediately led his men and charged out, charging into the tree demons' team. The assassins held their weapons and shuttled through the tree demons' team. Their bodies were as agile as ghosts. Then, they slashed with their swords and sabers, aiming at the tree demons' vital points. They easily killed the tree demons. One by one, the tree demons fell to the ground and died. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she was a little puzzled. These tree demons did not look very powerful. How did Feng Tianyue end up in such a situation? He was already pushed to the front of the waterfall. If he retreated further, he would be washed away by the waterfall. Soon, Mu Yun's team killed all the tree demons. However, Feng Tianyue did not look relaxed even after all the tree demons were dead. His expression was still solemn as he shouted, "Take advantage of this moment and run. Run." End of chapter 2250. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.